Apocalypse, I have infinite supplies, even goddesses want to live in my house. Apocalypse arrives, Blue Star turns into an icy wasteland, then a global ocean. In his previous life, Fang Han was cruelly betrayed by his fiancée, leaving his body never to be found. Reborn before the apocalypse, Fang Han awakens the apocalypse system. Whether others love him or hate him, he earns rewards. The system comes with infinite storage and limitless supplies to exchange. For everyone else, the apocalypse is hell, but for Fang Han, it's paradise. Goddess, master, can I come in? Campus beauty, husband, eat some grapes tilde. Super tycoon, I'm willing to offer all my wealth for a chance to serve you like a dog. Years later, looking back, Fang Han has risen invincible, conquering the apocalypse and surrounded by goddesses. Chapter 1, Rebirth before the apocalypse. Slap my fiancée. Fang Han's deep eyes carried a trace of confusion. After a moment, he came to his senses and muttered to himself. I've really been reborn. He clearly remembered how, in the previous apocalypse, his fiancée Yushin had betrayed him. She colluded with a rich second-generation heir to kill him, leaving no trace of his body. The feeling of being betrayed and murdered by someone he trusted still haunted him. It was like having his heart carved out with a knife. At that time, he swore that if he could live again, everyone who had harmed him would die without a grave. And now he really had been reborn. A surge of boundless joy welled up in his heart. Immediately, he pulled out his phone to check the time. There were 10 days until the apocalypse. In his previous life, when the apocalypse arrived, overnight the Blue Star had turned into a frozen, icy world. Order collapsed, morality vanished. People killed each other over a bite to eat. The world had become hell. Fang Han had personally experienced all of it. Luckily, now he had enough time to prepare in advance. Stockpile supplies. Fortify defenses. This time, no one would be able to take anything from him. Just then, an angry voice interrupted his thoughts. Fang Han, I'm talking to you. What are you staring at? Fang Han looked up and saw the speaker, his fiancée, Yushin. He noticed she was wearing a wedding dress and quickly scanned the surroundings. Of course, it was a bridal shop. He was accompanying Yushin for a fitting. As she walked toward him, she continued. Darling, my mom said I'm her only precious daughter. I shouldn't be wronged. The bride price needs to increase by 500,000 yuan. And after we marry, my mom will be like your mom, just 500,000 more. You'll agree, right? Fang Han felt uncontrollable rage rising in his chest. How had he never seen her true face before? Smack. He slapped her across the face. Who gave you the confidence to demand so much here? Feeling the fiery pain on her cheek, Yushin instinctively covered her face and stared at him in disbelief. Fang Han. How dare you hit me? Looks like you don't want this marriage anymore. Smack. Fang Han delivered another slap to her other cheek. As you wish. No marriage. He said coldly and turned to leave the bridal shop, ignoring Yushin frozen in shock. Although he wanted to kill Yushin immediately to take revenge, Fang Han knew that the most important thing now was stockpiling supplies to survive the apocalypse. When the end came, he would have plenty of ways to torment Yushin, making her life worse than death. Not just Yushin, everyone who had harmed him in his previous life would pay 100-fold. But first, he needed to secure some interest. Fang Han pulled out his phone and called the property management of his residential community, claiming that unidentified people had moved into his house and requesting them to be removed immediately. He was a local of Manhua City. His family had a small business, but his parents had passed away. Luckily, when housing prices were still relatively low, his parents bought 2 apartments in the city's high-end residential complex, Sky Garden. One was 505 in Building 5, the other 905 in Building 9. 3 months ago, after setting their wedding date with Yushin, her parents moved to Manhua City from their hometown. Under the pretense of accompanying their daughter for the wedding, they moved into 905. Now, he would kick them out first and deal with them properly after the apocalypse. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp notification sounded in his mind. Detected, someone's hatred value toward their host has reached 800 points. Apocalypse Ascension System activated. Infinite space activated. Infinite supplies available for exchange. Super evolution feature waiting to unlock. System. Infinite space 2. Fang Han's heart leapt with joy. He focused and tried placing his phone into the space. In the next moment, the phone disappeared from his pocket and appeared in the space. Previously, he had worried about how much supplies to stockpile and where to store them safely. Now, with infinite space, he could hoard freely. Fang Han was ecstatic. Next, he examined the infinite supplies the system mentioned. He quickly understood that the infinite supplies were items in the system's mall, from daily necessities to nuclear weapons, all available for exchange, but only using hatred points. Nuclear weapons. So if I gather enough hatred points, I can be invincible. According to the system, whenever someone generates negative emotions toward me, I gain hatred points. However, a single person can only contribute up to 1,000 points. The 800 points he had just received must have come from Yushin. She hated him enough. Thinking this through, he rushed home. He wanted to test whether large items could be stored in infinite space, and whether food would spoil if placed there. Once home, he tried putting everything into the space. Every single item succeeded. Hot water placed in the space remained just as hot an hour later. Time in the system's space was completely frozen. Fang Han was overjoyed. Then he began planning what supplies to buy before the apocalypse. Although the system's mall offered items for exchange, he only had 800 hatred points, far too few for the essentials. Before the apocalypse arrived, he needed to hoard as much as possible for a sense of security. At the very least, he wanted to ensure he could eat 5-star meals every day for years during the apocalypse. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone to start listing supplies. Food, water, medical supplies, basic necessities. Entertainment, movies, music, variety shows, mental sustenance. Weapons and equipment for safety. First batch done. I'll think about the rest as I go. He decided to start hoarding food. He called the Peninsular International Hotel. Hello, Manager Wang. Can the 20 tables I ordered be ready within 3 days? Manager Wang was taken aback. Mr. Fang, your wedding was scheduled a month from now. You want to move it up? Fang Han ignored the question. If you can finish in 3 days, I'll order 200 more tables. Manager Wang was shocked and delighted. He wasn't about to turn down money. Don't worry, Mr. Fang. We guarantee timely completion. But you'll need to pay a 300,000 deposit first. Fang Han already had an account from the previous order. After hanging up, he quickly transferred the 300,000. Though his family had a small business, 300,000 was a hefty expense. His account balance was down to just over 2 million. That wouldn't be enough to stockpile all he wanted. He'd need to find more money. I'll take out loans on both apartments, he decided. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Novice gift package has arrived. Claim it now. Chapter 2, Novice gift pack free 20 million. Another newbie gift pack. Fang Han's heart leapt. He didn't hesitate and immediately claimed it. Choose one of the following 2 newbie rewards, host Happy Smiley. 1. House temperature control, keeps any house under 200 square meters at a constant, comfortable temperature. 2. Apocalypse RV, can travel freely even in icy, snow-covered lands. Fang Han rolled his eyes. They really made him choose. Couldn't the system be more generous? Kids make choices, adults. I'll choose the house temperature control. After deciding, he let out a sigh. Giving up the Apocalypse RV felt a little regretful. Although both rewards were desirable, with the apocalypse bringing extreme cold worldwide, having a temperature-controlled house would be the most comfortable. He consoled himself with this thought. House temperature control has been installed. Please set your preferred temperature. Can be adjusted anytime. Fang Han activated the feature, setting the indoor temperature to 24°C. Then he turned off the air conditioner in the living room and headed to the bedroom. It was the height of summer, and since the AC hadn't been on during the day, a wave of heat hit him the moment he opened the bedroom door. But almost immediately, the temperature dropped, neither hot nor cold, perfectly comfortable. Fang Han didn't linger and walked to the study. He planned to grab his property deeds and quickly handle the mortgage loan. Ding! Due to not claiming the newbie gift pack immediately, the system compensates their host with an Apocalypse RV, now available in your space. Fang Han froze for a moment when he heard this, then gave a thumbs up into the void. Compensation 2. This system, I love it. He wanted to enter the space to test the Apocalypse RV but found he couldn't access it. Seems the system space can only store inanimate objects. Maybe the super evolution function can evolve the space itself. He shelved that thought for later. The apocalypse wasn't here yet, so first, he needed to stockpile supplies. After grabbing the deeds, he drove to the bank. He hoped to complete a mortgage within 3 days so he would have time to buy supplies. But he wasn't sure if it would be approved that quickly. As expected, the bank staff said there was no way the process could finish in 3 days. Fang Han left the bank, sighed, and returned to his car, thinking of another plan. Suddenly, someone tapped on his car window. He rolled it down and saw a man in black standing there. The man cautiously asked, "Sir, I saw you just leaving the bank looking unhappy. Did the loan fail? Something you need?" Fang Han replied, slightly impatient. The man quickly handed him a business card, smiling ingratiatingly. "Sir, our company is Timely Rain Finance. We help friends with urgent financial needs. Interested?" Fang Han chuckled to himself. How convenient someone always brings a pillow when you're sleepy. Still, he kept a calm face, stared at the man for a moment, then asked slowly, "How so?" The man pointed to a direction. "Our office is that way. Shall we talk there?" After a brief discussion, Fang Han used his 2 luxury apartments as collateral and successfully secured a 20 million yuan loan. Although the company clearly dealt in high-interest loans, he didn't care. The apocalypse was coming, why bother paying back money borrowed by skill? If you want it, come collect it yourself. I'm actually serving the people by taking out high-interest loans. Satisfied, Fang Han drove away from the Timely Rain office. Inside, in an office, the man in black reported to a bald superior. "Boss, I told you he was an easy mark. But he took the loan so smoothly he won't skip repayment, right?" The bald man lit a cigar, exuding confidence. "In Binhai, no one dares skip my debt." With the 20 million loan plus his original 2 million savings, Fang Han now held 22 million in cash for the first time. Looking at the account balance, he felt a thrill thinking about all the shopping he could do tomorrow. But first, he decided to have a hearty meal and rest at home. Before Rebirth, the insecurity of the apocalypse had kept him constantly tense. After a long afternoon of Rebirth and preparations, he was exhausted. Suddenly, while driving, a system notification appeared. "You have gained 2 million hatred points and 200,000 faith points. The system is acting up again." Though he didn't know where they came from, the 2 million hatred points made him ecstatically happy. Faith points, what are those? He decided to study them after returning home. He didn't want to get distracted while driving and risk another rebirth. He accelerated toward his residential complex. After parking in the garage, he didn't head home immediately. Instead, he walked a few minutes to a century-old local restaurant. It was a place he had frequented, specializing in local delicacies. When the apocalypse arrived, he could easily eat gourmet food daily, but now was his last chance to enjoy local specialties. He planned to eat as much as possible. Before long, he devoured 3 servings of food alone, ignoring the astonished looks from the owner and other customers. He paid and left, belching in satisfaction. He hadn't eaten this well in a long time. It felt amazing. Walking slowly back to his complex, he noticed people occasionally pointing and whispering. At first, he ignored it. Some neighbors loved gossip, and arguing would waste time. But as he approached Building 5, an elderly man living below him stopped him with a concerned look. "Little Fang, young people need to be prudent. You're about to marry Xiao Yu. How could you hit her and have the security evict her family? What's going on?" He even shoved a phone in Fang Han's face. The video showed him slapping Yushin earlier today. Someone had recorded it and uploaded it to a local trending video platform. Now Fang Han understood where the 2 million hatred points had come from. Not only in real life, but even online, negative emotions contributed to his hatred points. Fang Han looked at the well-meaning elderly man coldly. "Do you know what she did to me?" The man froze, then replied, "How would I know about your business? Then why act like a good guy?" Fang Han said coldly, walking straight to the elevator, leaving the flustered man standing in the wind. As the elevator rose, Fang Han checked the system and saw another 20 hatred points added. When the doors opened, he noticed many people in the hallway, some familiar, some not. As soon as he appeared, murmurs spread through the crowd. Chapter 3, The Fairy is cyberbullied and the enemy comes to her door. Fang Han is back. He is Fang Han. How could he bear to abandon such a beautiful fiancée? What a sin! You've kicked the little girl and her family out of the house. Shut up. Looking at the crowd in front of him who were talking non-stop, Fang Han couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. When the onlookers heard the real person getting angry, they were stunned. At this moment, a middle-aged woman rushed forward and angrily questioned Fang Han. Fang Han, you have such a cruel heart. Shinshin gave you all her youth, and now you treat her like this? What kind of man are you? The middle-aged woman was Yushin's mother. She questioned him and wanted to take action. Fang Han didn't let her succeed and raised his hand to push her away. When he was in love with Yushin, Yushin would always say, "My mother said," which made him tired of hearing it. Now he gets angry when he sees this woman. Fang Han stared at her fiercely and said harshly, "If you say another word, I'll throw you off the 5th floor." The woman seemed frightened, trembled and stopped talking. Fang Han raised his leg and was about to continue walking home, but suddenly felt someone hugging his thigh. He looked down and saw Yushin crying. "Hubby, please don't chase me away, okay? If you tell me what I did wrong, I will definitely change. I won't increase the betrothal gift either. Let's reconcile, please." This mother and daughter, one is fierce and the other pretends to be pitiful, they really have a clear division of labor. Roll. Fang Han had no mercy at all, but it was still before the end of the world, so in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not take any other action. He stepped out of the embraced thigh and walked towards home without looking back. After returning home, Fang Han went to the bathroom immediately. In his previous life, he had never taken a bath since the end of the world. Tonight, he wants to take a good bath. An hour later, I finally came out of the bathroom. Lying on the bed, Fang Han called up the system. The system shows that he has now gained 3 million hatred points and 240,000 faith points. These are videos of Yushin being slapped during the day, which were obtained after being exposed online. Most of the hatred came from the fairies, who cursed Fang Han madly in the comment section. "Damn, if you only know how to hit women, what kind of man are you? Why doesn't this kind of man just die? Girls, cyberbully him. Who in the family understands? This guy is really stupid. There are so many idiots everywhere. I'm completely speechless. I really want to thank you." The faith values were basically contributed by male compatriots, and they all shouted that Fang Han was a role model of our generation. "Brother is awesome, so we can't spoil them. Brother, I support you and fire the first shot against the bride price." After casually browsing the comment section, Fang Han put down his phone and began to study the system. After studying for a while, he also figured out the difference between hatred value and faith value. As long as someone has negative emotions towards him, he will gain hatred points. A single person can generate up to 1,000 hatred points. Hatred value can be used to exchange for supplies in the system mall. The opposite is true for faith value. As long as someone has positive emotions towards him, he can gain faith points, but a single person can only generate a maximum of 100 faith points. Faith can be used to upgrade and evolve, such as upgrading items, skills, and evolving the host's body. This system is awesome. The maximum hatred value can be 1,000 points, but the maximum faith value is only 100 points. The hatred a person can generate is 10 times that of kindness. However, the super evolution function can only be activated after accumulating 500,000 faith points. Although it was a bit of a pity, Fang Han was still ecstatic. It's not his fault for not having concentration, it's just that the system is too powerful. After being excited for more than half an hour, he slowly fell asleep. At the end of his previous life, he often had dreams, but they were all nightmares. And tonight, he laughed loudly in his dream. Fang Han slowly got up at 11:30 the next morning. "I haven't slept so soundly in a long time." After washing up, he walked out of the community and went to another specialty restaurant, where he ordered all of the restaurant's signature dishes. After lunch, Fang Han officially started his shopping plan for today. We still have to rent a warehouse first. Even though we have space, we can't store it in public. Soon, he rented a large unused warehouse. It's great to have money. Then, he called the 10 largest 5-star hotels in Binhai City one by one and ordered 200 tables of their best banquets. All requirements must be completed within 3 days. After ordering the banquet, Fang Han drove to the most famous security company in Binhai Guardian. He planned to completely renovate his house and then see if he could get some powerful weapons and equipment. This is the only way to ensure that he can rest assured in the early days of the apocalypse. But this is also the most difficult thing. There are less than 10 days left until the end of the world, and there is not enough time to build a safe house. However, the control of guns in the country has always been very strict. Fang Han was driving while thinking about a solution. After arriving at the gate of Guardian Company, I still hadn't made up my mind. Since we're here, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll do something in the next few days to accumulate faith points to 500,000 as soon as possible. The super evolution function can be unlocked with 500,000. Since items can be upgraded, houses can naturally be upgraded as well. Just as he expected. After hearing about Fang Han's multi-million-dollar deal, the employees of Guardian Company immediately notified the manager. The manager received Fang Han warmly, but when he heard Fang Han say that the renovation must be completed within 7 days, the manager's bright eyes dimmed again. But in the end, the Guardian took on a small order and arranged for someone to come to the door this afternoon. After paying the deposit, Fang Han did not stay and drove to the largest video game arcade in Binhai City. After staying in there for more than 2 hours, he finally came out feeling satisfied but exhausted. The owner of the arcade followed behind him, smiling broadly. "Brother, I'll deliver your goods to you tomorrow. Welcome to come again next time." In the past 2 hours, Fang Han first played all his favorite games several times, and then found the boss and explained his purpose. In the end, he bought dozens of equipment from his boss, from basketball machines, claw machines, ring toss machines, fishing machines, to racing machines, shooting machines, singing machines, and other equipment. Buzz. Fang Han picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Guardian Company. "Boss Fang, the company has arranged for someone to come to your house and will be there in about an hour." After hanging up the phone, he drove towards the community. On their way, the guard called again and said that their people were stopped outside the door by the security guard and would only be allowed to pass after the owner came forward to provide proof. After Fang Han signed at the security department, he drove the guard's car to the downstairs of Building 5. He went upstairs first to open the door, while the Guardian employees began to move materials to 505. But he didn't expect that as soon as he opened the elevator, he saw Yushin and her mother again. This time, there were 2 men standing next to them. One is Yushin's father. The other one turned out to be Ji Yuyang. The moment he saw Ji Yuyang, Fang Han immediately felt a murderous intent in his heart. If Yushin is the person Fang Han wants to kill the most right now. The Ji Yuyang in front of him was the second person Fang Han wanted to kill. Chapter 4, Stepping on the Enemy's Face, the beautiful woman arrives. Fang Han, Yushin and Ji Yuyang all graduated from Binhai University. In his sophomore year, after Fang Han and Yushin got together, Ji Yuyang transferred from another school to Binhai University. Yushin is very beautiful and is considered the most beautiful girl in her department. At a school event, Ji Yuyang met Yushin and began to pursue her vigorously. When Yushin was in college, she had not yet become materialistic and rejected Ji Yuyang. But Ji Yuyang relied on his family's wealth to harass Yushin frequently, without caring about Fang Han's existence at all. As a result, Fang Han and Ji Yuyang had a conflict, and the school finally invited parents from both sides to the school. Later, Ji Yuyang set his sights on a new target and they never had any contact again. But Fang Han didn't expect that after the end of the world, Yushin not only betrayed him and defected to Ji Yuyang, but also teamed up with Ji Yuyang to kill him. Thinking back on the despair before his death, Fang Han still felt a piercing pain. Looking at the 2 people hooking up with each other, a raging rage suddenly rose in his heart. After his rebirth, Fang Han has been busy preparing for the end of the world, stockpiling supplies, and renovating his house. He hasn't had time to settle accounts with Ji Yuyang. But unexpectedly, Ji Yuyang came to me on his own today. Now that he's here, Fang Han doesn't intend to let him go easily. He has to let him leave something behind. After making up his mind, Fang Han was about to speak. At this moment, Ji Yuyang spoke first, his tone very unfriendly. "Fang Han, I heard that you were very arrogant yesterday. You beat people up and chased them away. If you have the guts, try beating someone up again today. Since you want to be beaten, then I will do as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Han raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! But this time, he didn't hit Yushin. Instead, he slapped Ji Yuyang directly. For a moment, Ji Yuyang was stunned. He looked at Fang Han in disbelief, his eyes bloodshot. "You dare to hit me? Damn it, I'll kill you." Ji Yuyang felt like he was about to explode with anger. He was born into a wealthy family, and in more than 20 years, he had never met anyone who dared to hit him. He touched the left side of his cheek, then walked forward with a fierce look on his face, clenched his right fist, and swung it hard at Fang Han's head. But Fang Han didn't use much effort and easily grabbed his wrist. Then, before Ji Yu Yang could react, Fang Han kicked him in the abdomen again. Bang! Ji Yu Yang fell to the ground with a thud, his face slumped over, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Ji Yu Yang, who fell to the ground, Fang Han sneered, "What a weakling." After hearing the ridicule, Ji Yu Yang screamed in pain and struggled to get up. "Fang Han, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to call for help right now, so just wait for me." Upon hearing this, Fang Han raised his right foot again and stepped hard on Ji Yu Yang's face. He turned his toes and said nonchalantly, "You can call me whatever you want." After saying that, Fang Han picked up his phone and sent a text message. "Madam, you don't want your son to go to jail, do you? I know everything about him and Wang Hui." After a while, Ji Yu Yang finally got up from the ground and immediately took out his cell phone to make a call. "I was beaten up. Call someone now and come to Building 5 of the Sky Garden residential complex immediately." On the other side, Fang Han began to greet the Guardian employees and continue to move materials. He didn't forget the important business today. Since there was not enough time to renovate the entire house, the order taken on by Guardian Company was to renovate the doors and windows of Fang Han's house. As for the rest of the house, Fang Han has the system in hand. As long as he accumulates some faith points, he can definitely build a top-notch safe house. The door is made of 100mm titanium alloy, the window frame is made of 20mm titanium alloy, and the glass is the highest grade bulletproof glass. Although it may not be able to completely resist heavy firepower attacks, it has no problem defending against ordinary artillery shells, grenades, etc. Moreover, domestic weapons control is so strict that ordinary people can hardly even get a gun. What's more, in the early days of the apocalypse, people couldn't even get enough food, let alone break through the defenses of Fang Han's house. By the time the early stages of the apocalypse had passed, Fang Han had already used the system to acquire top-level defense. After emphasizing a few more words to the Guardian staff, he walked downstairs. After arriving at the open space in front of the gate, Fang Han found that there were more people around, looking over here and whispering to each other. What's wrong with Xiaofang these past few days? He beats people up whenever he wants. He was never this aggressive before. Yeah, he was such a good kid back then. By the way, do you know who was beaten? I heard it was the eldest young master of the GU family. Could it be the GU family, one of the top 10 richest families in Binhai City? It's this GU family. I wonder if Xiaofang has been provoked by something, but he even dares to provoke the GU family. It seems we should stay away from him from now on. Fang Han has had good hearing since he was a child, and he could hear most of the neighbors' whispers. But now, he didn't take the GU family seriously. From now on, no matter whether he was one of the top 10 richest people or the richest man in the world, if anyone dared to provoke him, he would have no chance of getting away with it. At this time, Yushin got 2 boiled eggs from somewhere and rolled them on Ji Yu Yang's face while smiling charmingly. Master Ji Yu, that scumbag Fang Han actually dared to hit you. I must teach him a lesson later. Ji Yu Yang's face was full of displeasure, but he didn't respond to her. Instead, he cursed and yelled at the person on the phone. Can you guys please hurry up? A flattering voice came from the other end of the phone. Sorry, Mr. Ji Yu, we will be there soon. Fang Han walked towards the few people. As soon as he appeared, Ji Yu Yang couldn't help but take a few steps back, but he still said something ruthless to give himself courage. Don't be so arrogant, my people will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen men appeared not far away and rushed towards this side. Some of them had tattoos, and some were holding sticks. They looked like they were not easy to mess with. As soon as this group of people appeared, the people watching the show stepped back in fear, returning their money while muttering, "It looks like Xiaofang is going to be unlucky today." After more than a dozen people ran to Ji Yu Yang, the leader immediately said in a flattering tone, "Mr. Ji Yu, was it this kid who provoked you?" Looking at the younger brothers surrounding him, Ji Yu Yang finally regained his initial arrogance. Fuck, come on, I'll beat you to death if I don't kill you. Everyone rushed forward. Stop. At this moment, a woman's scolding voice was suddenly heard. Everyone stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Ji Yu Yang was also stunned for a moment. Damn, why are so many people against me today? He turned around and roared, "Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere in my affairs? Believe it or not, I will kill you as well." But before he could finish his words, Ji Yu Yang suddenly stopped. Then, he hurried forward, trotted to the woman's side, and spoke in a different tone, "Mom, why are you here? I wasn't talking about you just now." The woman was Ji Yu Yang's mother and the person in charge of the Ji Yu family business. "Stand back," the woman ordered with a hint of reproach. After saying that, the woman walked towards Fang Han. At this time, Fang Han was also looking at the woman in front of him. The woman had a pretty face and a tall figure, and the heavy fruit was trembling. She had short hair that reached her shoulders, with the ends slightly curled up. Every gesture is elegant and reveals a touch of charm. The woman walked up to Fang Han, bringing with her a faint fragrance. She smiled slightly, and opened her red lips. "Hello, Mr. Fang Han, I am Ji Yu Yang's mother, Ji Yu Li. We have met before at school." The last time Fang Han saw Ji Yu Li was when he had a conflict with Ji Yu Yang in college and Ji Yu Li went to the school to deal with it. Fang Han also got Ji Yu Li's contact information at that time. At this moment, Fang Han came back to his senses and replied indifferently, "Hello, Mr. Ji Yu." Ji Yu Li looked at Fang Han and continued, "Let's find a place to talk." After pondering for a moment, Fang Han said, "Let's go to my house." Since room 505 of Building 5 was still under renovation, Fang Han walked towards room 905 of Building 9. Ji Yu Li also followed Fang Han with his men. At this time, the onlookers who were still waiting to eat melons were confused. Is that the end? Especially the woman who just said that Fang Han would be unlucky today. She slipped away immediately. Family, if you like the book Tian Ji Yu, please remember to add it to your bookshelf. Add to your bookshelf and double your luck. Chapter 5. Madam, you don't want this to be exposed, right? Ji Yu Li. After a while, everyone arrived downstairs of Building 9. At this time, Fang Han stopped, looked at Ji Yu Li and said, "They don't need to follow." After that, he opened the door and walked straight to the elevator. Ji Yu Li thought about it, gave a few instructions to his subordinates, and then followed Fang Han alone. "How do you know about Wang Hui?" Ji Yu Li spoke immediately after closing the door, completely different from the calmness downstairs just now. Fang Han did not answer, but opened a bottle of mineral water, took a sip and handed it to Ji Yu Li. "I'm a little thirsty, would you like some, Mr. Ji Yu?" Ji Yu Li blocked Fang Han's water with an unhappy look on her face. Fang Han did not feel embarrassed after being rejected by the beautiful woman. Instead, he touched his chin and looked at Ji Yu Li. Feeling the man's gaze, Ji Yu Li suddenly felt a little numb. She took a step back and continued in a louder voice. "Fang Han, just say whatever you want to say." Fang Han turned and walked towards the sofa. After sitting down, he slowly spoke. "Mr. Ji Yu, how did I know this? Is it important? What's important is whether you want the fact that Wang Hui was killed by Ji Yu Yang to be made public." Hearing this, Ji Yu Li's face changed slightly, and then he said seriously, "Your school has issued a notice about the cause of Wang Hui's death. She committed suicide. What does it have to do with Ji Yu Yang? In that case, why did Mr. Ji Yu come to my house today? Please." Fang Han sneered, then made a gesture of seeing someone off. Ji Yu Li showed no intention of leaving. "Where's the evidence? Mr. Ji Yu, don't be so impatient." Fang Han took another sip of water. "Your son is quite cruel. Wang Hui was a good university student, but Ji Yu Yang, seeing her beauty, first drugged her and forced himself on her, then strangled her to death the next day." Hearing this, Ji Yu Li was shocked, but immediately denied it. "Nonsense." Seeing the woman still feigning composure, Fang Han showed disdain. "You know whether I am talking nonsense or not. After the incident, you used your connections to fake Wang Hui's suicide." Ji Yu Li continued to deny it. "Please show me the evidence." "Do you think I'll give you the evidence right now?" Fang Han decided to use his trump card and continued. "The incident happened in room 404 of the Binhai Hotel. When you arrived at the hotel, Ji Yu Yang was taking pictures of the already dead Wang Hui." These words finally shocked Ji Yu Li, and her body trembled slightly. Fang Han knew all these details clearly, and she began to suspect that Fang Han had surveillance equipment. After a long while, she asked Fang Han, "Tell me, what do you want?" At this time, Fang Han leaned against the sofa and did not ask a direct question. He smiled, waved his hand, and said jokingly, "Mr. Gu, you've never looked up at a man in your life. Can you kneel down and talk to me?" Suddenly, Gu Li seemed to have heard the most incredible thing. Her eyes were blazing with anger. "Fang Han, don't push your luck." Looking at Gu Li, who was shaking with anger, Fang Han smiled and said slowly, "Madam, you don't want your son's affairs to be exposed on the internet." After saying this, Gu Li finally stopped talking. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly moved and walked in front of Fang Han. Fang Han did not urge her and kept admiring the graceful figure of the beautiful woman in front of him. But Gu Li did not take the next step, and Fang Han began to look unhappy. "My patience has its limits." Finally, Gu Li put aside her pride and self-confidence and slowly knelt down. The floor made a slight sound. Gu Li felt an immense hatred in her heart. All the grievances she had suffered in the first half of her life combined were not even 1/10,000th of what she had suffered today. She must avenge this. At this time, Fang Han received a system prompt that he had obtained the first single-person 1000-point hatred value. "Fuck this woman, her hatred is rising too fast." Fang Han sat up and looked at the beautiful scenery on the ground. Gu Li was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling slightly, his eyes full of humiliation. He reached out and pinched the beautiful woman's chin. Gu Li's eyes were blazing with fire, but she managed not to lose her temper. She asked coldly, "What else do you want?" How could it be enough for such a beautiful woman to kneel on the ground and talk to him? Fang Han smiled slightly, "Madam, you are really well maintained. 100 million. Impossible." Hearing Fang Han's loud words, Gu Li refused without thinking. Fang Han curled his lips and laughed. "Compared to the only son of your Gu family, 100 million is nothing. The company can't come up with so much cash at once." Gu Li immediately came up with other reasons. "Not cash, I want 100 million worth of supplies." After saying that, Fang Han did not give the woman a chance to refute. He took out his cell phone and sent her a text message with a list of supplies. From daily necessities, food, drinking water, to various medicines, medical equipment, sports and fitness equipment, and even large generators, excavators, gasoline, and diesel. These are all materials that he thinks are useful. After staring at the text message for a while, Gu Li looked up at Fang Han and asked, "What do you want these for?" Fang Han didn't answer her, and continued with his request, "I'll give you 7 days. I want these supplies after 7 days." Gu Li was stunned when she heard this. 7 days is too tight, and there are some items on the list that individuals can't buy in large quantities. Otherwise, give me more. I'm not discussing this with you. No more waiting after the deadline. Fang Han interrupted her. Gu Li no longer worried about the time. The Gu family's business included a large shopping mall, logistics, and warehousing, and they controlled a huge amount of materials. Although 7 days was a tight deadline, Fang Han was still able to get what he wanted. Then, Gu Li asked the question that concerned her most, "When will you give me what I want?" Hearing this, Fang Han pretended to be serious, stared into the beautiful woman's eyes, and said, "After receiving the supplies, if I confirm that there is no problem, I will give you the video within a week." After a pause, Fang Han continued, "But don't even think about it. If anything happens to me, the video will be exposed online." After seeing Gu Li off, Fang Han lay comfortably on the sofa. The incident of Ji Yang killing Huang Hui. If he had not been reborn, Fang Han would not have known these secrets. But in the last life, at the end of the world, morality was lost and order was completely gone. So Ji Yang often boasted about his glorious deeds in the university group. This includes the murder of Huang Hui. Not only did Ji Yang describe the entire process in detail, he also posted the photos he took of Huang Hui's body to the group as if showing off his trophies. After his rebirth, Fang Han did not immediately use Huang Hui's matter to threaten the Gu family and demand money and supplies. First, time is running out and he has not freed up his hands yet. The most important thing at the moment is to prepare for the end of the world. Second, he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble before the end of the world. After all, the Gu family had considerable influence in Binhai City. Moreover, Fang Han received a loan of 20 million yuan for his 2 houses, which was enough to stockpile supplies. There is absolutely no need to create unnecessary complications before the end of the world. However, since Ji Yang came to him today, Fang Han would definitely not be afraid. Either don't take action, or if you do, be ruthless. According to Fang Han's memories from his previous life, the Jiyu family relied on the material reserves of their own company. Although they were not as prosperous as before the apocalypse, they were still living well after the apocalypse. Since that was the case, he might as well take this opportunity to severely weaken the Jiyu family in advance. Chapter 6. Experience the Doomsday RV and continue to stock up. In the evening, Fang Han left 905. Just received a call from the Guardian staff, and the new titanium alloy door has been installed in his house. The sizes of all windows have been measured, and the company's warehouse happens to have alloy bulletproof windows of suitable sizes, which will be shipped over for installation tomorrow. So Fang Han didn't plan to inspect the gate now, but planned to inspect it together tomorrow. He went straight down to the garage and drove out of the complex. About 2 hours later, Fang Han arrived at a construction site. This place has been abandoned for a long time. He walked around the construction site and found that there were no cameras. The entire construction site was desolate and silent, with no one in sight, only empty buildings and dilapidated equipment. Tall cranes stand in the dust, and abandoned tower cranes look like shaky toys. The ground was covered with abandoned materials and equipment, rusty steel bars, broken formwork, discarded bricks and stones, and sand and gravel. These discarded items that were piled up randomly and ignored finally attracted someone's attention. Fang Han looked at one of the cranes, and with a thought, the huge machine disappeared from its original position in an instant. After about 10 minutes, Fang Han finally stopped, with a hint of excitement on his face. He put into the space all the things he thought might be useful in the future. After resting for a while, Fang Han stood up again and walked to an open place. With a thought, a large RV appeared out of thin air and stopped in the middle of the open space. The RV is 20 meters long, 5 meters wide and 6 meters high. It was so big that it exceeded any RV he had seen online or in real life. He opened the car door, but before he could get in, all the lights inside the car suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a crisp electronic sound came from inside the car. "Hello, Master. I am Sheshue, your RV assistant. I will do my best to meet any needs you may have." Fang Han was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there was artificial intelligence. "Hello Sheshue, please introduce this car to me." "Okay, Master. Let me introduce it to you. This RV is divided into a driving area, a living area, a bedroom area, a bathroom area, a kitchen area, an entertainment area." While Sheshue was introducing the car, Fang Han got in and experienced the functions Sheshue mentioned. After about half an hour, Fang Han finally wore off the novelty. At this time, he closed his eyes slightly and sat on the luxurious sofa in the RV. Eating hot pot and singing songs, driving an RV in the snow. Moreover, this car not only supports L5 autonomous driving, but also has a luxurious large bed. It is worthy of being a must-have car for traveling in the apocalypse. It will definitely reap a lot of hatred. Fang Han thought happily. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, as if remembering something. "Sheshue, this car doesn't have a weapon system." "Yes, sir. This car is an RV, mainly used for snow travel. It does not have any weapon system yet." "Doomsday RV, you tell me there are no weapons?" Fang Han couldn't help but complain in his heart. But what Sheshue just said seemed to be not available at the moment. Could it be that RVs can also be upgraded? Suddenly, Sheshue's voice sounded again, interrupting his thoughts. "Master, although this vehicle does not have a weapon system, it does have a defense system that can easily withstand armor-piercing level firepower attacks." Hearing this, Fang Han felt like hitting someone. "Who taught you to speak half sentences?" "Gu." My stomach suddenly growled. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was already 9:30. So he packed up the RV and drove away from the construction site. It was already past 12 o'clock when I got home after dinner. I took a quick shower and fell asleep. I slept until noon again. After lunch, he did not go out, but waited for the guards to come. While they were away, Fang Han bought 200 compound bows and 1,000 arrows online. After thinking about it, I bought a lot of professional suits, such as doctors, nurses, secretaries, lawyers, flight attendants, maids, and CEOs. As long as he thinks he will need it in the future, he will buy many sets of them in various sizes, styles, and colors. He chose next day delivery and expected to receive the goods tomorrow. After a while, the guards arrived. After Fang Han gave a few instructions, he went out. This afternoon, he is going to continue ordering supplies. We can't rely entirely on Gu Li to stockpile supplies. Do it yourself and you will have enough food and clothing. In the afternoon, Fang Han ordered hundreds of tons of drinking water, 20 large generators, and countless medicines. The 20 million he got from the Timely Rain Company is almost spent now. However, these supplies will have to be received in the next 3 days and cannot be obtained all at once this afternoon. He didn't mind. There were still 8 days left until the end of the world, so there was still enough time. When he returned to their community, he found that a group of onlookers had gathered downstairs of Building 5, and various discussions came to his ears intermittently. What's wrong with Xiaofang these days? He doesn't want to marry a beautiful wife, but instead does all these weird things. Yeah. I heard he's installing some kind of security door made of titanium alloy. Ha, he doesn't think the world is ending, does he? Maybe his security door is to protect us. He thinks we will rob his house, ha. The crowd was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Fang Han ignored him and walked straight towards the elevator. Let them laugh for a few more days, they will have the time to cry later. Fang Han's steps couldn't help but become lighter. After a while, he opened the titanium alloy door of his house. After walking around several rooms, I found that all the bulletproof windows had been installed. Now the only risk is to the walls and ceiling. Thinking of this, Fang Han called up the system panel. He has now accumulated 5 million hatred points and 440,000 faith points. When the faith value reaches 500,000, the system's super evolution function can be activated, and it's only 60,000 away. Although the video of Yushin being slapped in the face is not on the hot search list now, it should not be a problem to get another 60,000 before the end of the world. You can upgrade the walls when you want. However, while you can't upgrade the walls just yet, there's still a huge surprise in store. He can now exchange hatred points for guns. Fang Han tried it the night before yesterday, exchanging hatred points for a pistol. However, the system prompts that the hatred value needs to reach 5 million to redeem hot weapons for the first time. Fortunately, this restriction only applies for the first time. After reaching 5 million hatred points, the system will no longer restrict any redemption behavior. Fang Han was ecstatic and quickly called up the system mall and selected the hot weapons column. He chose the most common pistol, which was not expensive, costing only 1,000 hatred points. Although bullets need to be purchased separately, they are very cheap, costing only 1 point of hatred each. Fang Han had an idea and exchanged 2 pistols and 1,000 rounds of bullets. Playing with the pistol, Fang Han suddenly felt a lot more secure. He began to look forward to the coming end of the world. Others' doomsday is my paradise. Let's find a place to practice shooting tomorrow. That abandoned construction site is great. It's big enough and no one's disturbing you. Then, he exchanged a silence pistol, several shooting skill practice manuals, and a quick guide to becoming a gun master from the system mall. Chapter 7, the number 1 campus beauty, Shuku, has a beauty rating of 98. The 4th day of rebirth, 8 o'clock in the morning. Fang Han didn't sleep until noon today and got up early. After breakfast, he drove to the abandoned construction site. The end of the world is coming, and he needs to hurry up and practice his shooting skills. After nearly 2 hours of driving, Fang Han finally arrived at his destination. The construction site was still quiet, with the wind blowing occasionally, raising a cloud of dust. It's a great place to do big things. After finding a hidden location, Fang Han exchanged 5 electronic shooting targets from the system. Then place a target at distances of 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, and 500 meters respectively. Today he made up his mind to not only use a pistol, but also to go all the way and get his hands on a sniper rifle. After installing a silencer on the sniper rifle, Fang Han tried to aim at the target in front. Pull the trigger. However, the target 30 meters away still stood there quietly, without any movement. 0 rings. Fang Han's expression remained unchanged. He continued to aim and then fired. He kept correcting his shooting posture and aiming accuracy. Several hours passed. 6 rings. 5 rings. 8 rings. 9 rings. 7 rings. 9 rings. Only after seeing the highest hit of 9 rings did Fang Han put his pistol and sniper rifle into the space. At this moment, his arms were sore, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and he was already exhausted and panting. But he is finally no longer that novice. After cleaning up the battlefield, he rested for a while before driving away. I received a call from the courier on the way, saying that the compound bow had arrived. After arriving home and signing for the package, Fang Han looked at the express in front of him but did not open it. Instead, he put it directly into the space. Not long after, the professional suits arrived. Fang Han put it into the system space as usual, but he was inexplicably a little excited inside. After dinner, Fang Han returned to 505, took a hot bath, then lay on the bed and began to download offline maps of important areas and cities on Blue Star. Although after the end of the world, the Earth will be covered with a thick layer of snow and many buildings will be buried. But having a map is always easier than groping around blindly. Soon, it was the afternoon of the 5th day after rebirth. Fang Han, who was training his shooting skills, received a call from the Dynasty Hotel. 3 days ago, he ordered 200 tables of the best banquets from the 10 largest 5-star hotels in Binhai City. Today is the time to start delivering. Mr. Fang, are you available to receive the goods now? The 200 tables of banquets you ordered have all been prepared. Just deliver it to the address I gave you now. After hanging up the phone, Fang Han put the weapons and targets into the space and drove to the huge warehouse he had rented long ago. On the way, he received calls from 2 other hotels, also asking him to host banquets. When we arrived at the warehouse, convoys from 3 hotels were already parked at the door. More than a dozen large trucks sparkled in the sun, creating a spectacular sight. From time to time, passers-by stopped and looked around curiously. The fleet managers of the 3 hotels were actually standing together chatting. I didn't expect you guys to take orders too. I didn't expect that either. What do you think he does? He ordered so many banquets at once, and this place doesn't look like they are hosting a banquet. Who knows, maybe this is the boring life of rich people. At this time, Fang Han walked over and greeted with a smile, 3 managers, I am Fang Han. The 3 of them looked at the young man walking towards them. He is about 1.8 meters tall and straight. There is a confident smile on his handsome face. The manager of the Dynasty Hotel stepped forward, held out his hands, and said warmly, Hello, Mr. Fang. I'm Yu Weiming, the manager of the Dynasty Hotel you're speaking to. Hello, Manager Yu. I'm opening the warehouse now. Please have the fleet drive in to unload the goods. After Fang Han finished speaking, he greeted the managers of the other 2 hotels, then walked to the garage and opened the door. After about half an hour, it was all done. After seeing off the convoy, Fang Han closed the door. Looking at the packed 5-star banquet in the warehouse, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a sense of joy and satisfaction rose from his heart. 600 tables, plus banquets for 7 other families and the wedding banquet, a total of 2,200 tables. After the end of the world, even if he had a 5-star meal every day, it would last him 6 years. What's more, he has a system. He is looking forward to this end of the world more and more. After a while, several more calls came in. However, not only the hotel, but also other supplies he purchased began to arrive one after another. So, Fang Han started receiving the goods. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that he finally saw off the last group of people of the day. Although it was late, he was not too hungry. In the middle of receiving the goods, he had already exchanged some food from the system mall to fill his stomach. Fang Han closed the warehouse door and drove home. On the 6th day after his rebirth, Fang Han signed for supplies for most of the day. Even if he had thought about it ahead of time, it would be tiring to keep signing for supplies. But having lived 2 lives, he never imagined that one day he would feel depressed because of too many supplies. We have to collect all the supplies from Gu Li at once. It's a bit tiring to sign for each package one by one. He was like a robot, answering the phone, counting supplies, signing, putting them into space. This repeated for most of the day, and he gradually became numb from the initial excitement of receiving the supplies. After closing the warehouse door, Fang Han prepared to drive away. But when he turned around, he found a woman not far away, walking towards him. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, her lips were rosy, and her every frown and smile exuded endless temptation. The waist is slender, but the heart is big. A short black skirt makes her skin look even whiter than snow. The pair of long, white, straight legs under the skirt are so eye-catching. Looking at the beautiful woman walking over, Fang Han felt that he could score 98 points. She is worthy of being the most beautiful campus beauty since the founding of Manhua University, and can be said to be the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. The woman walked up to him, looked at the dazed Fang Han, and chuckled, "Little brother, have you seen enough?" Fang Han then retracted his gaze and frowned. "Shuku, I told you not to call me that. What if I insist?" Shuku smiled. Fang Han took a step closer and lowered his voice, "Don't play with fire." Feeling the man's hot breath on her ears, Shuku stopped teasing. "I didn't expect it was really you. Manager Wu reported this deal to me a few days ago. I saw the name of the person who placed the order was Fang Han, and I thought it was just someone with the same first and last name as you." License. Chapter 8. Shuku takes the initiative to ask for dinner. Ji Yu Yang is furious. At this time, Fang Han also understood why Shuku appeared here. When he first saw Shuku, he was also surprised. After all, Shuku was the eldest daughter of Qingfeng Group, one of the top 100 companies in China. How could she suddenly appear in front of him? "It seems that your father has handed over the hotel business of Qingfeng Group to you." Shuku nodded, then looked around and asked in confusion, "You ordered so many banquets at once, are you getting married? But this place doesn't look like it's suitable for a wedding. The wedding is in a month." Fang Han paused, then continued, "But I cancelled it." Hearing this, Shuku's face showed a moment of confusion, but it quickly disappeared. But she didn't ask any further questions. She changed the subject and asked, "It's time for dinner now. Let's have dinner together." Fang Han was a little stunned. He and Shuku were not actually very familiar with each other. The two of them had only participated in a few club activities together when they were in school. If I have to point out the difference, it is that there was a small incident when the two met for the first time. But after graduation, they haven't been in touch since. Seeing Fang Han looking distracted, Shuku's heart moved. "Has my charm declined recently?" She pretended to be displeased and said, "I, a beautiful woman, offered to invite you to dinner, and you still have to think about it for so long." Only then did Fang Han come back to his senses. "Sorry, I was distracted. Where are we going?" "Your hotel." Shuku snorted and walked outside. There's a restaurant nearby with a nice environment. Fang Han followed her footsteps. "Really white." After a while, Fang Han parked the car. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Fang Han heard a cry of surprise, and then he felt countless gazes looking towards them. He and Shuku immediately became the focus of attention in the restaurant. The two found a seat by the window. There was a small lake outside the window, and the water glowed orange in the sunset. The evening breeze blew past, and ripples appeared on the water. Shuku turned sideways to look out the window and asked softly, "How is it? Is it okay?" "It's really good, but it's a little shaky." Fang Han answered casually. Shuku was stunned when he heard this and turned to look at Fang Han. "What do you mean it's a little shaky?" Fang Han sat up straight and said casually, "Oh, I was just dazzled by the lights here." The two of them ate and talked, and Shuku's silvery laughter could be heard from time to time. After eating for nearly an hour, Fang Han found that there was nothing special about Shuku, but he was just curious why he suddenly ordered a large amount of banquet. Fang Han made up a random excuse to get away with it. He didn't intend to tell anyone about the impending end of the world. No one would believe it until the day it actually happened, and they would just think he was crazy. It is more important to stock up on your own supplies and not worry about others. Seeing that the time was almost up, Fang Han looked at Shuku and suggested, "How about we do this for today?" Hearing his words, Shuku was obviously stunned. If other men had the chance to have dinner with her, they would be happy for at least a month. Fang Han, on the other hand, was distracted at first, and now he took the initiative to suggest stopping here, as if he would delay him from doing something important. But she didn't say anything else and called the waiter to prepare the bill. The waiter came over, but didn't look at Shuku. Instead, he said to Fang Han, "Hello, sir. Your total spending tonight is 5,050 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or mobile phone?" Before Fang Han could say anything, Shuku on the other side said, "Let me do it. I promise to treat you." "Okay, I'll treat you again later if there's another chance." Fang Han seemed to be hinting at something. At this time, the waiter standing by looked surprised and looked at Fang Han carefully. She has been working here for several years and has never seen a woman take the initiative to pay the bill, let alone a beautiful woman like Shuku. "I have seen hundreds of beauties here, at least. Although none of them are as pretty as Shu, all of them are arrogant and bossy to the men around them. This is the first time I have seen it reversed today, which is quite an eye-opener. After collecting the bill, the waiter looked at Fang Han again before leaving, as if trying to see through this man and see what was different about him. Well, he is handsome too. The waiter took another look. Ding. Faith +6. At this time, it's not just the waiters. After hearing Shuku's words that he wanted to pay the bill, the people at the tables around Fang Han all turned around and looked at him and Shuku with different expressions on their faces. Most men are jealous of Fang Han. Isn't this guy just a bit handsome? How can he make a beautiful woman pay the bill? Women are different. Some of it is jealousy that allows me to take the initiative. If my boyfriend was so handsome, I could also take the initiative. Someone even slapped her boyfriend, saying, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Some people also complained secretly, "Humph, it's a waste of money for her to be so beautiful, and yet she still spends money on men. It's a disgrace to us women." Ding. Hatred value +10. Ding. Faith value +5. Ding. Faith value +2. Ding. Hatred value +50. Ignoring the system prompt, Fang Han stood up and prepared to leave the restaurant with Shuku. But at this moment, a figure rushed over aggressively. "Fang Han, why the hell are you with Shuku?" Fang Han looked back and saw that the person coming was Ji Yuyang, followed by Yushin. Perhaps it was because he had just been beaten a few days ago. Although Ji Yuyang looked very angry, he rationally chose not to take action. He rushed over and stood between Fang Han and Shuku, then turned around and said to Shuku, "Shuku, stay away from Fang Han. This guy is not a good person." Hearing this, Fang Han almost laughed. Ji Yuyang, a criminal and murderer, actually said that he was not a good person. "Ji Yuyang, are you itching for trouble again?" After saying that, Fang Han gave Ji Yuyang another slap in the face. Grass. Ji Yuyang was slapped in the face by Fang Han again in public, and he was furious. He gets slapped in the face again and again. If this gets to his circle, how will he survive in the future? Ji Yuyang looked at Fang Han with gnashing teeth. Although he wanted to chop him into minced meat, he did not dare to fight back. He was very clear that there was a big gap in fighting power between him and Fang Han, and after the conflict a few days ago, his mother had warned him not to provoke Fang Han for the time being. For a moment, Ji Yuyang felt that the air was quiet and he wished he could disappear right away. Fortunately, Shuku came out to rescue the next moment. "Fang Han, let's go. This is not a good place to fight." Ji Yuyang suddenly felt that Shuku's voice was like the sound of nature. But he immediately realized that there was something wrong with what she said. What did she mean by, "This place is not suitable"? Did she mean that other places were suitable for beating me? Fuck, you bitch, I've been chasing you for so long in vain. Chapter 9 Stunning Stewardess, Natural Eyes. Fang Han had no intention of continuing to beat people up in the restaurant, but when he heard Shuku's words, he simply did him a favor. However, he did not intend to let Ji Yuyang go just like that. Fang Han took out his phone and sent a picture to Ji Yuyang. Then he grabbed Ji Yuyang's collar, patted his face, and said in his ear, "Your mother has taken good care of herself. She looks very smooth and plump. You can't tell that she is already in her 40s. There seemed to be a hint of enjoyment in Fang Han's tone. After saying that, Fang Han took Shuku and walked straight out of the restaurant, completely ignoring Ji Yuyang who was standing there in a daze. Ji Yuyang seemed to be still digesting Fang Han's words. After a moment, he seemed to suddenly understand something. He quickly took out his cell phone and opened the picture Fang Han sent him. This is a bird's eye view photo of a beautiful woman. She knelt on her knees, her head tilted back, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger, but her chin was gently pinched by a man's hand. Grass. Ji Yuyang was immediately filled with rage. No wonder he saw his mother's knees were red and swollen when he returned home that day. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he threw his phone to the ground, grabbed a plate from the table, and rushed out of the restaurant. But outside was already empty. At this time, Yushin picked up Ji Yuyang's broken mobile phone, walked out of the restaurant, stood next to Ji Yuyang, and asked softly, "Mr. Ji Yu, what did Fang Han send you?" Grass. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. When Ji Yuyang heard Yushin's words, he suddenly remembered that all the anger he had suffered in the past few days was caused by this woman. If she hadn't come looking for him, how could he have offended Fang Han, and how could he have been slapped in the face in public? How could his mother be so? Bang! Crash! Ji Yang, who was extremely angry, threw the plate at Yushin's head, smashing it to pieces. Yushin also started bleeding profusely. She looked at Ji Yang in disbelief. Why? But Ji Yang was still not satisfied. While beating Yushin violently, he cursed, "It's all your fault, you idiot. Why are you looking for me for no reason? Fuck, I'll beat you to death." Faced with the furious Ji Yang, Yushin had no power to fight back and could only shout loudly. The restaurant staff and security came out quickly, but Yushin was almost unrecognizable. At this time, Fang Han, who was driving Shuku home, looked at the system prompt and found that the hatred value of 2 more people towards him had reached 1000 points. He felt a little regretful in his heart that the highest hatred value was only 1000 points, otherwise the hatred of these 2 people towards him would have been sky high. After a while, the co-pilot Shuku casually asked, "What's going on between you and Ji Yang?" "Nothing, he pissed me off, so I beat him up," Fang Han replied nonchalantly. After a pause, he asked again, "Why, are you on good terms with him?" Shuku shook his head. "No, we have some business dealings, and he keeps pestering me. She is worthy of being the most beautiful girl in Binhai University." After saying this, Fang Han turned around and looked at Shuku. At this moment, the evening breeze blew across her cheeks, her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her lips were slightly open, as if she was enjoying this comfortable evening breeze. Shuku didn't say anything, but stretched out his right hand to touch the evening breeze, with a smile on his face, and spoke softly. "I'm home now." After getting off the car, Shuku did not invite Fang Han to sit up. Fang Han didn't say anything polite. The end of the world is approaching, and some things will become very expensive, while some things will become very cheap. He stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for the airport. When he was browsing his phone during the day, the news about the Eagle country's $0 purchases dominated the headlines. At that time, he remembered the report he had read in his previous life. The Eagle country would soon have the most serious $0 purchase, sweeping across most of the country and affecting tens of millions of people. Such a godsend opportunity seemed tailor-made for him. Without any hesitation, he immediately bought a first-class ticket to Eagle country tonight. 2 hours later, the plane finally took off. Fang Han also fell into deep thought. He had 2 main purposes for going to Eagle country this time. The first is to collect enough weapons. The weapons control in Dragon country is very strict, while in Eagle country, guns are rampant. The large-scale $0 purchase that is about to break out just gives him the opportunity to get them for free. The second is to stockpile massive fresh water resources. After making up his mind, Fang Han closed his eyes and began to sleep, reserving his energy for tomorrow. But after a while, he suddenly felt something extra on his body. He opened his eyes slightly, and the first thing that caught his eye was a huge grain bag, dangling in front of his eyes. When his eyes were fully opened, he could see clearly that it was a flight attendant who was covering him with a blanket after seeing him sleeping. She was young and beautiful, arguably the most beautiful stewardess he had ever seen. Although it can't catch up with Shuku's 98-point appearance, the stewardess in front of him is at least 90 points, and she also has a pair of fox eyes that are captivating. At this time, the flight attendant also saw Fang Han wake up, and then squatted down in front of him, saying softly, "Sir, I'm sorry to wake you up. I just saw that you fell asleep, so I covered you with a blanket." When she apologized, she also smiled at Fang Han, revealing a hint of charm. Although her voice was pleasant, Fang Han's attention was still attracted by the grain bag. After she squatted down, the bag was squeezed a little more. "Is this the first-class treatment?" But Fang Han quickly stopped teasing. If he had time, he would also like to make rapid progress. "But there are still very important actions tomorrow, so I need to conserve my energy." So he replied, "It's okay, you mean well, thank you." After saying this, he also smiled slightly and closed his eyes again. "Okay sir, you can call me anytime if you need anything." The flight attendant stood up and prepared to leave, but when her eyes swept over Fang Han who had his eyes closed, she couldn't help but look at him twice more. Not long after Fang Han boarded the plane, she noticed this extremely handsome man. Generally speaking, young people who sit first class on international flights are either successful in their careers or come from well-off families. Having been a flight attendant for so long, she has encountered many suitors from the first and second generations of rich people, but she rejected them all. None of those people's looks caught her eye, and she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Because she has such high standards, she has remained single until now. But when she saw Fang Han today, who was handsome and young, she somehow became more proactive unconsciously. At this moment, Fang Han's eyes were tightly closed, his breathing was even and powerful, and his facial expression was full of steadiness and determination, which made the flight attendant feel that he seemed to have a potential confidence and strength. After taking another look, the stewardess' heart moved slightly, and even her food bag moved with it, and then she turned and left. At this time, Fang Han received a system prompt that he had gained 8 points of faith. Interesting. More than 10 hours later, the flight landed on time at the Eagle Country's Twisting City International Airport. Due to the time difference, it was almost midnight in Eagle Country. Fang Han did not stay and directly found a 5-star hotel near the airport. After checking in, he fell asleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Fang Han had already gotten up and had breakfast. There are a lot of things to buy for free today, so he has no time to sleep in. We finished breakfast quickly and rented an off-road vehicle at the hotel. After getting in the car, Fang Han did not start it immediately. He first exchanged a complete set of the best bulletproof vests from the system mall and put them on, then turned on the navigation and went straight to the nearest gun store. While driving, he observed along the way and saw that many people were participating in zero-yuan shopping. The places that were looted included convenience stores, small supermarkets, large shopping malls, and entertainment cities. After arriving at his destination, he discovered that the gun store was the least affected by the $0 shopping phenomenon on this street. "It's a pity that you met me," Fang Han raised the corner of his mouth. Before entering the room, he immediately put away his smile and turned into a harmless look. The moment he saw the boss, Fang Han noticed some contempt in the other's eyes. "Very good. I originally only wanted to buy weapons for free, but now I'll accept your other supplies as well." Fang Han laughed secretly in his heart. After making up his mind, Fang Han walked up to the boss, took out a stack of eagle dollars, and said in bird language, "Boss, I want to buy a gun." Seeing the large stack of eagle dollars, he quickly hid the contempt in the boss's eyes and replaced it with a smile. After briefly asking Fang Han about his needs, the boss took a pistol from the gun rack behind him and handed it to Fang Han. Fang Han took it, turned it twice in his hand, and then said, "Not bad, show me that one." Then he pointed to a rifle on the gun rack. The rifle was also okay, so Fang Han asked with satisfaction, "How much?" The boss mentioned a price, and when Fang Han heard it, he knew that the other party was taking advantage of him and wanted to rip him off. Chapter 10, 100,000 guns in hand, 5 Great Lakes for $0. Glancing at the boss who was greedy for money, Fang Han shook his head in his heart. "This is not my fault, you want to take my money, so I have no choice but to take your life. What matters is fairness." Fang Han nodded and pretended to agree, and the boss asked him to take out his gun license. So Fang Han put his hand into his pocket, but took it out empty-handed, and then stretched his hand in front of the boss. Looking at Fang Han's magical operation, the boss was confused and his face suddenly became unhappy. But just as he was about to open his mouth to question, he suddenly saw a pistol suddenly appear in Fang Han's empty right hand. In the blink of an eye, the black muzzle of the gun was pointed at his head again. At the first moment, he thought Fang Han's hand speed was too fast, and he took the pistol on the table in his hand before he could see clearly. But when he looked at the table, he found that the pistol was still lying there quietly, and only now did he notice that Fang Han's pistol was equipped with a silencer. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on the boss's round face. He didn't understand, he really didn't understand. Why did it suddenly turn into a pistol? "Don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want." The boss' voice trembled as he begged for mercy. "Let me go, and everything I have here will be yours." Although the other party kept begging for mercy, Fang Han clearly saw that the boss's right hand quietly reached under the table. Without any more nonsense, Fang Han pulled the trigger and the boss fell onto the table. After confirming that the other party had no breath, Fang Han quickly collected all the weapons in the house into the space, then entered the room further inside and collected the boss's remaining weapons, bullets and other supplies. Everything was done, he walked out of the store and went to the next one. After arriving at the door of the next gun store, Fang Han did not go in immediately because he saw several people inside. With his current skills, even if he wore a bulletproof vest, he was not sure that he could deal with them without getting hurt. But it doesn't matter. Fang Han smiled slightly, lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and then spent 10,000 hatred points to exchange for a bottle of mist from the system mall. According to the instructions, everyone in a 100 square meter space can be made unconscious within 1 minute. After Fang Han took the antidote in advance, he walked into the store and immediately released the fog. A minute later, everyone in the store fell to the ground. Fang Han happily started shopping for free. No, he suddenly felt that it was not a free purchase. He clearly spent 10,000 hatred points. The gun in my hand suddenly didn't smell so good anymore. After storing all their weapons into the space, Fang Han also took away all the supplies including cameras, surveillance videos, etc. In almost a day, Fang Han visited dozens of gun stores. But he didn't kill everyone in the gun store. As long as they didn't make him unhappy, he would let them live. It was not until 9 p.m. that Fang Han had dinner. After a busy whole day, he was really hungry. Instead of looking for a restaurant, he took out the delicious food from the space in the SUV and feasted on it. After filling our stomachs, we started the off-road vehicle and headed straight for the airport. However, he was not going back to Binhai, he was going to the second stop of 0 yuan shopping. After the plane took off, Fang Han began to count today's harvest. At this time, he had stored tens of thousands of guns in his space, including pistols, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and millions of bullets. Looking at the bustling night scene outside the window, Fang Han couldn't help feeling excited. After the excitement subsided, he closed his eyes and rested. As soon as I got off the plane, I rented a car at the airport and headed straight to my destination. It was 1:30 in the middle of the night when we finally arrived at the second stop. After turning off the car, Fang Han did not get out immediately, but looked around. There was silence all around, no one in sight, only moonlight shining on the lake. After a while, he opened the car door, got out and walked to the lake. Here are the 5 Great Lakes of Eagle Country, the largest freshwater lake group in the entire blue planet. Fang Han wants to buy the Great Lakes for free. With the fresh water here, coupled with sewage treatment plants, water purification systems and other equipment, he won't have to worry about water resources after the end of the world. In order not to attract attention, he deliberately chose to come to this deserted place in the middle of the night. When it was dawn, someone discovered that he had already left. Who would believe that such a strange thing was man-made? He started to get excited before he even started pumping. After taking a long breath and calming himself down a little, Fang Han looked at the vast lake and activated his mind. Suddenly, the lake water was sucked into the system space like a pump. The water column formed when the lake water was sucked up became larger and larger. At first it was only the size of a bucket, but soon the diameter of the water column reached several meters. But Fang Han continued to increase his strength until the diameter of the water column reached 100 meters, and then it stopped expanding. He has reached the limit of the current system space used. The vast lake water rushed towards Fang Han like a flood. From a distance, it looked like a raging flood that was about to swallow him up, but when the water column reached him, it suddenly disappeared. Countless fish, shrimps, scallops and other aquatic creatures in the lake were also wrapped in the water column and rushed into the system space madly, but only a part of them were sucked in, and most of them fell to the ground and soon piled up into a small hill. Looking at the fish and shrimp that were piled up like a mountain but still jumping, Fang Han instantly realized that those that were successfully collected into the system space were all dead. Fang Han was overjoyed. He had come to the Great Lakes this time only to stockpile fresh water, but he had not expected to have such an unexpected gain. He immediately exchanged a large electric fishing machine from the system wall, and then turned on the machine directly at the aquatic creatures on the ground. Sizzle. Soon, all the aquatic creatures on the ground were killed and then collected into the space by Fang Han. A few hours later, when a faint light appeared in the sky, Fang Han stopped absorbing water. As soon as he stopped, he felt as if his whole body was exhausted and he took several steps back. In order to absorb more water, he never stopped for a moment. The several hours of hard work took a huge toll on his physical and mental strength. After sitting on the ground for a while and feeling a little refreshed, he took out breakfast for 2 people from the space and finished it in no time. After sitting for a while, he stood up again and walked slowly to the lake. Looking around at this time, the originally high water level has dropped a lot, but it has only dropped a little. Even if Fang Han absorbed it for a whole night, compared to the Great Lakes, the largest freshwater lake group on the blue planet, it was only a few 100,000th of its reserves, not even a drop in the bucket. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was a pity that there was not enough time, and if he made too much noise, it would be easy to be discovered. Otherwise he would have taken over the entire Great Lakes. But then he thought again, although he didn't take away all of them, his results last night were also amazing. So he immediately opened the system and counted the harvest. Chapter 11 200 million tons. Shocked the nation. Fresh water, 200 million tons. Fish, shrimp and other aquatic organisms, 100,000 tons. Looking at the numbers displayed by the system, Fang Han couldn't help but lose his mind for a moment, his heart pounding with excitement, and the regret just now was instantly replaced by endless excitement. 200 million tons. Even if he holds swimsuit parties and sea and sky feasts every day, he won't be able to use up all of it in several lifetimes. With these fresh water reserves, coupled with sewage treatment plants and water purification systems, even if the end of the world comes and there is no rain for 10,000 years, it will not have the slightest impact on him. On the contrary, in the extremely cold apocalypse, the whole world is frozen, and the preciousness of fresh water is unimaginable. If he controlled fresh water, he controlled the lives of countless people. Now is not the time to get excited. We need to leave here first. The sudden drop in water levels overnight is bound to attract great attention from the Eagle Nation. He wanted to return home quickly before things got out of hand, so he turned around and walked towards the car. Amid the roar of the engine, we rushed to the airport near the Great Lakes. There are no direct flights to Binhai from the nearby airport, so he has to fly back to Nanya City International Airport first and then transfer to another flight back home. At 12 noon, Fang Han finally boarded the flight. Sitting down in the first-class cabin, he took out his cell phone and began to browse the Eagle country's hot news today. Unsurprisingly, both of his actions yesterday made headlines. The reactions caused were more explosive than the previous ones. Newshao Daily, breaking news. Dozens of gun stores in Nanya City were looted yesterday, and surveillance cameras in nearby streets were disrupted and rendered inoperable. Nanya police announced this morning that they will mobilize a citywide search and arrest operation. Twisting times, shocking. Supernatural phenomenon reported in the Great Lakes, water levels plummeted overnight. Some villagers reported seeing a dragon sucking water last night, suggesting a water monster. The entire Eagle country was flooded with news about these two events. Although it is outrageous that a large number of gun stores were robbed, at least there are some explanations, and netizens in the Eagle country have expressed their opinions. Some say it was a case of illicit eating and drinking, others say it was an inside job, and some even say it was Kato Kid or Robin Hood. However, the strange drop in water levels in the Great Lakes has attracted people from all walks of life to participate in crazy discussions. An expert stated, "While this is shocking, it's not without warning. The Great Lakes have historically experienced significant water level fluctuations, and this anomaly is likely a crack in the lake bottom." Eagleman fuck, the media nowadays are not doing their job all day long, with things like mysterious disappearance of water levels and appearance of water monsters. I think they are just making up news for no reason. Eagleman B, I agree with the below comment. The phenomenon of buying for free has been getting worse and worse these days, and the authorities are completely helpless, so they made up this lie to attract attention. And they succeeded. There are fewer people taking to the streets today. After seeing this conspiracy theory, Fang Han couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. The analysis made a lot of sense. On their way back from the Great Lakes today, he also discovered that there were indeed fewer people on the streets than yesterday. On second thought, he realized that something was wrong. He was actually doing a great favor to the Eagle country officials. "No, I can't help you for free. I have to charge you some fee." After thinking for a moment, he came up with an idea. Then continue browsing the comments section. Eagleman C, the person above is talking nonsense. The official has just released a satellite image. Open your eyes and see if it is fabricated. This Eagle guy also attached a picture after his comment. It was a GIF. Fang Han opened it and took a look. He could barely see the waters of the 5 Great Lakes in the picture rushing madly towards one place and then suddenly disappearing. His heart tightened and he took a closer look. I found that his body was so tiny that I couldn't see it at all in the picture. At this time, after seeing this satellite image, Eagle netizens have gone to the official account that published the satellite image and started arguing. Eagleman A, fuck, I take back what I just said. It's official. The Great Lakes monster made his debut today. Eagleman D, what water monster? It's obviously Godzilla. Here's the debate surrounding the various monsters. As he watched, Fang Han couldn't help but laugh out loud. Things are getting further and further away from the truth. They couldn't imagine that it was done by a human when people from Eagle Country were killed. Should I release the video and harvest some hatred? After putting away his phone, Fang Han began to think in his mind. Last night, when he was halfway through sucking the water, he suddenly became interested and took a short video of himself and the huge water column. After pondering for a moment, he temporarily gave up this plan and decided to wait until it was absolutely safe. Half an hour later, the plane was along the runway, ready to slide. Feeling the movement of the plane, Fang Han opened his eyes and planned to start collecting fees for his help. Turning my head to look out the window, I saw two planes that had just landed not far away. Half an hour ago, he saw the staff and passengers on the plane get off the plane. At this time, both planes were empty. Looking at the two super large passenger planes, Fang Han no longer waited. With a thought, both planes flew towards him at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared again. Strange things happened at the airport, but no one knew about it. The two planes disappeared so quickly that even the camera could only capture their after images, let alone the naked eye. Suddenly, a passenger in front of Fang Han said to the person next to him in disbelief, "Hey, how come those two planes over there suddenly disappeared? Did you see them? Are you dazzled? Where are their two planes?" The other party looked out the window, then immediately lowered his head and joined the online debate between Godzilla and the sea monster. At this time, the international flight that Fang Han was on had already flown off the runway and officially took off. After the plane took off, he looked out the window and took a last look at the bustling New Year city. Soon, all of this will disappear. However, he doesn't miss it. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the two super large passenger planes parked in the system space, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. "I'm such a kind-hearted person. I even saved two planes before the prosperity disappeared." He gave himself a big thumbs up and then prepared to close his eyes and rest. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a beautiful figure walking towards him. Her again. It was the stewardess with the big food bag that I met on the plane. The stewardess wore a warm smile on her face. After coming to Fang Han, she bent down and asked softly, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Fang Han raised his head and found that his sight was occupied by the grain bag again. After taking a quick glance, he smiled slightly and said playfully, "What a coincidence, we meet again." The flight attendant didn't respond immediately. When she noticed that Fang Han was about to look up and talk to her, she squatted down. Then she smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, what a coincidence." As she spoke, a hint of charm flashed in the corners of her eyes. She felt a little surprised when she saw herself squatting and talking to Fang Han naturally again. Although she has always had a good professional attitude, she used to just squat down and talk to children. In front of adult passengers, she would just bend down slightly in a very professional manner. But the two times she met Fang Han, she would squat down unconsciously, just to make Fang Han's posture more comfortable when talking to her. At this time, Fang Han received a system prompt. Chapter 12, Meet the Stunning Stewardess Again, Advance by 1,000 Miles. By Ian. The system prompts that the flight attendant's faith in him has risen to 11 points. Rising so fast. Fang Han was slightly surprised, so he chatted with her for a while. By the time she left, his faith value had increased by another 7 points. A few hours later, the flight attendant came to Fang Han again and asked him if he wanted something to drink. At this moment, looking at the lovely person in front of him, Fang Han suddenly had an idea. As if she felt his gaze, the stewardess' ears turned slightly red. Fang Han leaned forward slightly and murmured softly. Hearing this, the flight attendant blushed and looked around. Not so good, right? They are all asleep. Fang Han's voice was gentle and magnetic. Fang Han's words seemed to have some magic power. After hesitating for a moment, the flight attendant nodded slightly, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. An hour later, Fang Han returned to his seat. He turned his head and looked out the window. At this time, the plane was passing through the clouds and rising into the sky at a very high speed, making a great distance in a day. The food on this flight is really good. He withdrew his gaze from the window and the stewardess returned to her seat. He only found out the stewardess's name half an hour ago. By Ian. The name is nice. What Fang Han didn't expect was that she was single since birth. He looked at the white clouds outside the window again. They were big and white. Bai Yu also saw Fang Han and the smile on his lips, and couldn't help but give him a reproachful look. At dinner, the flight attendant did not eat. However, Fang Han received a system prompt that by EU's faith value in him had reached 36 points. Doubled in an instant. Fang Han looked at the dazed Bai Yu, his mind racing. Should he help her? I definitely can't tell her directly that the end of the world is coming tonight, and even if I tell her, she won't believe it. We can't let her live in 505 either. She only has 36 faith points and is not worthy of full trust now. In the last days, the only one he can trust is himself. Finally, Fang Han decided to hint to Bai Yu that she should not go out tonight and buy more food and warm clothes to keep at home after getting off the plane. Fang Han felt that he had given her enough hints, and whether she listened or not was entirely up to her. In the end times, food and water are hard to find, but there are plenty of beautiful women. After the plane landed in Binhai, Fang Han turned on his cell phone. I see that the whole Eagle country is arguing about a new hotspot. The sudden disappearance of the two planes has overshadowed the sudden drop in water levels in the Great Lakes. Even in Manhua, this matter became a hot topic. After looking for a while, Fang Han turned off his phone. It was already the afternoon of the 9th day of his rebirth in Dragon Country time. Tonight at 2400 hours, the end of the world will come. There are only 10 hours left. Although the time was short, he was not nervous, but rather couldn't help looking forward to it. He had only one thing to do this afternoon. This was also the last major event before his end. According to the agreement with Gu Li, he will get the largest amount of supplies from Gu Li today. 100 million worth of supplies. After sorting out his thoughts, Fang Han walked out of the airport, arrived at the parking lot, got into the car he had parked there before leaving, and drove home. On the way, he received a friend request from Bai Yu, the number he left for her on the plane. After passing, Bai Yu immediately sent a message asking him when they could meet again. While waiting for the traffic light, Fang Han chatted with her for a few words, and then seriously told her to buy more food and warm things to take home in the afternoon, and not to go out at night. After saying that, regardless of whether she believed it or not, Fang Han put down his phone and drove seriously. Evening. Fang Han appeared in front of the warehouse he rented and found dozens of large trucks blocking the entire street. He walked through the vehicles, came to the warehouse gate, and saw the beautiful woman Gu Li. Seeing Fang Han finally show up, Gu Li's face was full of impatience. Why are you here so late? Fang Han replied casually, Mr. Gu, I am very punctual. If you don't believe me, just look at the time. Gu Li, hurry up and count the supplies. Fang Han opened the warehouse door and said, Boss Gu, please arrange for them to drive all the cars into the warehouse. Then he changed the subject. Once the trucks drive in, they don't have to drive out. Let them park neatly. Hearing this, Gu Li felt furious and said unhappily, these trucks are not on your supply list. Fang Han didn't care, the truck is used to transport supplies. How can I transport them if you drive them away? They are just a few broken trucks. Mr. Gu, you are not so stingy, right? Broken car? Gu Li felt like she was going to explode with anger. One of these big trucks is worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if they are not brand new, these dozens of trucks are worth millions or even tens of millions of dollars. He wants to take them all away just because they are broken. So she decisively refused. No, these cars are not on the supply list. This is easy. Mr. Gu, please take a look at it. After Fang Han finished speaking, he sent a message to Gu Li. When Gu Li opened it, she almost got high blood pressure from anger. How shameless. He actually sent another list of supplies. Compared to the list she received on the day she knelt, except for an extra sentence at the end, everything else was exactly the same. The extra sentence is 100 large trucks. Ignoring Gu Li's green expression, Fang Han said to her considerately, Mr. Gu, look, the material list says 100 large trucks, but it seems you only brought a few dozen today. Fang Han paused, looking extremely distressed, and continued, how about this, I'll consider the remaining 20 or 30 cars as a gift to you. Look, Mr. Gu, you're actually taking advantage of me. Gu Li no longer wanted to continue communicating with Fang Han. She just wanted to complete the transaction quickly, get the video back, and then punish him severely. She picked up her phone and made a call, and the convoy began to move towards the warehouse in an orderly manner. More than an hour later, dozens of trucks were parked neatly in Fang Han's warehouse. Chapter 13. Billions of supplies are obtained, and the end of the world is coming. Fang Han randomly picked a few trucks, opened the doors and checked the supplies inside. After confirming that everything was fine, he walked out of the warehouse. The outside world finally returned to its former tranquility. The drivers had all left, leaving only Ji Li waiting at the door and a few strong men in black standing not far away. When Ji Li saw Fang Han coming out, she immediately stepped forward and asked, "Are the supplies okay?" At this time, Fang Han finally showed a satisfied smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth raised. "No problem, you did a great job. It's time for you to keep your word and give me the thing. I'm warning you, if you dare to play tricks again, don't blame me for being rude." Ji Li began to speak harshly. Fang Han cleared his throat and replied solemnly, "Madam, how could I lie to you? Don't worry, I will give you everything in 5 days, right here." After a pause, he added, "But don't not come. 5 days. I want it now." Ji Li frowned, showing signs of getting angry. "The world will end at 2400 hours tonight." Fang Han said that 5 days was just to give her room for bargaining, so he pretended to think for a while, and then looked at Ji Li's pretty face sincerely. "Well, let's both take a step back. 3 days from now, we'll be back at this warehouse at the same time. I need some time to do a complete inventory of the supplies." Ji Li didn't respond, and seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, she nodded and spoke viciously. "If you dare to be late again in the last 3 days, I will make you see Huang Hui." Fang Han didn't seem to hear Ji Li's threat, and instead said jokingly, "Mr. Ji, don't be late." Ji Li didn't respond, turned around and walked towards the luxury car parked not far away. After seeing Ji Li leave completely, Fang Han walked into the warehouse and closed the door. 8 p.m. When Fang Han walked out of the warehouse, it was empty. He looked towards the system space, where the dozens of large trucks were parked neatly. Just now, he checked some important supplies according to the list of vehicles containing supplies given by Ji Li, and found that none of them were missing. Rice, fruits and vegetables, chicken, duck, pork, beef, mutton, various river fish and seafood, etc. Medicines, medical equipment, water purification equipment. Excavators, cranes. Gasoline, diesel and other energy sources. Diesel generators, gasoline generators, solar generators, etc. There is also a hard drive with tens of thousands of action films, movies, TV series, variety shows, songs, and animations downloaded. Only 4 hours until the end of the world. Fang Han looked at the system space and muttered. Today's massive amount of supplies worth 100 million, plus the things he bought with his own 20 million, can be said to be more than enough to be used up in a lifetime. Moreover, there are unlimited supplies available for exchange in the system mall, including nuclear weapons. He couldn't help but get excited about the new world that would be in 4 hours. In the end times, I will be the king. When awake, he holds the power of the world. When drunk, he sleeps on the lap of a beauty. This is every man's dream. 23:30. Fang Han stood on his balcony, looking at the streets in the Sky Garden community. Although it was almost midnight, there were still many people on the streets in the community, and more than half of the rooms had lights on. There is no sense of the end of the world at all. Shaking his head, he returned to the living room and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. 23:58. Fang Han was sitting on the sofa in the living room in his pajamas with a bottle of Romanée Conti in front of him. He picked up the wine glass and walked to the window, looking across the community at the seaside before the end of the world. Outside, the lights are bright and people are coming and going. It seems that the prosperity of big cities only truly begins after nightfall. Soon, the time came to midnight. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky. Boom. What followed was a huge thunder that resounded through the sky. The sound was so loud that even Fang Han, who was prepared, subconsciously covered his ears. Not to mention the pedestrians still on the road in the community, all of them were frightened, and some were even cursing. But things did not stop, instead they became more and more serious. Huge lightning flashed across the night sky one after another, as if to swallow the entire world. The thunder roared, like the trumpet of the end of the world blowing from the sky. Fuck. This horrible weather. It's going to rain heavily, let's go home quickly. Faintly, Fang Han heard a sound coming from the street in the community. But the sky was acting contrary to its usual behavior and not a drop of rain fell. At this moment, a strong cold wind blew past, and the biting chill instantly penetrated Fang Han. Feeling the coldness growing heavier, he reached out to close the window and murmured softly, "The end of the world is coming." Then he turned on the system's room temperature control function. The system was very powerful. In less than 2 minutes, he felt warm. When I looked out the window again, I could only see a huge blizzard raging like a demon across the sky, with visibility less than 5 meters. In his previous life, he was awakened by thunder in his sleep. When he woke up, he found that the temperature began to drop and there was a heavy snowstorm outside. He was so scared that he quickly turned the air conditioner to heating mode, but the effect was not very good. In the end, he had to wrap himself in several quilts before he could fall asleep again. Fortunately, in this life, he was fully prepared. Fang Han turned around and sat back on the sofa, then turned on his cell phone. At this point, most of the group chats he was in were in an uproar. Sky Garden Community Building 5 Owners Group. What's going on? A sudden snowstorm in the middle of summer. Is this going to be a case of Doe's injustice? Fuck, it's too cold. I've turned the air conditioner up to full power, but I'm still shivering. Damn, I was already asleep, and suddenly I felt like I was freezing to death. This weather is so abnormal. Could it be that some country has developed a weather weapon? It's snowing so heavily, do we have to go to work tomorrow? I don't know how long this snow will last. Luckily, I usually store food for dozens of days. You're making a big deal out of nothing. Believe me, it will be fine in 2 or 3 days at most. Even the university group that has not been active for a long time has people starting to show up. It suddenly snowed heavily here, and it was even colder than winter. Does anyone else have the same experience? Your family is in the north, right? We're almost at the Tropic of Cancer here, and it's snowing in June. It's simply an anecdote for the ages. What's the Tropic of Cancer? I'm on a business trip in Gaia, which is right on the equator, and it's snowing heavily here too. I just asked my friends abroad, and they also experienced sudden lightning and thunder, and heavy snowfall there. I thought it was just Tiger City that was like this, but seeing that everyone else was the same, it suddenly didn't feel so cold anymore. +1. +1. +1. +1. Looking at the constantly updated messages in the group, although everyone was complaining, most people thought it was just abnormal weather. Fang Han shook his head. Except for him, no one knows now that the sky of Blue Star can never be returned to its original state. Most people still hold on to their hope that everything will get better in a few days. Unless you completely lose hope, who would believe that the end of the world in the movie will really come in reality? Fang Han stopped reading the group messages, put down his phone, took another sip of red wine, then stood up and walked towards the bedroom. It's time to go to bed. While others were shivering with cold, he was ready to start the end of the world from a warm and peaceful sleep. That night, Fang Han still had a smile on his face while he was sleeping. Chapter 14, 50 degrees below zero, Fang Han is as warm as spring. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. This was the latest Fang Han had woken up since his rebirth, and also the most sound sleep he had ever had. After a simple wash, Fang Han came to the living room and sat on the sofa, eating breakfast and lunch while turning on the TV. At this time, all major TV stations are reporting positive news. Binhai TV, the temperature in our city has dropped sharply, but I believe that with the joint efforts of all the people in the city. Shigua TV, we have contacted relevant experts, who said that although this abnormal weather is very rare, it is not expected to last long. Federal Television, this is Federal Television. According to reports from the front, heavy snow has begun to fall simultaneously in all regions of the world at midnight today. Residents who see the news, please stay warm, do not go out, and store more food. Fang Han sighed slightly in his heart. It was just like his previous life. It was just some empty talk that sounded reasonable, but it was just a bunch of empty talk. He turned off the TV and began to enjoy his first meal of the apocalypse. The first meal was relatively simple. I just took out a few servings of steamed sea bass, steamed oysters, and grilled steak from the space. He finished all the dishes on the table in no time. When he was done, he packed up his plate, picked it up, and walked to the window. He looked outside and found that the blizzard had stopped. But most of the first floor was also covered by thick snow. At a rough glance, the thickness of the snow on the ground was nearly 3 meters. The outdoor temperature is now over 50 degrees below zero, and the streets of the entire city are empty. The world began to shut down. After a while, Fang Han opened the window, and a gust of biting cold air suddenly hit him in the face, making Fang Han shiver. He hurriedly threw the packed plate out of the window, and then quickly closed the window. Constant temperature is still better. Fang Han couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system. After warming up, he lay on the sofa, then took out his mobile phone and found that there were 99 plus unread messages in each group. Sky Garden Community Building 5 Owners Group. It's so cold, can anyone lend me some quilts? Fuck, the first floor is buried in snow. Damn, it's freezing cold. What happened to you guys? We're on the same thing. The AC is on, but it's the same as if it's not on at all. Seeing everyone in the group chatting happily, Fang Han suddenly became interested and sent a message to the group. What are you all talking about? What about the extreme cold and snow? I was even woken up by the heat last night. Fang Han's words immediately made the atmosphere in the group awkward, and others thought that his brain was frozen. The group was silent for a while, but immediately erupted into all kinds of ridicule. You kid, you're calling it hot when it's cold. Look outside, there's such a thick snow. Xiaofang, are you still not over your breakup? Liang Fei, Fang Han, has your brain been frozen and gone stupid? He also specifically at Ed Fang Han. Liang Fei was Yushin's former bootlicker. Ever since Fang Han and Yushin got together, he often found fault with her. After being severely punished by Fang Han, he behaved well for a while. At this time, Gong Shui suddenly forwarded an official announcement to the group. The official announcement said that due to the low temperature, the coastal water supply system malfunctioned and it was difficult to supply water normally, so a phased water supply would be implemented. The news was a bit explosive, and the people in the group seemed to be still digesting it. After a while, someone cursed in the group, fuck, the water is really cut off. My family, too. Everyone started to complain and grumble. But that's not all, Gong Shui sent another message to the group. Another official announcement stated that since some power supply facilities were damaged by the heavy snow, power control and phased power supply will be implemented starting today. Everyone had finally accepted the news of the water outage, but was stunned by the announcement of the power outage. Liang Fei immediately cursed in the group chat, fuck, it's 50 degrees below zero now, there's no water or electricity, there's no way I can survive. The group was immediately flooded with messages of abuse. After a few minutes, the group gradually quieted down. Everyone else seemed tired of cursing, and only Liang Fei was still chattering. At this moment, Fang Han sent another message to the group, I just looked outside, the snow is indeed very thick, but it's really not cold at home, and there's no water or electricity outage. After sending the message, he seemed to be worried that people would not believe him, so he sent another photo to the group. In the photo, he is wearing very thin pajamas, his face is slightly sweaty, and under the bright light, there is an open faucet next to him, water is flowing out. The electricity he uses now is supplied by the generators he stockpiled in advance. The tap water comes from the 5 Great Lakes, which has been filtered and purified by professional machines to meet drinking water standards. There was another silence in the group. Liang Fei, who had been cursing, seemed to be stunned by this photo. They didn't understand. Their own homes had no water or electricity, so why was Fang Han's home any different? Soon, Liang Fei questioned, Fang Han, I think your brain is really frozen, bringing out this kind of photoshopped photos to bluff people. Shui Ding, the property manager, also echoed, this photo is either photoshopped or was taken a long time ago. Everyone has no water or electricity now, so how could you be an exception? Perhaps typing wasn't enough, Liang Fei started sending voice messages to the group, Fang Han, if you have a mental illness, go get treatment and don't embarrass yourself by coming out. Oh, I forgot, I can't go now, har 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 har. Looking at Liang Fei who kept chattering in the group, Fang Han's face turned cold. So he at Liang Fei and said, Liang Fei, you are courting death. Then he sent another video to the group. The scene in the video is exactly the same as the one in the photo just now, except that it has changed from static to dynamic. There was another sentence in the video, Fang Han's voice sounded a little uncomfortable, it's really hot today, I'm sweating. As he spoke, he stretched out his flip-flop clad feet and put them under the faucet. This video was like a depth bomb, shocking everyone in the group. Shui Ding, the property manager who had previously questioned Fang Han, immediately changed his attitude. "Brother Fang, I was reckless just now. Please give me a chance to come to your house and apologize. Xiao Fang, I held you in my arms when you were little, and your dad asked me to take care of you when he passed away. How about I move in with you and take care of you now?" Suddenly, everyone in the group started to flatter Fang Han in various ways, vying to speak well of him. But at this moment, Liang Fei suddenly interrupted the formation. "It's only a few days, are you all acting like licking dogs? Is it really that serious?" Xueding was the first to be unhappy when he saw the news about Liang Fei. "Liang Fei, when it comes to licking dogs, you have the most say, right? Your deeds of licking Fang Han's girlfriend in the past are well known in our community." Liang Fei, who was on the other end of the phone, immediately became furious. "Xueding, you better be careful. I'll settle the score with you after the blizzard passes. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Xueding is the property manager of the residential complex. He has some power under him. Normally, he doesn't dare to do anything to the owners, but now is an extraordinary period. He has already started to think about how to make trouble for Liang Fei. Just as the two were arguing fiercely, Fang Han sent another voice message to the group. Xueding immediately stopped arguing and quickly turned on his voice. Chapter 15, Exchange for Super Thermal Suit. Yushin seeks help and is humiliated. Liang Fei is right. A man should have backbone. I'm going to take a nap. You guys continue. Fang Han's sleepy voice rang out on the phone. "Fuck, you dare to play tricks on me." Xueding suddenly felt that he had been played a trick on him. He thought fiercely in his heart that when he dealt with Liang Fei, he would deal with Fang Han as well. Not only Xueding, but others also cursed in their hearts after seeing Fang Han's news. Ding. Hatred value plus 200. Ding. Hatred value plus 100. Ding. Hatred plus 22. Ding. Hatred value plus 102. Ding. Hatred value plus 61. Hearing the continuous system prompts, Fang Han called up the system to check. At this time, after deducting the hatred value that had been consumed, he still had 5.01 million hatred value left. What excites him the most is his faith value, which has accumulated to 498,501. As long as it reaches 500,000, the super evolution function can be activated. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. However, the faith values were all obtained before the end of the world. Since the end of the world, the faith values have not increased. This means that no one has paid attention to the video of him slapping Yushin in the face on the day of his rebirth after the end of the world. After playing with his phone for a while, he stood up from the sofa and prepared to start exercising. When he took out the treadmill from the space, he suddenly felt that now was a good time to practice his shooting skills. Now that the end of the world has just begun, everyone's thinking is still stuck in the era of order, and they are still cautious about doing things. In a few days, when the situation gets worse and worse and official rescue is delayed, no one will care about laws and morals anymore. Today, the neighbors found out that his house still had water and electricity, and they would definitely use all means to rob him. Now is the time to improve your skills. After making up his mind, he looked around the living room and found that the space was not wide enough. As a last resort, he sat back on the sofa and began to think of a solution. But just after sitting down for a moment, he slapped his thigh. "I have a system." He immediately opened the system wall, and with a thought, information about a set of super thermal insulation clothing immediately appeared in front of him. Product: super thermal insulation clothing. Function: can keep warm in ultra-low temperature environment of 100 degrees Celsius. Price: 5,000 hatred points. That's it. Fang Han didn't hesitate and directly exchanged 5,000 hatred points for a set of super thermal insulation clothing. Exchange successful. Host, do you want to wear it immediately? Yes. The next second, Fang Han saw that he was wearing a very thin black suit. Thinking that the house thermostat was still on, he turned off the thermostat, then walked to the window and opened it. The moment the window opened, he heard a whistling cold wind blowing past his ears, but unlike when he threw the plate before, this time he didn't feel the slightest bit of coldness. The 5,000 is well worth it. From now on, when you go out, you don't have to wrap yourself up like a dumpling, and you can move freely. There is a constant temperature in the house at home and super warm clothes when going out. The problem of keeping warm in the extreme cold apocalypse is thus solved. Fang Han felt a little excited, as he made the extremely cold apocalypse as warm as spring, so he asked who else was there. After enjoying the cold wind for a while, he took out a silenced pistol from the space, aimed at the dinner plate he had thrown down the stairs before, and began to practice his shooting skills. He didn't want to reveal that he had a firearm, so he took a silenced pistol. Sometimes I practice shooting, sometimes I watch videos, and sometimes I check the group chat. An afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, when he was about to take a shower, his cell phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Yushin calling. It's only the first day of the apocalypse, and she is already calling to ask for reconciliation. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Han pressed the answer button. Yushin's voice immediately came from the phone. Woo woo woo, honey, I'm hungry and cold now, can you save me? Her sobs grew louder. After you kicked us out, we rented a temporary house. We didn't have anything to store. Today, there was a snowstorm and the temperature dropped. We couldn't handle it anymore. Hearing Yushin's crying, Fang Han suddenly felt very happy. This woman always comes to me for help whenever she has trouble. It was the same in her previous life. But this time, not only will he not be soft-hearted, he will also retaliate fiercely. So, he interrupted impatiently, so. Let's get back together. I'll go to your house now and get married tomorrow. I don't want a penny of betrothal gift. When she said this, Yushin's crying became a little softer. What level are you, and you still want to marry me? Fang Han curled his lips. This woman is still dreaming of these great dreams. He scoffed, do you have a mirror? Mirror? Yushin was stunned. Why was he talking about a mirror? She was very confused, why ask about a mirror? Fang Han said playfully, take it out first and put it in front of your face. Although Yushin didn't understand what Fang Han was going to do, but now that she needed his help, she did as he asked. Then she said, take it out, and then what? Take a good look in the mirror and think carefully, are you worthy? Fang Han said with disdain. After hearing Fang Han's words, Yushin realized that he had been fooled. Subconsciously, she wanted to lose her temper, but the biting chill that came from her body reminded her of her current situation. Ever since Fang Han kicked her out a few days ago, her family had nowhere to stay. At her mother's instigation, she contacted Ji Yuyang again. But who knew that Ji Yuyang was also suppressed by Fang Han, and she was beaten up by the furious Ji Yuyang. After that day, she temporarily rented a 2-bedroom apartment. Since she only planned to stay there for a few days, she had no food stored in the rental house. Moreover, it was summer and she had no cotton clothes or quilts. But last night it suddenly snowed heavily and it was extremely cold, trapping the whole family in the rental house. Their whole family is now cold and hungry, and can only snuggle together to barely resist the extreme cold. After taking a deep breath, Yushin managed to calm down her anger and continued, dear, please stop joking with Shinshin. Suddenly, the sound of the call being hung up came from the phone. The anger that had been suppressed with great difficulty suddenly surged up again. Yushin suppressed her anger and called Fang Han again. But unexpectedly, Fang Han directly refused. Yushin called again. This time Fang Han did not refuse the call, but no one answered. She called many more times, but without exception, no one answered. Yushin was so angry that she started cursing. She still couldn't understand why Fang Han's attitude towards her suddenly became so cold and even hateful. He was accompanying her to try on wedding dresses 1 second, and slapped her the next second. No matter what she said, Fang Han remained unmoved. Didn't I just want more betrothal gifts? Didn't I just act a little bit surly? Didn't I just like to break up? Why did he really break up? He had obviously doted on her before. Yushin was full of confusion, but then she thought viciously. Don't think that I can't live without you. Sooner or later, one day I will make you kneel down and beg me. On the other side, after Fang Han hung up the phone, he went into the bathroom. At this time, he came out of the bathroom and prepared to go to bed. But suddenly, another call came in. He thought it was still Yushin's and was about to hang up. But when he saw the name on the caller ID, he stopped. Chapter 16 by Ian called and the neighbors began to despair. It's by a US call. I don't know if she listened to him. She called so late, could it be that she was too cold to sleep? After thinking about it, Fang Han answered the phone. By Ian's voice came immediately, thank you, dear. This girl's charm is even conveyed in her voice. But judging from what she said, there shouldn't be any problem. Are you at home? Fang Han asked. Yeah, although I don't know why you said that this afternoon, I somehow did what you said. Bai Yu said thankfully. On the other end of the phone, besides relief, there was also a hint of happiness on her face. Hearing her words, a smile appeared on Fang Han's face. This girl listened to him and survived the first half month of the apocalypse without any problems. Seeing Fang Han didn't respond, Bai Yu said again, "It's a good thing I listened to you, otherwise I would be freezing now." After getting off the plane yesterday, she originally planned to go home to rest first, and then go out shopping and dinner with her sisters in the evening. But Fang Han's words made her change her plans. Her sisters complained about this. But she didn't expect that the things Fang Han asked her to buy would come in handy immediately. She had originally planned to find Fang Han to express her gratitude in person after the weather improved to show her sincerity. But her sister called her several times during the day and said she was almost frozen to death. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to call Fang Han in advance. At this time, Fang Han was looking at the system prompts. Bai Yu's faith value in him had risen to 60 points. He was slightly amused, but also a little surprised. The end of the world has just begun, and it's already 60 o'clock. If in a few days she realizes that this is the end of the world, she will ascend to heaven. It seems that Bai Yu will become his first believer. As I was thinking about it, those charming eyes and the grain bag appeared before my eyes. Honey, are you listening? At this moment, Bai Yu's voice interrupted his reverie. He put away his thoughts and said seriously, "For the next few days, don't go out. Use the cabinets and tables to block the door. Don't open the door to anyone who comes." Hearing his words, Bai Yu was a little confused and asked hesitantly, "Will the weather always be like this?" "It will get worse." Fang Han said affirmatively. Then, Fang Han gave a few more instructions, and then hung up the phone as Bai Yu said reluctantly good night. For the next 2 days, Fang Han slept until noon every day. Eat 5-star meals in different ways. In the afternoon, I practiced shooting while drinking red wine. Watch a movie with beer in the evening. In a blink of an eye, it was the evening of the third day of the apocalypse. Fang Han had just finished practicing his marksmanship and took a shower. After turning on the TV, he found that most TV stations had no signal. Only Longhua number 1 TV station can still be watched, but the signal is sometimes good and sometimes bad. Channel 1, the most official TV station in Dragon Country, even has problems with its signal. One can imagine what the situation is like for other local satellite TV stations. At this time, TV station number 1 is still calling on the public to take precautions, stock up on food, and stay at home. But their host's tone was obviously not as confident as on the first day of the apocalypse. In the past 2 days, there was a piece of good news that made everyone except Fang Han think that everything was about to pass. On the morning of the second day after the apocalypse, the blizzard that had been falling for more than a day suddenly stopped. For a while, there was an uproar online and offline, and everyone from the official TV station to ordinary people were cheering. Sunny days are coming and the extreme cold is passing. But not only did things not get better, but they continued to rush towards doomsday. Less than 2 hours after the blizzard stopped, huge hail suddenly fell from the sky again. Many things on the streets, such as billboards and traffic lights, had been mostly destroyed in the blizzard, and now when the hail came, basically nothing was spared. The hail continued for more than a day, and by this evening, when the hailstorm had passed, many houses had been destroyed beyond recognition. A huge sense of panic began to spread in everyone's hearts. Fang Han took out his cell phone and opened the owners' group. The activity level in the group has dropped a lot. Some people are trying to save their phone battery, while others are simply out of power. In the past few days, the duration of water and power outages has become longer and longer, and some residents have even had their water and electricity cut off completely. Some people also have no mobile phone signal. In the past few days, not only are there water and power outages, but the mobile phone signal is also getting worse and worse. Do you think this is the end of the world? First, there was a sudden snowstorm in the summer, then the entire blue planet entered an extreme cold overnight, and then there was a continuous hailstorm. Some owners in the group began to think about the worst-case scenario, and there were more than 1 or 2 owners who had this idea, and some were even more desperate. That's what I see in those apocalyptic movies. First, there's extreme weather, then food runs out, order breaks down, and people kill each other for food. At this moment, property manager Xue Ding suddenly started to sound positive. Please don't spread panic and rumors in the group. Officials have said things will get better soon. Spreading rumors is illegal. After Xue Ding finished speaking, Liang Fei immediately refuted him. In the past few days, they would argue in the group several times a day. That's easy for you to say, but what if the situation doesn't improve? Are you going to distribute all the supplies on your property to us owners? Liang Fei's words immediately aroused a lot of recognition, and many people at Xue Ding. I usually eat out. There's basically nothing to eat at home. I haven't had a full meal in 3 days. The property management company can give us some of yours. You're right. The property management company is here to serve the owners. We usually pay for you. Now it's time for you to repay us, the owners. Xue Ding didn't expect that he would bring trouble upon himself, so he immediately started discussing with Chen Fan, the security captain of the community. The two had a good relationship. When the end of the world came, they were playing cards with several other security guards, so they were trapped together. The two discussed for a while, then Xue Ding picked up his phone and sent a message to the group. Dear owners, our property management company doesn't have much supplies right now. But I have a suggestion. We all live in the same community and are one family. In times of disaster, we should help each other. I suggest that everyone take out the food they have stored and distribute it together. I believe we can definitely get through this difficult time. After Xue Ding sent the message, Liang Fei was the first to respond. But this time, Liang Fei broke his usual habit and not only did not refute Xue Ding's proposal, but instead strongly supported it. I agree. We'll see each other sooner or later. Help each other now. If you need help in the future, just give them a call and they'll definitely not refuse. I agree to this proposal. I agree. The person who spoke earlier and said that he had no food immediately echoed his words below. Even some people who said they agreed, who had not been active in the group in the past 2 days, came out to agree. Fang Han casually flipped through the group messages, with an expression of anticipation. It was only the 3rd day when food shortages began to occur. But he was very confused. Which hotel should he attend the banquet at tonight? Alas, being too rich can sometimes be a trouble. Chapter 17. Fang Han posts photos of his food, neighbors blackmail him. On the other side, Xue Ding saw that so many people agreed with his proposal, so he continued to speak in the group. Since everyone has agreed, the security team will begin collecting food door to door tomorrow. Thank you for your cooperation. But then, Ji Wenhua, who lives in 302, suddenly said in the group, everyone should clean up the snow in front of their own door, and don't worry about the frost on other people's roofs. As he spoke, he sent another photo to the group. It was of an axe with a line of words written on it, no food, but I do have an axe. Someone immediately chimed in, we all have so little food, why should we give it to you, the management? I think you're just going to keep it for yourself. Those who still had food stored at home also began to take sides. However, not everyone dares to be as tough as Ji Wenhua, and some even show a saintly heart. I think we can give a small part to help everyone. I believe that the disaster will be over soon. As soon as these words were spoken, those who had no food praised her in the group as a good person, but those who still had food stored immediately retorted. On the other side, Xue Ding and Chen Fan were also discussing. Xue Ding was a little worried, with so many people opposing it, I'm afraid harvesting the grain tomorrow won't be as easy as we thought. Chen Fan didn't seem to care. No matter whether they agree or not, in troubled times, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. After a pause, he added sinisterly, we'll go to your door tomorrow. If anyone dares to resist, we'll make an example of them. At this time, Fang Han had finished his thought and decided on what to eat for dinner. Australian lobster, volcanic stone grilled matsutake mushroom, crispy pigeon, lotus seed milk king crab. However, he didn't want to drink red wine tonight. He was very tired after practicing shooting in the afternoon, and he felt a little hot after taking a hot shower. He thought a few bottles of ice-cold beer would be more refreshing. Even though it's snowy outside. But it's summer, so we should drink beer together. After taking out the delicious food from the space, Fang Han did not start eating immediately. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and took a few pictures. Looking at the photos in the album, he suddenly forced an ugly smile. After living for so long, this is the first time he has posed for photos of food, and his technique is a bit eye-catching. It seems that we need to find some people who can take pictures as soon as possible. First of all, she must be a girl, a goddess with a beauty score of at least 90 points. As for quantity, just one is definitely not enough. I have a good appetite. Breakfast needs to be photographed. Lunch to shoot. Dinner to shoot. I also like to eat midnight snacks. In addition to the photographer, it would be better to have a good cook. When you get tired of big meals, it's nice to have some home-cooked meals occasionally. And you can eat it right in the kitchen. You also need to have a flexible body. The living room is so big, it is very suitable for practicing yoga and splits. Well, the more the better. Puff. Sandwich. Peach. Sandwich cookies. Ham and cheese. Arrangements, all arrangements. As if sensing something, Fang Han suddenly jumped. After a while, Fang Han put aside his daydreaming and picked out a few decent photos from the terrible ones he had taken and sent them to the group of owners of building number 5. After the photo was successfully sent, he added a paragraph of text. I just finished exercising. I'm so hot. I want some cold beer. After the photo was sent out, the group fell silent. Since the end of the world, every time Fang Han sends a message in the group, it will cause this effect. At this time, Liang Fei, who was on the other end of the phone, was staring blankly at the photo sent by Fang Han. Australian lobster, king crab with hibiscus milk. Liang Fei used to eat these things often and was a little tired of them, but today, even just looking at the photos, he found them so tempting. Then he saw Fang Han's words again. He was almost freezing to death, but Fang Han could still drink something ice cold. He no longer cared about the grudge between him and Fang Han and immediately began to flatter him. Brother Han, I have offended you so much before. Can you bring your younger brother to play with you in the future? As soon as Liang Fei sent the message, someone followed up immediately. Brother Han, I want to be your younger brother. If you are not satisfied, being your son is fine. Brother Han, I can do that too. Damn, a bunch of idiots, they are still driving up prices at this time. Liang Fei cursed in his heart as he saw that others could even call him a son. But Fang Han did not respond to the enthusiastic crowd. He turned his phone to silent mode and started enjoying his dinner. He enjoyed this dinner very much. About an hour later, he had almost finished eating and felt full. He touched his stomach and then picked up his phone. My goodness, his phone is almost filled with messages. In the owners group, everyone initially spoke well of Fang Han and wanted to eat with him. But Fang Han didn't respond for a long time. The group quieted down for a while, and then someone suddenly raised a question. This photo of Fang Han looks like it was taken a long time ago, or maybe it was photoshopped. How could he possibly be eating so well and drinking ice-cold beer in his current situation? Anyone who believes that is a fool. I agree. This guy must have been frozen silly, so he found the old photos. With someone taking the lead, the group quickly changed from a chorus of fawning to questioning, and some people even started scolding Fang Han. But just as everyone was enjoying their scolding, Gong Shui suddenly said in the group, although it's unbelievable, don't forget the video Fang Han posted 2 days ago. As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately checked the chat history and forwarded the video to the group. Everyone compared the video with today's food photos, and soon, some people began to believe that everything was really normal in Fang Han's home. But at this time, no longer everyone continued to praise Fang Han. Some people began to use moral blackmail. The first to initiate the attack was Liang Fei. After Fang Han posted the photo, he didn't show up again and ignored Liang Fei's lowering of his head. Liang Fei was very upset. He at Fang Han, get out here right now. Everyone is starving and freezing, why are you the only one who can enjoy himself? Shueding also sided with Liang Fei this time and tagged Fang Han, we all live in the same neighborhood. All of us are hungry and cold. You should promote the spirit of solidarity and mutual assistance and give us a hand. Our lives are in your hands. You don't want us to starve to death because of you, do you? Yes, Fang Han, take out the food and share it among us. Don't worry, we will definitely remember your kindness. Yes, Xiao Fang, we should not be separated from the masses. At this time, not only those who had no food reserves began to use moral blackmail, but even those who had opposed handing over food before began to ask Fang Han to hand over the food. Glancing at the group message, Fang Han suddenly wanted to laugh. As expected, this group of people reached a consensus on robbing him. He glanced at the gun in the space and thought to himself, I'm just waiting for you to come and kill me. But before killing them, it is best to drain their hatred. After thinking for a moment, he added at Liang Fei in the group chat, as long as you roll down from the 10th floor, yelling you're an idiot as you roll, I'll give you a French fry. How about that? I'll definitely keep my word, but remember, you have to actually roll down. Grass. When Liang Fei saw the news about Fang Han, he felt extremely humiliated. He did not reply to Fang Han, but turned around and sent a private message to Xue Ding. Chapter 18, Rejecting the Beautiful Socialite and Playing with Jiu Li. When the other people in the group saw what Fang Han said to Liang Fei, they also knew that it was impossible to get food from Fang Han easily. However, some people were very confident. Ji Wenhua, who had taken out the axe to scare people, tagged Fang Han with a message full of threats. Fang Han, you don't want all of us to come to your door, so let's go and get it ourselves. As soon as these words were spoken, Xue Ding immediately responded, Fang Han, everyone in the group agrees. The minority must obey the majority. Hurry up and take out all the food. We will distribute it and ensure everyone survives. I don't agree. Suddenly, someone in the group raised an objection. The person who said this was Gong Shui, a famous socialite in the community. She was in her early 30s, good-looking, and had the charm of a young woman. After hearing Gong Shui's words, everyone else in the group cursed. If they weren't connected to the internet, they would have definitely slapped her in the face. Fang Han didn't expect that before he could say anything, someone would stand up for him. The next moment, he received a private message from Gong Shui. A selfie and a voice message. In the photo, Gong Shui looked pale from the cold, but she was very cunning. There were several quilts and cotton clothes next to her, which seemed to have just been taken off and thrown on the ground. Fang Han suddenly felt a little impressed with her. This woman was really brave enough to seduce him. He turned on the voice chat again, and Gong Shui's charming voice trembled as it sounded. Brother Fang Han, I'm so scared now, can you protect me? Fang Han curled his lips. This woman was really not to his liking. Perhaps seeing that Fang Han did not reply, Gong Shui sent another message in less than 2 minutes. But this time it's not photos and voice, it's just a video. Fang Han was also a little curious about what tricks Gong Shui would play this time. The moment I opened the video, I saw a vast expanse of white filling the entire screen. Then, the camera of the mobile phone zoomed out a little, and Gong Shui, who was trembling all over, appeared in the video, with some rare toys placed next to her. Gong Shui looked up at the camera, her teeth chattering as she spoke, her voice intermittent, her charm mostly replaced by coldness. Brother, you must be bored now, right? I know everything, why don't you let me take care of you? On the other end of the phone, after Gong Shui finished recording the video, she immediately wrapped herself in a quilt. The video took only a dozen seconds, but she was so cold that it almost took her life. She is very confident about her figure and appearance, and countless men have fallen for her over the years. It would be easy to capture a hot-blooded young man, especially as far as she knew, Fang Han had just broken up with his girlfriend and needed a woman's comfort. But she didn't expect that even after waiting until she was so hungry, she still didn't get a reply from Fang Han. She hadn't had a full meal for several days, and this time she placed all her hopes on Fang Han. Now that she hadn't received a reply, she couldn't help but begin to doubt her own charm. I took out the mirror and looked carefully, and found that I did look a little haggard. It was all because of this damn weather. At this time, Fang Han had already closed the group chat, and he simply ignored the 99+ unread messages sent to him privately by other neighbors. But before putting down his phone, he sent another video to the owner's group. The first thing that appeared in the video was the signature dishes of several of the largest 5-star hotels in Binhai. Then Fang Han also appeared in the video. While eating, he complained about what was not so delicious about the dishes. After putting down his phone, he began to think about his next plan. In his previous life, he held on until a month after the end of the world, but on the day of their originally scheduled wedding, Yushin came with her family and said she wanted to marry him. Fang Han still liked Yushin at that time, so he softened his heart and took in Yushin's family. But he didn't expect that Yushin would betray him immediately and collude with Ji Yang to kill him. In this life, he will make sure that anyone who has hurt him will die a miserable death. Now, it's time for revenge. Fang Han took out his cell phone and called Ji Li. The phone rang for a long time before someone answered. Then, the beautiful woman Jiu Li's voice came from the phone. Fang Han, did you know something a long time ago? Fang Han ignored the beautiful woman's question and asked, Madam, didn't we agree to give you something in 3 days? I've been waiting for a long time. Where are you? On the phone, Jiu Li was silent for a moment, then said coldly, do you think I will believe you? You must know something. Name a price and let's talk. Fang Han, whether you believe it or not, the 3 days have passed, but you didn't come. That's your problem. You called just to talk nonsense. Jiu Li's voice sounded a little annoyed. Madam, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious. Didn't you ask me to name a price? I have thought about it, but I am afraid you can't afford it. Fang Han became serious. Speak. Jiu Li's tone became a little calmer. Fang Han cleared his throat and said playfully, my price is very low. As long as Madam asks Jiu Yang to castrate himself, I will talk to you. Hearing this, Jiu Li felt furious and felt that he had fooled her again. Fang Han, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because the temperature is so cold now. Of course I believe Madam has the ability. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Fang Han laughed and paused before continuing, I need Madam to provide me with another 50 tons of gasoline. Impossible. Supplies are so scarce now. Not to mention that I don't have them, even if I do, I can't give them to you. Jiu Li refused without even thinking. Fang Han replied slowly, Madam, don't be in a hurry to refuse. What I am exchanging with you concerns your life and Jiu Yang's life. Hearing this, Jiu Li did not refuse immediately. After thinking for a moment, she spoke, from the fact that you extorted supplies from me, I believe you know something, but I don't believe you know it in such detail. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiu Li hung up the phone. Fang Han was a little surprised that Jiu Li hung up the phone so easily this time. He had originally wanted to trick some more supplies from her. But it doesn't matter. Since he didn't fool anyone, he will just go and get it himself. After putting down the phone, Fang Han called up the system. When I just started talking to Jiu Li, the system prompt tone kept ringing. The system shows that he has gained another 120,000 hatred points today, and now has a total of 5.13 million hatred points. Fang Han was not surprised at all to gain so much hatred value. But he didn't expect that he would gain 100 points of faith today. After checking the details, he found that more than a dozen people had faith in him, but only one of them had more than 10 points. It turned out to be Mo Aobai, who lived in room 902, building 5. Her faith value in Fang Han reached 12 points. Mo Aobai is also a student at Manhua University, an art student studying dance. She is just in her sophomore year and is considered Fang Han's junior. Although they lived in the same building number 5, Fang Han had only seen her a few times. But there was one time when Fang Han helped her a little bit. Chapter 19 Soft and Cute Lowly Mo Aobai. Mo Aobai. At that time, Mo Aobai was somehow entangled by Liang Fei. Fang Han happened to see it and he was also annoyed by Liang Fei, so he helped her out. Although he had only met him a few times, Mo Aobai left a very deep impression on him. A soft and cute lowly, but full of fruits. Looking at Mo Aobai's 12 points of faith value, Fang Han couldn't help but show joy. Unexpected surprises always make people happier. After a while, he opened the system mall and spent 10,000 hatred points to exchange for a set of monitoring equipment. Fang Han discovered that the system's monitoring system was a billion times different from what he saw in reality. This set of monitoring equipment has a total of 10 miniature cameras, which are very small in size, with a diameter of less than 1 centimeter. The camera is directly connected to the system. After activating the camera, the image will be transmitted to the system in real time, and Fang Han can directly see the monitoring image in the system. The camera also has a certain flying capability, although the flight range is not very large, about 1 kilometer in radius. Moreover, this monitoring equipment also has an early warning function. Looking at these dazzling and powerful functions, Fang Han was overjoyed. This surveillance system seemed to be tailor-made for him. Awesome! He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system. He walked to the window, opened it, and with a thought, 10 cameras quickly flew out of the window. Since the temperature in the house was constant, he was not wearing any thermal clothing, and the biting cold immediately hit him, so he quickly closed the window. After the 10 cameras flew out of the house, they did not stop at all and continued to fly towards the location designated by Fang Han. Soon, all the cameras were in place, hovering at 10 key locations in Building 5. Two of them circled around and stopped on the ceiling of the corridor outside Fang Han's house. Out of caution, he did not open the door to let the camera fly out, but opened the window to let the camera fly around. Looking at the 10 images transmitted back from the system, he felt very satisfied. The key locations of the entire Building 5 are now under his control. The next morning, when Fang Han was sleeping comfortably, he suddenly received a surveillance alert, which woke him up. "It's so early in the morning, who the hell is disturbing my sweet sleep?" Fang Han opened his eyes with an unhappy look on his face. "No matter who you are finished." While cursing inwardly, he turned on the system's surveillance footage. I saw several men wrapped in quilts, holding sticks in their hands, heading straight for Fang Han's house. After standing at the door, the leading man began to give instructions to the people behind him. "Knock." Then, a person behind him walked to the door and started knocking on it with the stick in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Fang Han was getting dressed. He lowered the camera and finally saw the faces of several people. It was the property manager Xue Ding and several security guards from the security team. They acted quite quickly. They just held a vote in the group last night, and came to collect the debt early this morning. After putting on his clothes, Fang Han walked towards the living room. While walking, he was also thinking about what punishment he would give them today. Just kill it directly. Or just give him a severe lesson. After making up his mind, he walked to the door. At this moment, several people outside seemed to have discovered that something was wrong with Fang Han's door. The security guard who had just knocked on the door turned around and said to Xue Ding, "Manager, the material of this door seems unusual. It feels different from other doors when I knock on it." Xue Ding did not respond immediately. His brows were furrowed, as if he was recalling something. Seeing that he didn't say anything, another security guard behind him said, "What's unusual? Maybe it's just the low temperature." At this moment, Xue Ding seemed to finally remember something. He shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with the temperature. It's really a material problem. I suddenly remembered that about 8 or 9 days ago, a security company came to our community. It seems that it was Fang Han who hired them." The security guard who knocked on the door was stunned. "Manager, are you saying this door has really been remodeled?" Xue Ding didn't answer his question, but turned and walked downstairs, saying as he walked, "We can't get in today, let's go back and think of a solution first." Seeing Xue Ding turning around and leaving, the security guards were a little confused, but they still hurried to catch up. Fang Han, who was on the other side of the titanium alloy door, suddenly looked upset. "What's going on? Are you giving up just like that? I haven't even started yet." So these people endured the extreme cold of -50 degrees Celsius just to come to my house and knock on the door to wake me up. But even though he complained, he knew very well that Xue Ding would not give up. He would definitely come again when he came up with an idea. Next time, Xue Ding won't be able to come and go as he pleases. Fang Han hasn't thought about going straight to Xue Ding and the security team yet, so his main consideration is still defense and counterattack. After a quick wash, Fang Han took out today's breakfast from the space. Having grown tired of eating foreign food in the past few days, he decided to have an authentic Longguo breakfast today. Xiaolong babo, glutinous rice balls, flour rolls, seaweed and shrimp noodles, and a cup of soy milk. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the food on the table. He plans to share delicious food with his neighbors in the group every time he eats for a period of time in the future. Although they cannot eat it, according to scientific research, appreciating delicious food can satisfy your cravings. Unfortunately, as the electricity supply becomes less and less, the mobile phone signal becomes worse, and more residents die. There will be fewer and fewer neighbors who can satisfy their cravings by watching the delicious food he shares. Thinking of this, Fang Han couldn't help but feel a little regretful. On the other side, Xue Ding and his companions, who had returned empty-handed, finally returned to their residence. As soon as they entered the door, the expected voice of security captain Chen Fan rang out. "How's brother Xue? Did Fang Han stock up on food at home?" As soon as he finished speaking, the expression on Chen Fan's face suddenly fell. He saw that Xue Ding and others were empty-handed. "Damn, Fang Han reinforced the door and we can't open it." Xue Ding was also angry and spoke in a very unhappy tone. After he finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the group, but it was not the group of owners of Building 5. Did Fang Han hire a security company a few days ago? After a while, someone replied, yes, it's the most famous security company in Binhai, Guardian. I happened to see it that day and asked the guards. They said it was a titanium alloy door. Fuck. Chen Fan cursed immediately, then raised his head and said to Xue Ding, bullshit, if it's really a titanium alloy door, we can't get in at all. Xue Ding also put away his phone and looked at Chen Fan, whose face was gloomy. After thinking for a moment, he asked, don't you have an electric drill? Chen Fan frowned. Even an electric drill can't drill a titanium alloy door. Besides, there's a power shortage right now, so I can't use it even if I want to. An electric drill can't drill a titanium alloy door, but it can drill a wall. Once a hole is drilled in the wall, it will be much easier to chisel it open. Xue Ding touched his chin and continued, there's no electricity now. Let's wait until it comes back on before we start. There was no electricity all day yesterday. We don't know if it will come back in the future. Chen Fan frowned even more. If you can't touch Fang Han, then first confiscate the other people's food reserves. Xue Ding's face showed a fierce look, but suddenly he laughed and turned to the security guards and said, you guys, go find some strong ropes and tools to break the windows. Hearing this, Chen Fan also laughed, Brother Xue is still smart. Several security guards looked at Chen Fan, and only after seeing Chen Fan nod did they start to act separately. Chapter 20 There are always villains who want to harm me. At this time, Fang Han, who was eating breakfast, also saw their every move through the camera. He couldn't help laughing out loud. There are always villains who want to harm me, and they plot loudly under my surveillance. Family members, who understands this feeling? Fang Han was actually feeling a little excited. After Xue Ding and the others had gone through so much hardship, they finally managed to break a small hole in the wall. What greets them is not delicious food, but the black muzzle of a gun. What kind of wonderful expressions will be on their faces at that time? After thinking about it, Fang Han called back a few cameras and hid them in the most critical locations outside his house. After setting up the camera, Fang Han suddenly yawned. Damn, I got up too early and I'm still a little sleepy. I'll go back and take a nap. He thought to himself and walked towards the bedroom. I don't know how long I slept, but suddenly the cell phone rang again. Damn, who is it again? After being woken up, Fang Han reached out and took the phone from the bedside table. Without even checking who was calling, he pressed the answer button and shouted angrily, who is this so early in the morning? As if startled by Fang Han's anger, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before a pleasant female voice rang out, little brother, it's getting late. Listening to their voice coming from the phone, it sounds nice and a little familiar. Only then did he remember to see who was calling. License. When he saw this name, that beautiful face and graceful figure immediately appeared in front of Fang Han. Little brother, why aren't you talking? Shuku's pleasant voice came again. Hearing Shuku's call of little brother, Fang Han's tone was a little teasing. Shuku, you disturbed my sleep so early in the morning. Don't blame me for punishing you in the future. I knew you were still alive and well. There seemed to be a hint of joy in Shu Li's voice. After a pause, she continued, her tone becoming curious, did you know something in advance? Shuku was the second person to ask him this question, the first was Jiu Li. However, just like last time, he didn't admit it and pretended not to understand her. I don't understand what you are talking about. If you didn't know about this disaster in advance, why would you order banquets and store supplies in advance? Shu Li raised his voice. Fang Han didn't care whether Shuku believed it or not, and continued to deceive him. You said this because I finally saw Yushin's true face, so I bought a few more tables of food to celebrate. Hearing Fang Han avoiding the subject, Shuku understood that he didn't want to talk about it at all, so he didn't continue asking. For a moment, neither of them spoke, and the phone suddenly became quiet. At this time, Fang Han had already gotten out of bed and put on his clothes. He spoke first, breaking the silence, Shu Die Shui Hua, you called me today just to ask me some inexplicable questions. Shuku said 2 words, then fell silent again. Then he asked with concern, how are you now? Do you need my help? Help? Fang Han was stunned when he heard Shuku's words. In this apocalyptic world, did he need help? However, permission can indeed help him in some way. In his previous life, with Fang Han's family background, it would have been extremely difficult for him to establish an extraordinary friendship with a goddess like Shuku, who was both beautiful and rich. If they were not college classmates, he and Shuku would basically have no intersection. But in this life, he believes that he can get whatever he wants. A smile appeared on Fang Han's lips. Recovering his thoughts, he smiled and said, "Why did the campus beauty suddenly want to help me? I mainly want to express my gratitude to you," Shuku said with a chuckle. "Thank you." Fang Han was a little confused after hearing Shuku's words. "Thank me for what?" "Shuku, a few days ago, you suddenly placed a large order for banquets. Out of concern for my old classmate, I asked someone to inquire about it. I found out that it wasn't just the banquets, you also stockpiled a lot of other supplies." Hearing this, Fang Han nodded slightly. If someone carefully investigated and analyzed what he did before the end of the world, they would definitely find something unusual, but they would never have thought that he was really preparing for the end of the world. Fang Han didn't respond, he knew Shuku hadn't finished speaking. Their voice of permission continued to come from the phone, and compared to the previous tone, it was now more solemn. "Although I don't know why you were hoarding supplies, at that time, a sense of crisis suddenly flashed through my mind. Although it was fleeting, I still had people prepare a lot of supplies and store them in my basement." At this point, Shuku's pretty face on the other end of the phone showed a look of relief. "I didn't expect that the supplies would really come in handy. I usually eat in the hotel. If it weren't for these supplies, I might have." After hearing Shuku's words, Fang Han couldn't help but feel a little more approval towards her. If it were someone else, even if they noticed his abnormality, they would just call him a spendthrift and a big idiot, but only with permission did they actually take action. However, Fang Han was still not ready to admit that he knew in advance, so he denied it. "Don't thank me, I didn't know there would be such a big disaster. You should be thankful for your own sense of crisis." Hearing that Fang Han still refused to admit it, Shuku did not ask any further questions and responded with a smile, "Anyway, you did help me. Thank you, little brother." Her tone also returned to the initial smile. After hanging up the phone, Shuku sat on the sofa, staring at the ceiling in a daze. She and Fang Han had not met many times, but she had always had a vague feeling that he was different from other men, and now he had indirectly saved her life. On the night of the end of the world, the temperature dropped sharply and she was woken up by the cold. When she woke up, she found that not only the temperature had dropped, but there was also a heavy snowstorm. At first, like everyone else, she thought it was just an extremely abnormal weather condition and did not take it too seriously. But unexpectedly, the weather not only did not improve, but continued to deteriorate. After realizing something was wrong, she panicked for a moment, but thinking of the supplies stored in the basement, she gradually calmed down and began to think of countermeasures. Then she also remembered Fang Han's massive stockpiling of supplies before the apocalypse. So she called Fang Han today, wanting to thank him and ask him what else he knew. At this time, Fang Han also called up the system to check Shuku's faith value in him. Looking at the number displayed by the system, he was shocked to find that the faith value had reached 50 points. By now, Shuku has surpassed Mo Aobai and become the second person with the highest faith in him. Moreover, the distance to the 500,000 faith points required to activate the super evolution function is getting closer and closer. Fang Han couldn't help but clench his fists excitedly, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Chapter 21, Security Sneak Attack, High-Pressure Water Gun Directly Wiped Out. That afternoon, Fang Han did not continue to practice shooting like he had done in the previous few days. After a few days of crazy practice, he has basically mastered the common use of guns. The next step is to improve your skills faster through continuous actual combat. And the opportunity for actual combat will soon come. It was past 12 o'clock in the evening and Fang Han was still sitting on the sofa in the living room. But he didn't turn on the light, and the room was dark. At this time in the past, he would have already taken a shower and gone to bed. And today, he is still waiting for someone. In the afternoon, he saw from the surveillance that the security team had found a lot of things such as nylon ropes, steel forks and fire safety hammers. Xueding and Chen Fan also made up their minds that tonight, while Fang Han was asleep, they would lead people to sneak down from the balcony of room 605 and capture Fang Han. At this moment, they were in room 605. Xueding and Chen Fan were standing side by side, with 4 security guards behind them. After waiting for a while, Xueding said, "It should be almost done. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. I will make sure you have a good meal after we finish it." Chen Fan also spoke up, "Listen to Brother Shui tonight, brothers, let's get started." After hearing Chen Fan's words, several security guards immediately took action. At this moment, Fang Han was watching all of this through surveillance. Several people took out flashlights, took out nylon ropes, found a fixed point in the room, and then tied 2 nylon ropes firmly to it. After pulling the rope hard and confirming that there was no problem, he tied one of the nylon ropes to a security guard. The security guard who had tied the rope walked gently to the balcony. He looked downstairs and saw only darkness. He immediately took a step back. "Don't dawdle, hurry up," Chen Fan urged from behind. A hint of resentment flashed across the security guard's face, then he took a deep breath, grabbed another nylon rope, and began to slide down to the 5th floor. It took nearly 2 or 3 minutes for the security guard to successfully get down to the balcony of 505. Immediately afterwards, several other security guards came down in the same way. Fang Han looked at the time and saw that it was almost 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. He immediately felt extremely unhappy. He had been planning to finish them off quickly and go to bed early, but who knew they would be so slow. However, he had to wait a little longer, waiting for Xueding and Chen Fan to come down, and then finish them off together. But it seemed that Xueding had no intention of coming down. He was saying to Chen Fan, "Old Chen, my physical fitness is not as good as yours, so I won't go down. After you succeed, I will go in through the main gate." Hearing this, Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then said, "Okay, but you should take less food." "Okay." Xueding nodded. Chen Fan walked to the balcony, but he did not tie another nylon rope around his body like the security guards before him. Instead, he tested the strength of the nylon rope and then grabbed the rope and slid downstairs. His skills were indeed worthy of his confidence. In a moment, he stood on the balcony of 505, seemingly unaffected by the darkness and extreme cold. After Chen Fan came down, he gave some instructions to the security guards. Immediately afterwards, the security guard who came down first took out the fire safety hammer and accurately broke the window between the balcony and the living room. He took a step forward, pointed the flashlight at the glass, and was about to swing the safety hammer when he suddenly realized that the window was open. Although he didn't understand why Fang Han didn't close the window in such a cold weather, he didn't think about it too much. He turned to Chen Fan and said, "Brother Chen, the window is not closed." The windows were not closed. Chen Fan thought he had misheard and quickly walked over to take a look. Sure enough, all the windows were open. He was very puzzled, but he was not the only one. Several security guards on the balcony also saw the open window and looked puzzled. But Fang Han didn't give them time to figure it out. With a swish, all the lights in the living room suddenly lit up. Several security guards on the balcony immediately raised their hands to block the light. This was a subconscious reaction after staying in the dark for too long and suddenly encountering strong light. At this time, Fang Han stood under the light, like a god. He looked at the items beside him, which were gifts he had prepared specially for the security guards. It was 2 ultra-high-pressure water guns. He picked up a water gun in each hand and turned on the switches. Suddenly, a powerful stream of water spurted out from the water gun outlet, like a sharp sword, directly hitting several people. Along with the sound of water rushing, the painful wails of several people also rang out. In order to make it easier to slide down from the 6th floor, they didn't wear as much as they did during the day. The water from the high-pressure water gun rushed on them, and it was like an icy sword piercing their bodies. Heart-wrenching. The outdoor temperature is now over 50 degrees below zero, and the water will soon freeze into ice after it hits them. Fuck. Chen Fan shouted. He was the one who reacted the fastest among the few people. He took a sudden step back and immediately put several other security guards in front of him. At this time, several security guards also reacted and scrambled to squeeze behind others. The security guard at the back was pushed to the balcony railing, but the person in front still did not stop. In a flash, he was pushed off the balcony. Another security guard grabbed the nylon rope hanging from the 6th floor and tried to climb up quickly, but he was shivering with cold and only climbed a little bit before his hand slipped and he fell down. At this time, Fang Han was admiring the scenery on the balcony, holding a water gun in both hands, walking forward step by step, like an artist creating his work. "Brother Han, stop for a moment. Let's talk it over nicely. This is just a misunderstanding." At this time, Chen Fan shouted, his teeth chattering. Have you ever seen someone come to your door in the middle of the night to bring misunderstandings? Fang Han sneered. Chen Fan's face was bulging with veins as he angrily said, Fang Han, please leave some space for me so we can meet again in the future. Do you want to offend our entire security team to death? Are you threatening me? Fang Han's tone became heavier. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said, I'm just trying to persuade you. If you stop now, we'll pretend nothing happened. Har har har, do you think you are brave? Fang Han suddenly laughed, but did not stop and continued to walk slowly forward. Seeing that Fang Han had no intention of stopping, Chen Fan's eyes turned red and his face twisted. Then he suddenly picked up a security guard in front of him and rushed towards Fang Han. At this time, the only two remaining security guards had been frozen unconscious and their bodies began to freeze. Chen Fan rushed to the window and used his last bit of strength to throw the frozen security guard towards Fang Han. Fang Han quickly turned sideways and dodged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Fan stepped onto the windowsill, ready to enter the house and subdue Fang Han the moment Fang Han dodged. Chen Fan believed that with his skills, as long as he entered the room, Fang Han would definitely not be able to fight back. As he wished, he really succeeded in jumping into their house, and his face immediately showed ecstasy. He took out the rubber roller behind him and swung it hard at Fang Han. But just as the rubber roller was halfway in the air, he suddenly stopped. Chapter 22 Killing Chen Fan, Manhua feels grateful. Because Chen Fan saw a black gun muzzle suddenly appear in front of him. Fuck. You should have told me you had a gun earlier. If we had known you had a gun, we wouldn't have fought. Chen Fan cursed in his heart, but the muscles on his face tensed up and his eyes were filled with fear. Brother Han, please talk nicely if you have something to say. Be careful not to get into any trouble. Weren't you very brave just now? Fang Han pointed the gun at Chen Fan's forehead and poked it hard. Chen Fan swallowed his saliva and knelt on the ground. Brother Han, I was wrong. You are a big man and don't bear grudges. Just let me go. From now on, our entire security team will listen to you. Throw him out. After Fang Han said that, he kicked the frozen security guard next to him. Okay. Chen Fan immediately picked up the frozen security guard and threw him out of the window. Fang Han frowned, don't dirty my balcony. Chen Fan climbed out of the window again and threw the remaining frozen security guards on the balcony downstairs. He just wanted to survive now and didn't care whether they were dead or unconscious. After finishing, Chen Fan looked back at Fang Han and said cautiously, Brother Han, I did everything you said. Can I leave now? Fang Han sneered, you come as you please, leave as you please. Do you think my house is a vegetable market? When these words fell into Chen Fan's ears, it was like a death warrant, strangling him to the point of suffocation. Murder is against the law. The weather can't stay like this forever. You will be shot if it does. Fang Han didn't say anything else, and what answered Chen Fan was the sound of a gunshot. Bang! Fang Han pulled the trigger, and Chen Fan fell backwards into darkness. Putting away the pistol, Fang Han sighed slightly. He felt it was a pity that he didn't get rid of Xue Ding tonight. But he didn't chase after her, as there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After taking a few more glances at the battlefield, he closed the titanium bulletproof window, took off his super thermal suit, and walked towards the bathroom. He just sweated a little and wanted to take a shower before going to bed. On the other side, Xue Ding ran back to his residence in a daze, but at the same time, he felt like he had survived a disaster and felt that he had saved his life. The reason why he changed his mind at the last minute was that he didn't go down to the 5th floor. Firstly, his physical condition is indeed average, and now the outer walls are covered with ice, and he is afraid of slipping. Secondly, he thought that Fang Han had even installed a titanium alloy door, so maybe there were other things. I didn't expect that he guessed it right in the end. As soon as he heard the security guards scream, he was so scared that he ran out of Building 5. Soon, Fang Han finished his shower and fell asleep directly. He was really sleepy. At this time, the group of owners of Building Number 5, which had been silent for most of the day, became active again for a while. Did you hear any sound just now? Yes, I heard it. I was woken up by this sound, but I don't know what it was. It was gunshots. I wasn't asleep yet. I just heard it clearly. It was gunshots. Oh my god, this is too scary. Will he come and steal our food? If he dares to come, I will fight him. You're talking so fiercely. Chen Fan and his men came to collect food during the day, so why didn't you dare to resist? Chen Fan doesn't even have a gun. This guy opened fire in the middle of the night. What happened? Seeing that no one knew what had happened, they tagged Xue Ding and Chen Fan in the group, wanting to ask the property management and security. A night passed. When Fang Han woke up, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but today, he woke up because he was hungry. After a quick wash, he couldn't wait to take out lunch from the space, which included snow bamboo shoots and river white fish, stewed old duck with wild mushrooms, seasonal vegetables soaked in black fungus, and special glutinous rice. This time he even skipped the pre-meal photo shoot and gobbled up everything in no time, finishing off the food on the table. Since the end of the world, he found that his appetite had increased. After eating and drinking, Fang Han let out a long sigh. Cool. In the end times, eat 5-star meals every day. Who else but me? However, he also began to miss home-cooked meals. After eating too many big meals, it would be nice to have some home-cooked meals occasionally. But his cooking skills can be called dark cuisine. I have to find a good cook as soon as possible. After lying on the sofa to digest the news for a while, he picked up his phone and prepared to see if there was anything new in the group today. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw that he had many more friend requests. Ever since he first shared his water and electricity problems in the group, his neighbors often asked to add him as a friend, but he rejected them all. After each rejection, the hatred value gained will increase accordingly. Today he was going to do his routine again and reject them one by one. But as soon as he opened a friend request list, he changed his mind. Manhua also sent a friend request, followed by a request message. Brother Fang Han, thank you for killing Chen Fan and helping me get revenge. The moment he saw the name, the cute and soft loli suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, he accepted the friend request. The moment he passed through, before he had time to exit the chat interface, Manhua's message came. Manhua, Brother Fang Han, thank you for helping me get revenge. Chen Fan and the others are bad guys. They stole our food yesterday. If the police come in the future, my mother and I will testify for you. Oh. Looking at Manhua's message, Fang Han was a little dazed. Help her get revenge? The police? This girl doesn't quite understand the situation. Fang Han curled his lips. He didn't need such meaningless thanks. He provoked me, so I killed him. Manhua replied immediately, Brother Fang Han, I know you didn't kill him for me, but objectively speaking, you did help me get revenge. Seeing that Manhua insisted that he had helped her get revenge, Fang Han was too lazy to deny it and replied, You're welcome. After not receiving any more messages from Manhua, Fang Han exited the chat interface with her and opened the group of owners of building number 5. He casually flipped through the chat history and saw photos of the bodies of Chen Fan and others, and also saw someone in the group roughly describing what happened last night. He knew that this matter would not become a secret. The screams of Chen Fan and others were so loud last night that the surrounding neighbors might have been woken up long ago. He learned from the chat records that after Xue Ding was turned away at his house yesterday morning, he and Chen Fan took people in the afternoon and robbed all the owners in Building 5 who had stored more food. But since they didn't take away all of their food and left some behind, and Chen Fan was a big man and the security team was large in number, most of the owners didn't dare to fight. There were only 2 who fought back. One of them was the owner of room 704, who had been beaten half to death by Chen Fan. The other is Fang Han. After seeing this, Fang Han couldn't help but laugh. Did I get rid of harm for the people again last night? No wonder there are many more people applying to add him as a friend today than in the past few days. Thinking of this, he called up the system again. Huh? He looked at it carefully twice before he was sure he was not mistaken. Faith value increased by 824 points. Looking at the numbers displayed by the system, Fang Han was overjoyed. Getting closer and closer to 500,000 faith points. After calming down a little, he remembered that Manhua had just said that he had helped her get revenge. While thinking, Fang Han checked Manhua in the system. 36 points. He didn't expect that in just one night, Manhua's faith value in him would directly rise to 36 points. The future is promising. He thought to himself. Chapter 23 Fang Han shows off his luxurious dinner. Yushin has a crazy imagination and a brain orgasm. After a while, Fang Han put his phone aside and began to think about his next move. He planned to deal with Yushin and Ji Yuyang step by step. These two were the culprits who killed him in his previous life. If he just let them die, it would be too easy for them. Their spirit must be destroyed first, then their body. Killing someone and destroying their heart. In this way, Fang Han felt that he had truly avenged himself. However, Fang Han had no idea of Ji Yuyang's current location and situation, and with his current strength, he couldn't leave the community rashly as the risk was too great. However, Fang Han was not worried. Once he turned on the super evolution function of the system, these problems would be solved. So he decided to deal with Yushin first. He acted immediately and controlled the cameras through the system to find out the current situation outside. The camera's current flight range is about 1 kilometer around Fang Han. If it exceeds this distance, the camera will most likely lose contact. He did not put the cameras at risk. He left 2 cameras to monitor the area around the 5th floor and then sent the other 8 cameras flying out from 8 directions. The camera flew very slowly, allowing him to observe the situation along the way. Half an hour later, the camera reached the maximum distance of 1 kilometer, and Fang Han now had a basic understanding of the situation outside. Although there is no heavy snow at the moment, the hail has stopped. But the streets outside are now invisible, and the flimsy buildings on the streets have been destroyed. The snow on the ground was at least 4 meters high, and the snow was full of deep pits and huge barbs formed by ice. The original convenience stores and supermarkets in the community were all located on the 1st floor, but are now deeply buried by the blizzard. People in several buildings also tried to dig open the flooded supermarket to find food, but all came back empty-handed. All the cars parked on the roadside were buried. Even the cars in the underground parking lot could not be started in the extremely low temperature of -50 to 60 degrees Celsius. If a person wants to walk on the ground, he can still manage to walk for a few hundred meters, but it will be very difficult if the distance is a little longer. After seeing the basic situation outside clearly, Fang Han stood up and walked to the window. Without opening the window, he looked outside through the glass, his mind starting to race. Under the current circumstances, it is difficult for Yushin to go to his house and ask him to take her in. In this case, he is ready to take the initiative. Time flies and it is already 6:30 in the evening. Fang Han took out today's dinner from the space. This time he took out more than a dozen hard dishes, all of which were signature dishes of the most famous 5-star hotels in Binhai. Then he took out a bottle of Romane Conti and a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Then, he took out his mobile phone and started recording, first recording the thick snow outside the window, and then placed the phone facing the dining table. After everything was ready, Fang Han turned off the main light in the living room, leaving only a small light on, and the light in the living room became dim. Then he walked to the dining table and lit a few candles. The whole restaurant was immediately shrouded in soft candlelight, creating a romantic and warm atmosphere. Only then did Fang Han sit down on the chair and start today's dinner. After eating and drinking, he sat on the sofa, digesting his food while editing the video. By deleting the unnecessary shots in the video, he cut it down to only 2 minutes. After playing the video several times, he was very satisfied, as it perfectly showed the scene of him having a candlelight dinner in the apocalypse. After a while, he posted the video on his Moments with a text. Alas, life in the apocalypse is always so plain and boring. Fang Han was not worried that Yushin couldn't see it. Since the power outage a few days ago, few people posted on WeChat Moments. He has posted on WeChat Moments now. Anyone whose phone still has battery will see the red dot and will be curious to open it to see who it is. And they will still be in the mood to post on WeChat Moments at this time. Yushin had sent him a message this morning, so her phone should still have power. At this time, Yushin was holding her mobile phone, and her focus was on Fang Han's chat interface. These days, she called and messaged Fang Han every day, but received no response. In fact, in addition to Fang Han, she also contacted many people, but was rejected by everyone, and Ji Yuyang ignored her. The rented house is now out of food and water, and with no one to rescue her, she will either starve to death or freeze to death. She had no choice but to place all her hopes on Fang Han. After all, he once loved her so much. She felt that Fang Han still loved her and was just angry with her. So she has been trying hard to contact Fang Han. In order to get Fang Han to reply, she feels that she has almost said all the good words in the world. Now, looking at the chat box, she was trying hard to think of what good things she hadn't said yet. She deleted and wrote again, wrote and deleted again in the text in the input box. The way he carefully chose his words and revised them over and over again made him look like a bootlicker. After trying hard for a long time, she still couldn't come up with an idea. She felt that she had overused her brain and needed to take a break before continuing, so she exited the chat interface. Suddenly, a red dot caught her eye. After hesitating for a moment, she clicked on the red dot. It was actually posted by Fang Han? Yushin was quite puzzled. Why would Fang Han post on WeChat Moments? The first thing she saw was Fang Han's copy. Alas, life in the apocalypse is always so plain and boring. The word, end of the world, made her heart start to churn. Does Fang Han think this is the end of the world? Am I really going to die? No, I won't die, and I can't die. After a while, she calmed down and clicked on Fang Han's video. In an instant, a huge wave was set off in her heart again. Fang Han actually ate so much and wore so little. She didn't understand, she really didn't understand why she was starving and freezing while Fang Han was having a candlelight dinner. He was obviously living such a good life, why had he ignored her these days? Jealousy and resentment instantly filled her mind. After a while, Yushin suddenly laughed again, as if he was thinking of something. I see. He had a candlelight dinner alone and said it was boring, which means he was thinking about me too. He must be waiting for me to find him. He didn't reply to my message, which was also a test for me. I used to test him in this way. Although she was very angry just now, Yushin felt that Fang Han would not post on WeChat Moments for no reason. He must be trying to express something. So she combined the text and video to do reading comprehension. After thinking for a long time, Yushin felt that she finally figured it out. Yes, that must be the case. I'm going to go find him so that he won't feel lonely anymore. Then she put away her phone and walked out of the house. But the moment she opened it, she felt a chill penetrate into her bones. However, she did not back down and still walked downstairs with gritted teeth. The moment she stepped onto the snow, she could no longer hold on and staggered back into their house. She returned to their house and closed the door. Although it was still cold, she felt that this was the warmest moment she had experienced in the past few days. At this time, she saw her mother Xue Daimai walking out of the inner room trembling all over. My daughter, it's so cold outside, why did you go out? Xue Daimai asked with chattering teeth. Yushin took out her cell phone and showed Fang Han's circle of friends to her mother. After watching the video, Xue Daimai's anger was even stronger than Yushin's. She cursed, Fang Han, that damned bastard, is actually enjoying himself alone and doesn't care about us at all. That damned bastard. Yushin suddenly interrupted her mother and said, Mom, that's not the case. Let me explain. Chapter 24. Yushin is hungry and cold. Conflict breaks out. After Yushin finished her reading comprehension, Xue Daimai was stunned. She suspected that her daughter was crazy and had imagined so many scenes in her mind. However, she also hoped that her daughter was right. She longed for the life in Fang Han's video. She approved of the relationship between Fang Han and Yushin because Fang Han had 2 houses in a first-tier city, several million in savings at home, was good to Yushin, and was willing to spend money on her, Xue Daimai. Although Xue Daimai felt that her daughter's analysis was far-fetched, she was still willing to believe it. There was no other way. The only person who could save them right now was Fang Han. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she said to Shin, What are you waiting for? My daughter, quickly apologized to Fang Han again and asked him to come and take us to enjoy happiness. At this moment, Yushin's face turned ugly. Fang Han didn't reply to my message. He must be waiting for me to come and admit my mistake. This is how I treated him before. Then let's go to his house now. Xue Daimai said as she was about to walk out of the house. Yushin held her back and sighed, I just went out. It was too cold outside. Hearing this, Xue Daimai felt that the glimmer of hope that had finally risen was shattered again. She was very unwilling to accept it. Daughter, what should we do now? We can't just wait to die. Give Fang Han a video call and let him see what we look like now. Maybe he'll soften his heart. Yushin also felt that what her mother said made sense, so she picked up her phone and called Fang Han. At this time, Fang Han was sending his candlelight dinner video to every group chat he was in. Although he now has more than 5 million hatred points, it is still far from enough to reach his goal. So he had to seize the time and send group messages to his friends and group chats while other people's phones still had power and signal, sharing his boring life in the end times. Others are already short of water and food, suffering from hunger and cold every day, and have even started killing each other for food, with their lives hanging in the balance. He was wearing thin clothes and eating a fancy meal in a 5-star hotel. While eating, he kept complaining about how this place was not tasty and that place was not tasty. No matter who it is, after seeing his news, they will probably be furious. In this way, he can harvest hatred value in large quantities. At first he planned to post it online to gain hatred from strangers, but then he thought about it and gave up. There is a certain risk in posting it online. If some big force spots him and takes action against him, it will be more trouble than gain. If it is only sent to his friends and group chats, the risk is within his control. Even if one of his friends leaks the message to others, he is confident that he can deal with it. Ding! Hatred value plus 100. Ding! Hatred value plus 200. Ding! Hatred value plus 51. Ding! Hatred value plus 22. Ding! Hatred value plus 108. Listening to the continuous system prompt sound, Fang Han felt it was so pleasant. At this moment, a sudden ring interrupted his joy. Seeing that it was Yushin's video call, Fang Han hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the answer button. As soon as the video was connected, Fang Han saw that Yushin's originally pretty face had turned purple from the cold, and frost had appeared on her cheeks, looking a little creepy. Fang Han quickly looked away. Then, Yushin's voice trembled and came over. "Dear, you are testing me, right? I was wrong, please forgive me. If this continues, we will either starve to death or freeze to death." "What's wrong?" Fang Han said slowly. Yushin was stunned. Why did these words sound so familiar? Without having time to think about it, she immediately replied, "I shouldn't have asked for a gift, I shouldn't have been angry with you, and I shouldn't have yelled at you." Fang Han, anything else? Anything else? Yushin felt that what she had just said was enough, and now she remembered why it sounded so familiar. These were all things she had said to Fang Han before. Seeing Yushin was stunned, Fang Han continued, his tone rather dissatisfied, "Can't remember. Then I'm hanging up." After hearing Fang Han's words, Yushin, who was still confused, immediately said, "Everything is wrong, dear, tell me, I will definitely change." Fang Han curled his lips, "It's boring if I say it out loud." Hearing this, Yushin burst into tears. She really didn't know what to say now. "I had no choice but to continue begging, dear, I was wrong, everything was wrong, please forgive me, I will definitely change in the future. Where do you live now?" Fang Han didn't want to argue with her anymore. Yushin's eyes lit up. Was Fang Han coming to pick her up? She immediately stopped crying. "I live across from the Sky Garden community and have rented a house here temporarily." Fang Han thought about the location she mentioned. It was more than 1 kilometer and the camera couldn't reach it yet. So, he lied and said, "I have so much food at home that I can't finish it all." After saying that, he turned the camera and aimed it at the various delicacies and fine wines on the table. After seeing the food on the table, Yushin put aside the last bit of doubt in her heart. Fang Han's home was indeed different. He was still wearing thin pajamas. Not only Yushin, but Shui Daimai beside her also widened her eyes, with extreme desire in her heart. No matter what, she must live in Fang Han's house. So she snatched the phone and spoke kindly to Fang Han. "Xiao Fang, there were some things I did wrong in the past, but don't worry, I will never interfere with your relationship with Shinshin again." After a pause, she continued, "Xiao Fang, can you come pick us up?" Fang Han cursed in his heart and pretended to be very embarrassed. "It's too cold outside." At this time, Yushin spoke again. "Dear, I just wanted to go look for you, but as soon as I walked downstairs, I was so cold that I couldn't stand it. Do you have any ideas?" Fang Han was also thinking about ways to kill someone and destroy their heart. After a moment, he made up his mind and pretended to be soft-hearted and said, "I can't leave the complex, but I can go to the security room at the door." Hearing this, Yushin and her mother's eyes lit up. Does this mean Fang Han has forgiven them? Yushin quickly replied, "Honey, we can go to the security room." After she finished speaking, she was afraid that Fang Han would regret it, so she continued, "Honey, let's meet in the security room at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is that okay with you? I'm going to sleep in the morning, so let's meet in the afternoon. I'll let you know the specific time tomorrow." After Fang Han said that, he hung up the video. After putting down his phone, Fang Han began to plan tomorrow's actions. Last night, Ding and Chen Fan brought people to his house and tried to rob him. Although Chen Fan was killed in the end, Ding managed to escape. However, Fang Han did not intend to let Ding go. Not only Ding, but also Liang Fei and Ji Wenhua. Anyone who offends him will die. Fang Han had already observed the community through the cameras in the afternoon and had a basic understanding of the situation inside the community. In addition, he had super thermal insulation clothing and bulletproof vests. Fang Han believed that no one in the community could pose a threat to him at the moment. He planned to go out tomorrow afternoon to deal with a few people. That's why I just tricked Yushin and her mother into coming to the security room tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 25 Anyone who provokes me will die. The next day, at 11 o'clock in the morning, Fang Han slowly got up from the bed. After a quick wash, I ate breakfast while browsing my phone. When I opened it, I saw a lot of unread messages, some from group chats and some from private messages sent by others. Fang Han, you are too inhuman. Brother Han, why is your home like heaven? Please take me there. I flipped through the letters and found that some were cursing him or begging him to take them in. Yushin also sent him more than a dozen messages. Honey, are you up yet? Honey, when will you pick me up? Fang Han did not reply. Eating was more important. It took half an hour to finally finish eating. At this time, Baiyu also sent a message. Honey, my water and electricity are out, and my phone is almost dead. Will you come to save me? Looking at the message, Fang Han did not reply immediately. Baiyu's residence was not close to him. It took more than 2 hours' drive before the end of the world. He wasn't sure what the situation was outside the community, so it was definitely impossible for him to save her at this time. But Bai is half a woman to him, so he is not as ruthless as Badiao, and his family does need some feminine touch. Wait until the situation becomes clear before finding a solution. After the developments in recent days, Baiyu's faith in him has reached 66 points. If he took action when she was most desperate, Baiyu would probably become the first person whose faith value exceeded 90. After thinking for a moment, he replied, How long will your food last? It can probably last another 10 days or half a month. Baiyu replied immediately. Half a month. That would be no problem. By then, he should have activated the system's super evolution function and be confident enough to deal with all the risks in Binhai City. So he replied to Baiyu, Do as I said a few days ago, block the doors and windows, don't go out, and don't let others notice you. Then he added, Don't panic if your phone runs out of battery. I'll come find you when I have the chance. After receiving Fang Han's message, Baiyu's worried face finally showed a smile, and the charm in the corners of her eyes bloomed again. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. At the same time as seeing Baiyu's message, Fang Han also received a system prompt that Baiyu's faith value in him had increased to 70 points. This girl is pretty good, Fang Han smiled in his heart. 2 p.m. Fang Han stood in front of the titanium alloy gate, wearing a bulletproof vest and super thermal insulation suit. He reached out and placed his hand on the door. He hasn't opened this door since the end of the world. After exhaling, he no longer hesitated and directly opened the electronic lock. Open the door and walk out of the room. The corridor on the 5th floor seemed no different from before the apocalypse, except for the ice on the ground and the howling cold wind. But these had no effect on the opponent's coldness. He walked on it with steady steps. After glancing around, he walked downstairs. At this time, in room 302, building 5, Ji Wenhua was lying on the bed. After the end of the world, in order to keep warm and reduce heat consumption, many people basically stay in bed. Next to Ji Wenhua, there was another woman, Gong Shui. While hugging Gong Shui, he looked at the ceiling, as if thinking about something. Although he had just finished exercising, he couldn't feel happy. One thing was always lingering in his mind, like a sword hanging over his head. When the end of the world came, he panicked at first, but when he realized that order had really collapsed, he started laughing. He likes a world without order. Things I didn't dare to do before, I dare to do now. Things I couldn't get before, I can get easily now. For example, he killed his neighbors and stole food in the past few days. And there was Gong Shui whom he was hugging. Before the end of the world, Gong Shui completely looked down on him as a rough guy and treated him with disdain. But after the end of the world, he just moved his finger slightly, and Gong Shui couldn't wait to climb onto his bed. Ji Wenhua felt that he was finally going to be successful. But a gunshot the night before shattered his fantasy. He didn't understand why Fang Han had a gun. Especially after seeing the bodies of Chen Fan and others the next day, endless fear began to spread in him. When Fang Han was threatened a few days ago, he didn't take it seriously at all. He was not even afraid of the security team, let alone Fang Han, a young man. He had even decided to go to Fang Han's house to find food in 2 days. But now he is always worried whether Fang Han will come to cause trouble for him. Yesterday morning, he was anxious for half a day before he could barely come up with a solution. He blocked the doors and windows with cabinets, sofas and other furniture. He felt that even if Fang Han had a gun, it would be difficult for him to break into his house in a short time. As soon as Fang Han started to break down the door, he would stand behind the door with an axe and catch Fang Han off guard. Only after he had done everything did he feel relieved and hug Gong Shui again. But just now while exercising, he suddenly felt anxious. He thought it was due to overexertion in the past few days, so he stopped exercising immediately. However, the feeling of panic not only did not dissipate, but became more and more intense. After a while, Ji Wenhua let go of Gong Shui and got up from the bed. Ignoring Gong Shui's questions, he picked up the axe, walked out of the bedroom and came to the front door. Since he blocked the door, he couldn't observe the situation outside through the peephole, so he stood behind the door. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. It was clearly a normal sound of footsteps, but when Ji Wenhua heard it, his hair stood on end. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. In this situation, he could still hear such normal footsteps, which must be something special. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then, Ji Wenhua heard the sound he least wanted to hear. Fang Han's voice, tinged with disdain, reached Ji Wenhua's ears word by word. Ji Wenhua, a few days ago you said you would come to my house, but after waiting for a few days, you didn't come. I'm very disappointed. After a pause, Fang Han continued, so, I came down. Ji Wenhua didn't say anything. He just wanted to bet that Fang Han wouldn't be able to break open his door easily, or that he would take the initiative to attack him the moment he broke open the door. What Ji Wenhua didn't know was that although he didn't make any sound, but Fang Han, who was standing outside the door, had already known the situation inside the house through the camera. At this moment, Fang Han suddenly said politely, I'm coming in. Please don't mind if I break down your door. After a pause, Fang Han laughed again and said jokingly, look at me, I am about to destroy your life, but I still care about your family. Hearing this, Ji Wenhua couldn't help but want to curse. He also thought viciously that if Fang Han fell into his hands, he would torture him to vent his anger. Fang Han didn't give Ji Wenhua any more time to fantasize. With a thought, a shotgun appeared in his hand. After picking up the shotgun, Fang Han deliberately loaded the bullet. The clicking sound instantly reached Ji Wenhua's ears, causing his face to change suddenly. But Fang Han did not shoot immediately. He was worried that stray bullets would hurt him, so he took a few steps back, stood on the stairs, and then pointed the gun at the door. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, Ji Wenhua's heart sank to the bottom. This sound was definitely not from a pistol. After the gunshot, Fang Han looked at the door. It wasn't completely broken open. He grumbled inwardly, are domestically produced security doors really that good? He stopped joking and fired a few more shots at the door. Looking again, I saw that the door had several large holes in it and the lock was broken. Fang Han took a step and walked towards the house. DD. The sound of steady footsteps sounded, but to Ji Wenhua, it sounded like the footsteps of death. Chapter 26, In the Next Life, Don't Be So Arrogant. Ji Wenhua in the house was so frightened that he lost his mind and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Fang Han pushed the door open with his gun. The moment he saw Ji Wenhua, he suddenly knelt on the ground, slapped himself, and begged for mercy. Brother Han, I'm sorry, it's my bad mouth. I shouldn't have said anything careless. Please don't hold a grudge and let me go. Fang Han's eyes were cold and emotionless, as if he was looking at a dead person. Ji Wenhua began to kowtow again, saying, Brother Han, I won't dare to do that again. From now on, I will be your younger brother and serve you tea and water. Fang Han still didn't say anything. He raised the shotgun and pointed it at Ji Wenhua's forehead. Suddenly, an unpleasant smell came and Fang Han immediately covered his nose. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He looked at Ji Wenhua, who was shaking all over, and advised, "In your next life, don't be so arrogant." After saying that, he pulled the trigger. Bang. Watermelon bursts. Ding. Hatred value plus 500. Including these 500 points, Ji Wenhua's hatred value towards Fang Han reached 1000 points. The hatred a person feels before he dies is indeed the greatest. Fang Han thought secretly in his heart. I need to change my gun next time. The shotgun is too explosive. Looking at the blood stains on his clothes, he shook his head, then turned and walked out of the house. At this time, Gong Shui, who was still in the bedroom, was so scared that she was trembling all over and her pupils dilated. It was a long time after Fang Han left that she recovered. After killing Ji Wenhua, Fang Han continued to go downstairs and headed for the security room. On their way downstairs, he found bloodstains all over the stairs, which showed that a conflict had occurred. It was completely different from the cleanliness of the 5th floor. It has been many days since the end of the world, and the weather shows no signs of improving. After the food reserves are exhausted, some people have gradually abandoned order and morality and started hunting. After Fang Han walked out of Building 5, he did not stop and continued walking towards the security room. He was going to deal with his second target of the day, Xue Ding. The night before yesterday, after Xue Ding escaped, he had been hiding in his residence in the security room, never coming out again, and never speaking in the group again. Stepping on the thick snow, Fang Han didn't feel the slightest bit of cold and walked steadily. His super insulated suit is not just clothes, it also includes a pair of special shoes, which makes him feel like walking on flat ground whether he is walking on ice or snow. 10 minutes later, he slowly came to the door of the security room. During the 10 minutes he walked, people stood by many windows of the surrounding buildings, observing him from time to time. The shotgun blast just now was so loud that it spread across half of the neighborhood in such a cold and quiet environment. People in the community who knew that Fang Han had a gun wanted to curry favor with him at first, but when they saw him shooting people at the slightest disagreement, they became a little scared. Fang Han also noticed the figure by the window, but he ignored it. As long as he was not provoked, he would not kill innocent people. Moreover, as long as these people are alive, they can continue to contribute hatred points to him, so it is not a loss no matter how you look at it. Ding! Hatred value plus 5. Ding! Hatred value plus 20. Ding! Hatred value plus 10. Ding! Hatred value plus 2. Ding! Hatred value plus 44. After Fang Han glanced at the system prompt, he turned his attention to the security room in front of him. The security room originally had 2 floors, but the first floor was buried by the blizzard. The doors and windows of the security room were closed, and no sound came from inside. He was too lazy to force the door open. After a moment's thought, he pulled out a loudspeaker and shouted, "I'll give you 2 minutes. If I don't see Xue Ding in 2 minutes, don't blame the bullets for being blind." At this time, there were 5 people in an inner room of the security room, and all 5 of them heard what Fang Han said. One of them was Xue Ding. After hearing Fang Han's words, Xue Ding immediately stood up and said to the others, "Don't trust Fang Han. He's a demon." Old Chen and the others all died at his hands. As soon as he finished speaking, a security guard next to him immediately retorted, "He just wants you to get out. It has nothing to do with us. Don't drag us into this. He said that because he's afraid of our resistance. As long as we open the door, he will rush in immediately, and then none of you will be able to escape," Xue Ding said firmly. Another security guard frowned, "He has a gun, we can't fight him." Xue Ding's desire to survive was overwhelming. He knew he had to convince a few people to fight Fang Han together, otherwise he would die. There were gunshots coming from Building 5 just now. I guess it was him. He must be out of bullets, so he said these words to try to cause us to fight among ourselves. As long as we don't fall for his tricks, he will definitely flee. There was silence in the room for a moment, and everyone was thinking. It's getting closer to 2 minutes. At this time, the security guard who had been silent in the corner stood up, glanced at Xue Ding, and then said to the other security guards, "I choose to believe Fang Han and throw Xue Ding out." After he finished speaking, the other security guards looked at each other and immediately walked towards Xue Ding. Looking at the people approaching, Xue Ding immediately panicked and said as he retreated, "Brothers, don't trust Fang Han. He won't let you go. Without stopping, they walked quickly to Xueding, grabbed his hands and feet, and carried him to the door. Xueding felt himself getting closer and closer to death, and hurriedly shouted to the security guard who had just given the order, "Brother Zheng, tell them to stop. Fang Han is lying to you." The security guard who was called Brother Zheng was named Li Zheng. After hearing Xueding's words, he smiled and shook his head. He had disliked Xueding for a long time, and it was only because of that big, stupid Chen Fan that he always listened to Xueding. Outside the house, Fang Han felt that the time was almost up. Seeing that the door had not been opened yet, he raised his shotgun and aimed it at the door, ready to shoot. At this moment, the door creaked open. Along with the sound of the door opening, there was also a voice begging for mercy, "Don't shoot, we have sent Xueding out." Fang Han looked over and saw 3 security guards holding Xueding tightly, dragging him out of the house and standing in front of Fang Han. After Xueding was carried outside, the first thing he saw was the pitch-black muzzle of a gun. He was so scared that he staggered, but he didn't fall because his arm was held. Fang Han signaled to them to let go, and they hurriedly did so. Suddenly, Xueding lost his balance and fell to his knees. Fang Han took a step forward and tapped Xueding's face with his gun. At this moment, Xueding came back to his senses from the shock and quickly begged for mercy, "Brother Han, I..." Before he could finish his words, a gunshot rang out. Fang Han didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Several security guards also fell to the ground in fright, looking at Fang Han in horror. They didn't expect that Fang Han would shoot without saying anything. So scary. They also began to worry whether Fang Han would attack them as Xueding said. At this time, Li Jin also walked out of the house. Although his face was full of astonishment, he was much calmer than the 3 security guards who had fallen to the ground. He quickly walked up to Fang Han, fell to his knees with a thud, and then bowed his head and clasped his fists. "Brother Han, if you don't mind, we are willing to serve you from now on." After Li Jin finished speaking, he kept his head down, maintaining this posture, waiting for Fang Han's decision. He knew that at this moment, no matter what he said, it would be futile, and everything depended on Fang Han's mood. Chapter 27, The Estrangement Strategy. Yushin and her daughter resented each other. Looking at Li Jing who was respectful in front of him, Fang Han was also thinking. Li Jing looks strong and powerful, and is not stupid either, so he can be recruited for personal use. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Jing has never done anything to let Fang Han down. After the end of the world, Li Jing never spoke in the group, nor did he participate in Xueding and Chen Fan's actions, otherwise he would have been shot directly. Thinking of this, Fang Han called up the system and found that Li Jing had no hatred value towards him, but 6 points of faith value. However, Li Jing has not made any contribution yet, and he doesn't want to keep idle people. So, Fang Han said without comment, "Let's talk about it later." After saying that, he turned and walked towards building number 5. After Fang Han left, Li Jing slowly stood up, and the security guards behind him also came back to their senses from their panic. Several people came forward and surrounded Li Jing, asking questions in unison. "Brother Zheng, what did Fang Han mean by his last words? Didn't he agree?" Pop. Li Jing suddenly slapped one of them and sternly warned him, "From now on, no matter when or where, you must respect Brother Han." After a pause, he added, "Brother Han's meaning should be to see how we perform in the future." Li Jing's heart was also in turmoil. Fang Han had previously given him the impression of being a harmless handsome guy. But today, Fang Han was like a devil, ruthless in his actions and decisive in his actions, without any delay. There is no doubt that such people will live well in troubled times. Moreover, he found that Fang Han was wearing thin clothes and was walking steadily in the snow. He made up his mind to follow Fang Han no matter what. At this time, Fang Han, who had already walked 200 meters away, also received a system prompt that Li Jing's faith value in him had increased to 15 points. Fang Han continued walking, but suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. Today he also has to deal with Yushin. So he took out his cell phone and prepared to send a message to Yushin. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw that Yushin had sent him several more messages. "Honey, why don't you come? Honey, there seemed to be gunshots in your neighborhood just now. Will you still come? The latest message was sent a minute ago. Come to the gate of the community now. I'll only wait for you for 5 minutes." After sending the message, Fang Han turned and walked towards the gate of the community. At the entrance of the community, Li Jing and others were cleaning up Xue Ding's body. He felt that the body was blocking the door and it was affecting his mood, so he directed several other security guards to throw Xue Ding out of the community. Suddenly, the security guard who was carrying the corpse saw Fang Han coming back after leaving, and was so scared that he quickly threw it away. They stared at Fang Han blankly, not knowing what to do. Li Jing hurried forward, observing Fang Han's expression as he explained, "Brother Han, it's a bit disgusting to leave the body at the door, so we plan to carry it away. If you mind, we will move it back to its original place immediately." A question mark appeared on Fang Han's face. Did this guy think he liked whipping corpses? He immediately looked unhappy. "I have no interest in corpses." After saying that, Fang Han walked to the front door. Hearing this, Li Jing quickly directed the others to carry Xue Ding outside and throw him away. After a while, Yushin and her parents also appeared in Fang Han's sight. The three of them were not wrapped in quilts. They were only wearing air-conditioning blankets and a few thin clothes. Their faces looked extremely painful and their bodies were trembling, but they still gritted their teeth and rushed over here. At this time, Yushin also saw Fang Han and a smile immediately appeared on her face. But the next moment, she saw the security guard carrying the corpse. When she saw the corpse's appearance clearly, she was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. She just wanted to move into Fang Han's house immediately, so she quickened her pace. But as she walked, she thought again that people had died in the community, and Fang Han still risked his life and walked such a long way to pick her up. She felt that she guessed right. Fang Han still cared about her very much and couldn't live without her. As for whether Fang Han killed the person, she had never thought about it in this direction. Thinking of this, the smile on her face grew even wider. She suddenly felt that she could not let Fang Han take complete control of the initiative. She could admit her mistakes, but she could not bow her head, otherwise she would have no status in the family in the future. She even felt that she should be a little cautious when admitting her mistakes so that she would have a chance to regain power in the future. After making up her mind, she found that the coldness in her body was not as severe as before. A moment later, Yushin and his family walked up to Fang Han. Before Fang Han could say anything, Yushin said sternly, "Fang Han, I can admit my mistake to you today, but you also have to promise me that you won't bring up the past in the future. After today, just pretend nothing happened." After saying this, she looked at Fang Han with a serious face. For a moment, Fang Han wondered if he was hallucinating. Was she frozen silly? At this time, Yushin's mother Xue Daimai also reacted and wondered what her daughter was saying. Was she begging for help? She immediately spoke to save the situation. "Xiao Fang, don't listen to Shinshin. She fainted from hunger. From now on, our family will listen to you. If you say east, we will never go west." At this time, Yushin was unhappy. She was still trying to hold back, so she immediately said, "Fang Han, I was serious just now. As long as you agree, we will reconcile immediately." After hearing her words, Fang Han felt so helpless that he couldn't complain. Why did she like daydreaming so much? With a look of contempt on his face, he sneered, "Did I ever say I wanted to reconcile?" As soon as Fang Han said this, Yushin's face turned red and white. Xue Daimai also felt her blood curdle a little. She hurriedly said, "Xiao Fang, please don't bother with Shinshin. She just fainted from hunger and said something she didn't want to say. Please take us in. We will work like slaves for you from now on." As she spoke, she started crying. "Even cows and horses know how to be grateful better than you," Fang Han said disdainfully. Only then did Yushin realize that she had guessed wrong, extremely wrong. But she didn't understand why Fang Han came here if he didn't want to save her. At this time, Fang Han gave her the answer, "My family can only accommodate one person now, and your family has too many people." After a pause, Fang Han smiled slightly and continued, "If there is only one person left, I can consider it." The smile on Fang Han's face was so handsome, but in the eyes of Yushin's family, it was so scary. He was encouraging them to kill each other. At this time, they also saw blood stains on Fang Han's clothes. But Yushin still didn't give up, crying and begging, "Dear, it's okay to be alone, can you do this? Our family can take turns living there." Fang Han shook his head and said word by word, "I said there is only one person left, and you have to hurry up and don't let anyone get there first." After saying that, he turned and left, without paying any attention to Yushin's family who were stunned there. "Honey, don't go. Fang Han, how can you be so cruel?" Yushin and her daughter yelled and tried to catch up with Fang Han. But at this time, Li Jing rushed out of the house with his men, stopped Yushin and the others, and pushed them out of the community. No matter what they said, he did not stop. After Fang Han walked away, Yushin and the others were unable to break through Li Jing's obstruction. Seeing that there was no chance of living in Fang Han's house, Shui Daimai could no longer hold back and started cursing at Shin. "It's all your fault. If you had admitted your mistake today and stopped saying those crazy things, Fang Han might have agreed." Hearing this, Yushin couldn't stand it anymore. She and Fang Han were obviously doing fine. If it weren't for her mother bossing her around every day, would things have turned out like this today? Chapter 28 Mo Wao's mother Mo Jiyao asks for help. A trace of resentment rose in Yushin's heart, and she immediately retorted, "It's obviously all your fault. Fang Han and I are about to get married, and you insisted on raising the bride price. I should be enjoying my life in Fang Han's house now. It's all your fault. You're the one who brought us to this state. You bastard, I've raised you for more than 20 years, and now you dare to scold me." Shui Daimai was still not satisfied after saying this, so she slapped Yushin. After being beaten, Yushin did not speak or fight back. She squatted on the ground and cried in despair. Although Fang Han's words before leaving did not have an immediate effect, they immediately caused the mother and daughter to become enemies. But as the end of the world becomes more and more cruel and food becomes less and less, the seeds of mutual resentment will soon sprout. On their way back to Building 5, Fang Han looked at the surrounding buildings and no longer saw anyone by the window. After reaching the downstairs of Building 5, he mobilized for microcameras and flew to the 14th floor. Of today's 3 targets, Ji Wenhua and Shueding have been solved, and the last one left is Liang Fei. Liang Fei lives in 1401. Now there is a power outage and the elevator is no longer working, so Fang Han left Liang Fei to the last. After the camera flew to the 14th floor, it approached 1401 from different directions. But Fang Han discovered through the camera surveillance that the door of 1401 was ajar and was not closed. He felt a little strange, so he directed the camera to fly into their house. "I flew through every room but didn't see any trace of Liang Fei. Judging from the current situation, Liang Fei either ran away or was killed." But he was very sure that no one had left the community in the past few days. He had given instructions to the surveillance cameras to closely monitor the entrances and exits of the community and to immediately sound the alarm if anyone was spotted leaving. The camera was moved around again, and no blood was found in 1401. It seems that Liang Fei is not dead, he just escaped. So Fang Han gave instructions to the surveillance camera to automatically replay all the videos of the past 3 days to find Liang Fei's whereabouts. Shortly after the order was issued, he returned to the door of 505. When he was about to open the door, he suddenly remembered the blood stains on his clothes, so he took off his outermost clothes before opening the titanium alloy door. After returning to their house, he went straight to the bathroom without stopping. After taking a shower, I received a system prompt that the surveillance had found Liang Fei's whereabouts. Judging from the video recording time, on the morning of the second day after Fang Han killed Chen Fan, after someone in the group told the story, Liang Fei was so scared that he ran out of 1401. He left in a hurry and did not close the door. After watching the video, Fang Han discovered that after Liang Fei left Building 5, he ran towards Buildings 1520. However, since the camera did not track the entire process, it did not capture which building Liang Fei entered. After thinking for a moment, I decided to make plans tomorrow. I was a little tired today, so I decided to watch a movie after dinner and have a good rest. That night, Fang Han slept very comfortably. But people in the surrounding buildings couldn't sleep at all. In the group where Fang Han was not, messages kept coming out. I didn't expect Fang Han not only had a pistol, but also a submachine gun. That's a shotgun. No matter what kind of gun he has, we can't afford to offend him anyway. The key is what we will do next. Go to him? He has a gun, so he can definitely do well. I think so. He's so scary. He'll blow someone's head off if they disagree with him. We should stay away from him. Everyone had different thoughts, and after discussing it for a long time in the group, no consensus was reached. The next morning, Fang Han slept comfortably until after 11 o'clock before waking up slowly. After breakfast and lunch, it was already 12:30. Lying comfortably on the sofa, he adjusted the camera and flew to the area between 15th and 20th floors to patrol and track down Liang Fei's whereabouts. Once the camera was in place, he ignored it and turned on an apocalyptic movie. Watching apocalyptic movies in the apocalypse has its own unique flavor. He ended the movie halfway through. The movie is still a bit conservative, not as good as the apocalypse he is in now. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang with a message alert, and he picked it up. It's news from Manhua. When he opened the content, he was stunned. The person who sent the message was not Manhua. Hello Fang Han, my name is Mo Jiao, and I'm Manhua's mother. Please forgive my intrusion. Xiaobai caught a bad cold last night, but all the medicine at home was taken away by Chen Fan. Xiaobai's condition is getting worse and worse, and I'm worried she won't make it. Can you save Xiaobai? I'll give you all my money. After reading the message, Fang Han touched his chin and thought. He had met Mo Jiao in the elevator before. Although they had only met a few times, she left a very unusual impression on him. The main reason is that the mother and daughter look so similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. It is hard not to be impressed by a mother and daughter whose looks are both above 90 points. Compared to Manhua's purity, Mo Jiao has more sexiness and femininity. Before the end of the world, he had never had any thoughts that he dared not have. But now, an irrepressible reverie suddenly blossomed in his heart. Double egg rice. Double egg rice. However, he is not a saint and it is impossible for him to save people for no reason. Moreover, he doesn't keep idle people. After a moment, he replied, in the end times, money is worth less than waste paper, and my home is not a hospital. At this moment, Mo Jia from room 902 was sitting on the edge of the bed. Manhua was lying beside her, unconscious. Mo Jia held the phone tightly in her hand, anxiously waiting for Fang Han's reply, and from time to time she reached out to touch her daughter's forehead. Her impression of Fang Han was originally that of the handsome boy in the elevator. But in the past few days, she also learned that Fang Han had committed murder. Logically, she should be afraid of him. But when she thought about the fact that the people Fang Han killed were scum like Chen Fan who stole her food and medicine, she felt more grateful to Fang Han. Especially last night when Mo Abai fell ill but had no medicine to treat him, her hatred for Chen Fan grew wildly, and her gratitude towards Fang Han also grew stronger. This morning, she had been praying, thinking her daughter would be able to survive, but unexpectedly her condition became worse. There was really no other way, so she found Fang Han. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. She immediately opened her phone, and when she saw that it was a message from Fang Han, her eyes suddenly lit up. But the next moment, it dimmed again. She knew that Fang Han was right. At this moment, money could not buy anything and had no appeal at all. Fang Han had no obligation to save her daughter. She had no complaints. But she was unwilling to give up just like that. She and her daughter had depended on each other for 19 years, and she could not bear the pain of seeing her daughter die. Now the only one who can save his daughter is Fang Han. No matter what, she had to grab this life-saving straw. Gritting her teeth, she finally made up her mind, then picked up her phone, edited a message and sent it to Fang Han. Chapter 29, the faith value reaches 500,000, and the super evolution function is activated. Please save Xiaobai. I will serve you tea and water, work like a slave for you, and do whatever I can for you. But after the message was sent, there was no reply from Fang Han for a long time. Mo Jia couldn't help but begin to doubt her own charm. I've been struggling with this for so long, and it turns out I was just being overly sentimental. Yes, he is young and handsome, has guns and strength. In today's chaotic world, he can find any woman he wants. How could he be interested in a woman like me who is over 30 years old? What should I do with my daughter? For a moment, she suddenly felt that she had lost all her strength. She stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Another hour passed. 505. Fang Han finally threw away the game controller. After he replied to Mo Jia's message, he didn't see a reply, so he put down his phone and started playing games. As we were fighting, I forgot about the news. After washing his face in the bathroom, he returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. When I opened my phone, Mo Jia's message popped up immediately. Fang Han opened the chat interface and found that Mo Jia sent him a message every 10 minutes. He didn't reply immediately, but opened the system. He wanted to see if Mo Jia hated him since he hadn't replied for so long. Still 15 points of faith. When he checked an hour ago, Mo Jia's faith in him was also 15 points. Fang Han was a little surprised and delighted, but he didn't think too much about it. Who would refuse such a good thing? So, he replied, is your cooking good? At this time, Mo Jia was on the verge of despair. But suddenly, she felt her phone vibrate again. She couldn't wait to open her phone and click on Fang Han's message. Cook? She was stunned. She had sent so many messages before, both hinting and explicit. Finally, Fang Han asked her if the food she cooked was delicious. Could it be that in his eyes, she didn't even have a good meal? Once again, she doubted her own charm. But what she didn't know was that Fang Han was really tired of eating big meals these days and started to miss home-cooked meals. Moreover, Fang Han not only wanted to eat the food she cooked, but also wanted to eat while cooking. However, Mo Jiao didn't think about Fang Han's intentions. She was afraid that Fang Han would regret it, so she immediately replied, I'm a good cook and can cook all kinds of cuisines. After the message was sent, she stared at the screen. At this time, Fang Han was playing with his mobile phone. After receiving the message, he clicked it. Looking at the news, he couldn't help laughing. He was just tired of eating feasts from all kinds of cuisines. He smiled and shook his head, then replied, come down and get the medicine. I want to eat home-cooked food tonight. After receiving the news, Mo Jia felt that her heart was finally at ease. Endless joy rose from her heart. After a while, Fang Han heard a knock on the door. Looking through the camera, it was Mo Jiao, and joy could still be seen on her face. Fang Han picked up the medicine he had just prepared, walked to the door, and opened the titanium alloy door. The moment the door opened, Mo Jiao suddenly felt panicked. Would Fang Han fulfill his promise now? Looking at the dazed Mo Jiao, Fang Han felt that she and Mo Aobai were becoming more and more alike. Somehow, he seemed to feel even more excited. She smiled slightly and said, Auntie, here are the medicines for you. Mo Jiao came back to her senses when she heard Fang Han's magnetic voice, and a blush flashed across her face. Before taking the medicine, she bowed deeply to Fang Han and said, Fang Han, thank you for saving us mother and daughter. Fang Han's smile brightened. Go back and give Xiaobai the medicine first. There will be plenty of opportunities to thank me later. Mo Jiao nodded, took the medicine, turned around and walked upstairs. As she walked, she recalled what Fang Han had just said. He seemed more handsome than before, and his face was more resolute. Just looking at it made her feel inexplicably more secure. And she hasn't felt safe for many days. Ding! Faith value plus 15. Fang Han walked into the room and just closed the titanium alloy door when he heard the system prompt sound. But before he could check, the prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your faith value has reached 500,000. You can activate the super evolution function. Would you like to activate it? Hearing this voice, Fang Han felt his heart beat faster. After waiting for so long, it is finally about to open. I was suddenly ecstatic. Turn it on immediately. Function is being activated. Super evolution has been activated, please check. Fang Han immediately opened the system and checked it. The more he looked, the more shocked his face became. No wonder they call it super evolution, it really lives up to its reputation. As long as there is enough faith value, it can evolve everything. Whether it's items, skills, body, or talent, none of them are a problem. Fang Han also figured out the difference between the system mall and super evolution. All you can buy in the system mall are items. You can't buy physical talents or ability proficiency. The super evolution function transcends reality, and everything can evolve, but the amount of faith it consumes is also astonishing. Before the end of the world, if he wanted to improve his marksmanship, he could only practice shooting honestly. But now, he can directly consume faith points to upgrade his marksmanship. After the excitement, he began to think about the areas that needed the most upgrades. His own body. This answer immediately popped into my mind. Although he has various thermal weapons and bulletproof vests, his body is still just that of an ordinary human being. This is very dangerous in the end times. He wants to strengthen his body. Evolve your body, he said to the system. The host's current level is detected to be level 0 and can be upgraded to level 1. Order 0. Order 1. It seems that this is the level divided by the system. What's the highest level? Can I directly reach the highest level? The highest level is 9th level. The host's current level is too low to withstand power above first level. Is there still this restriction? Fang Han felt helpless for a moment, and told the system, then let's upgrade to level 1. How much faith value is required? 10,000 faith points. Hearing this, Fang Han just wanted to curse. Unscrupulous businessman. But before he could open his mouth, the system blocked his words. Host successfully activates the super evolution function, and is rewarded with a physical evolution opportunity, valid for today. System, next time you speak, you don't have to breathe. Fang Han rolled his eyes. Their host has just been detected to be extremely excited. To prevent their host from getting too excited, the system will wait until their host calms down before issuing the reward. You really deserve to be called the Doomsday Salvation System. Does their host evolve his body immediately? Fang Han was about to nod, but suddenly stopped as if he remembered something. System, how long does it take to evolve? Chapter 30, Doomsday Fortress. Since this is their host's first evolution, it will take a long time, estimated to be 2 hours, and the host will enter a sleep state during the initial evolution. 2 hours. And still in a coma. After hearing this, Fang Han decided to go to bed early tonight and evolve in his dream, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After making up his mind, he prepared to start upgrading other places, which was the safe house he wanted before the end of the world. System, how much faith do I need to upgrade my house to a safe house? There are 2 types of apocalyptic safe houses, please choose one. Ordinary safe house. Faith value required to upgrade, 100,000. Defense system, able to defend against armor-piercing bullet-level attacks. Weapon system, armor-piercing firepower. Folding space, 10,000 square meters. Super security fortress. Faith value required to upgrade, 500,000. Defense system, able to defend against nuclear bomb-level attacks. Weapon system, possesses short-range missile-level firepower. Folding space, 100,000 square meters. The system's voice was emotionless, but when Fang Han heard it, he immediately felt a feeling that had disappeared for a long time. I'm so poor. Fang Han sat on the sofa and began to think. He only has 500,000 faith points now, and he feels it is not worth it if he uses all of it to upgrade the super safe fortress. An ordinary safe house requires 100,000 faith points, but is it worth spending 1/5 of the faith points to upgrade to an ordinary safe house? From the current actual situation, it's not very cost effective. He soon made a decision to temporarily give up the plan to upgrade the safe house. I'll think about it in the next 2 days to see if there is a better way. Mo Jiao. 7:30 p.m. Mo Jiao looked at her daughter lying on the bed. After Mo Abai took the medicine in the afternoon, the paleness on his face gradually turned rosy and his body temperature returned to normal. Mo Jiao was a little surprised. Fang Han's medicine worked so quickly. She saw that her daughter was almost dying in the morning, but after taking the medicine given by Fang Han in the afternoon, she was well by the evening. Although she didn't know why it was so magical, the gratitude she felt towards Fang Han in her heart began to rise again. At this time, Fang Han also received a system prompt that Mo Jiao's faith value had reached 61 points. Mo Jiao exceeded the permitted amount so quickly. Fang Han was slightly surprised. Coo. Suddenly my stomach growled. After touching his stomach, he habitually took out a big meal from the space and put it on the table, just like he did a few days ago. When I was about to pick up my chopsticks, I suddenly remembered that I already had a beautiful cook. So he took out his cell phone and asked Mo Jiao to come down to cook. After receiving the message, Mo Jiao went downstairs immediately without any hesitation. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Fang Han walked over, opened the door, and let Mo Jiao in. After entering the room, Fang Han closed the door and was about to speak, but he suddenly saw Mo Jiao twisting her body a few times. At this moment, Mo Jiao was extremely shocked. The temperature outside was -50 or 60 degrees Celsius, and all of them were almost frozen to death. How could Fang Han's house be so warm? If she hadn't felt it truly, she would never have believed that there was such a warm place now. She even felt very hot, so hot that it was itchy, and she twisted her body unconsciously a few times. After seeing Mo Jiao's predicament, Fang Han smiled and said, "Auntie, why are you wearing so many clothes now? Aren't you hot?" He pointed to a large laundry basket nearby and continued, "Throw your dirty clothes in there. Now go take a shower and make dinner when you're clean." Hearing Fang Han's words, Mo Jiao's cheeks turned slightly red. She was surprised. Did he want her to take off all her clothes here? She raised her head and looked at Fang Han. Fang Han didn't say anything, turned and walked towards the sofa, which was considered as giving her the answer. Although his aunt was pretty and sexy, she probably hadn't taken a bath since the apocalypse, so he wasn't interested in her now. After sitting on the sofa, Fang Han started playing games. Seeing that Fang Han ignored her like this, Mo Jia suddenly felt a little embarrassed and inexplicably a little annoyed. She couldn't help but start to doubt her own charm again. Is Fang Han interested in her? After a while, rustling sounds were heard in the living room. She was wearing too many clothes, and it took a while before she could reveal her perfect masterpiece. Where is the bathroom? She asked in a low voice, covering her round part. Fang Han didn't look back, but raised his hand and pointed casually. Seeing that Fang Han didn't even turn his head, Mo Jia looked at herself again, suddenly let go of her hands, and walked towards the bathroom generously. She entered the bathroom, turned on the heater, and felt the long-lost sound of water. She was suddenly surprised to find that Fang Han's house actually had a bath. Just outside, her attention was distracted by Fang Han's actions and she didn't realize this at all. They were all frozen like dogs, but Fang Han's house was as warm as spring. Others fight for a sip of water, but his family uses it as if it's free. The man outside who disdained her seemed to be living in heaven. Mo Jiao digested these unimaginable miracles while taking a luxurious bath. If people knew about this, they would definitely fight to the death to move in. And she just came in like that. She felt that everything that happened today was like a dream, a beautiful dream that she didn't want to wake up from. Ding! Faith value +5. Fang Han, who was playing games, suddenly remembered when he heard the system prompt sound. Seeing that it was Mo Jia's again, he couldn't help but feel curious. Is it taking longer to take a shower? If I ask her to cook every day in the future, won't she be fed to perfection in every minute? By then, won't the system's faith value limit be exceeded? After 20 minutes, although she didn't want to end it, Mo Jia still forced herself to finish washing. Fang Han was still waiting for her to cook. She was about to ask Fang Han if he had any extra towels. Suddenly, a set of clothes that she had only seen on TV appeared in her sight, and next to the clothes was a towel. Maid outfit. Is this for her? She stared blankly at the maid outfit, then looked at her own stimulating masterpiece. She could hardly imagine the scene of the two overlapping. She really wanted to ask Fang Han if she could change into another one. But he still stopped. After a moment of hesitation, she moved, walked over, picked up the towel and wiped it. Only then did she notice that there was a large mirror behind the clothes. In the mirror, a graceful figure is reflected. The maid outfit and the masterpiece completed their first overlap. Another 5 minutes later, the bedroom door opened. Only then did Fang Han raise his head and look over. I saw a few drops of water hanging on a beautiful face. The radiance that was originally hidden by the thick clothes was now fully revealed. Tremor. Slim. Slender. White and black alternate, sexy yet a bit shy. It feels so good. Auntie, come here. Fang Han waved gently. Hearing this, Mo Jiao, who was wearing a maid outfit, trembled. At this time, she didn't know what she was thinking, so she just walked slowly towards Fang Han. Looking at the obedient Mo Jiao in front of him, Fang Han stood up. When the body leans forward, the two people are less than 10 centimeters apart. Chapter 31 Mo Jia makes dinner, and I feel itchy. A trace of heat hit Mo Jia's face. Her mind began to panic. Auntie, I'm tired of eating these dishes. You can put them in the refrigerator and make some home-cooked meals tonight. Fang Han pointed to the big meal on the table next to them. After saying that, he walked straight past Mo Jiao and entered the bedroom. Oh. Looking at Fang Han's back, Mo Jiao found him increasingly unpredictable. Her mind became increasingly anxious, so she obediently did as she was told. But when she looked at the dining table next to her heart was suddenly shocked again. It turned out to be a whole table of luxurious dinner. She rarely ate these dishes on the table, even before the end of the world. But just now, Fang Han actually said that he was tired of eating it. She couldn't help but wonder if she had heard it wrong. They were almost starving to death, and had to eat a packet of instant noodles over 5 days. Fang Han actually said that he was tired of 5-star meals. But then she thought again, she had seen even more bizarre things at Fang Han's house today. The sumptuous meals on the table seemed barely acceptable. At the same time, she also understood why Fang Han wanted to eat home-cooked meals. Half an hour later, Fang Han walked out of the bedroom and sat on the sofa in the living room playing with his mobile phone. After a while, he heard his stomach protesting again. He looked up at the kitchen, ready to ask Mo Jia when dinner would be served. But before he could open his mouth, a beautiful picture came into his sight. Their maid outfit's delicate tailoring perfectly outlines the curves. As if sensing something, Mo Jia immediately stood up and turned around, their eyes meeting. A hint of shyness suddenly appeared on my aunt's pretty face. I will cook for you," Mo Jia said nervously immediately. Hearing her words, Fang Han didn't do anything else, just nodded slightly. He had more important things to do tonight. The physical evolution opportunity rewarded by the system must be used within today, and the first evolution will last for more than 2 hours. Last time on the plane, he just ordered a glass of milk, and by Ian drank it for an hour. But it's already 8:30, and there is not enough time to study. He had to finish his meal quickly and then make the most of the time to evolve his body. In the end times, improving your strength is the most important thing. After a while, Mo Jia finally prepared tonight's dinner. Although it was just home-cooked food, Fang Han had a big appetite, so Mo Jia cooked 7 or 8 dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, minced meat with tofu, hot and sour shredded potatoes, minced meat with eggplant, braised pork, chicken with mushrooms, sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Looking at the long-lost side dishes on the table, Fang Han's appetite was aroused and he started eating immediately. In a short while, he finished a bowl of rice. "I'll serve you some rice," Mo Jia said quickly from the side. Only then did Fang Han notice that she had been standing by and hadn't picked up her chopsticks at all. So he called out, "Auntie, why are you standing there? Come eat with us." I won't eat it. If you haven't finished, I'll bring some back to Xiaobai later. Is that okay with you?" Tears suddenly welled up in Mo Jia's eyes, but she still shook her head. Although Fang Han seemed to have a lot of supplies, what Fang Han gave her today was enough, and she felt that she should not be too greedy. Seeing that she was almost crying, Fang Han was a little surprised. "Isn't it just a meal?" He walked over, stretched out his hand and pressed Mo Jia onto the chair, and said nonchalantly, "I can't finish all these dishes by myself, so let's eat together, and I can take them back to Xiaobai later." Mo Jia looked at Fang Han, and she found that the more she looked at this man, the more intoxicated she became. "Fang Han, thank you, you are a good person." "Good person?" Hearing this, Fang Han felt that she was cursing. In this end times, anyone who does good is a fool. Besides, is there really a good person like him who kills people as easily as cutting grass? "Auntie, don't curse." Mo Jia looked at Fang Han suspiciously, but he said nothing and continued eating. Ding! Faith value +5, Mo Jia's faith value in the host has reached 71 points. Rising again. And it has exceeded by EU's 70 points, making him the person with the highest faith value in him. Fang Han was delighted. He looked at Mo Abai's faith value again, 36 points. Double kill. The future is promising. I was so happy that I couldn't help but eat faster. After dinner, Fang Han put down his chopsticks and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Mo Jia also immediately started to clean up the dishes, as if she had really turned into a maid. However, Fang Han's house is fully equipped with all the kitchen utensils, so she doesn't need to wash the dishes. She packed up some of the leftover food and prepared to take it back to her daughter. Her movements were very quick and efficient, and now she just wanted to go back quickly and let her daughter have a hot meal. Although it will definitely be cold after they bring it back, even if it is cold, it is still the delicacy they have been dreaming of. How nice it would be if we, mother and daughter, could live here. Suddenly, a desire surged in her heart, growing stronger and stronger. After a while, Fang Han finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom wearing shorts. Ouch tilde. Mo Jiao, who was standing behind the gate, suddenly shouted, and then she immediately turned around. She turned around quickly, but she could still see Fang Han's figure clearly. From her perspective, he had a slender figure with smooth lines, broad and powerful shoulders, and his 8 abdominal muscles seemed to be embedded together in the light, making him as handsome as a sculpture. "I'm used to it alone," Fang Han said indifferently. "Can you open the door for me?" Mo Jia now just wanted to escape from the scene as quickly as possible. Fang Han nodded, then walked over and opened the door. The titanium alloy door of his house is set up so that it can only be unlocked by his fingerprint. After the door opened, Mo Jiao hurriedly put the packed food under her clothes and fled like the wind. After closing the door again, Fang Han raised the corner of his mouth and murmured, "Auntie, you cook dinner today and you cook dinner tomorrow." Then he walked into the bedroom, lay on the bed, called out the system and said, "You can start evolving." Before starting the evolution, does the host check the current attributes? Property. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. When did the system start to have attributes? Host, when the super evolution function is turned on, a property panel will appear. Check. He was very curious about his current attribute. The next second, a light curtain suddenly appeared. Chapter 32 Fang Han's body evolves and reaches level 1. Name Fang Han. Level 0. Talent unawakened. Appearance 90 out of 100. Combat power 5 unlimited. Spirit 20 average for ordinary people is 10. Body 15 average for ordinary people is 10. Skill introduction to gunmanship. Looking at the attribute points on the light screen, Fang Han couldn't help but ponder. His looks are only 90 points. How handsome does it take to get 100 points? Could it be that he has the looks of a big reader? Also, what the hell is a combat power value of 5? The weakling is actually me. Fortunately, after reading one by one, he realized that he was stronger than ordinary people both mentally and physically. Among them, the spiritual attribute is twice that of ordinary people. Could it be the spiritual enhancement brought about by rebirth? After figuring out what he was doing, he turned off the light screen and said to the system, "Start evolving." The host is about to begin its first physical evolution, helping the host enter a sleeping state. The host has entered a dormant state and begun to evolve. Progress 1%. Progress 2%. Progress 50%. Progress 99%. Progress 100%. Ding! The host has completed its first evolution. Ding! The host is about to wake up. After a while, Fang Han slowly opened his eyes. It's over so soon. He felt like he had just fallen asleep and woke up again in the blink of an eye. Without thinking about the time, he couldn't wait to call out the system and check his attributes after upgrading to level 1. Instantly, the system displays a light curtain. Name Fang Han. Level 1. Talent unawakened. Appearance 91. Combat power 99. Spirit 120. Body 110. Skill introduction to gunmanship. After seeing his attribute values again, Fang Han finally smiled and felt ecstatic. Unexpectedly, after reaching level 1, not only did my combat power, mental and physical attributes increase rapidly, but my appearance also increased by 1 point. He is now eager to find someone to test his fighting ability. He was about to do a somersault, but suddenly he felt sticky. When he lowered his eyes, he suddenly realized that his entire body was covered in a black, sticky substance. I couldn't help but frown slightly. System, what is this? Host, this is bone cleansing and marrow cleansing to cleanse the impurities in your body. Holy shit! So many impurities. He then asked, does every upgrade involve bone sharpening and marrow cleansing? No, bone cutting and marrow washing is a gift from the system. After bone cutting and marrow washing, the body will no longer produce a large amount of impurities, and the host can excrete them on their own. Fang Han nodded, then exerted a little effort and sat up from the bed. After getting out of bed, a thought flashed through his mind, and the quilt in front of him, along with the bed, was instantly taken into the space. He also selected a luxurious bed from the supplies he had stockpiled before the end of the world and placed it in the bedroom. Pick up your phone and check the time. 23:30. It turned out that more than 2 hours had passed. After sighing, he felt a little uncomfortable because of the sticky feeling on his body, so he walked out of the room and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, Fang Han felt no longer sleepy. He just felt like there was a tremendous amount of power in his body that he had nowhere to release. After thinking about it, he put on his super thermal suit, walked out of 505, and closed the titanium alloy door. The moment the door closed, the corridor and stairs were plunged into darkness. Fang Han was about to turn on the flashlight, but he suddenly found that a flash of lightning shot out from his eyes. The lightning penetrated the darkness directly and was extremely conspicuous. What's going on? For a moment, Fang Han was a little confused. System, what's going on? Congratulations, host, this is a lightning talent, but it has not yet truly awakened. He was about to continue asking the system what the use of lightning talent was and when it would be truly awakened. But then it suddenly occurred to him, if he could awaken his talent, could others also awaken it? How could they awaken it? Fang Han couldn't wait to clear the fog. What's with talent? Host, I only learned about the awakening of talents after the super evolution function was activated today. From the information just unlocked today, after the apocalypse, some humans will gradually awaken their talents, but I currently don't know when and how they will awaken. Hearing this, Fang Han frowned. In his previous life, he failed to awaken his talent until he was killed by Yushin and Ji Yang. Is it that I didn't have talent in my previous life? Or is it that the time for awakening hasn't come yet? Does Ji Yang know about awakening talents? Fang Han has no answers to these questions for the time being. But he was very sure that in this life, he would awaken his talent in lightning. As for Ji Yang, whether he knew it or not, he was dead. Then, Fang Han asked the system his question again, aren't you the system? Why do you need to unlock the information separately? Host, I just learned today that this system is currently only in its primary form. Only after it reaches its ultimate form can all information and functions be unlocked. The electronic sound of the system clearly had no emotion, but Fang Han seemed to feel a hint of helplessness. Taking a long breath, he turned on the flashlight and walked downstairs. He continued asking questions as he walked downstairs. How can I transform into my ultimate form? Host, when you accumulate 10 million hatred points or 1 million faith points, this system will enter its ultimate form. We don't have to achieve all of them, right? Achieve one of them. I only need to gain 10 million hatred points or 1 million faith points. I don't need to consume them, right? Yes. Next time, please tell me this kind of information as soon as possible. Okay, host. Today, after learning that it was only in its primary form, this system was a bit confused, which led to a delay in the notification. Fang Han nodded, and at this time, he also arrived downstairs of Building 505. Bring up the light screen of the attribute panel and look at the body attributes, 110. According to the system description, physical attributes are a combination of speed, strength, bounce, agility, endurance and other aspects. He planned to test his jumping ability and speed first. So he jumped lightly. It was more than 2 meters off the ground. Then he ran for a distance and jumped with all his strength. After several attempts, I finally figured out his current jumping limit. Vertical jump of 3.6 meters. He was very satisfied with the result. After testing the bounce, I did not continue to test the speed immediately. Fang Han walked out of the community and found a nearby indoor gymnasium. The first floor of the gymnasium had been submerged by the blizzard, and the windows on the second floor were badly broken. Fang Han went straight to the second floor and came to a basketball court in the gymnasium. He took out several headlights from the space, and the gymnasium was instantly illuminated. Looking around, he found that the ground was relatively flat, so he began to test his speed. 2 minutes later, Fang Han's face was filled with joy. His maximum instantaneous speed reached 20 ms. This speed is almost close to that of a tiger. Then, he exchanged a strength testing machine in the system mall. Chapter 33, A Punch of 20,000 Jin, Super Bulletproof Vest. Bang! A punch was thrown and the machine quickly displayed the result. 16,000 kilograms. Adjust your state and throw the second punch. 18,000 kilograms. The third punch. 15,000 kilograms. After seeing the number getting smaller, Fang Han sat on the basketball hoop, replenished his energy, and rested for a while. The fourth punch. 19,000 kilograms. The fifth punch. 20,000 kilograms. Next, I tried a few more times and finally got the result. Extreme strength, 20,000 jins. He felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. At this moment, the excitement in Fang Han's heart was surging like waves. The others are still just mortals, but I have already advanced to the first level. It's a wonderful feeling to always be ahead of others. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Building 5, Room 902. Mo Jiao sat by the bed, watching over her daughter. Under the thick quilt, several clothes were wrapped together, and inside were the food she brought back from Fang Han's house last night. She originally wanted to let her daughter eat after she woke up at night, but she didn't wake up, so she wrapped the food in clothes and put it in the quilt. Moabai's complexion and body temperature had returned to normal at this time. After a while, she finally slowly opened her eyes. "Daughter, you finally woke up. I was so worried." Seeing her daughter wake up, Mo Jiao cried with joy, and her heart was finally at ease. Moabai, who had just woken up, was still a little confused, but when she saw her mother crying, she immediately comforted her. "Mom, don't cry, I'm fine now, look. Don't cry, Mom is happy." Mo Jiao wiped her tears, then suddenly remembered something, and immediately and carefully took out the package from under the quilt. After uncovering the clothes, I took out the food inside and touched the lunch box. Although it was not hot, it was not completely cold either. He quickly handed it to his daughter and said softly, "You must be hungry. Eat something quickly." At this time, Moabai also recovered from his confusion. She remembered the food in her house. It had obviously been snatched away by Chen Fan and his men. Only a few packets of instant noodles were left. Where did the food come from? And the medicines in her home were also stolen. How did she suddenly recover? He raised his head and looked at his mother in confusion. Seeing her daughter's inquiring gaze, Mo Jia patted her head and said, "Be good, eat first. After you finish eating, Mom will tell you in detail." Moabai hesitated for a moment and then nodded. But she didn't finish all the food, insisting on leaving some for her and Mo Jiao to eat slowly. So, Mo Jiao told Moabai what happened yesterday. But somehow, she subconsciously hid some details. After listening to his mother's story, Moabai opened his eyes wide and looked at Mo Jiao in shock. If the person in front of her was not her mother, she would definitely think that this person was crazy. A madman who was freezing or starving. Is the house warm as spring? Hot showers as you please. Tired of luxurious meals. She felt that these words from her mother were heaven. But now it is clearly hell. Can I go visit Brother Fang Han's house? What you hear is not as good as what you see. She really wanted to go to Fang Han's house to find out what was going on. I'll ask him. It's not good to go to his house rashly. Mo Jiao thought about it and did not agree directly. Although he couldn't go to Fang Han's house immediately, Moabai had now recovered from his shock. Endless gratitude rose in her heart. Fang Han saved her life and gave her and her daughter food. Gave them hope. Suddenly, that handsome and imposing figure appeared in her mind and did not disappear for a long time. Bang! 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 As he thought about it, Moabai felt his heart beating faster and his heart was pounding. At this time, Fang Han was still asleep. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that he woke up slowly. I slept for a really long time, but I felt very comfortable all over. I got up from the bed and stretched. As he walked out of the bedroom, Fang Han murmured to himself, feeling his brother was full of energy and spirit. "Brother, I'm sorry. You've suffered so much these days. I'll let you have something delicious tonight." After a quick wash, I started to eat breakfast. I haven't eaten for most of the day, and my stomach is growling with hunger. He took out breakfast for 3 people from the space and devoured it in no time. Hiccup tilde. After eating and drinking, he lay on the sofa to rest for a while, then called up the system and prepared to realize the idea he had just had while eating. He took out the bulletproof vest from the system space, which he exchanged for when he went to Eagle Country for 0 yuan. Before the end of the world, this bulletproof vest was indeed very impressive, but now he felt that it was not good enough. While eating, he suddenly remembered that he could use the super evolution function to upgrade his bulletproof vest. System, how much faith is needed to upgrade the bulletproof vest? The Doomsday Bulletproof Vest has 3 levels of upgrades, please choose one. Level 1, Ordinary Bulletproof Vest. Faith value required to upgrade, 5,000. Function, covers the entire body including the head, and can defend against sniper rifles and ordinary artillery shells. Level 2, Super Bulletproof Vest. Faith value required to upgrade, 20,000. Function, covers the entire body including the head, and can defend against armor-piercing level firepower attacks. Level 3, God Level Bulletproof Vest. Faith value required to upgrade, 100,000. Function, covers the entire body including the head and can defend against nuclear level firepower attacks. Phew! Looking at the options given by the system, Fang Han felt excited. Compared to the upgrade price of the safe house last night, he suddenly felt that the bulletproof vest was really cheap. Moreover, after putting on the bulletproof vest, you can go wherever you want, which directly solves the problem of the safe house being unable to move. He was secretly happy, feeling lucky that he didn't get taken advantage of last night. System: if I spend 20,000 faith points to upgrade to a super body armor vest, and then later want to upgrade to a god level body armor vest, do I need to spend another 100,000 faith points? Or do I need to pay the difference of 80,000? Make up the difference of 80,000. At this moment, Fang Han suddenly felt that the electronic sound of the system today was inexplicably much more conscientious. Upgrade to a super bulletproof vest. Fang Han made the decision. Ding! Consume 20,000 faith points to upgrade super bulletproof vest. The next second, the bulletproof vest disappeared from his hands. Ding! The super bulletproof vest has been upgraded. Do you want to wear it immediately? Yes. Fang Han said without hesitation. Ding! Done. As soon as the system finished speaking, Fang Han suddenly saw a layer of translucent light curtain that instantly wrapped up his entire body. Huh? Not physical. Fang Han was confused at first, then filled with joy. The light curtain bulletproof vest is great. It covers you from head to toe, so you don't need to wear a helmet when you go out. A complete sense of security instantly spread throughout my body. He also discovered that although the light curtain covered his head, it did not block his vision at all. It is worthy of being called a super bulletproof vest. I wonder if others can see this light curtain. He suddenly felt puzzled. Chapter 34: Mo Jia makes dinner. Fang Han picked up his phone and took a selfie. When he opened the photo, there was only him in it, without any shadow of the bulletproof vest's light curtain. Then he went into the bathroom again and stood in front of the mirror. The light curtain cannot be seen in the mirror. But when he looked down, he saw that the light curtain was still on his body. He was absolutely certain that he was the only one who could see the light curtain, and he could see it directly without the help of any other tools. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a question and asked the system. System: if I shoot myself, how will the bulletproof vest react? Rarely, the system did not answer immediately. I wonder if it was confused by Fang Han's question. After a while, the prompt sounded. No matter which level of apocalyptic bulletproof vest, it can detect the degree of damage to their host by external substances. Even if their host wants to harm himself, the bulletproof vest will automatically defend himself. External matter. Fang Han caught a key word in the system's words. So, if someone poisons me, the bulletproof vest will still protect me. Yes, host, poison is also an external substance. Immune to all poisons. After figuring out all the functions of the super bulletproof vest, Fang Han was overjoyed. 20,000 faith points can be so incredible. What will happen if his 500,000 faith points are all used up? Moreover, both faith value and hatred value can be continuously obtained. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the end of the world. Coming out of the bathroom, I returned to the sofa. He picked up the water cup and brought it to his mouth, and found that the water cup passed through the light curtain unhindered and touched his lips directly. In the afternoon, he did not go out, but stayed at home watching movies and playing games. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Fang Han threw away the game controller and planned to ask Mo Jiao to come down to cook. I took out my phone and saw that she had sent me several messages. 4 p.m, Mo Jiao, Fang Han, thank you. Xiaobai is almost well today. 6 p.m, Mo Jiao, are you still cooking today? 18:30, Mo Jiao, if I want to cook, can Xiaobai join me? Seeing Mo Jiao's request, Fang Han did not agree. He has been enduring it for a whole day since yesterday. He couldn't continue to let his brother down. Today, he's ready to coach. Personally teach Mo Jiao practical skills for survival in the apocalypse to improve her ability to survive in the apocalypse. How could Mo Aobai be allowed to come and watch? Of course, Mo Aobai will definitely come later. Not only should they observe, but mother and daughter should also learn together and make progress hand in hand. So he replied, Auntie, come down and cook. From yesterday's observations, Fang Han knew that with Mo Jiao's personality, she would not bring Mo Aobai down unless he explicitly agreed. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Fang Han walked over and opened the door. Sure enough, Mo Jiao was the only one there. After letting her into their house, Fang Han closed the door and returned to the sofa. Looking at Fang Han's back, Mo Jiao was stunned. She felt that this man seemed to be more handsome. How strange, it's only been one day. Mo Jia couldn't figure out the reason, so she stood behind the door, took off her thick clothes consciously, picked up the maid outfit she took off yesterday, and went to the bathroom. This time, she didn't let Fang Han speak again. In the bathroom, Mo Jia finished washing quickly this time, and did not take a long time to finish like yesterday. But when she was about to put on her clothes, she was stunned again. She found that the maid outfit she had just brought in from outside and placed in front of the mirror was a little different from the one she wore yesterday. I picked it up and took a look. Today's set seems to highlight my graceful figure better. After hesitating for a moment, she put it on obediently. Looking at the graceful reflection in the mirror, she found that her charm seemed to have returned. I don't know what he was thinking about, but his ears suddenly turned red. After a while, she came out of the bathroom. After coming out, I subconsciously looked towards the sofa, but Fang Han was not there. She patted the fruit and thought to herself that it was a good thing he was not there. Then she immediately went to the kitchen, fearing that Fang Han would appear in the living room. At this time, Fang Han also came out of the bedroom. Then he went into the bathroom and started taking a shower. After washing, he came out and sat on the sofa like yesterday. Looking towards the kitchen, I found the door was closed and heard the sound of Mo Jia busy inside. Gu tilde. My stomach growled again. Fang Han touched his stomach, then murmured playfully, "Don't worry, brother, eat dinner first." Then he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. The moment he pushed the door open, he heard Mo Jia's cry, You scared me, what are you doing in here?" Suddenly frightened, Mo Jia subconsciously patted his hands and began to tremble again. Fang Han looked at the swaying maid, her collar slightly open, revealing her slender neck and deep collarbone. A flash into the kitchen. "Yeah, I'm still making dinner for you. Wait until I finish cooking, okay?" Mo Jia's ears turned red and her cheeks flushed as she started to feel embarrassed. Although she had known this moment would come, she still hadn't expected it to be here. It's already this late, no matter what Fang Han said, he can't wait any longer. He can wait, but the readers can't wait any longer. Moreover, Fang Han discovered that the beauty in front of him was obviously moved. She pinched her smooth chin and chuckled, "Yes, auntie, you cook dinner for me. You make yours and I eat mine. I can also learn your cooking skills." The aunt didn't twist her body anymore, but just lowered her head shyly. Then, Fang Han immediately began to teach Mo Jia practical skills for survival in the apocalypse. The martial arts he taught included the 18 secret skills of Shaolin, which were enough to benefit Mo Jia for a lifetime. Fang Han did not hide anything. He taught me everything he knew. After teaching him the Shaolin secret skills, Fang Han discovered that Mo Jia's enthusiasm for learning had not diminished at all. 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. It is indeed the age to love learning. As the saying goes, Shaolin in the north and Wudang in the south. So Fang Han immediately began to teach her the unique Wudang skills. As a courtesy, Mo Jia also began to teach Fang Han cooking during the learning process. Peeling peaches. Cucumber salad. Kung Pao chicken. Stir-fried kidneys. Scallops in sauce. Mo Jia was proficient in all 8 major cuisines. In the end, Fang Han's learning ability was better. He not only learned all of Mo Jia's dishes, but was also able to continue teaching her special moves. Water-type skills water and skyline. Ice skills frozen snow. Mo Jia's learning ability was obviously not as good as Fang Han's. She was shocked by the billions of energies contained in various unique skills. After being defeated, Mo Jia secretly vowed in his heart that he must practice every day in the future, become a master as soon as possible, and help Fang Han solve his problems in the end times. The next second, she was lost in her studies. Chapter 35 Mo Jia's faith value reaches 86. After the study, Fang Han looked at Mo Jia who was dizzy from studying, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Tonight's dinner is so delicious." As expected, the thin branches bear large fruits, which are delicious and can reduce internal heat. He raised his hand to smooth the wet hair at the corner of her eyebrows, then gently picked her up and walked into the bedroom. After putting it on the bed, Fang Han walked out of the bedroom. At this time, seeing that his brother had finally had a full meal, his stomach could no longer hold back and protested. Fang Han looked at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He immediately took out the delicious food from the space and started to eat it with relish. An hour later, Fang Han, who had finished eating and digested his food for a while, got up and walked into the bedroom. Mo Jiao on the bed had not woken up yet, her eyes were closed, her nose was delicate, and her lips were slightly open. Every breath you take is filled with beauty. The redness on her face had not yet faded, and she seemed to be smiling even in her sleep. Fang Han walked forward and gently shook her shoulders. A moan was immediately heard in the bedroom. After a moment, Mo Jiao slightly opened her bright eyes like autumn water. Suddenly, a face as handsome as the reader's came into her sight. "R!" She cried out and quickly covered her head with the quilt with a shy look on her face. "Auntie, it's 11 o'clock. Are you going back tonight?" Mo Jiao, who was lying under the quilt, heard Fang Han's playful voice. "Is it so late?" She was surprised. It was only 7 o'clock when she came down. 4 hours had passed. So she quickly asked, "How long have I been sleeping?" 1 hour. Hearing Fang Han's words, Mo Jiao couldn't help but be even more shocked. She slept for an hour, minus the time for showering. Doesn't that mean she studied for 2 hours? In an instant, my heart was pounding and my heart was beating fast. She hasn't learned anything new in 18 years. I didn't expect that the teaching would be so long and intensive right from the start. She can't keep up at all. Moreover, it was the first time in her life that she had seen such a vast palace of knowledge. In comparison, 18 years ago, she had only just begun to learn. After stroking her full breasts, Mo Jiao calmed herself down, then said to the outside of the quilt, "Fang Han, can you please go out first? I'll get up now." Fang Han smiled when she heard this. "Auntie, it's already this late, why are you still shy?" Although he said this, Fang Han still turned around and left the bedroom. Only when she heard the bedroom door close did Mo Jiao crawl out from under the quilt. "When I got up from the bed, I suddenly felt sore all over, as if I was about to fall apart. After a while, the white feet finally touched the floor. I stood up and prepared to go out, but unexpectedly my legs started to tremble and I fell back onto the bed." This immediately reminded Mo Jiao of what she had learned an hour ago. She exclaimed in her heart again, and then suddenly became worried again. Fang Han's learning ability is too strong. How can I keep up with him in the future? 10 minutes later, Mo Jiao finally held onto the wall and opened the bedroom door. At this time, Fang Han was sitting on the sofa playing games. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he didn't look up and said softly, "There is a pill on the table. You should be back to health after taking it." Mo Jiao heard the voice and looked at the table, where there was a blue pill and a glass of warm water. This was something Fang Han exchanged from the system mall. It can help people recover instantly from fatigue and soreness. Without hesitation, she walked over slowly, picked up the pill, and swallowed it with warm water. Just as Fang Han said, she felt full of energy the next second and quickly changed into some thick clothes she had taken off. After changing, she immediately turned around and said to Fang Han, "Fang Han, I have to go back." At this time, Fang Han stood up and walked towards Mo Jiao. After standing in front of her, he looked at her with his sharp eyes, and instantly saw a hint of blush. He lowered his head slightly and smiled, "Auntie, you still call me Fang Han?" Hearing this, Mo Jiao's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Then, what is it called? What do you think?" In an instant, Mo Jiao felt a hint of heat entering her ears along with Fang Han's words. Seeing Fang Han was hesitant to open the door, she shyly said after a moment, "Husband." In a soft voice as thin as silk. After she finished speaking, she immediately cried out and covered her rosy face. At this time, Fang Han patted her roundness with satisfaction, and said in her ear, "Auntie is so good." After saying this, he turned sideways and opened the titanium alloy door. The moment the door opened, Mo Jiao turned around and tried to escape the scene. But Fang Han suddenly pulled Rudy back. "You and Xiaobai's food is on the table." Mo Jiao immediately picked up the packed food on the table and walked out the door in one step. Ding! Mo Jiao's faith in the host increases by 15, reaching 86. The moment the door closed, the system prompt sounded in my head. Over 85 points. Fang Han was delighted. It seemed that he had completely conquered her. From now on, I can cook dinner every day, as well as breakfast, lunch, and midnight snacks. While laughing, he walked towards the bedroom. After lying on the bed, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't looked at Mo Aobai's faith value for several days, so he opened the system to check. 72 points. It has doubled compared to the last time I checked. Fang Han was a little surprised. The mother and daughter were faster than each other. After thinking about it, he understood that this must be because Mo Aobai woke up and knew that it was him who saved her. 86 plus 72. Looking at these two numbers, Fang Han suddenly felt infinite anticipation in his heart. Double egg rice. Sandwich cookies. It must be delicious. Then, he prepared to check Baiyu's faith value. Ever since Baiyu sent him a message a few days ago saying that her phone was running out of battery, she hasn't sent him any messages. Fang Han sent several messages but received no reply. He probably thought his phone was completely out of battery. Open it and take a look. 76 points. Another 6 points increase? He hadn't received any notification, so it seemed like it grew while he was sleeping. Thinking of those eyes that are so charming that they can kill people, I suddenly feel a little excited. It's time to take her over. I have not only a stewardess uniform in my space, but also an airplane. Before closing his eyes, he made a decision in his mind. At this time, 902. Mo Aobai looked at Mo Jia with righteous indignation. She didn't eat the food Mo Jia brought back. Xiaobai, be good and eat something first. Mo Jia reached out and touched her daughter's hair. HMPH. Mo Aobai turned his head and still ignored his mother. Faced with Mo Aobai's dissatisfaction, Mo Jia did not get angry. Instead, she continued to speak kindly to her daughter. Xiaobai, it's mom's fault for taking so long to come back. At this time, Mo Aobai finally spoke. Then tell me why you stayed at Brother Fang Han's house for so long before coming back. After she finished speaking, she turned and stared at her mother. Suddenly, she felt that her mother seemed more beautiful and a little younger. Chapter 36 Fang Han is targeted, Liang Jiming plots. Mo Jia didn't know how to answer her daughter's question, so she could only stammer and make up a few excuses. Fortunately, Mo Aobai did not suspect anything. She just felt aggrieved that her mother did not take her downstairs and stayed there for so long. After a while, with the comfort of his mother, Mo Aobai finally calmed down. Then she was about to start eating, but she noticed something different. The morning meal was already cold when she opened it, and there was only one portion. But now, after opening the lunchbox, she felt that the food was obviously more than enough for one person, and it was still steaming. Mo Aobai raised his head, looked at Mo Jiao, and asked, "Mom, haven't you eaten yet?" At this moment, Mo Jiao also noticed something was wrong. She packed last night's meal herself. She found a lunchbox in the kitchen and only packed one portion. But it was Fang Han who pretended to be there tonight. He must have seen that I hadn't eaten either, so he pretended to be there for two people. Then she looked at the steaming food. Although she didn't understand why, the food Fang Han had prepared did not get cold. But she felt as if she felt the warmth coming, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm. However, she didn't dare to admit her daughter's question, otherwise she really didn't know how to make up for the fact that she hadn't eaten yet. So he quickly denied it and said, "Mom has already eaten. I brought you some extra tonight. We will eat it tomorrow." Hearing this, Mo Aobai smiled like a child and was extremely happy in his heart. Finally I can eat hot meals again. The next day at noon, Fang Han was eating lunch. While eating, he thought about dinner again and thought of Mo Jiao's request yesterday. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone, edited the message and sent it to Mo Jiao. At this time, Mo Jiao and her daughter were also having lunch. When the message alert sounded, her face lit up with joy and she immediately picked up the phone. She knew it was Fang Han's message because she had deleted other friends. When she opened it, the content of the message made her ecstatic and she hugged the phone to her chest excitedly. "Fang Han, Auntie, you and Xiaobai will live in my house from now on. Please cook for me." Seeing his mother's happy face after reading the message, Mo Aobai immediately snatched the phone away. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished watching it, she was also overjoyed, and even her expression and actions were similar to Mo Jiao's. They are indeed mother and daughter with a 95% resemblance. After the excitement, Mo Jiao immediately took the phone from her daughter and asked Fang Han, "When can we go down?" "Soon," I received a reply. "Fang Han, anytime." After reading the news, Mo Jiao hugged her daughter excitedly. 505. After Fang Han sent the message, he walked into the second bedroom. When the door was opened, there was only a bed and a wardrobe inside, which looked a bit small. As soon as he thought about it, the second bedroom was empty. Then, a luxurious bed and an exquisite wardrobe suddenly appeared in the room. There are many sets of exquisite women's clothing of various colors hanging in the closet. Then he turned around and prepared to go out, but suddenly stopped. With a snap of his fingers, the luxurious big bed suddenly turned into a beautiful pink princess bed with a few cute dolls on it. A small table appeared at the head of the bed with a small table lamp and some small ornaments on it. After fiddling with it for a few more minutes, Fang Han left the second bedroom and sat back on the sofa. Less than a minute after I sat down, the system prompt sounded. The camera has captured Liang Fei's whereabouts. Host, do you want to check now? Finally found it. Upon hearing this news, Fang Han smiled slightly. He was just looking for someone to test his first level strength. Let's see now. The next second, the system started playing the surveillance video. There are a total of 20 apartment buildings in the entire Sky Garden community. 2 days ago, the camera only captured Liang Fei escaping from the door and entering the area of buildings 1520, but did not capture the specific unit and floor. But after continuous searches by 4 cameras, Liang Fei's hiding place was finally found. In the video, Liang Fei came out of room 404 of building 16 and slipped into room 401. Although it only flashed for a few seconds, it was caught by the camera during these few seconds. Building 16, room 401. Looking at the place where Liang Fei was hiding, Fang Han began to think. In the community, he is basically only familiar with the neighbors in building 5, and the owners of 1 or 2 surrounding apartment buildings are at most vaguely familiar to him. As for the residents of buildings 1020, he basically didn't know any of them. After watching the video, Fang Han started watching the real-time surveillance. In the surveillance footage, there are 5 other people in room 401, building 16 besides Liang Fei. One of them sat at the top seat and was called Big Brother by the others. It seemed that he was their boss. The man called Big Brother had a scar on his face, a gloomy expression, and a burly build. He looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. At this time, the sound of several people talking was heard from the surveillance camera. Uncle Ming, when are we going to take action against Fang Han? Liang Fei asked the scarred man with a flattering look on his face. After learning that Fang Han had a gun and had killed Chen Fan, Liang Fei was terrified and completely lost the courage he had used to speak out in the group. He immediately ran to building 16 and took refuge with his distant uncle, Liang Jiming. Liang Fei didn't know much about Liang Jiming. He only knew that he was a gangster with some power. But Liang Fei's father had told him before that if he had any problems that could not be solved when he was not around, he could go to Liang Jiming. After finding Liang Jiming, Liang Fei exaggerated and told Liang Jiming that Fang Han had guns, electricity, water, and abundant supplies, hoping that Liang Jiming would be tempted and kill Fang Han directly. Hearing Liang Fei's question, Liang Jiming did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at one of his men and said, "Zhang Yang, how's your inquiry going?" Zhang Yang stood up, his face respectful. "Boss, I found out that Fang Han does have a gun, and more than one. I've also confirmed with several people in Building 5 that his house does have titanium alloy doors and windows, and he posts pictures of delicious food in the group chat every day. And he not only killed Chen Fan and the others, but also Ji Wenhuo and Xue Ding, who had a conflict with him." After listening to his younger brother's report, Liang Jiming fell into silence. In his heart, his evaluation of Fang Han increased a bit. This man was decisive in killing and did things without dragging his feet. Now that he was living in troubled times, he was bound to become a great man. But he was also a little confused. Normally, people with this kind of personality would keep a low profile and develop in a low-key manner until they have enough power. Why did Fang Han act out of character, afraid that others didn't know that he had a lot of supplies? The image of a fool suddenly appeared in Liang Jiming's mind. It was completely different from his previous decisive and murderous style, but it actually appeared on Fang Han at the same time. He was very confused, thinking that there must be some information that he didn't know. But no matter what, he believed that there could not be 2 tigers in one mountain. He had already taken over more than half of the Sky Garden community, and he would not allow anyone to stop him. He wanted to strangle Fang Han in the cradle before he could grow up. Chapter 37 The Best Mother and Daughter, living in Fang Han's house. Although he didn't know why Fang Han was so strange, Liang Jiming was not too worried. He now had countless younger brothers and more than a dozen guns, and he believed that he had a sure win. After making up his mind, Liang Jiming said to the people in the room with a fierce look in his eyes, "This kid Fang Han must not be kept. Since he is so ostentatious, then we will accept everything he has." After a pause, he added, "But it's freezing cold now, and his house has titanium alloy doors and windows, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. We also need to think of a countermeasure." As soon as he finished speaking, a man in green stood up, but he glanced at Liang Fei before speaking. "Boss, I have a plan." Liang Fei's scalp tingled when he was looked at, but he didn't dare to get angry. The man in blue was named Zhang Jiyu, one of Liang Jiming's confidants. He knew that with his friendship with Liang Jiming, he could never catch up with this man even if he flattered him. Liang Jiming looked at Zhang Jiyu and smiled. "Speak." Zhang Jiyu also laughed, but it was a sinister smile. He said sinisterly, "From the information we have so far, Fang Han is a vindictive man. Since Liang Fei has a problem with him, why not let Liang Fei lure Fang Han out? As long as Fang Han leaves his house, he'll be at our mercy." As soon as these words were spoken, Liang Fei's face suddenly turned ugly. He did not expect Zhang Jiyu to be so cruel. He and Liang Jiming were relatives after all, although only distant relatives, but he was used as bait by him. Liang Fei was afraid that Liang Jiming would agree, so he quickly said, "Uncle Ming, don't listen to him. There must be other ways to lure Fang Han out." After finishing speaking, Liang Fei found that this sentence seemed unconvincing. At this moment, he immediately thought of his father, which was the only bargaining chip he could think of at the moment. He begged repeatedly, "Uncle Ming, you saved me. I am his only son. He will definitely be grateful to you when he comes back." At this time, Liang Jiming seemed to have made up his mind. He first pretended to scold Zhang Jiyu, "Shut up, Liang Fei is not my brother's son." Then he immediately turned around and said to Liang Fei with a warm face, "Xiao Fei, don't worry, your father and I have been brothers for many years. Although I don't know how your father is doing now, I will definitely take good care of you for him." After hearing this, Liang Fei's heart was finally at ease, but he was still unsure. A few days before the end of the world, his father went on a business trip, but before he returned home, the end of the world came. What made Liang Fei even more worried was that he could no longer contact his father the day after the apocalypse. After Liang Jiming expressed his position, Zhang Jiyu stepped aside, but he had followed Liang Jiming for many years and knew what the boss was thinking. Don't be fooled by his kind face and sincere feelings now, but if there really comes a day when Liang Fei needs to be sacrificed, he will change his face faster than turning the pages of a book. At this time, a burly man, the biggest in the room, stood up and shouted, "Boss, I think we should just storm them. We have people with guns, so why should we be afraid of a brat like Fang Han?" Hearing Li Shi's words, Liang Jiming frowned. He didn't want to attack by force, not because he was afraid of casualties, but a few deaths didn't matter. The titanium doors and windows were difficult to attack by force. He also didn't want to waste ammunition, which was more precious than gold in the apocalypse. Moreover, he really wanted to control Fang Han before Fang Han could react, and collect all of Fang Han's food and guns intact and without missing a single bullet. So, he looked up at the only person in the room who hadn't spoken. "Kaming, what do you think?" At this time, Song Kaming, who had been named, stood up and said to Liang Jiming, "Boss, although titanium alloy is difficult to break through, we can start with his wall. We have a generator, and now all we need to do is find a machine like a wall drill to break through the wall." After a pause, he continued with a smile, "Although Fang Han has a gun, he is alone and needs to sleep. We can launch an attack in the middle of the night. The noise after the machine starts up will wake Fang Han up, right?" Li Shi asked. "We can generate electricity on the first floor and then use a long line to pull it up to the fifth floor. As for the sound of the wall drill, we can break the wall in two directions at the same time. That way, even if Fang Han is woken up, he won't be able to deal with it. There is still a way forward." Liang Jiming nodded with approval. Finally, Liang Jiming asked several people to act separately, looking for the machine while formulating a plan for a strong attack. If they couldn't find the machine, they would just attack directly. After a few people left, Fang Han also turned off the system monitoring, and then couldn't help laughing out loud. Once again, he witnessed the entire process of a conspiracy against him. It was very similar to the conspiracy between Xueding and Chen Fan, but the difference was that Liang Jiming was several levels stronger than Xueding, and his plan was more meticulous. Unfortunately, Liang Jiming met Fang Han. Sitting on the sofa, Fang Han was also thinking about whether to kill Liang Jiming and others now, or wait for them to come and die. After thinking about it, he decided to wait for someone to come. Fang Han really wanted to see their expressions when they broke through the wall and saw machine guns instead of prey. As for the damage to the walls of the house, he didn't care. After upgrading to level 1 and getting a super bulletproof vest in the past 2 days, he has decided to leave 505 in 2 days. First get rid of Yushin and Ji Yu Yang, then drive the apocalyptic super RV and take Mo Jiao, Mo Aobai, Bai Yu and others, to start a carefree journey in the apocalypse. When others are trying to survive and killing each other for a little food, he wants to enjoy luxurious food and eat with top goddesses in the apocalyptic RV. Knock knock knock, there's a knock on the door. Fang Han saw through their surveillance that it was Mo Jiao and her daughter. He walked over and opened the door, then prepared to go back to the sofa like he had done the previous 2 days. But at this moment, Mo Aobai's soft and cute lowly voice suddenly sounded, and then she rushed up and hugged Fang Han. "Brother Fang Han, thank you." Fang Han lowered his head and smiled at Mo Aobai who was hugging him. He naturally reached out and patted her head, completely ignoring Mo Jiao's roll of eyes. Okay, let's take a shower first." After hearing Fang Han's words, Mo Aobai finally reacted. She didn't expect that she was so bold that she actually hugged someone else in front of her mother, and the man was a man she had only seen a few times. But the moment she saw Fang Han, she immediately felt a great sense of security in her heart, making her want to get closer. Ding! Mo Aobai's faith points +5, reaching 77 points. After Mo Aobai let go, Fang Han let the mother and daughter into their house, then closed the door and turned around to sit back on the sofa. At this time, Mo Aobai also felt the same as Mo Jia when he first entered Fang Han's house. He immediately felt hot and itchy all over and twisted his waist. Even though she already knew that Fang Han's family was different, she still couldn't help but feel shocked after experiencing it herself. Seeing this, Mo Jia hurriedly and seriously told her daughter the process before taking a bath, which made Mo Aobai exclaim. She looked back at the sofa and found that Fang Han had no intention of looking in her direction, so she followed her mother's lead. But there seemed to be a little person in her heart saying that it was okay to watch it. After a while, Mo Jiao took her daughter into the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, Mo Jiao saw that the clothes in front of the mirror were not maid clothes, but home clothes. Her tense heart finally relaxed. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now outside, she had been worried whether Fang Han would continue to let her wear the maid outfit today. If she was still wearing a maid outfit, she would have died in front of her daughter. Next to their home clothes is a cute Lolita set. Chapter 38 Similarity 95%. Mo Jia makes breakfast. At this time, Mo Aobai also saw the clothes in front of the mirror and was instantly attracted by Lolita. Wow, her brother Fang Han is so nice. Since the end of the world, she has either been wearing several layers of thick clothes or wrapped in a thick quilt. Now when she sees the lovely Lolita again, she dances with joy. She immediately picked up the skirt and gestured to herself in the mirror. Looking at her cheering daughter, Mo Jia smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, Xiaobai, you're all dirty, take a shower and put it on." The mother and daughter bathed for a full hour. Mo Jia wanted to stop several times, but she continued dotingly amidst her daughter's playfulness. Mo Aobai hadn't taken a bath for many days. Now bathing in hot water, he felt extremely comfortable. Click. The sound of the bathroom door opening was heard, and Fang Han looked up. I saw a pair of beautiful mother and daughter who looked 95% similar, with light water droplets on their faces, walking out of the bathroom. My daughter is wearing a pink and white Lolita dress, she is so cute, so light and graceful, so good. Mom's home dress shows her mature charm, and her every move is full of style. Both of them have an appearance score of over 90 points, and both are successful. Now without the restraint of thick clothes, the perfect curves are outlined. Gurgle. Fang Han couldn't help swallowing, his eyebrows twitching slightly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and anticipation appeared in his eyes. Brother Fang Han tilde. The moment he walked out of the bedroom and saw Fang Han, Mo Aobai couldn't help but jog straight to the sofa. After standing in front of Fang Han, she turned around and said with a smile, "Brother Fang Han, I really like the skirt you picked." Fang Han also stood up, gently touched Mo Aobai's hair, and chuckled, "Xiaobai, come and see your bedroom." After saying that, he took her to the second bedroom. At this time, Mo Jia was still standing at the bathroom door, looking at the two intimate people, and she couldn't help but have a strange premonition in her heart. Shaking off the thoughts in her mind, she followed Fang Han's footsteps. The moment the second bedroom door opened, Moabai's clear eyes suddenly widened. She covered her lips in surprise and looked at the lovely and warm bedroom in disbelief. Wow, Tilda, did Brother Fang Han arrange this specifically for me? He must have put a lot of time and thought into it. Moabai immediately felt an infinite sense of happiness in her heart. This was the first time in her life that she had felt the pampering from a man. Of course, those lickers who chased her in the past have been automatically ignored by her. She turned around and hugged Fang Han, stood on tiptoe, kissed him on the face, and then said excitedly, "Brother Fang Han, I like this bedroom so much, thank you." Ding! Moabai's faith points +2, reaching 79 points. Feeling the wetness on his face and hearing the system prompt, Fang Han was delighted. Getting closer. Closer. There will be something you like better in the future. He smiled slightly, then turned and walked out of the second bedroom. A Loli's voice came from behind, "Really? What is it? You'll know then. If I tell you, there won't be any surprises." After Fang Han finished speaking, when he passed by Mo Jiao, he saw that the young woman's face was slightly red and her eyes were wandering. He didn't know what she was thinking. "Auntie, what delicious food are you thinking about?" Fang Han's voice brought Mo Jiao back to reality. She quickly waved her hands and said, No, I was just happy to see you caring so much for us mother and daughter." After saying that, Mo Jiao immediately went into the second bedroom. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Mo Jiao was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Fang Han and Moabai sat on the sofa, eating snacks and watching a movie. To be precise, it was a romance anime, and Moabai insisted on watching it with him. Moabai cried and laughed at times, and held his arm tightly. Feeling the softness on his arm, Fang Han looked at the beautiful figure in the kitchen again, and suddenly felt a little sorry. "I can only watch tonight, I can't eat." Soon, Mo Jiao invited the two of them to dinner. During the meal, Fang Han and Mo Jiao had no special reactions. Moabai was always happy and would pick up some food for Fang Han and Mo Jiao from time to time. Sitting in their warm house again and eating their hot food made by her mother, she felt like crying. In comparison, my life during this period was simply hell. Although she didn't understand why Fang Han's family was so magical, she was determined that she would never leave this paradise. Ding! Moabai's faith points +2, reaching 81 points. Fang Han, who was eating, felt that his appetite had increased a little after hearing the system prompt sound. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Fang Han felt something strange in his sleep. "I opened my eyes drowsily, picked up my phone and looked at the time, my face suddenly filled with confusion. Why did you wake up so early today?" At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of eating. Looking closely, it turned out to be Mo Jiao. He finally understood and immediately put down his phone, with a face as handsome as the reader's and a smile on his face. "Auntie, you should be punished for disturbing my sleep so early in the morning." Auntie paused. "Honey, I love to study." Feeling the aunt's dedicated attitude towards learning, Fang Han couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and praised her. "Aunt, you really want to improve." Then, today's teaching time began. This time we are learning the 8th set of radio gymnastics. Walking in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3. 2 hours later, Mo Jiao, who had learned it a lot, drew circles on Fang Han's 8 abdominal muscles. "Thank you, honey," she said softly while painting. Fang Han was stunned for a moment, but his hand continued to stroke the smooth jade back. He didn't know why Mo Jiao was thanking him out of the blue. Was she thanking him for being a mentor? Or was she? "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for letting us, mother and daughter, move in." Mo Jiao said gratefully, then her cheeks flushed and she said shyly, "Thank you also for changing from your maid outfit to a skirt yesterday." Fang Han didn't say anything, but accepted her gratitude with practical actions. Moan. Ding! Mo Jia's faith points increased by 2, reaching 88 points. After a long time, Mo Jia got up and left the master bedroom. Returning to the second bedroom, she breathed a sigh of relief to find her daughter still asleep. More than 2 hours ago, she woke up early and felt that she couldn't fall asleep. She felt a little longing in her heart. Then she saw her daughter sleeping soundly, and thought that the only support they had now was Fang Han. She had to hold on to him tightly. If she couldn't hold his heart, she had to at least hold his stomach. So I took the opportunity when my daughter was asleep to get up early and study for a while. After a moment, she left the bedroom and went to the kitchen to start making breakfast. Breakfast was simple and she prepared it quickly. She then walked out of the kitchen and prepared to wake Fang Han up. Unexpectedly, when I looked up, I saw Fang Han already sitting on the sofa. After looking around the living room and not seeing her daughter, she walked up to Fang Han and said softly, "Husband, it's time for breakfast. What to eat?" Fang Han raised his head and looked at the young woman who still had a rosy complexion. "Milk, bread and puffs." Mo Jia felt a little embarrassed by being looked at. After she finished speaking, she quickly walked towards the second bedroom to wake her daughter up for dinner. Chapter 39. Are you looking for me? That night, after dinner, the three of them sat on the sofa and watched a show. At around 11 o'clock, Fang Han pressed the pause button, then turned to look at Mo Jiao and her daughter and said, "Auntie, Xiaobai, you should go back to 902 and rest tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the two women's faces change suddenly, with confusion, sadness, and despair appearing alternately. "Brother Fang Han, don't you want us anymore?" "Woo!" Mo Aobai burst into tears immediately. Mo Jiao didn't say anything, but she also sobbed softly. "Did I do something wrong?" she thought to herself. Seeing the two women's intense reactions, Fang Han immediately added the reason, "Someone is going to attack my house tonight. It's a bit dangerous for you to be here. I'll pick you up tomorrow after I've dealt with them." Hearing this, the mother and daughter stopped crying. Mo Aobai immediately chuckled again, hugged Fang Han's arm and said, "I knew that, brother Fang Han, you wouldn't abandon us. Are you in danger? Is there anything we can do to help you?" Mo Jiao asked with concern. No matter what the reason, she didn't want Fang Han to be in danger. Hearing this, Fang Han's face was full of confidence, and he said nonchalantly, "They are just a bunch of clowns. No matter what noise you hear tonight, don't go out." After saying that, Fang Han took out 2 sets of noise-cancelling headphones and handed them to Mo Jiao. Then, he took out 2 pistols and 2 sets of military bulletproof vests and gave them to the 2 women for self-defense. They were all spoils he bought for free in Eagle Country before the end of the world. Although no one knows the relationship between him and Mo Jiao's mother and daughter yet, he doesn't want anything to go wrong. Next, he gave Mo Jiao and her daughter some simple gun handling skills. After sending the 2 women away, Fang Han put all the belongings in the house into the system space, leaving only a bed. This afternoon, Fang Han saw Liang Jiming's men reporting to him through the camera surveillance. They went to great lengths to find several chiseling machines and wall-breaking tools at a nearby construction site. After everything was ready, Liang Jiming set the time to launch the attack at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Fang Han opened his phone to check the time. There were still 4.5 hours left. Then he went into the bedroom and lay down on the bed to go to sleep. Before going to bed, he told the system, "Wake me up 10 minutes before they act." Early morning, 3 o'clock. Room 401, Building 16. Liang Jiming looked at the people in the room and said with a smile, "This operation will be commanded by Zhang Yang and assisted by Li Shi. I'll be waiting for your good news." He believed that the plan was flawless and the preparations had been made, and he looked determined to succeed. Zhang Yang, "Yes, boss." Li Shi, "Don't worry, boss." After receiving the task, the two turned and walked out of 401. 350. In room 202, building 5, a man in black started the generator. With a roar, the electricity instantly flowed along the wires to the 5th floor. At this moment, Zhang Yang and his younger brother were standing in the corridor on the 5th floor. Breaking through the wall here would lead them to Fang Han's living room. Li Shi's and his younger brother stayed in a bedroom in 504, which was connected to Fang Han's second bedroom. After seeing the indicator light on the power strip light up, Zhang Yang and Li Shi immediately ordered their younger brothers to take action. The 2 younger brothers inside and outside the house immediately picked up a wall drill each and started the machine facing the wall. Da. Hearing the noise, Li Shi urged, "Hurry up." After drilling a hole in the wall, the other brothers immediately picked up other tools and started breaking the wall together. Zhang Yang and Li Shi took out their guns and hid away from the cave entrance. The remaining few brothers also picked up sticks and machetes, ready to break through the wall at any time. At this time, 505. Fang Han had already gotten up, and after putting the only bed into the space, his 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms were empty. Put on super thermal suit and super bulletproof vest and go to the balcony. The moon has not appeared since the end of the world. Looking at the dark night sky outside, listening to the cold wind whistling in my ears. He couldn't help but think of an old saying. On a dark and windy night, it is time for murder and arson. It took a long time before Zhang Yang and Li Shi successfully broke through the wall. The two did not enter immediately. They listened for a while and confirmed that there was nothing unusual before instructing their younger brother, go. A dozen or so young men holding flashlights filed in from 2 directions. After a while, a younger brother came back to report that Fang Han was not at home and all the items in the house had been moved out. Did someone get there first? Or did Fang Han move away in advance? Both of them were filled with doubts, so they immediately followed him into their house. After looking around, I found that it was indeed empty, not a single hair was left. Li Shi couldn't help but get angry. I told you to attack early, but now this guy has gotten away. Something's wrong. The people monitoring downstairs didn't see Fang Han leave the building. Besides, it's freezing outside. Where could he run to? Zhang Yang shook his head, but he couldn't figure out how everything in the house could disappear out of thin air. At this moment, a cold voice came into the living room. Are you guys looking for me? Suddenly, more than a dozen people looked in the direction of the sound as if they were facing a great enemy. Immediately afterwards, Fang Han had an idea, and all the lights in the room lit up instantly, and everyone immediately covered their eyes subconsciously. Zhang Yang and Li Shi were the first to react. Without having time to think, they fired several shots in the direction of Fang Han and then immediately retreated towards the cave entrance. But Fang Han did not give them time and fired 4 shots at their feet. The 2 men fell to the ground and wailed. R. At this time, the younger brothers finally reacted and they finally saw the scene where the sound came from. A young and handsome young man, holding the weapon of death in his hand. Seeing the pitch-black muzzle of the gun, more than a dozen people were scared out of their wits and rushed to retreat, and no one cared about the big brother who fell to the ground. The next second, Fang Han pulled the trigger and fired a burst of shots at the living room. It didn't take long for the living room to become quiet, with only the howling of Zhang Yang and Li Shi remaining. Fang Han had no mercy on the dozen or so people lying in a pool of blood. These people had their eyes on him, so they had no choice but to die. Moreover, they had already robbed and killed countless people in the community in the past few days. After entering the living room, Fang Han stood between Zhang Yang and Li Shi, looking down at them. You were very arrogant in room 401. He glanced at Li Shi. Hearing Fang Han's words, Li Shi raised his head, his face covered in cold sweat. He saw the target of his robbery clearly for the first time and was about to beg for mercy. Bang! Fang Han pulled the trigger and the watermelon exploded. Zhang Yang, who was splashed with blood, had a look of despair on his face. He immediately begged for mercy. Brother, please let me go. It was Liang who insisted on going against you. I was just following orders. Fang Han didn't say anything else and raised his hand to aim. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Zhang Yang immediately threatened again. I am from the Dragon and Tiger Gang. My boss is Liang Jiming. If you kill me, he will not let you go. Don't worry, you will be reunited tomorrow. After saying that, Fang Han pulled the trigger. Ding! Hatred value plus 800. Ding! Hatred value plus 700. Ding! Hatred value plus 500. Ding! Hatred value plus 900. Chapter 40 Moabai, Mom, I want to be my brother's girlfriend. After glancing at the corpses in the room, Fang Han put away his weapon, opened the door and left 505. After going downstairs, he walked towards Building 9 and went to sleep in his other apartment 905. As for Liang Jiming, Fang Han planned to wait until everyone gathered tomorrow before harvesting together. On the other side, in room 401, Building 16, Liang Jiming did not rest. He was still waiting for good news. But for some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition, especially after hearing the faint sound of gunfire. The feeling was even stronger. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door and he walked over to open it. Before he could even see the face of the person outside the door, the younger brother said in panic, Boss, this is bad. Zhang Yang and the others are all dead. What? All dead? Where is Fang Han? Liang Jiming asked hurriedly with a look of shock on his face. We didn't see him. After we heard the gunshots, we quickly rushed to Fang Han's house. There were corpses everywhere, but they were all our people. Besides, there was nothing in his house except corpses. The younger brother said with an incredible look on his face. Liang Jiming was completely stunned by his younger brother's description. He slapped his hand and scolded, "What do you mean by nothing?" The younger brother looked aggrieved. All the belongings in Fang Han's house have been moved away. Except for the body, nothing is left. Hearing this, Liang Jiming's face was filled with shock. He had thought Fang Han was alone and it would be easy to control him, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult now. Call Kaming and Zhang Jiyu over here immediately. Liang Jiming said, and then added fiercely, and Liang Fei. After a while, the three of them arrived at 401. On their way here, they already knew what had happened. Now looking at Liang Jiming with a gloomy face, the three of them had different thoughts. Liang Fei felt extremely terrified. It was he who provoked Fang Han, and now more than a dozen of his brothers had died because of him, two of whom were Liang Jiming's confidants. He was afraid that Liang Jiming would use him as a target. Song Kaming was also a little nervous. Although he was not the one who provoked Fang Han, it was his idea, and at that time he thought it was foolproof. Only Zhang Jiyu was not panicked at all. Instead, he was secretly happy. Zhang Yang and Li Xia were both his competitors, and it would be better if they died. At this time, Liang Jiming raised his head, glanced at the few people, and said coldly, "What do you want to say?" "Boss, Zhang Yang and Li Xia both died because of Liang Fei. Why don't we use Liang Fei as bait and pretend to negotiate with Fang Han, and then take down Fang Han in one fell swoop during the negotiations?" Zhang Jiyu spoke first, staring at Liang Fei as he spoke. Liang Jiming pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Would Fang Han be so foolish as to take the bait? Moreover, to deal with a mere brat, we still need to negotiate? Where would the face of our dragon tiger gang be?" Liang Jiming didn't care about the death of a few of his men, but the authority of their dragon and tiger gang must not be challenged. Only by dealing with Fang Han in public as soon as possible can everyone understand that they must never offend the dragon and tiger gang. After making up his mind, Liang Jiming looked at Song Kaming and ordered, "Kaming, at dawn tomorrow, immediately send people to search the entire community for Fang Han. Each team will be given 2 guns. Anyone who dares to harbor Fang Han will have their entire family eaten." After saying that, he glanced at Liang Fei again, and then said to Zhang Jiyu, "Keep an eye on Liang Fei. After you've dealt with Fang Han, you can deal with Liang Fei in public to appease the gang members." With such a large-scale manhunt, Liang Jiming felt that Fang Han would have no chance of escaping. "Yes, boss." Song Kaming and Zhang Jiyu accepted the order. Hearing that Liang Jiming was going to deal with him, Liang Fei, who had been uneasy, was almost scared to death and immediately begged for mercy. "Uncle Ming, don't kill me, my father is still alive, he will come back to repay you, don't kill me." Liang Jiming waved his hand, and Zhang Jiyu immediately stepped forward, covered Liang Fei's mouth, and pulled him out of 401. Early the next morning, Song Kaming arranged 5 teams, each with 10 men, to search for Fang Han's whereabouts from house to house. The 2 leaders were holding guns, and the other 8 were holding cold weapons, including machetes, axes, kitchen knives, sticks, and so on. Residents who heard knocks on their doors thought the Dragon Tiger Gang was coming to steal their food again, so they were too cautious to open the door. Some residents, who were running low on food, even considered fighting for their lives. "Open the door, open the door. We are not here to collect food today. We are searching for Fang Han. Our boss said that anyone who provides clues about Fang Han will be rewarded with 5 days of food. Anyone who dares to harbor him will have their entire family eaten." It was not until he heard the noise outside and saw their weapons in the hands of several people outside the door that the residents reluctantly opened the door and allowed the Dragon and Tiger Gang members to search the room. When the search reached Building 5, the residents began to get agitated. They had heard the sound of gunfire last night, but they did not dare to go out to check. It was not until this morning, after the wanted order of the Dragon and Tiger Gang was sent to all the owner groups in the community, that those who still had battery on their phones in Building 5 roughly understood what had happened last night. No matter whether it was the Duan Han or the Dragon and Tiger Gang, the people in Building 5 were all afraid of them. They were afraid of their guns and afraid that they would kill people like cutting melons. But in comparison, they are still more afraid of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. When people who knew the Dragon and Tiger Gang heard this name, they were frightened and told others about Fang Han. Those who didn't know about the Dragon and Tiger Gang couldn't help but feel scared when they saw the 10-man team armed with weapons and started to confess. They were not optimistic that Fang Han could defeat the entire Dragon and Tiger Gang on his own. However, they were also afraid that Fang Han would escape by chance, so they all held back and only told some of Fang Han's past. There was no mention of Fang Han's possible whereabouts. But there were also a few people who wanted to take this opportunity to get close to the Dragon and Tiger Gang and told them that Fang Han had another house in the community. After confirming that the news was correct, I reported it to Song Kaming. At this time, in room 902, building 5, Mo Jiao and Mo Aobai, mother and daughter, were sitting on the bed wrapped in quilts, their faces full of worry. After returning last night, the mother and daughter couldn't sleep for a long time. After enjoying the heavenly life in Fang Han's family, they could no longer endure the hell. They now knew what happened last night, but they had not received any news from Fang Han, so they couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts in their minds. Mom, could it be that brother Fang Han has already? Mo Aobai sobbed softly. Mo Jiao immediately interrupted her daughter, don't talk nonsense. Good things come to those who are lucky. Besides, they are still searching everywhere, which means Fang Han must be alive and well. Although she was also worried in her heart, she still pretended to be calm in front of her daughter. Both mentally and physically, the mother and daughter now feel that they can no longer live without Fang Han. Hearing his mother's words, Mo Aobai stopped crying, then raised his head and looked at Mo Jiao, saying with a firm face, Mom, when brother Fang Han comes back, I want to be his girlfriend, what do you say? Chapter 41, Killing Through the Dragon and Tiger Gang. Liang Jiming was dumbfounded. No. Mo Jiao was stunned when she heard her daughter's words and subconsciously wanted to refuse. I and Fang Han have already. How could my daughter do that? But as soon as she said no, she stopped immediately. At the same time, her mind started to work rapidly. What reason should she find to refuse? No. Are you saying it's not good? Mo Aobai looked at his mother in confusion. Mo Jiao hadn't figured out a reason to refuse yet, so she could only perfunctorily say, it's not that I'm not good, I just want to say don't do it so quickly, daughter. Don't you think it's too fast? After all, you've only met a few times. After saying this, Mo Jiao's pretty face turned red. She and Fang Han had only met a few times, and she had taken the initiative to cook dinner for him, but now she was using this excuse to perfunctorily deal with her daughter. Mom, I like brother Fang Han. If it were in the past, I could pursue him slowly and wait slowly, but now, none of us knows what tomorrow will be like, and I don't want to wait anymore. This time, Mo Aobai didn't want to listen to his mother anymore, and his eyes were extremely determined. Seeing her daughter's eyes, Mo Jiao was surprised. This was the first time she saw her daughter so determined. She knew that she could no longer dissuade her daughter. She didn't ask her daughter again why she liked Fang Han. In fact, she had a vague feeling a few days ago that her daughter had a crush on Fang Han, but she just didn't want to face it. I quit. Mo Jiao thought secretly in his heart. But at this moment, she suddenly felt empty in her heart. In Building 9, dozens of Dragon and Tiger Gang members were armed with various weapons and scattered in the corridors and hallways on the 9th floor. In front of the door of 905, Song Kaming looked at the ordinary security door in front of him and felt suspicious. Is Fang Han really inside? Thinking about the fate of Li Shi and Zhang Yang, he retreated to the corridor and asked his younger brother to go forward and score. At this time, Fang Han was standing behind the door. He had just gotten up a minute ago and had just walked to the door. Looking at the crowd outside through the system camera, Fang Han did not immediately open the door and shoot with a machine gun. He planned to kill people and destroy their hearts first so that he could gain more hatred points. He pulled out a loudspeaker from the space and shouted through the door, listen up, everyone outside. You are surrounded. I give you 1 minute to lay down your weapons and surrender. I can show mercy and grant you a dignified death. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Fang Han's words spread outside, everyone was stunned. Was it their hallucination? Or was Fang Han just frightened? After a moment of stunned silence, mocking laughter immediately broke out in the crowd. After hearing Fang Han's words, Song Kaming's worries mostly disappeared. He thought Fang Han was being stubborn, so he said, Fang Han, are you crazy? I'll give you 1 minute. Lay down your weapons, open the door and surrender. I can plead with the boss to spare your life. Otherwise, you will be eaten by Lisha and Zhang Yan's men. Brother Ming, don't waste time talking to him. Just give the order and we will break the door and capture Fang Han immediately. One of Zhang Yan's younger brothers came forward with a gloomy face and said to Song Kaming. Ding! Hatred value plus 100. Ding! Hatred value plus 174. Hearing the system prompt, Fang Han smiled slightly. His heartbreaking words had taken effect. After waiting for a minute, he took out 2 submachine guns from the space, holding one in each hand, and then opened the door. The moment the door opened, Song Kaming was stunned. He didn't expect Fang Han to actually open the door, and was about to speak. Boom boom boom. Fang Han raised his gun and shot without saying a word. The whales came one after another, and before Song Kaming could even open his mouth, he was beaten into a sieve. Suddenly, the crowd was in chaos. Those who had guns immediately opened fire back, and those who did not have guns were frightened and retreated downstairs. The bullet hit Fang Han and stopped strangely at that moment, as if all the energy had been sucked out, and then fell directly to the ground. The people who fired the shots were like they had seen a ghost. They no longer bothered to fight back and turned around and ran downstairs. Fang Han didn't give them any chance. He took a quick step and then a light leap, and he flashed in front of everyone, blocking their way downstairs. Boom boom boom. There was another burst of gunfire, and in the corridors and stairwells, except Fang Han, no one else was still breathing. Then he walked slowly upstairs. Through system monitoring, it was seen that when he just fired the shot, a man in black did not run downstairs, but turned upstairs and hid in 1101. Because he escaped so quickly, the man in black did not see the strange scene of the bullet stopping in front of Fang Han. Ding! Hatred value plus 801. Ding! Hatred value plus 820. Ding! Hatred value plus 798. Ding! Hatred value plus 888. As he went upstairs, the system prompt sound kept ringing in Fang Han's mind. He opened the system and checked all the hatred points he had obtained so far. 60111023. Looking at the numbers displayed by the system, Fang Han felt delighted. With his efforts in showing off his feasts and attracting hatred these days, he finally broke through the 6 million mark. Only 4 million more is needed before the system can reach its final form. Arriving at the door of 1101, Fang Han knocked and said to the person inside, "I won't kill you now, but you can tell your boss a message." The man in black inside saw that he was discovered and stopped struggling. He knew that he was no match for Fang Han, so he walked out after hearing Fang Han's words. Plop. As soon as the door opened, the man in black knelt down in front of Fang Han, kowtowed and said, "Thank you for not killing me, big brother. I will definitely pass on the message." Fang Han curled his lips. He just said that he would not kill now. "Tell your boss that I will wait for him at the central square of the community at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Ask him to bring Liang Fei and everyone in the community to see me." He was tired of killing today, so he planned to take a day off first. Okay. After Fang Han finished speaking, the man in black responded repeatedly, then immediately stood up and ran downstairs. When passing the 9th floor, the man in black saw blood flowing like a river, but the bloodstains were all frozen. He felt extremely panicked and nauseous, and hurried down the stairs. More than 10 minutes later, he finally crawled back to the base camp. After listening to the black-clad man's narration, Liang Jiming's face was full of disbelief. Fang Han only had a submachine gun, and he was not invulnerable to swords and guns. How could he kill 40 or 50 people by himself? But the bloody facts forced Liang Jiming to believe it. He began to carefully consider Fang Han's words. If Fang Han could kill dozens of people alone, why didn't he just rush to 401 and catch him off guard? Instead, he arranged to meet in the central square of the community. And bring everyone with him? Wouldn't that give him enough time to prepare? Could it be that he has no more bullets? Want to make peace? Liang Jiming paced back and forth in the room, thinking to himself. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he shook his head and denied it. If he had no more bullets, Fang Han should have fled immediately, not waited to die in the central square. Chapter 42, Mo Jia's faith value breaks through 90. Check in Mo Aobai. Or does he want to catch all my men in the central square? Liang Jiming shook his head again. The central square was wide open, unlike the corridors where they could hide. Fang Han was alone in the square and was no match for the more than 100 men under his command. After thinking for a long time, Liang Jiming still couldn't guess Fang Han's thoughts, so he simply stopped speculating and said to Zhang Jiyu, who was standing beside him, "Gather all the brothers to guard this building. If Fang Han really dares to appear alone in the central square tomorrow, no matter what his purpose is, we will use the terrain to kill him." "Yes, boss." Fang Han said to bring everyone in the community with him. "Do we need to notify them?" Zhang Jiyu accepted the order and then asked. Liang Jiming pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Notify them. If Fang Han opens fire, let them block the bullets in front. If Fang Han runs out of bullets, let them see how Fang Han dies." After Zhang Jiyu went down, he called a few of his younger brothers and asked them to pick some people from the second and third floors of each building to help with the notification, and kill those who disobeyed. Building 5, 902. The worries on the faces of Mo Jiao and her daughter not only did not dissipate, but became more and more intense. The faint sound of gunfire not long ago made their hearts wrench again. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mo Jiao immediately picked up the pistol in her arms, then asked Mo Abai to hide under the bed, and then tiptoed to the back of the door. "Auntie, it's me, open the door." At this time, Fang Han's magnetic voice came. Hearing this, Mo Jiao couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately opened the door, pounced, and took the warm fragrance into his arms. "This figure is really foul." Ding! Mo Jiao's faith points increased by 2, reaching 90 points, entering the realm of unwavering devotion. Totally devoted. Fang Han was delighted. His aunt was the first person whose faith in him exceeded 90 points. "Brother Fang Han, you're finally back." After a while, a happy lowly voice suddenly came from the bedroom. Hearing this, Mo Jiao immediately got off Fang Han and tidied her hair. Mo Abai came out of the bedroom and followed suit. As expected of mother and daughter, their foul moves are the same. After hugging for a while, Mo Abai started sobbing again. "Woo woo, brother Fang Han, Xiaobai is so worried about you. Please don't leave Xiaobai in the future, okay?" "Okay, I'll take Xiaobai with me from now on." Fang Han rubbed the lowly's little head and said affectionately. At this time, Mo Abai raised his head, looked at Fang Han seriously and said, "Brother Fang Han, how about Xiaobai be your girlfriend?" Ding! Mo Abai's faith points +4, reaching 85 points. Hearing the system prompt sound, Fang Han couldn't help but feel happy. He lowered his head and said softly to Loli, "Okay, Xiaobai will be my girlfriend from now on." "Why is it a younger girlfriend?" "Brother, do you have an older girlfriend?" Mo Abai looked puzzled. Fang Han looked at Mo Abai with a serious face. "You are 19 years old this year, younger than me, so it's just my girlfriend, it's a nickname." After saying that, he looked at Mo Jiao, who looked lost, and said with a smile, "Auntie, I'm hungry, please make me dinner." Maybe she heard something, but Mo Jiao's face flushed red, and two villains in her heart started fighting. "Auntie, what are you thinking about?" Fang Han's voice sounded again, interrupting Mo Jiao's thoughts. Mo Jiao came back to her senses and replied hesitantly, "No, nothing. Where are you cooking today?" "Let's just stay at Auntie's house." After saying that, Fang Han patted the hem of the hanging bag and said, "Xiaobai, come down first." Loli let go obediently, and then stood beside Fang Han obediently. Mo Jiao looked at Fang Han with a puzzled expression and said embarrassedly, "There's no way to cook at home. Wait for me." After saying that, Fang Han walked into the kitchen. After he came out of the kitchen, Mo Jiao and her daughter walked in immediately, their faces filled with shock. They saw that the kitchen, which originally only had tableware, suddenly had a lot of food and a large round barrel. When they got closer, they saw that the barrel was full of water. When they came out of the kitchen, their faces were full of disbelief again. They saw that there was suddenly a generator in the living room, and Fang Han was connecting the wires. He did it easily in no time. This is the electrician proficiency skill that Fang Han upgraded himself with 100 points of faith. After many days, the lights in the house came on again, and Mo Jiao and her daughter couldn't help but cry with joy. "Brother Fang Han, are you a magician?" Seeing Fang Han creating something out of thin air, Mo Abai hugged his arms, his eyes full of admiration. Fang Han didn't answer, but asked the system in his mind, "System, how do I redeem the house insulation system?" Product, primary constant temperature system. Function: can keep the space within 1000 square meters warm, movable. Price: 20,000 hatred points. Exchange now. Exchange completed. Do you want to use it immediately? Yes. Already used. Soon, Fang Han saw the two women squirm because of the heat, but he himself was wearing super thermal insulation clothing and didn't feel anything at all. I'll go take a shower first. After saying that, Fang Han walked into the bathroom. There is no water inside. Mo Jia subconsciously opened her mouth to remind him, but after thinking of the series of miracles just now, she suddenly stopped. After entering the bathroom, Fang Han took out the water supply equipment from the system space and started taking a shower. The mother and daughter in the living room also took off their thick cotton coats and changed into cool clothes. After the three of them finished dinner and watched movies for a few hours, it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Fang Han yawned and turned to look at Mo Jiao. Auntie, where should I sleep tonight? Sleep. Mo Aobai was about to speak when Mo Jiao glared at her daughter fiercely, then said softly, sleep in the guest room. I'll make the bed for you. After Mo Jiao finished speaking, she stood up and walked towards the guest room. At this time, Mo Aobai immediately leaned over to Fang Han's ear and whispered a few words. When Fang Han heard this, his deep eyes suddenly lit up. After a long time, Mo Aobai came to Fang Han with textbooks for class, her pretty face full of anticipation. So Fang Han taught all his skills for survival in the apocalypse to the little loli. But since it was Mo Aobai's first time to study, he obviously couldn't keep up with the knowledge points and was exhausted in less than half an hour. Chapter 43 Conflict. The next day, afternoon, 1540. Fang Han went out to the central square of the community. On their way down the stairs, you can see coagulated blood and body parts on every floor. It seems that many people have died recently. Fang Han walked leisurely, not looking like he was about to start a killing spree. At 4 p.m., he finally appeared outside the central square. Looking around, the square was packed with people, facing the center of the square, and no one noticed Fang Han on the periphery. They were all shivering with cold and couldn't help complaining, making a lot of noise. Fuck, I'm freezing. If they want to fight, then let them fight. Why force us to come to the square and do this? They are brutal. Last night, my neighbor Xiao Zhang said he didn't want to come, and he was killed directly. Are they planning to negotiate here today? Will our neighborhood have two overlords in the future? The Dragon and Tiger Gang has so many people and so many powers. Even if Fang Han is a good fighter, it doesn't matter. I think he will kowtow and plead guilty today. Fang Han single-handedly killed dozens of people from the Dragon and Tiger Gang yesterday. I'm not sure who will win today. He took advantage of his home field advantage. In such an empty square today, he had nowhere to hide. He's probably dead. Yeah, I heard that it was Fang Han who took the initiative to seek peace and negotiation. I guess he doesn't have many bullets left. As the saying goes, two fists are no match for four hands. After the blizzard, the Dragon Tiger Gang has taken over most of the neighborhood, and the residents are flocking to join them. It's not just for hands, it's hundreds of hands. I actually hope Fang Han wins. He's never taken our food, but those damn guys from the Dragon and Tiger Gang have almost taken it all from us. Complaints and discussions one after another continued to reach Fang Han's ears. Well, if they start a gunfight later, we won't be accidentally injured, right? At this time, a tall middle-aged man spoke, and then he immediately shrank his head. As soon as these words were spoken, the discussions around the middle-aged man suddenly became quieter. Looking at the dense crowd in front of him, Fang Han did not ask them to make way. He took out his pistol and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! After the gunshots, the square became quiet for a moment. The people in front turned around, and someone recognized Fang Han and was so scared that he immediately made way for him. People who didn't know Fang Han gave way without hesitation after seeing the gun in his hand. Looking at the tactful crowd, Fang Han smiled slightly, walked straight through the crowd, and slowly walked towards the center of the square. After standing in the middle of the square, he looked around and found that there were about 3,000 to 4,000 people in the square. Are these all the living people in the community? He glanced around again, but Liang Jiming and his men were not in the square. So he called up the surveillance footage from the micro camera. Liang Jiming was seen hiding in a building behind the square, holding a telescope in his left hand and a gun in his right hand. A man in black next to him was holding a rifle. More than 100 of his men were scattered in several surrounding buildings. All of them were armed, and some of them had pistols. This is like they are trying to surround me from all directions. Fang Han secretly joked in his heart. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all calculations are in vain. At this time, Liang Jiming was also looking at Fang Han in the center of the square, but his face was full of confusion. He didn't expect that Fang Han was really alone and dared to appear in the middle of the square, and he only had a pistol and no bulletproof vest. He turned to Zhang Jiyu beside him and said, "Zhang Jiyu, what do you think?" "Boss, I don't understand either." Zhang Jiyu, who has always been insidious and cunning, was also confused by Fang Han today. Liang Jiming didn't say anything else. After a while, his expression turned from gloomy to bright. Chapter 44, Sword Rain All Over the Sky, Kill Instantly with One Move. In the previous 2 times, Fang Han killed dozens of people from the Dragon and Tiger Gang in succession. Liang Jiming was quite wary and even afraid. But now, he looked at Fang Han, who was alone, and then looked at the more than 100 people and several guns on his side. In an instant, Liang Jiming felt the fear in his heart disappear. He stood up again. "Notify the brothers, leave the building and surround Fang Han." Liang Jiming began to give orders. "I want him to die without a burial place." The Dragon and Tiger Gang members in the building came out one after another. After leaving the building, they stood behind the crowd, blocking Fang Han's way out. Liang Jiming came to the window, and the man in black holding a rifle followed him, with the muzzle of the gun still pointed at Fang Han. He looked at Fang Han with a rather arrogant expression on his face. He cleared his throat and then said loudly, "Fang Han, you came to see me, but are you going to surrender?" Before Fang Han could speak, Liang Jiming continued, "Humph, no matter what your intentions are, today is the day you die. But if you surrender now, I can leave you an intact body. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, Fang Han took out a megaphone, put on a harmless look, smiled slightly and said, "I'll take you on your way." "Fuck, you're still stubborn even when you're about to die." Liang Jiming's face darkened instantly. He turned around and said, "Shoot. Kill him." Bang! The bullet cut through the air and flew in front of Fang Han in an instant. Liang Jiming's face lit up with joy, and he began to imagine the scene of Fang Han being shot in the head. But immediately, he was dumbfounded. The bullet stopped instantly in front of Fang Han, then fell to the ground suddenly, as if all its energy had been sucked out. Liang Jiming rubbed his eyes. He didn't understand. Was this a ghost? Not only Liang Jiming, but everyone who saw this scene gasped. Is Fang Han a martial arts master who is invulnerable to swords and spears? Fuck, the golden bell and iron cloth shirt. Fang Han ignored everyone's shock. He picked up the megaphone and said, "Listen up, Dragon and Tiger Gang members. If you bring Liang Jiming to me now, I can give you a decent death." Hearing Fang Han's words, Liang Jiming's brothers immediately became agitated, but no one really took action. Although the incredible scene that happened to Fang Han just now made them extremely frightened, Liang Jiming's tyranny also made them dare not act rashly, and Fang Han did not say that he would let them live. "Brothers, don't listen to him. We are all going to die anyway, so we might as well give it a try. Let's all go together and kill Fang Han." Liang Jiming immediately shouted from upstairs. Seeing that no one took action, Fang Han's mouth curled up with a cruel arc. He put the pistol into the system space, and then waved his hand. Immediately afterwards, countless rusty steel bars and nails suddenly appeared in front of him and flew towards the members of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. This is a new attack method he recently developed. It uses the energy when releasing objects in the system space to make the objects shoot out at high speed. Whether taking out or inhaling, the system space contains energy, and the amount of energy can be controlled. Before the end of the world, he absorbed water from the 5 Great Lakes, which was the maximum use of energy. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Fang Han creating something out of thin air as if by magic. At this moment, the steel bars and iron nails were like a rain of swords, passing over the heads of all the owners in the community. A sense of solemnity and murderousness instantly spread throughout their bodies. All of a sudden, some people collapsed to the ground, and some people peed and shit. But the rain of swords did not pierce the owners, but went straight towards the Dragon and Tiger Gang. "Run! It's horrible!" About 100 people from the Dragon and Tiger Gang immediately fled in all directions, but they were all pierced in an instant and had no power to resist. Some are brains, some are torsos, and some are limbs. There was a cry of grief among the crowd. "R. It hurts. I'm dying, save me. It hurts so much, it's so cold, please, give me some relief." In this extremely cold period, there is basically no chance of survival if you suffer a penetrating wound. What's more, the steel bars and nails used by Fang Han were found from an abandoned construction site and were all rusted. At this time, Liang Jiming and others at the upstairs window were already scared out of their wits, even though there was no rain of swords shooting down at them. Liang Jiming's expression froze, while Zhang Jiyu couldn't stop muttering to himself, "Devil, he is a devil." Ding! Hatred value plus 822. Ding! Hatred value plus 804. Ding! Hatred value plus 780. Ding! Hatred value plus 900. In the center of the square, Fang Han heard the system prompt sound continuously, then he left the scene in a few steps and walked upstairs to where Liang Jiming was. Ding! Faith value plus 50. Ding! Faith value plus 22. Ha! Faith value. Fang Han opened the system to check in confusion, and found that some of the onlookers actually had faith values in him. Some of them even changed from hatred to faith. As expected, it's human nature to admire the strong, but that's exactly what I want. Fang Han smiled slightly, and in a blink of an eye he arrived at the room where Liang Jiming was. The moment he saw Fang Han appear, Liang Jiming finally came to his senses. Thump! He fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly, "Brother Han, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go against you, it was all that bastard Liang Fei's fault, he was the one who spread rumors." Endless regret welled up in Liang Jiming's heart. He hated his own greed. Why did he covet Fang Han's supplies? He hated his own arrogance. Why did he think he had more power than others? He also hated Fang Han. He was so powerful, why didn't he tell him earlier? What he hated the most was Liang Fei. Why did he come after him? Where is Liang Fei? Fang Han asked indifferently. Liang Jiming was delighted. Was Fang Han going to let him go? He quickly replied, "He's locked up in the room inside. I'll ask Zhang Jiyu to bring Liang Fei over." Fang Han nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Jiyu, who had been kowtowing and begging for mercy, crawled to his feet and ran into the room. After a while, Liang Fei was brought out. His feet were tied and something was stuffed in his mouth. Fang Han gestured to untie it, and Zhang Jiyu did so immediately. As soon as he was untied, Liang Fei fell to his knees. He was locked up inside, and although he didn't know what exactly had happened, when he came out and saw Liang Jiming kneeling and begging for mercy, he knew that he was on the verge of death. "Brother Han, I shouldn't have scolded you in the group, I shouldn't have been against you, I was wrong, please forgive me and just treat me like a fart." "It's too late," Fang Han said calmly, then he looked at Liang Jiming again. Liang Jiming shuddered and immediately continued to beg for mercy. "Brother Han, Liang Fei is a good-for-nothing villain who only knows how to sow discord. He should be killed to vent his anger, but I still have great use. Please let me go. I am willing to be your vanguard and follow your lead from now on." Hearing this, Fang Han's eyes turned cold. "I just said I would send you off, do you want me to break my promise?" Chapter 45, The Mark of Faith. Fang Han is absolutely loyal. Hearing Fang Han's words and remembering the misery of his fellow brothers in the square, Liang Jiming felt an endless fear and despair that instantly spread throughout his body. He then quickly said, "Brother Han, don't kill me. I will recommend you to the leader of our Dragon Tiger gang. With your strength, you will definitely be able to become the deputy leader. Then you will be second to none and the entire Binhai city will be yours to rule." "That's it?" "Not interested." Fang Han curled his lips and refused directly. Hearing this, Liang Jiming collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. He was unwilling to accept this. This was the time for him to show his talents. How could he die like this? But he did not resist. After witnessing Fang Han's miraculous methods, Liang Jiming realized that the gap between him and Fang Han was too big, so big that he didn't even have the courage to resist. The next second, Liang Jiming pulled out a pistol. Fang Han still looked calm, and was interested to see what Liang Jiming was going to do. Liang Jiming picked up the pistol and pointed it directly at his temple. Complex emotions welled up in his eyes, including fear, regret, despair, and unwillingness. Bang! Liang Jiming pulled the trigger, killed himself, and then fell to the ground. He's a ruthless guy. Fang Han thought to himself, then turned his gaze to the remaining people in the room. Bang! The man in black holding the rifle also chose to end his life. But at this moment, Zhang Jiyu, who had been kneeling and begging for mercy, suddenly jumped up. He picked up the pistol on the ground and pulled the trigger continuously at Fang Han. I don't believe you are really invulnerable. Go to hell. Bang! Bang! Seeing this, Fang Han stood there calmly without any movement. The strange scene in the square reappeared. After the bullet touched Fang Han's super bulletproof vest, it stopped instantly and fell to the ground. You are devil. Seeing that the bullets were ineffective, Zhang Jiyu roared in despair, then pointed the pistol at himself, preparing to shoot himself. But Fang Han dodged and instantly snatched the gun from Zhang Gu's hand, then hit Zhang Jiyu in the face with the butt of the gun. Zhang Jiyu was blown away and lay on the ground wailing in pain. At this time, Fang Han looked at Liang Fei, smiled slightly and said, "Do you hate Zhang Jiyu very much?" Hearing this, Liang Fei was confused. He didn't know why Fang Han suddenly asked this, but he didn't dare to hide it. He nodded and said, "Yes, he is the most insidious in the entire Dragon Tiger gang." "Very good, then you have company." Fang Han's mouth curled up with a cruel arc. After saying that, Fang Han walked to the window and looked at the square. Although it was extremely cold outside, with corpses scattered all over the ground and a horrific sight, not a single owner left. They stood in the snow trembling all over, and Fang Han did not hear any more complaints. At this time, someone saw Fang Han. Thump! He knelt directly on the ground, his face full of respect, and shouted loudly, "Brother Han, I want to be your little brother." Fang Han looked at the man, who was none other than security guard Li Jing. After the first one did it, others quickly reacted and began to follow suit. Looking at the huge crowd kneeling down, Fang Han ignored them and opened the system and asked in his heart. A system, something that allows people to remain absolutely loyal forever. Do you have it here? Those who are branded with the mark of faith will always remain absolutely loyal to their host. Tell me in detail. Fang Han was delighted. As long as the opponent's level is not higher than the host, the faith mark can be applied, but there are two situations. Case 1, if the other party has faith in the host, no matter how much his faith is, he can be directly branded with the faith mark. Case 2, if the other party has hatred towards their host, he needs to express his willingness to submit to their host in order to be branded with the mark of faith. But in either case, after being branded with the faith mark, his faith and hate values will be locked, and the host will no longer be able to gain new faith or hate values from him. What if he says he is willing to surrender, but his heart is not what he says? Fang Han confirmed. Host, no matter what the other party thinks, as long as he expresses his submission, this system will brand him with the mark of faith. After the system finished speaking, Fang Han's brows immediately lit up with joy. It sounds great. He doesn't have to pay anything extra to get absolutely loyal subordinates. He couldn't help but start imagining that he would establish a legion of awakened people with various talents in the future. What? The other party has generated hatred. Beat him up and he'll be quiet. Those who refuse to surrender will die. Fang Han is serious about conquering the apocalypse. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, do people who are branded with faith still have the ability to think for themselves? He didn't want a mindless tool. Host, the person branded with the mark of faith, will only be absolutely loyal when facing the host. No other changes have occurred. Everything is normal. Fang Han was very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. At this time, he looked at Li Jing, who was the first to kneel down. He had just checked the system and saw that Li Jing's faith value in him had soared by 50 points today, reaching 65 points, the highest among the thousands of people in the square. He planned to recruit Li Jing as his younger brother and use him as a chess piece, so he took out a loudspeaker and said, "Li Jing, come up." Li Jing, who was kneeling in the snow, was suddenly shocked as if he heard the sound of nature. He immediately got up excitedly and ran upstairs. Ever since seeing Fang Han kill Xue Ding, Li Jing made up his mind to follow Fang Han, but he didn't expect that he would never have the chance to see Fang Han again after so many days. Having witnessed Fang Han's miraculous performance again today, Li Jing already respected Fang Han like a god in his heart, so he was the first to kneel down just now. Now that he was finally noticed, he was extremely excited. When the other people in the square saw that Fang Han only called Li Jing, they immediately felt endless jealousy towards Li Jing. Fuck, if I had known I would have been the first to kneel down. Damn, a security guard got there first. If I can't take down Fang Han, I don't believe I can't take down that little security guard Li Jing. But no one blamed Fang Han anymore. This is human nature. When you are just a little better than others, they will be infinitely jealous. But when you are countless times stronger than him, the jealousy and hatred in his heart will disappear and turn into admiration, and he will even deify your random actions. Li Jing must have some outstanding qualities, otherwise why would Fang Han be interested in him? I've long seen that brother Zheng is extraordinary. After a while, Li Jing came in front of Fang Han. Looking at the respectful Li Jing in front of him, Fang Han pointed at the guns scattered on the ground and said to Li Jing, "It's yours." Hearing this, Li Jing was overjoyed and immediately went to pick up several guns on the ground. At this moment, Fang Han had an idea and the system prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Li Jing has been branded with the mark of faith. Li Jing, who was branded, did not change his movements at all, but he suddenly felt that he really wanted to kowtow to Fang Han, and that classic line suddenly appeared in his mind. It is like the surging river, which flows endlessly, or like the flooding of the Yellow River, which cannot be stopped. Fang Han, unaware of the turmoil in Li Jing's heart, pointed at Liang Fei and Zhang Jiyu and said, "Tie them up and stand them in the center of the square." Yes. Li Jing had already put away his gun and answered without hesitation. Hearing Fang Han's words, Liang Fei and Zhang Jiyu were so frightened that their faces turned pale. It was freezing and snowy outside. If they were tied up in the square and frozen to death, it would be more painful than killing them directly. Chapter 46, Great Harvest, Execution of the Informer. Zhang Gu's eyes were red as he yelled hysterically, "Fang Han, killing is the worst crime you can commit. Why torture me? Just give me a quick death." Fang Han smiled slightly and said, "You had a chance to die quickly, but you didn't cherish it. Brother Han, please let me go. When my dad comes back, I will make sure he repays you." Liang Fei also kowtowed and begged for mercy. "My dad still has a lot of savings. I will give it all to you. Please let me go." No matter what the two said, whether cursing or begging for mercy, Fang Han remained unmoved, his eyes cold. He instructed Li Jing, "Don't let them die too quickly. Let them enjoy themselves." Li Jing immediately went downstairs and prepared to call a few security guards who were on good terms with him to carry out Fang Han's orders. At this time, Fang Han opened the system and checked today's harvest. Hatred value is 100,000. Faith value is 36,000. Seeing the numbers displayed by the system, Fang Han was delighted. His faith value actually increased by more than 30,000. Finally, my efforts were not in vain. He did not go directly to Liang Jiming's lair, but gathered everyone to the square in order to better harvest faith points. Next, he has another way to continuously harvest faith points. On the other side, Li Jing also brought his men back into the house, tied up Liang Fei and Zhang Jiyu, and took them to the square. "Fang Han, you will not die well. Fang Han, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Seeing that there was no hope of survival, Liang Fei and Zhang Jiyu started cursing. Snap! Snap! Shut up! Li Jing immediately covered their mouths and slapped them twice. At this time, Fang Han took a few steps forward and stood by the window. After taking a look at the crowd kneeling in the square, he took out a loudspeaker and spoke slowly. "Someone among you told the Dragon Tiger Gang about my apartment at room 905, building 9. After hearing Fang Han's words, everyone immediately raised their heads, with different expressions, but no one dared to speak, and the square was silent. "Stand up now and I can give you a decent death. Otherwise, you will have to accompany Liang Fei." Fang Han continued with a frosty face. "Accompanying Liang Fei?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what kind of punishment this was. Was it scarier than death? The next second, Li Jing and others escorted Liang Fei and Zhang Jiyu out of the building and walked towards the center of the square. Everyone immediately recognized the way. The young man who was tied up is Liang Fei. A resident of Building 5 immediately recognized Liang Fei. After reaching the center of the square, Li Jing looked at a stone pillar in front of him and ordered, "Get started." There used to be a pavilion here, but it was destroyed by heavy snow after the end of the world, leaving only this pillar. Soon, several security guards tied Liang Fei and Zhang Jiyu to the stone pillars. Hum. Hum. The two were shivering from the cold, their faces pale, but their mouths were blocked and they couldn't speak, so they could only make grunting sounds. After everything was done, Li Jing looked at the crowd in the square and said loudly, "Who wants to keep Liang Fei company?" When the others saw this, they were all shocked. "This is going to freeze to death." The crowd involuntarily took 2 steps back. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly stood up. He looked at Fang Han and said with despair, "I'm an informer. Please kill me." After saying this, he shed tears of regret. Ding! Lu Renjia's hatred value increased by 500, reaching 1000. Bang! Fang Han raised his hand and shot him without saying a word. R. The woman next to him who was splashed with blood screamed in fright. Who else? Last 10 seconds. Fang Han glanced around again. The woman was so frightened that she shut her mouth. The square was completely silent. After 10 seconds, Fang Han shook his head. There are always people who are optimistic and think that he won't find out. So he opened the system and began to check the hatred value of everyone in the square towards him. Among the more than 3,000 people present, only 120 had hatred towards him, and the vast majority of the rest had faith in him. Among the 120 people, 14 were from Building 5. These 14 people were also the ones who had been subjected to the most moral blackmail by Fang Han in the group. If he didn't have a gun, he would have been robbed and killed by them. There are 10 people in Building 9, and they all know that he has a house in 905, Building 9. Judging from the names of the people in other buildings, they are basically the families of the deceased members of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. The highest hatred value reached 810 points, and the lowest was 102 points. The informant should be from Building 5 or Building 9. Fang Han thought secretly as he looked at the list displayed by the system. He did not try to guess who the informants were, but simply asked the system to print out 2 lists of 120 people. One is for Building 5 plus Building 9, and the other is for other buildings. Then he waved to Li Jing to go upstairs. After Li Jing entered the room, Fang Han handed over the list and said coldly, "Let the 24 people on this list stay with Liang Fei, and let the people on the other list be reunited with their families." Yes. Li Jing nodded without hesitation, then immediately took the list. Looking at the densely packed names, he couldn't help but shudder in his heart as he had never killed anyone before, but he had no doubt about Fang Han's order. After going downstairs, Li Jing stood in front of the crowd, looked around, and then said loudly, "The next person whose name I call out must immediately squat on the ground with his hands behind his head. If he does not do so, the people around him must immediately hold him down. Otherwise, he will be treated as an accomplice." After listening to Li Jing's words, Fang Han nodded slightly. He didn't say how to do it specifically just now, he just wanted to see Li Jing's ability. The people in the square were silent, with their heads lowered, afraid that Li Jing would look at them. Qianlun. Li Jing read out the first person's name. Suddenly, a skinny man in the crowd ran away. The people around him reacted immediately, sliding and tripping the skinny man to the ground, then several people rushed over, held him down tightly, and blocked his mouth. Next, the same scene was repeated over and over again, but no one escaped. But some people did not resist and just squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Quan Liangzhe. After reading the last name, Li Jing asked someone to find ropes, and took the 14 people from Building 5 and the 10 people from Building 9 to the center of the square, and tied all 24 of them together tightly. Then 2 thick ropes were used, one connected to the stone pillar in the center of the square and the other connected to the residential building next to the square, to secure the 24 people. At this time, the other people in the square had different expressions. Some people showed happiness on their faces after surviving the disaster, and were glad that their names were not called. Some people were trembling, fearing that Li Jing would continue to call out their names. Then, Li Jing ordered his men to kill the people on another list. After everything was done, Li Jing immediately went upstairs to report to Fang Han. Chapter 47. The plan works. Well done. Fang Han patted Li Jing's shoulder, then raised his hand and pointed to the center of the room, and continued, "This is for you. From now on, of all the supplies you obtain, you must keep 30% for developing your power and hand over 70% to me." Yes. Li Jing answered very straightforwardly, then he looked in the direction where Fang Han pointed, and a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. He saw that in the middle of the room, which was empty when he went downstairs, there was now a large pile of weapons. 200 compound bows and 1,000 arrows, which Fang Han ordered online before the end of the world, finally found a use for them. There were also 10 bulletproof vests, 50 submachine guns, 100 rifles, and thousands of rounds of ammunition. These were all purchased by Fang Han from Eagle Country for 0 yuan before the end of the world. At that time, he bought tens of thousands of guns and millions of bullets for 0 yuan. What he has now is just a drop in the bucket. After all, Li Jing was just a security guard, and he hadn't awakened his talent yet, so Fang Han didn't have high expectations of him and only gave Li Jing a little bit of weapon support. Even if Li Jing didn't come out later, Fang Han would not suffer any loss. But Li Jing has been branded with the mark of faith and possesses absolute loyalty. If he succeeds in establishing a presence in the apocalypse, the rewards Fang Han can obtain will far exceed his current investment. Just treat it as a little bit of sprinkling water, as an angel investment. Fang Han thought lightly in his heart. Then, he looked at Li Jing, whose face was filled with excitement, and said with a faint smile, "With these weapons, you will be able to establish your own power." Li Jing immediately bent down and replied, "Yes, I will definitely not let Brother Han down." Fang Han nodded slightly, then walked to the window and looked at the silent crowd in the square. As soon as he appeared at the window, someone spoke immediately, with a very respectful tone and eyes full of admiration. "Brother Han, I want to follow you too." "Yes, Brother Han, if Li Jing can do it, we can do it too. Brother Han, please accept us." After witnessing Fang Han's incredible abilities and decisive killing tactics, everyone left in the square now had only one thought. "You must follow Fang Han. Even if I have to be a dog, I will follow Fang Han. Only by following him can I survive and live well." Some of the people in Building 5 converted their hatred value into faith value, contributing to Fang Han twice. But Fang Han obviously looked down on them, however, they could still continue to contribute faith points to him. So he took out his megaphone and shouted to the crowd, "Quiet." The noisy square suddenly became quiet. Fang Han continued, "Want to follow me? You're not qualified yet." As soon as I opened my mouth, I was poured a bucket of cold water. But everyone in the square was convinced. After looking around, Fang Han smiled again and continued, "But as long as you are loyal enough to me, you can become Li Jing's subordinates first. The more loyal you are, the greater the benefits you will receive. You will have the opportunity to obtain submachine guns, rifles, bows and arrows." Hearing this, everyone's originally dim eyes suddenly brightened up, and their hearts began to get excited. "Fuck, there's a gun. Although I can't be Fang Han's younger brother, being his younger brother is also a blessing. One day, sooner or later, I will become Fang Han's younger brother." At this moment, someone in the square suddenly said, "Brother Han, I am very loyal. Can you give me a submachine gun?" Others also spoke up. "Brother Han, I am the most loyal. I also want a submachine gun." "Brother Han, I want it too." "Quiet." Fang Han raised his voice slightly. Everyone immediately shut up, fearing that Fang Han would get angry. "Whether you are loyal or not, only I have the final say." After saying that, Fang Han took out 2 lists. This was the list he had just asked the system to provide. The people on the list were all those whose faith value in him was over 30 points. One of them has 51 people whose faith values are between 30-40 points. The other group has 21 people with faith values exceeding 40 points. Fang Han held up 2 lists and said to the crowd, "The people on these 2 pieces of paper are the most loyal to me among all of you. They will be the first to receive weapons." After finishing speaking, Fang Han handed the list to Li Jing, said a few words softly, and then sat on the sofa beside him. After taking the list, Li Jing stepped forward to the window and began to call the roll again. Rifles will be given to those whose faith value is between 30-40 points. Submachine guns will be distributed to those whose faith value exceeds 40 points. Those who received the guns were more excited than each other. They walked with greater vigor, and their faith in Fang Han also deepened. After they went downstairs, they stood in front of the crowd with their heads held high, which immediately aroused envy and jealousy. Ding! Faith value plus 5. Ding! Faith value plus 10. Ding! Faith value plus 6. Listening to the system prompt, Fang Han knew that his goal had begun to be achieved. In the future, these people will continue to contribute faith points to him. After distributing the guns, he called Li Jing over. "I'll give you 2 more excavators and 2 snowmobiles. Start digging out the supplies buried by the heavy snow from the residential complex. You can pick them up in front of Building 5 in 20 minutes. After saying that, he turned and left the room, walking towards Building 16. At this moment, Fang Han couldn't help but feel refreshed. With absolutely loyal subordinates, he no longer has to do many difficult tasks himself. After a while, they arrived at room 401, Building 16. The room was filled with all the supplies Liang Jiming had looted. With a thought, he stored everything into the system space. Gu tilde. At this moment, my stomach suddenly growled. Fang Han touched his belly, then took out his cell phone and sent a message. Auntie, it's dinner time. After sending the message, Fang Han did not return to Mo Jiao's house immediately, but came to the outside of the community. The once bustling streets were now covered in thick ice and snow, with icy spikes everywhere. With a thought, a large RV suddenly appeared on the ice and snow. This was the Doomsday RV that the system compensated him with on the day he was reborn. I walked forward and opened the car door. In an instant, all the lights in the car came on, followed by an electronic sound. Welcome aboard, our housekeeper Xiexue is at your service. Xiexue, long time no see. After a pause, Fang Han said, maybe I'll have to live here more often in the future. Xiexue is honored and always ready to serve her master. Hearing this, Fang Han laughed, you are much more talkative than the system. Then he immediately called out the system, System, learn this. Host, this system is awesome. Awesome. Fang Han gave a thumbs up, then blinked helplessly. After a while, he sat on the sofa in the RV and began to think about his next plan. The RV is too small now, so we need to upgrade. Bai Ian wants to take it over, triple kill. Then I'll get rid of Yushin and Ji Yang, and completely end the hatred from my previous life. After making up his mind, he called out the system and asked, System, what level is my Doomsday RV now? Chapter 48 Super Doomsday RV, Dream Villa. The system's crisp electronic voice immediately responded. Host, the Doomsday RV you currently own is of ordinary level. Value, 50,000 faith. Weapons system, none. Defense system, can defend against armor-piercing level firepower attacks. Interior space, 20 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 6 meters high. After glancing at the panel, Fang Han then asked, how much faith is needed to upgrade? Can be upgraded to a Super Doomsday RV. Value, 150,000 faith. Weapon system, 2 tanks, 100 armor-piercing shells, 10 machine guns, 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Defense system, can defend against short-range missile-level fire attacks. Interior space, 10,000 square meters of foldable space, with built-in villas, courtyards, gardens, theaters, swimming pools, gymnasiums, learning centers. 150,000 faith points. Fang Han thought it was a bit pricey, but after a closer look, apart from the somewhat lame weapon system, the other functions were quite good. Once my talent awakens and I upgrade, the weapon system won't be that important anymore. The defense system is very good. As long as the nuclear bomb is not launched, it is not afraid of any thermal weapons. Folding space is my favorite. So he said to the system, upgrade. Ding. Consuming 100,000 faith points. Ding. Successfully upgraded to a Super Doomsday RV. System prompt sounds rang out one after another. Only 100,000. Fang Han paused. Isn't the Super Doomsday RV 150,000 faith points? Do I just need to pay the difference for the system reward items? Yes, host. Your ordinary Doomsday RV is worth 50,000 faith points, so you only need to pay the difference of 100,000 to upgrade it to a Super Doomsday RV. Fang Han was delighted and asked happily, how do I enter the folding space? He was very curious about what the 10,000 square meter folding space looked like, especially the learning center. As a teacher who enjoys educating people, he wants to bring the diligent and studious Mo Jiao and her daughter to study in the room tonight. Master, Xiexue will now show you around the folding space. The next second, a light gate suddenly appeared at the rear of the car. Seeing this, Fang Han stood up and walked over, entering through the light. In an instant, a ray of bright sunshine shone on him. I haven't seen the sun in a long time. Fang Han opened his arms comfortably. Looking out, you can see a magnificent villa under the sun, with a modern and elegant design. On the left side of the villa is a spacious garden. In the garden, lush green plants are surrounded by various blooming flowers, forming a colorful and beautiful scene. Walking through the garden, Fang Han saw a huge open-air swimming pool. The blue pool water sparkles in the sun, as if calling its owner. Going deeper, there is an exquisite courtyard. After crossing the courtyard, Fang Han finally saw the learning center. Unfortunately, this learning center seems very serious. The system still doesn't understand me. Fang Han shook his head. But the next moment, he smiled knowingly. Studying in a learning center must be a unique experience. As long as you have the right attitude, you can learn anytime and anywhere, in a garden, a theater, a swimming pool, a gymnasium. After coming out of the folding space, Fang Han did not stay and walked directly down from the RV. Then, with a thought, he put the RV into the system space. Then he turned and walked towards the community. It's time for dinner. After a while, he returned to room 902, building 5, and knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. Squeak tilde. In less than 2 seconds, the door was opened. Before Fang Han could see the person opening the door, he suddenly felt a burst of fragrance. Brother Fang Han, you're back. Xiaobai missed you so much. Mo Aobai hung on Fang Han and leaned into his arms. Fang Han felt a softness. After sitting on the sofa, Mo Aobai got off him, but immediately hugged his arms again. Looking at the soft and cute loli in front of him, Fang Han suddenly found that Mo Aobai seemed more beautiful than yesterday. Auntie seems to be getting younger and more beautiful. Fang Han was immediately puzzled, so he called out the system and asked in his mind, "System, what's going on?" Host, after each study session, both teachers and students will gradually improve in appearance. Fang Han was delighted to hear the system's answer. Xiaobai, do you like dancing very much? Mo Aobai's childlike face smiled brightly. Yes, I studied dance in college, and I'm pretty good at it. After saying this, she puffed out her chest confidently. Very good. Fang Han smiled slightly and reached out to scratch her nose. Then he got up and walked to the bathroom. He had killed someone in the afternoon, so he planned to take a shower first. When she came out of the shower, Mo Jiao had already prepared dinner, and the mother and daughter waited for him to start eating. Auntie, you're an expert at making dinner. After just 2 bites, Fang Han praised it. Hearing this, Mo Jiao's ears suddenly turned red. 11 p.m. Mo Jiao and Mo Aobai sat on the sofa in their pajamas, one on each side of Fang Han watching the movie. At this time, Fang Han lay back, leaning against the back of the sofa, looked at the 2 girls seriously and said, Auntie, Xiaobai, tonight is your last night at home. Tomorrow I will take you to a new place. When the 2 women heard Fang Han's words, they were stunned. Although after the end of the world, it is neither safe nor cold here. But after all, they have lived in this house for 19 years, and there is love everywhere. Seeing the 2 women's reluctance to leave, Fang Han took their hands, one on the left and one on the right, folded them together, and then spoke solemnly. Home is where the family is. Hearing this, Mo Jiao immediately understood that the 2 people in front of her were everything to her, so she nodded and said, I'll do as you say. I'll listen to my mother and brother Fang Han. Mo Aobai also echoed. Chapter 49 Fang Han awakens his talent for lightning. 2 hours later, teacher Fang Han finished tonight's class. So he prepared to go back to his room to sleep, but as soon as he walked into the living room, he suddenly found an arc of electricity shooting out of his eyes. The difference from last time was that this time electric currents began to flash all over his body. Crackle. Could it be that my talent is about to awaken? I was immediately delighted. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have successfully awakened your lightning talent. At this time, the system prompt sound also sounded. System, open my property panel. Name Fang Han. Level 1. Talent lightning talent. Appearance 92 increase 1 point. Combat power 500 increased by 401 points. Spirit 150 increased by 30 points. Body 120 increased by 10 points. Skills, basic marksmanship, electrical proficiency. Fang Han checked his attributes one by one and was immediately overjoyed. All attributes have been improved. The combat power value directly increased from 99 to 500. After the talent awakens, the bonus to combat power is so huge. Fang Han was a little surprised. Yes, host. Endless joy appeared on Fang Han's face. His talent for lightning has finally awakened. Then he walked to the balcony and began to try to control the electricity emitted by his body. First, he slowly tried to retract the lightning in his eyes. Swish! A stronger sound of electric current suddenly rang out. Fang Han found that the lightning in his eyes had become brighter. He tried again several times with different methods and finally succeeded in retracting the lightning in his eyes. Next, he began to control the electric current in his body. With the experience of recent success, I will be able to control myself freely in a short while. Call. Fang Han breathed a sigh of relief, then walked back to his room with a happy expression. It's a bit too late now. I'll slowly develop my talent later. At this moment, Mo Bai stared at the ceiling in a daze, her pretty face full of disbelief. The scene in Mo Jiao's room that she had just seen was still lingering in her little head. How so? At that time, she really wanted to rush in and ask them why. But she suddenly discovered that the expression on Mo Jiao's face was one she had never seen before. Mom is also a woman. Finally, the little girl returned to her room in a daze and has been in a trance ever since. The next day, after lunch, Fang Han spent 10,000 hatred points and exchanged 2 sets of super thermal insulation suits from the system mall, asked Mo Jiao and Mo Bai to put them on, and then prepared to take the mother and daughter away from 902. Before leaving, he noticed that the mother and daughter looked reluctant to leave, so he put all the items in the house into the space. Brother Fang Han, do you know magic? Mo Bai looked at Fang Han with admiration. Fang Han rubbed her cute little head and chuckled. This means she has awakened her spatial talent. Fang Han couldn't tell anyone about the secrets of his system. But the 2 women's faith in him was 85 points and 90 points respectively. Moreover, the 3 of them lived together day and night, so he did not deliberately hide his strengths, so he came up with this good reason. Hearing this, Mo Bai's little head was filled with question marks. What is talent? Fang Han explained, it's the kind of supernatural power described in urban novels. At this moment, Mo Bai's eyes lit up. Superpower. Brother Fang Han, can I awaken my talent? Before Fang Han could answer, Mo Bai excitedly said, I want to awaken my transformation talent, is that okay? Transform. Fang Han paused slightly, does Xiao Bai really like transforming? Mo Bai chuckled, yeah, I used to really like watching those anime about beautiful girls who could transform. Fang Han reached out and scratched Loli's nose, then smiled slightly. Transformation talent, sounds great. As he finished speaking, he suddenly felt some strange longings in his heart. As he was talking, Fang Han had already walked out of Building 5 with the mother and daughter. On their way down the stairs, the mother and daughter screamed from time to time, and the corridor was littered with congealed blood and broken limbs. Although they had seen these scenes a few days ago, the 2 women still felt scared. If it weren't for him, Xiao Bai and I would have ended up like this. Mo Jiao looked at Fang Han, feeling infinite tenderness and sweetness in her heart. Fortunately, I have brother Fang Han. Mo Bai hugged Fang Han's arm and immediately tightened it. Standing on the snow in front of the gate of Building 5, Fang Han had an idea and took out the Super Doomsday RV from the space. Bang! The RV suddenly appeared on the snow. The huge body of the car suddenly appeared. Mo Jiao and her daughter were suddenly startled and grabbed Fang Han at the same time. Under the 2 women's puzzled eyes, Fang Han took their soft and boneless hands and slowly walked towards the RV. After approaching the car body, the door opened automatically, and at the same time, the electronic voice of the RV manager Xiaoxue sounded. Hello, master. Welcome aboard. Fang Han stopped and smiled at the 2 women. Auntie, Xiao Bai, this will be your new home from now on. Get in the car with me. The 2 women had not yet recovered from their surprise. They nodded mechanically and followed Fang Han into the RV. A few minutes later, after listening to Xiaoxue's basic introduction to the RV, the expressions on the mother and daughter's faces finally changed from shock to joy. Mo Bai was so happy that he danced with joy, his childish face full of curiosity as he looked here and touched there. And Mo Jiao, after her initial joy, suddenly paused in expression. She found that the huge RV had everything but a big bed, and her heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, his ears turned red and his imagination ran wild. At this time, Fang Han also noticed that Mo Jiao was acting strangely. He walked over and reached out to embrace her gently. Auntie, what are you thinking about? Mo Jiao's body suddenly went limp. But the next second, she saw Mo Bai, who was about to turn around, and he immediately ran away, leaving behind a charming look. What Mo Jiao didn't know was that Mo Aobai not only saw it just now, but also saw it last night. Brother Fang Han, everything here is good except for the fact that there is only one bed. Mo Aobai walked over, hugged Fang Han's arm, and said in a soft voice. Snap. Fang Han raised his hand and snapped his fingers upon hearing this. The next moment, a space door suddenly appeared at the rear of the car. Chapter 50. The bed is bigger than the bedroom. Brother Shin Han, I have to. What is this? The two women's expressions returned to their initial stunned state. A place to stay. After saying that, Fang Han took the hands of the mother and daughter and walked into the folded space. Where to stay? The two women entered the space with doubts, but before they could ask, they were stunned by the scene before them. The azure sky, the luxurious villas, the colorful gardens, the butterflies flying all over the sky. These scenes hit the mother and daughter one after another. Wow, it's so beautiful. Brother Fang Han, is this the place you mentioned? Mo Aobai cried out, pulled Mo Jiao and Fang Han's hands, and rushed to the garden. A place to sleep, eat and study is a place to stay, isn't it? Fang Han laughed. After playing in the garden for a while, Fang Han took the mother and daughter to visit the courtyard, theater, gymnasium, and learning center. Finally, the three of them arrived at the villa. Entering the villa, the first thing that caught their eyes was a tall and spacious hall with a gorgeous chandelier hanging in the center and precious art paintings hanging on the surrounding walls. A marble staircase leads to the second floor, and there is an exquisite carpet between the door and the staircase. From the overall layout to every tiny decoration, the word luxury is revealed. But at this moment, the expressions of the mother and daughter did not show any major changes. The shocks Fang Han gave them today were one after another, and now they have gradually adapted to it. Soon, the two women began to choose a bedroom. There is only one room on the third floor of the villa, which is Fang Han's master bedroom. Mo Aobai chose the bedroom on the fourth floor closest to the stairs. Mo Jiao originally planned to find a bedroom near the corner, but Mo Aobai smiled and took her arm. Mom, I want to live next to you. In desperation, Mo Jiao lived in the bedroom next to her daughter. When she said this, the scene in her mother's room last night immediately appeared in the little girl's mind. When Mo Aobai woke up in the middle of the night last night, he found that Fang Han was not around, so he got up to check. I didn't he expect to see. She wanted to rush in immediately and ask them why. But she suddenly discovered that Mo Jia's happy expression was something she had never seen before. Mom is also a woman, and my brother is so outstanding. For some unknown reason, she stopped and walked back to her room in a daze. After choosing the bedroom, the three of them came to the door of the master bedroom on the third floor. When I pushed the door open and saw the layout of the master bedroom, I was stunned. In the huge 200 square meter bedroom, there was a luxurious big bed in the middle. The area of this bed is larger than an ordinary bedroom. Looking at the big bed in front of him, Fang Han paused for a moment, then he felt delighted. It was also his first time entering the master bedroom, and he didn't expect it to be so impressive. System, you still understand me? At this time, Mo Aobai's lowly voice came, interrupting Fang Han's thoughts. Brother Fang Han, your bedroom is so peculiar. Mo Aobai had already walked around the room, now staring with his eyes wide open and covering his mouth. Hearing this, Fang Han blinked. What's so strange about it? This bed is too big, she pointed, then continued. Also, there are some strange-looking exercise machines in the fitness area in your bedroom. Hearing this, Fang Han reached out and scratched Loli's nose, smiled slightly and said, I like to move around when I sleep. The bed is big enough so that I won't fall off easily. After saying that, he walked towards the fitness area and saw the strange exercise equipment that Mo Aobai mentioned. Well, little Loli still doesn't learn enough. He thought to himself. After a long time, the three of them left the folding space and returned to the RV. The world outside the RV was grey and lifeless. Looking at the doomsday scene outside and thinking of the luxury and comfort in the folded space, the mother and daughter couldn't help but feel that heaven and hell were only separated by a thin line. Xiaoxue, start the RV. Okay, master. Under Fang Han's command, the Super Doomsday RV's automatic driving system was activated and drove towards the central square of the community. At the same time, at the location of a supermarket in the community, someone was driving an excavator to dig snow. There were a few other people nearby, carrying the food and daily necessities they had dug out, while talking to their companions. Brother Zhang is digging faster and faster. Yes, he didn't know how to operate the excavator this morning, but now he can operate it skillfully. Luckily, the ice and snow in this supermarket aren't that hard, unlike the one in the previous supermarket where it felt a bit hard to dig. Yeah, I didn't expect to dig out so much this morning. This is just the beginning. I believe that with Brother Han here, we will definitely be able to live a good life. It's a pity that Brother Han doesn't want to take us in. It's not bad to follow Brother Jin first. I believe that as long as I am loyal enough to Brother Han, I will be noticed one day. Several people moved the supplies onto the snowmobile and then shouted to the man in the driver's seat. Brother Dong, this car is full. Upon hearing this, the man started the snowmobile and drove towards the central square of the community. On the other side, in the central square, Li Jing was holding a community meeting. Looking at the several trucks of supplies that had been delivered, he could not hide the joy on his face. Yesterday evening, after Li Jing distributed the weapons under Fang Han's guidance and obtained the excavator and snowmobile, he immediately discussed the next action plan with several key members and formulated the rules of the Sky Garden community. Early this morning, Li Jing sent people to drive excavators to start digging out supplies buried by the blizzard in the community. Although the progress was not smooth at the beginning, after a morning of trial and error, the excavation team became more and more proficient. At this time, Li Jing looked at the thousands of people in front of him and their respectful expressions, and he couldn't help feeling very happy. Before the end of the world, these people wouldn't even look at him. But now, they all have to fawn over him. And all this was just because he was Fang Han's younger brother. Brother Han, I, Li Jing, swear to be loyal to you until death, he said to himself. After calming down, Li Jing faced the crowd and started today's meeting. Everyone, no matter what noble status you held in the past, what religion or morality you believed in, from now on, you can only have one faith, and that is Brother Han. After that, Li Jing stopped, glanced at everyone, and then said in a cold and serious voice, Brother Han is the only faith of our organization. Brother Han's words are the most important iron rule of our organization. They are unquestionable laws. Anyone who violates them will die. If you want to join us, you must do the above two things. After joining, the organization will allocate corresponding supplies to you. However, the organization doesn't keep idle people, so it will clean up members from time to time. Promotions within the organization are based on only two factors: first, loyalty to Brother Han, and second, contribution to the organization. Next, Captain Wu will explain the organizational structure to everyone. After saying that, Li Jing glanced at the crowd again, and the square was silent. At this time, the man named Captain Wu, whom Li Jingcheng named, stepped forward. This man's name is Wu Haohan. Before the end of the world, he was a member of the official department of Binhai City and was quite experienced in ideological propaganda. Chapter 51: Loyalty, Loyalty, and fucking Loyalty. Wu Haohan's faith in Fang Han exceeded 40 points, and he was one of the people who received a submachine gun yesterday. He also participated in Li Jing's discussion last night and made many suggestions in terms of ideological propaganda and supervision, making up for Li Jing's shortcomings. Wu Haohan stood in front of everyone, looking happy, and said loudly, Last night, we established for major departments, the arm team, the excavation team, the logistics team, and the monitoring team. The arm team is responsible for combat, protecting the organization's security, and developing its sphere of influence. The excavation team is responsible for digging up supplies buried by the blizzard. The logistics team is responsible for supply distribution, medical rescue, equipment maintenance, and other tasks. The supervisory team is responsible for ideological propaganda and monitoring work. They have the power to supervise, investigate, and deal with all people and things that are disloyal to Brother Han, and clean up the bad apples in the organization. There are fewer members in the organization now, so promotion management is temporarily handled by the supervisory team. The captain of the supervisory team is Brother Zheng, and I, Wu Haohan, am the deputy captain. After saying that, Wu Haohan took a step back and returned the seat to Li Jing. Li Jing took over the position, his expression changed from cold at first to warm. He glanced at the crowd and said loudly. After saying so much, it all comes down to one sentence. Loyalty, loyalty, and damn loyalty. After saying that, he pointed to the supplies beside him and continued. I believe everyone has seen that this morning we have sent out an excavation team to start digging for supplies in the community, and they have already made some gains. It's all thanks to Brother Han's excavator and snowmobile that these foods and daily necessities have been able to see the light of day again. So, as long as everyone is loyal enough to Brother Han and contributes to the organization, they will definitely be able to live a good life. Next, we'll begin the rewards ceremony. Each member who has joined the organization will receive a piece of bread. The 3 members who contributed the most today will receive a bucket of instant noodles. The person who contributed the most will also receive a sausage. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion in the square, and everyone's eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Before the end of the world, they looked down upon everything, whether instant noodles or sausages. But now, many of them have not eaten human food for several days. They are either starving and freezing, or eating feces and urine, or killing people and eating their flesh. If I can have another full meal, even death would be worth it. I want to join the organization, I want bread, I want to eat instant noodles and ham sausage. Countless thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. The dozens of people who had already joined the organization immediately cheered. Eat Brother Han's food, use Brother Han's gun, and serve Brother Han. At this time, someone from the monitoring team immediately started shouting. The other members soon realized what was happening and started shouting as well. Eat Brother Han's food, use Brother Han's gun, and serve Brother Han. Hearing the cheers, Li Jing looked back at Wu Hao Han and nodded in appreciation. At this time, the Doomsday RV finally drove slowly to the nearby area, and the shouts in the square also reached the car. After his body evolved to level 1, Fang Han's hearing improved greatly, and he could hear the content of the calls clearly from a long distance. Fang Han held his forehead and thought to himself, in just one night, Li Jing has come up with so many tricks. Brother Fang Han, what are they calling? It seems like they heard your name. Mo Bai looked at Fang Han with curiosity. Fang Han was about to speak, but at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Faith value +2. Ding! Faith value +6. Ding! Faith value +1. Hearing the reminder of the increase in faith value, Fang Han suddenly felt happy. Although the method is a bit awkward, the effect seems to be quite good. He had reminded Li Jing yesterday that he must ensure the team's loyalty in the apocalypse, but he didn't expect to see the results so soon. After thinking for a moment, Fang Han decided to increase his investment in Li Jing and provide him with more weapon support. Li Jing can develop faster, and Fang Han can also obtain faith points and supplies continuously. At this time, the RV drove forward for a distance, and Mo Bai finally heard the content of their voice clearly. She looked at Fang Han excitedly, her beautiful eyes shining. Brother Fang Han, look quickly, those people seem to be saying they want to serve you. Mo Jiao, who was standing by, also heard it clearly. She turned to look at Fang Han, her eyes full of tenderness, her mind turning, my greatest luck is meeting him tilde. At the same time, everyone in the square also noticed the luxury RV approaching. Everyone's face was filled with horror, and some people cried out in surprise. They had never seen such a huge RV, let alone in this extremely cold apocalypse. Holy crap, look over there, what a huge RV. Attention, armed team, enter combat sequence. Li Jing was also stunned at first, but then he immediately reacted and began to command the armed team members. After hearing Li Jing's voice, the armed team members immediately prepared for action. At this time, Fang Han in the car also noticed something strange in the square, and he had an idea. The next second, the car body became completely transparent. Li Jing also saw the scene inside the car clearly. He immediately trotted forward, and a dozen armed team members also tactfully stepped aside. The people in the square began to chatter and sigh. Look, it's Brother Han. Fuck, as expected of Brother Han, this car is amazing. Look, Brother Han is accompanied by 2 stunning beauties. They look like twins. What twins? These are the gorgeous mother and daughter from Building 5. Brother Han is awesome. Even in the end times, he still has beautiful women and luxury cars, surrounded by them. I envy these 2 women so much. If I could stand next to Brother Han, I would be willing to do anything. At this moment, the RV stopped steadily. Fang Han was about to get off, but he suddenly felt someone pulling his arm, and then he heard Mo Bai's voice. Brother Fang Han, I want to go down and take a look too. Okay. Fang Han nodded, then turned back to look at Mo Jiao and smiled slightly, Auntie, let's go together. Then he took the hands of the two women and slowly got out of the car. Looking at Li Jing standing outside the car with a respectful look on his face, Fang Han reached out and patted him on the shoulder, nodding and saying, "Well done." Li Jing's face suddenly lit up with excitement after receiving the praise. "Thank you, Brother Han." Fang Han felt very satisfied with this younger brother. "Keep going, and we'll give you 10 more excavators and snowmobiles, 10 more bulletproof vests, 50 submachine guns, 100 rifles, and 5,000 rounds of ammunition." After upgrading to level 1 and awakening his lightning talent, Fang Han gradually lost interest in ordinary guns. These guns and excavators began to become useless in his hands. Now it can be given to the absolutely loyal younger brother to develop power and continuously contribute faith points and other useful materials to Fang Han. Hearing that he could get more weapon support, Li Jing felt extremely excited and immediately assured, "Brother Han, don't worry, with these weapons, I will definitely not let you down." Chapter 52 Satellite Communicator. Fang Han's optimism about Li Jing has increased a lot compared to yesterday, but Li Jing still has a fatal problem that he cannot solve for the time being. Li Jing has not yet awakened his talent, and it is difficult for ordinary people to defeat awakened people. If he encounters a force with awakened people in the future, Li Jing will definitely suffer. Fang Han didn't know whether Li Jing could awaken his talent in the future, but Li Jing was his first mark of faith after all, and he was absolutely loyal to him. After thinking about it, Fang Han decided to remind Li Jing. "As far as I know, some people have already awakened their talents. They are called awakeners and possess special abilities. You must be careful in the future and try to avoid awakeners." Hearing this, Li Jing's expression froze for a moment. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and asked cautiously, "Brother Han, are awakened people like you?" Fang Han nodded, then moved his arms left and right, put his arms around the mother and daughter's soft waists, and walked towards the center of the square. Li Jing's heart was in turmoil. He had witnessed Fang Han's terrifying methods with his own eyes yesterday, and he felt that the awakened ones were invincible. But soon, his eyes became firm again, and he made a secret decision while catching up with Fang Han. "No, I also want to become an awakened one. Only in this way can I always follow Brother Han." After Fang Han arrived at the square, he was greeted by endless voices of greetings. He smiled slightly in response. Then he walked through the crowd and came to the center of the square. Of the 20 or so people who were tied together yesterday, only 2 were still alive, but both were dying. Both of them had their mouths blocked. After seeing Fang Han's figure clearly, one of them had pleading eyes, while the other was full of hatred. But Fang Han ignored it directly. The system prompted him that the hatred value of the 2 people towards him had reached 1,000 points. He held the 2 soft waists, continued walking forward, and then stopped in front of Liang Fei. Liang Fei also looked half dead at this time, his body was covered with frost, and he was shivering from the cold. "Brother Fang Han, this man looks like Liang Fei." At this moment, Mo Aobai's voice suddenly sounded. After hearing this, Fang Han hadn't answered yet, but Liang Fei suddenly reacted. He seemed to be stimulated, and raised his head with difficulty to look at Fang Han and the other 2. Liang Fei was so cold that he couldn't open his eyes. After looking carefully for a while, he saw clearly that the person in front of him was Fang Han, and the top-notch mother and daughter who were being embraced by Fang Han around the waist. "R." Liang Fei howled in pain, but because his mouth was blocked, he could only make grunting sounds. At this moment, endless pain, despair, regret, and hatred continued to rise in his heart. The origin of the conflict between him and Fang Han was Mo Aobai in front of him. Now his life was hanging by a thread, but Fang Han was in high spirits and had realized his dream of killing one person with one hand. After wailing a few more times, Liang Fei gradually lost his breath. Before he died, his eyes finally opened completely, filled with unwillingness. Looking at the dead Liang Fei, Fang Han shook his head, then turned and left with the mother and daughter. Back at the door of the RV, the mother and daughter got in first, and Fang Han was about to give Li Jing a few more instructions. "System, is there a satellite communicator?" he asked the system in his mind. Product, satellite communicator. Value, 2,000 hatred points. Function, it has the most advanced satellite communication function on Blue Star, and can realize communication in any area of Blue Star. Exchange for 5. Ding! Successfully exchanged for 5 satellite communicators, consuming 10,000 hatred points, and the remaining hatred points are 6 million. After the exchange was successful, Fang Han thought about it and 5 satellite communicators appeared in his hands. I didn't expect it to be so small. After looking at the satellite communicator, which was about the size of a headset, Fang Han looked up at Li Jingdao again. These are 5 satellite communicators that can establish communications anywhere on the blue planet. Give them to the most core members. If there are any major incidents in the future, you can report to me and I will give you instructions accordingly. Yes. This time, there was no surprise on Li Jin's face. He was already used to Fang Han creating things out of thin air. Especially now that he knew about the existence of the awakened ones, Li Jing guessed that Fang Han might have awakened the talent for space or creation. Do you have any other questions? Fang Han looked at Li Jing with a calm expression. Hearing this, Li Jing was stunned at first, and then immediately replied, Brother Han, there is indeed a problem. We discussed it for a long time last night, but we still couldn't think of the most perfect solution. At this moment, Fang Han smiled. How do you accurately identify the loyalty of organization members? Hearing this, Li Jing said in surprise, that's the problem. Wu Haohan has also proposed several testing methods, but they all have many flaws. Actually, I already mentioned the answer to this question yesterday. Fang Han smiled mysteriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the surprise on Li Jing's face deepened, and his mind immediately quickly recalled what Fang Han had said yesterday. Looking at the confused Li Jing, Fang Han didn't wait for him to figure it out. He said calmly, loyalty or not, I have the final say. Li Jing finally remembered that he had indeed heard this sentence yesterday. Then, Fang Han continued, in the future, I will contact you from time to time through the satellite communicator to get the list of members. I will tell you whether they are loyal and how loyal they are. Yes. Li Jing nodded without hesitation. Judging the loyalty of members is a huge problem for Li Jing, but for Fang Han, it only requires a thought. After obtaining the list of members, the system can instantly give everyone's faith value. Then, Fang Han waved his hand, and a large pile of things suddenly appeared behind the RV. These were the excavator, snowmobile and guns that he had just said he would give to Li Jing. It's for you. Do it well. After saying that, Fang Han turned around and stepped into the RV. The next second, the RV changed from fully transparent to one-way transparent, and then drove towards the gate of the community. As the RV left, Li Jing watched it go respectfully. He didn't look away until the RV completely disappeared from his sight and led his men to the excavator. Brother Jing, are these things also for us? A younger brother asked excitedly. That's right, go call the captains of the arm team and the excavation team. Li Jing didn't look back and directly ordered his younger brother. Not long after, Li Jing distributed the excavators and guns according to the rules set last night. After the on-site personnel dispersed and only a few core members were left, Li Jing took out 2 satellite communicators and gave them to the team that needed communication functions the most. At this time, the Super Doomsday RV had already driven to the outside of the community. Although the ice and snow were full of ice spikes, the RV still moved as if it were flat ground. After driving out of the community, Fang Han parked the RV downstairs of Yushin's rental house. On their way here, he had seen the situation in Yushin's house through their microcamera, so he took Mo Jiao and Mo Abai out of the RV and went to the house rented by Yushin. It's time to kill the person and destroy his heart. Fang Han said in his heart. Chapter 53. You don't really think you still have a chance, do you? In the rental house, there were only Yushin and her mother, and there was no sign of her father. At this time, Yushin's face looked haggard and lifeless. Shui Daimai was acting crazy, and kept shouting, Fang Han will come to pick me up, he will definitely come. Looking at his mad mother and thinking of his dead father, Yushin felt infinite pain in his heart. Not long ago, at the gate of the Sky Garden community, they wanted to go to Fang Han's house but were rejected, so the family returned to this rental house. In the past few days, Yushin went to the Sky Garden several times, hoping to ask Fang Han to put aside their past grudges and help her, but each time she was blocked outside the community by Li Jing's men. The family had been out of food for several days, but Yushin and her mother still survived. Because her father died. When Yushin thought of this, he found that those painful memories could not stop spreading. A few days ago, there was really no food left at home, so her father became ruthless and went out with a kitchen knife, ready to steal food from the neighbors. But unexpectedly, not only did he fail to grab the food, but he was seriously injured and died in the rental house that night. Before his death, her father told her not to go out again and to block the door with all the heavy objects in the house. At first, Yushin wanted to bury her father in the snow, but in the end she obeyed her father's last words and blocked the door. Maybe the neighbors all knew that her family had no food, so no neighbors came to visit her in the days after her father's death. But after being without food for many days, Yushin and her mother Xue Daimai could no longer hold on. So, late one night, Xue Daimai chose to attack the corpse, and in this way, the mother and daughter survived. But unexpectedly, within 2 days, Xue Daimai went crazy. Moreover, Yushin discovered that after her mother went crazy, she often looked at her with resentment, which made her feel cold all over. Last night in the middle of the night, Yushin, who was half asleep, suddenly felt a suffocating sensation on her neck. When she opened her eyes, she saw that it was Xue Daimai who was pinching her hard and cursing at her. "It's all because of you, this unfilial daughter, that I'm suffering here. It was you who killed your father. If you had apologized to Fang Han, we would have been living happily with him." Yushin had to go to great lengths to escape from her mother's clutches. She didn't expect that her mother actually wanted to kill her. For a moment, Yushin also thought about letting his mother reunite with his father, so that death would put an end to all the pain and he would never feel pain again. But she still couldn't make up her mind, because the crazy woman in front of her was her mother after all. Just then, bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise at the door. Yushin looked over in horror and saw that the door that she had blocked tightly was kicked open by someone. "Am I going to die today?" I suddenly felt scared. But the next second, she found that the person who came was Fang Han. In an instant, a hint of redness and joy suddenly appeared on Yushin's face. She immediately stood up and rushed to the door excitedly, crying as she ran, "Hubby, are you here to save me?" "Woo woo, I'm dying, husband, you're finally here." When Yushin thought of the warmth and candlelight dinner in Fang Han's home, her heart was filled with longing. At this time, Fang Han looked at Yushin who was rushing towards him, only to see that she was so thin from hunger that she looked neither human nor ghost. Bang! A slap in the face. Yushin was beaten to the ground, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. She raised her head, her eyes full of fear and confusion. "Husband, why did you hit me? Didn't you come to pick me up?" Fang Han didn't expect that Yushin still had fantasies at this time. He looked at her coldly and said in a cold voice, "Don't call me husband casually. We broke up a long time ago." Yushin was shocked when he heard Fang Han's words. "Hubby, didn't you say last time that you would come pick me up when I was the only one home? Now my dad is dead and my mom is crazy, can you please take me away? My mom tried to strangle me last night and I was so scared. Aren't there 2 people in your family now?" Fang Han looked at Xue Daimai in the room. Hearing this, and thinking of her mother's attempt to strangle her last night, Yushin's face suddenly became ferocious. At this time, Xue Daimai in the house also saw Fang Han, and she ran out screaming. "Fang Han, you're finally here. Did Yushin admit her mistake to you? Are you here to take us to enjoy happiness?" Halfway through her words, Xue Daimai denied herself and continued, "No, you said you would only take one person with you. Then I'll strangle that unfilial daughter Yushin to death and let me enjoy my life. I've had enough." Hearing this, Yushin, who was still struggling in her heart, immediately made up her mind and said to herself, "Mom, don't blame me. I've listened to you all these years. Just fulfill your daughter's wish this time. There's no point in living like a madman. Go reunite with my dad." Yushin got up from the ground, walked to the kitchen and looked around, picked up a fruit knife from a corner on the ground, and then came behind Xue Daimai. At this time, Xue Daimai was still chattering nonsense. After hesitating for a moment, Yushin gritted his teeth and stabbed Xue Daimai with the fruit knife. Kai. The next second, Xue Daimai was bleeding and turned around with difficulty to look at the person who stabbed him. At this moment, she seemed to have a last glimmer of light, her eyes suddenly became clear, and then she recognized the face of the person who stabbed her. It was actually her own daughter. Xue Daimai's face was full of disbelief, and her eyes were filled with despair and pain. "Shinshin, I'm your mother, you." Before he could finish his words, Xue Daimai died and his body suddenly fell towards Yushin. Feeling the weight of his mother's body, Yushin suddenly came to his senses and began to cry loudly while holding Xue Daimai's body. "I'm not a human being. I killed my own mother. Woo woo woo." At this time, Fang Han, who was standing at the door, looked at Yushin with interest as she was madly killing her mother and was filled with remorse. After a while, Yushin wiped away her tears and put down Shui Daime's body. She stood up from the ground and looked at Fang Han with hope in her eyes. "Hubby, I'm the only one in my house now, take me away." Hearing this, Fang Han showed a cruel smile and sneered, "Yushin, it seems that not only have you become thinner due to hunger, but your memory has also been lost." "Husband, what do you mean?" Yushin's face suddenly became flustered. "Let me help you recall. That day at the gate of the community, I said, you have too many family members. If there's only one person left, I can consider it. But you have to do it quickly so that no one else can get there first." After a pause, Fang Han continued speaking, his voice sounding like it came from a cold abyss. "I said I was considering it, not necessarily. And unfortunately, someone else got there first." Hearing this, Yushin's body trembled suddenly, and he stood unsteadily. He took several steps back and pointed his finger at Fang Han and said tremblingly, "You, what do you mean?" At this time, Fang Han smiled slightly and said jokingly, "You don't really think you still have a chance?" Chapter 54 Yushin awakens her talent, Fang Han kills people and breaks their hearts. After saying that, Fang Han turned around and looked at Mo Zhiyao and Mo Aobai, who were blocked by the wall beside him, and waved. The next second, two beautiful figures blocked the light at the door. Yushin looked up, his lifeless eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the two women in disbelief. She also knew this wonderful mother-daughter pair. "Why are you following Fang Han? Are you?" "No. I can't accept that." At this time, Mo Aobai's soft and cute lowly voice sounded with doubt. "Brother Fang Han, who is she?" "A dying person." Fang Han naturally stretched out his hands and embraced the two slender waists. Yushin in the room couldn't stop shaking her head and rubbed her eyes hard. "No, it's all fake, all fake." No matter what, Yushin couldn't accept what she saw. She had just killed her mother and thought she could live a good life, but everything was gone in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the look in Shui Daime's eyes before she died appeared in front of Yushin again. Yushin screamed frantically, Why? Why did you lie to me? I have never promised you anything, so how could I lie to you?" Fang Han spoke with a tone full of disdain. Suddenly, Yushin's eyes turned bloodshot and he rushed towards the door hysterically. "You two vixens, you stole my husband away. I'm going to beat you to death. If I do, my husband will take me away." Looking at Yushin, who looked like a madman, Fang Han raised his foot and kicked her out. Bang! Yushin fell to the ground with a thud, his whole body prostrated on the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and she wailed in pain. Enduring the pain, she crawled to Fang Han, hugged his calf, and begged bitterly, "Hubby, please don't treat me like this, okay? I was wrong. Please let me stay with you. I was really wrong." Looking at the painful and desperate Yushin, Fang Han finally felt happy. In his previous life, he was killed by Yushin and Ji Yang. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc, and his voice was teasing. "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Hearing this, Yushin ignored the severe pain in her body and raised her head with difficulty to look at Fang Han. A glimmer of hope suddenly arose in her heart. "Forget it, let me tell you the good news first." Fang Han smiled slightly, then continued. "In this apocalypse, humans will awaken their talents. If you can awaken, then what you're going through now won't matter." Upon hearing this, Yushin's eyes suddenly lit up. "Husband, are you saying that I can awaken too?" "It's very likely." Fang Han's words were full of temptation. The light in Yushin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. But the next second, Fang Han suddenly showed a devilish smile on his face. "Don't be too happy yet, there's some bad news." Suddenly, Yushin's heart was suddenly gripped. "You are going to die today." Fang Han smiled slightly. Hearing Fang Han's words, Yushin frantically moved away from Fang Han, crawling backwards, muttering to himself, "No, I can't die. I haven't awakened my talent yet. I can't die." Fang Han raised his right hand, ready to put an end to Yushin once and for all. But the next second, the lighter metal objects in the room seemed to be attracted by something and began to vibrate suddenly. At this moment, Yushin on the ground was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly looked at his hands in disbelief, and suddenly shouted excitedly, "Har har 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 har, I've awakened my talent. I can control metal." Then, Yushin discovered that her body functions were recovering rapidly, and she felt that she had abilities beyond ordinary people. So she suddenly got up from the ground. With a wave of her hand, the fruit knife that was stuck in Shui Daime's body immediately flew into her hand. Immediately afterwards, several kitchen knives and some light metal products suddenly flew over from somewhere and hovered around Yushin. Har 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 har. Fang Han, I really have to thank you very much. If it weren't for your inspiration, I might not have awakened my talent. To repay you, I will use this knife to kill you with my own hands as a tribute to my deceased parents. Yushin's eyes flashed with ferocity and she laughed crazily, as if she had already seen Fang Han kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of her. Looking at the crazy Yushin, Fang Han had a calm expression, without any ripples in his eyes, and just watched her clown-like performance calmly. No, why aren't you afraid at all? I'm going to kill you. Yushin shouted arrogantly. Then she swung her arms violently. The next second, the suspended kitchen knife, fruit knife, rushed towards Fang Han like darts. That's it? Fang Han shook his head in disdain. He was wearing a super bulletproof vest and was not afraid of even armor-piercing bullets, let alone a small flying knife. He didn't even move his feet, he just stretched out his right hand and waved it lightly. In an instant, more than a dozen electric currents were released from his body and rushed towards the flying knife like lightning. Sizzle. All the flying knives and metal objects that came towards them were instantly pierced through and fell to the ground. What? Yushin looked at this scene with difficulty, her face filled with shock, despair, and unwillingness. She howled fiercely, why? I've already awakened my talent, why is this the result? But Fang Han didn't give her time to go crazy. He fixed his eyes and a stream of electricity shot out from the air. In an instant, Yushin was electrocuted into charcoal. After glancing at the black corpse, Fang Han didn't stop at all. He pulled up Mo Jiao and her daughter and turned to go downstairs. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! The host successfully killed an awakened person and gained 50 talent points. Talent points? When Fang Han heard the system prompt, his heart paused and his pace slowed down. System, what are talent points? What are they used for? Host, after a human awakens their talent, their level will be promoted to level 1, and talent points will form in their body. Talent points have only one function, which is to level up. Besides talent points, what other ways are there to upgrade? Fang Han wanted to know how other awakeners upgraded. Host, all awakened ones can only use talent points to upgrade, but host, you can also use faith points. After getting a positive answer, Fang Han smiled slightly. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Then he asked, what are some ways to gain talent points? There are only 3 ways to obtain talent points, one is to kill awakened ones, and the other is to kill mutant creatures. Different levels and talents contain different talent points. The third method is to find the talent crystal and absorb the talent points in the crystal. Talent crystal. Fang Han paused when he heard that. Yes, after the apocalypse, humans will awaken their talents, mutant creatures will appear, and a small number of ores will turn into gifted crystals, which contain talent points. In this way, when the talent crystals appear, they will most likely become hard currency among awakened people. How many talent points are needed to level up? Awakeners of different levels, talents, and strengths require different talent points to level up. Fang Han nodded and said, open my attribute panel. Name Fang Han. Level 1 gain 50 talent points, upgrade progress 5%. Talent lightning talent. Appearance 92. Combat power 500. Spirit 150. Body 120. Chapter 55, Massive Supplies Under the Ice and Snow. 50 talent points for a 5% upgrade. Then it would take 1000 talent points to advance to level 2. Looking at the values displayed on the panel, Fang Han thought silently in his heart. Fortunately, I can also upgrade through faith points. But it's not so easy for other awakened people to upgrade. After figuring out the role of talent points, he just stepped onto the RV. Master, where is the next stop? The electronic voice of the RV manager Sheshua sounded immediately. West Hill Apartments. Good master. After saying that, Fang Han sat on the sofa and began to think. Seeing that Fang Han was thinking about something, Mo Aobai did not go over to disturb him, but entered the folding space with his mother. Shishan apartment is Bai Ian's residence. A few days ago, Bai Iyu sent a message to Fang Han, saying that the apartment had started to have water and electricity cut off, and her cell phone was running out of battery, so she asked Fang Han for help. But at that time, Fang Han had neither upgraded to level 1 nor awakened his talent, and he did not have enough strength to leave the community. He asked Bai Yu to use all the heavy objects in the house to block the doors and windows, and hold on for a few days until he came over. Fortunately, the day before the end of the world, Bai Yu listened to him and bought some supplies, so she did not starve to death. Now that he had his hands free, he prepared to go to Shishan apartment and take Bai Yin into the car. At this time, about 500 meters away from Shishan apartment, two gangs were in a fierce confrontation on a snowy field. The number of people on both sides is different. There were more than 20 people on one side, and 4 in the middle were holding pistols. On the other side, although there were only 7 or 8 people, everyone was armed with a gun, and there were 2 submachine guns. After a short standoff, the leader of the group of more than 20 people stood up. He looked fearful, but his tone was very unhappy. Zhongfan, you, the Dragon and Tiger Gang, are too overbearing. This is our kamikaze group's territory. We advise you to get out of here immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Hearing this, the leader on the other side, a middle-aged man called Zhongfan, laughed with an arrogant look on his face. Ha 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 ha, domineering. That's right, domineering, this is the style of our Dragon Tiger Gang. If you don't agree, just hold it in. On the contrary, you, the kamikaze group, just go wherever it's cooler. Zhu Shouchen, let me tell you, it's the end of the world now, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say, no one cares about you anymore. You? Zhu Shouchen pointed at Zhongfan with an extremely ugly expression. What do you mean? Zhongfan said unhappily, to tell you the truth, this underground warehouse of your kamikaze group has been coveted by our Dragon Tiger Gang. From now on, this place has nothing to do with you. Get out of here right now. After a pause, Zhongfan continued speaking and began to issue an ultimatum. I'll give you one last minute. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Brothers, raise your guns and teach them a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man behind Zhongfan immediately fired a shot into the sky. Bang! Zhu Shouchen's face became even uglier, and he spat in his heart. Before the end of the world, Kamikaze Group was one of the largest group companies in Binhai. It had an ultra-large underground warehouse here, which stored a huge amount of materials, worth at least hundreds of millions. But the apocalyptic blizzard suddenly came, completely burying the underground warehouse. These days they have been looking for ways to dig through the ice and snow and take out the supplies stored in the warehouse. But unexpectedly, the ice and snow here were extremely hard. They used all the machines they had but were unable to dig it open. What's worse is that this place has now been targeted by the Dragon and Tiger Gang, and a direct confrontation has occurred. Speaking of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, it actually has a certain relationship with the Kamikaze Group. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang and the senior executives of the Kamikaze Group have had unpleasant experiences in the past, and the subordinates of both sides often have frictions. Relying on its strong economic strength and official backing, the Kamikaze Group was able to completely control the Dragon and Tiger Gang before the end of the world. But unexpectedly, after the end of the world, without the constraints of morality and law, the Kamikaze Group lost its glory, and the Dragon and Tiger Gang took advantage of the situation to rise. Looking at the submachine guns in the hands of Zhongfan and others, Zhu Shouchen knew that he was definitely no match for them. But he cannot retreat. This underground warehouse is one of the largest warehouses of the Kamikaze Group in Binhai. It is also one of the capitals for the Kamikaze Group to rise in the end times. It must not be lost. But in such a hurry, Zhu Shouchen could not think of any countermeasures, and his face was full of anxiety and fear. However, Zhongfan did not give him time to continue thinking and shouted loudly. Zhu Shouchen, 1 minute is up, are you going to get out of here or not? From now on, this is our Dragon Tiger Gang's territory, and all the supplies belong to our Longhu Gang. You, the damn Kamikaze Group, get out of here right now. I'll count down to 3, and if you don't leave, you'll be killed without mercy. 3, 2, let's go. At this time, Zhu Shouchen said. He then left the scene with his men. Although supplies are important, they are not as important as his own life. On the other side, Zhongfan raised his right hand and waved after seeing Zhu Shouchen and others leaving. Bang, bang. Thump thump thump. The younger brother behind Zhongfan immediately pulled the trigger. R. A scream was heard. In less than a moment, all the members of the kamikaze group fell to the ground, and only Zhu Shouqing survived. Seeing this, Zhang Fan led his men forward, looked down at Zhu Shouqing, and stepped on his face. There was blood at the corner of Zhu Shouqing's mouth, his face was full of pain and disbelief, and he spoke intermittently. Zhang Fan, since you are so dishonest, aren't you afraid of retaliation from our kamikaze group? Har 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 har. Hearing this, Zhang Fan laughed wildly. We've already occupied your warehouse and stolen your supplies. Do you think there's still a chance for the Dragon Tiger Gang and the kamikaze group to reconcile? If that's the case, of course we'll strike first. If you want to blame anyone, you've got to blame yourself for staying in a comfortable environment for too long. You, our kamikaze group, will never let you go. Zhu Shouqing uttered the last few words with difficulty, and then vomited blood and died. Bang! Looking at the dead Zhu Shouqing, Zhang Fan raised his hand and fired another shot. Congratulations, Brother Fan, for your success. At this time, a younger brother next to him immediately started to flatter him. Brother Fan, after we dig out the supplies from this warehouse, can we have a good life? The other brothers immediately echoed the sentiment, speaking with anticipation. Hearing what his younger brother said, Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh secretly, and his heart was speechless. Don't even mention whether it can be dug out. Even if it is dug out, it's hard to say how much I can get. You little bastards still want to eat and drink spicy food. He had no idea whether the Dragon and Tiger Gang could dig through the hard layer of ice and snow here. After all, the kamikaze group had not been able to dig through it for so many days. Chapter 56 by Ian is desperate. Fang Han, take you home. Moreover, Zhang Fan was just a small leader in the Dragon and Tiger Gang. He brought people here today just to follow instructions and explore their way to confirm whether the supplies had been dug away. He didn't expect to encounter people from the kamikaze group directly. But on second thought, this was not something he should worry about. He just needed to do his part well. There are many capable people in the gang, I believe someone can always solve it. So, he turned around and looked at his men, saying, leave a few of you to monitor nearby, and the rest of you come back with me to report the situation. After he finished speaking, he looked up and glanced around, and found a large gymnasium nearby and an apartment a few hundred meters away, so he led his men towards the apartment. After entering the apartment, Zhang Fan felt that something was wrong with the apartment, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he ordered 4 of his younger brothers to go into the building to investigate. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 came back one after another to report what they had discovered. Brother Fan, we checked for 5 floors and only found a few residents, and some were dead or some were crazy. At this moment, Zhang Fan realized why he felt something was wrong. Just now in this apartment building, I didn't see much blood or signs of fighting. And the other communities and apartments he visited in the past few days were covered in blood. After figuring it out, Zhang Fan instructed the 4 people who had just gone upstairs to investigate. You guys will stay here and monitor the warehouse. The gang should be sending people to dig up the supplies in the next couple of days. After a pause, he added, if you discover that the kamikaze group has sent someone again, report back to the gang immediately. After saying that, Zhang Fan led his men out of the apartment, got on a snowmobile and left. The 4 people who were left behind chose a relatively warm room in the apartment and moved in. Meanwhile, apartment 15th floor, 1502. Bai Yu was sitting on the edge of the bed in the bedroom, still in shock and with a look of fear on her face. Bai Yu also heard the gunshot just now. She then stood by the window and witnessed the conflict between the Dragon and Tiger Gang and the kamikaze group. At the last moment, Bai Ian was terrified by the scene of the Dragon and Tiger Gang unilaterally slaughtering the kamikaze group. Although she had heard sporadic gunshots several times since the end of the world, none of them affected her. This made Bai Ian very glad that she had chosen Shishan apartment when renting a house. Since this was an apartment building that had just been developed by the kamikaze group, not many houses had been sold yet, there were few residents, and they lived very scattered, so no large-scale killings occurred. She also had requirements for the lighting, ventilation, dust and noise of the house, so she liked to live on high floors and finally chose the 15th floor. Unexpectedly, this preference actually saved her. Bai Ian patted her bulging chest in shock. She lived on a higher floor, and it was very tiring to climb up after the power outage. There were basically no one living on the floors above and below her, so during the period after the apocalypse, only 2 groups of people had come to the 15th floor. Bai Yu always kept Fang Han's instructions in mind and piled all the heavy objects in the house, such as the sofa, wardrobe, dining table, etc., behind the door. The two groups of people who came thought that 1502 had not been sold, so they left after trying to break into their house in vain. This is also what allowed Bai Yu to survive until today. But since the water and electricity were cut off, there was no internet and no one to talk to, and she had no idea what the situation was like outside. After so many days, she felt exhausted and might be driven crazy by the torture soon. Especially after witnessing the shooting scene just now, Bai Yu saw them coming to Shishan apartment. Bai Yu sat weakly on the edge of the bed, praying silently that they would not climb to the 15th floor. But even if they didn't come up, Bai Yu felt that she couldn't hold on for a few more days. Although we have always been frugal, there is very little food left from the food we bought the day before the end of the world. The hope that has kept her going until now is Fang Han. If Fang Han doesn't come to save her, she will either starve to death or be killed. But at this moment, Bai Yu didn't want to see Fang Han appear. The gunman downstairs made her very scared, and she didn't want Fang Han to get into an accident while saving her. At the same time, in the Super Doomsday RV, Fang Han was asking Xiexue, how long will it take to get to Shishan apartment? Master, we'll be there in a few minutes. Xiexue replied immediately. At this time, Moabai tilted her face and asked in a playful manner, Brother Fang Han, why are we going to Shishan apartment? Looking at the beautiful childlike face in front of him, Fang Han smiled slightly and said, go pick up a sister. Sister. A hint of doubt appeared on Moabai's face. Brother Fang Han, do you have a sister? She's your sister. Fang Han's mouth curled up. My sister? Moabai's little head was filled with questions. Soon, the Super Doomsday RV arrived downstairs of Shishan apartment. But Fang Han didn't get out of the car immediately. He called up the miniature cameras and had them fly into the apartment to check the situation. Several cameras quickly flew out. After a while, Fang Han had a grasp of the basic situation in the apartment. I saw Bai Yu who was on the verge of collapse, and those people from the Dragon and Tiger gang. So he turned to the mother and daughter and said, wait for me in the car. Don't get out. I'll go pick someone up and come back. After that, he told Xiexue, don't open the car door until I come back. Good master. After getting off the car, Fang Han walked towards the apartment, but he ignored the people from the Dragon and Tiger gang and went directly to the 15th floor. After reaching level 1, his speed, physical strength, endurance and other physical qualities all improved rapidly, and soon he arrived at the door of 1502. Boom boom boom. Fang Han raised his hand and knocked on the door. At this moment, Bai Yu in the house heard the knock on the door, her face suddenly filled with fear, and her heart began beating violently. Are they coming up so soon? Do they know I live here? Am I going to die today? As she thought about it, Bai Yu became desperate. But the next second, a voice like the sound of nature reached her ears. Ian, open the door, it's me, Fang Han. Hearing this voice, Bai Yu's expression froze, and then she suddenly became excited, like a dying person waiting for her peerless hero. He murmured, is it Fang Han? He's here to pick me up. Then he quickly ran out of the bedroom. When she reached the door, she checked again. Honey, is it really you? It's me. Wow wow wow. Hearing the long-awaited sound, she burst into tears of excitement, and then immediately began to move the things behind the door. Fang Han outside the door did not urge or force the door open, just waited. After a while, Bai Yu finally moved all the things away. She immediately opened the door, rushed towards the man she had been thinking about, and threw herself into his arms. Chapter 57. The three girls met for the first time. Fang Han set his sights on supplies. Woo woo woo, honey, you're finally here. Fang Han stretched out his right hand and held the lovely girl's soft waist, then raised his left hand and gently stroked the back of her head. Okay, stop crying. Your eyes won't be pretty if they're swollen from crying. After crying for a while, Bai Yu stopped crying. She looked up at Fang Han, her eyes filled with tears of happiness. My dear, I will never leave you again. Okay, I'll take you home. Fang Han looked at Bai Yu, who was in tears, and responded softly in his magnetic voice. The next second, Bai Yu stood on tiptoe and left saliva marks on Fang Han's face. Fang Han reached out and pinched her little face, then took her hand and walked downstairs. Ding! Bai Yu's faith in the host increases by 12, reaching 88 points. Fang Han felt slightly happy when he heard the system prompt tone. A triple kill is expected. On their way downstairs, Bai Yu quickly and simply told Fang Han about what she had encountered in the past few days and the massacre that had just happened. But Bai Yu only knew that there was a conflict between the two gangs, and did not know the details. After listening to Bai Yu's story, Fang Han thought about it, and then found the satellite map he downloaded before the end of the world on his mobile phone. After some checking, he found out that there was a huge underground warehouse there. Suddenly, a hint of joy appeared on his face, and his eyes were like a hunter seeing his prey. Now that I've come across it, it's mine. Fang Han thought secretly in his heart that he planned to use an excavator to dig through the ice and snow on top and take away the supplies. At this time, the four Dragon and Tiger Gang brothers in the apartment also discovered the Doomsday RV downstairs. Look what that is. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a large RV. Can a motorhome be this big? If we can get it, then we don't have to be the younger brother anymore, one person said excitedly. Let's go down and take a look. Several people went downstairs and came to the RV. After walking around it, they looked very confused. Fuck, it's okay that this car has no windows, but why doesn't it even have a door? The RV has an integrated body, and what is currently opened is one-way transparent. Mo Jiao and her daughter in the car now saw the people outside the car. Mom, look, there's someone outside with a gun. Mo Xiaobai shook his mother's arm. It's okay, Xiaobai, they can't get in. Mo Jiao said to her daughter with a smile. The people outside the car circled the RV again but still couldn't find the entrance. Grass. One of them was in a rather unhappy mood. He was the one who had said that he would no longer have to be a younger brother after getting the car. He simply raised his pistol and pulled the trigger at the RV. Bang, bang. Several shots were fired, but the RV showed no reaction, leaving not even a scratch from the bullets. Several people looked at each other. There's something wrong with this car. Should we notify the gang? Hearing this, the leader nodded, then looked at the man who had just fired the gun and said, "Go ahead." The man nodded, then turned and was about to leave. But the next second, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Bang. He fell to the ground. After the gunshots rang out, the other three immediately hid behind the RV and looked vigilantly into the Shishan apartment building. At this time, Fang Han was standing in the corridor. He asked Bai Yu not to come out first, and then he walked out of the building leisurely. The three people hiding behind the car immediately saw Fang Han coming out. At the first moment, questions arose in the minds of several people at the same time. Why is this man so lightly dressed? Isn't he cold? He just walked out like that, so fearless. Without thinking too much, they immediately pulled the trigger at Fang Han. The bullet cut through the air, but Fang Han did not fall to the ground as they expected. At this time, Fang Han walked out of the building. He neither accelerated nor slowed down, but still walked towards the few people calmly. Seeing this, the three men fired several more shots at Fang Han's head, but still to no avail. Soon, Fang Han came in front of the three people. Looking at the devil-like figure in front of them, the three of them were suddenly terrified and immediately begged for mercy. Fang Han did not kill anyone immediately. He planned to get some information from them that Bai Yu didn't know. I'll ask a few questions. If the answers satisfy me, you can live. The three of them nodded frantically. We will answer all questions and will never hide anything. Fang Han asked, "Who are you? Tell me what happened today." The three of them spilled all the information they knew. After listening to the three people's stories, Fang Han began to think in his heart. The Dragon and Tiger Gang again. I really have a connection with them. However, I was planning to use an excavator to dig up this warehouse, but according to them, the Kamikaze group has been trying for many days and still hasn't been able to do it. It seems I have to find another way. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, since the Kamikaze group can't dig it open, can you, the Dragon Tiger Gang, dig it open? Why would you steal something that you can't dig open? Hearing this question, the three of them looked at each other with embarrassment on their faces and said, "We don't know either. We are just following orders. We've told you everything we know. Can we go now?" At this time, several people began to pray. What I said was that you can only live if the answer satisfies me, but it's obvious that I'm not satisfied. In the end times, being soft-hearted is a taboo. So Fang Han fired 3 shots in a row, ending their lives. Ding! Hatred value plus 1000. Ding! Hatred value plus 900. Ding! Hatred value plus 950. After putting the pistol into the system space, Fang Han turned around and went back to the apartment building to pick up Bai Yu. The moment she saw the Super Doomsday RV, Bai Yu's eyes widened. She turned her head to look at Fang Han, her pretty face filled with shock and confusion. "Honey, is this yours? Why is it so big?" Hearing this, Fang Han smiled slightly. "This will be your home from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, a door suddenly appeared in the middle of the RV, and Fang Han pulled Bai Yu into the RV. As soon as she stepped into the RV, Bai Yu suddenly saw that there were 2 beautiful women in the car, both of whom were as beautiful as herself. Moreover, they look very similar. Suddenly, Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat and she immediately turned around to look at Fang Han. "Who are they, dear?" At the same time, Mo Bai also took a step forward, and as if to claim sovereignty, he stretched out his hand to hold Fang Han's arm, and then said in a playful tone, "Brother Fang Han, is this the sister you were talking about?" Looking at the intimate couple, Bai Yu suddenly felt as if something in her heart had been taken away by someone. Not willing to be outdone, she immediately took Fang Han's other arm. The next second, Bai Yu looked at Mo Jiao again. She suddenly realized that she was one person versus 2 people, or a pair of sisters who looked very similar. A mother and daughter? Chapter 58 Beauty comes out of the bath. Bai Yu, I have arrived in heaven. Bai Yu found that the situation was not favorable to her, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in her heart. She encouraged herself, "No, I have to find external help, no, I have to play to my own strengths." The first thing she looked at was her huge grain bag, which was the weapon she had always been proud of. But at a glance, she found that the mother and daughter were no less beautiful than her, and she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "Okay, Evian, go take a good bath first." At this time, Fang Han spoke, breaking the tension in the air. Hearing this, Bai Yu suddenly felt itchy all over, the kind of hot itch that she hadn't experienced in a long time. Only then did she realize that the temperature inside the car was very high, which was completely unlike the extremely cold apocalypse. As soon as she came in, she was so aroused by the 2 women in front of her that she didn't notice the change in temperature at all. Fang Han took Bai Yu and walked towards the shower room in the RV. After reaching the door, Bai Yu stopped, then turned around, left a watermark on Fang Han's face, and then walked into the shower room gracefully. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard in the shower room. After enjoying the feeling of hot water on her body again, Bai Yu's face was full of satisfaction and intoxication, just like a mermaid returning to the water. Surrounded by mist, she greedily exposed her delicate body completely to the hot water, stretching out her jade arms to caress it gently. While Bai Yu was taking a shower, Fang Han got out of the car alone and headed to the place where the Dragon and Tiger gang and the Kamikaze group had a conflict. On the snow above the underground storage, he found some pits left by machines, but they were all shallow and he was unable to successfully dig down. The ice and snow here are indeed thick and hard. I don't know what kind of machinery they're using, but even an ordinary excavator would have trouble digging through the hardest parts. It seems we need to think of other solutions. He stood there thinking, should he exchange heavy weapons or large icebreakers from the system wall? After thinking about it, he shook his head again. Although this method could break through the ice and snow, it would also be time-consuming and laborious. Is there any way to get all the supplies in this warehouse without any trouble? In a moment, he came up with an idea. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Since the Dragon and Tiger gang specifically robbed this place, they must have a way to dig it open. All you have to do is sit back and wait for the opportunity to come and reap the benefits. After making up his mind, Fang Han turned and walked towards the RV. When he returned to the RV, he found that no one was inside. Did they all go to fold space? Fang Han was about to go in and take a look, but at this moment, the sound of water came from the shower room. So he sat on the sofa, took out his cell phone and started playing games. In the shower room, Bai Yu showered for a full hour before reluctantly turning off the heater. After drying herself, she realized she had no change of clothes, so she walked to the door. She secretly looked inside the car and found that fortunately she didn't see the 2 women. Then she blushed and said, "Honey, can you get me some clothes?" After hearing Bai Yu's shy voice, Fang Han remembered about the clothes. He stood up and walked towards the shower room. On a whim, he prepared to take out the stewardess uniform from the space, but in the end he only took a set of cool home clothes. Let's save the stewardess uniform for tonight. Besides, the 2 planes I stole from Eagle Country before the apocalypse might come in handy. After a while, Bai Yu changed her clothes and walked out of the shower room. Fang Han looked up and saw a beautiful woman coming out of the bath, walking towards him. Bai Yu's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she looked at Fang Han, who was sitting on the sofa. She had felt a lot of pressure after seeing the mother and daughter together before, and now she just wanted to unleash her charm. So she walked towards Fang Han with a cat-like gait, then sat directly in his arms, stretched out her jade hands to hug his neck, and looked at him infatuatedly. But at this moment, a soft and cute lowly voice suddenly sounded. "Brother Fang Han." Moab I pretended not to see Bai Yu, sat down on the sofa next to Fang Han, and then took his arm. "Dinner is ready. Mom asked me to call you." The atmosphere was broken in an instant. Fang Han had no choice but to take the 2 women and walk towards the folding space. When they reached the space gate, he said again, "Xiaoxue, find a secluded corner within a kilometer and drive the RV over there." After he finished speaking, Fang Han took out 5 microcameras from the system space and asked them to stay here to monitor. At this time, Bai Yu looked at the light gate in front of her, her face full of disbelief. This super large RV was enough to surprise her, but she didn't expect that there would be a folding space now. Fang Han didn't stop and took Bai Yu directly through the light gate. The next second, a dreamlike scene immediately appeared in Bai Yu's eyes. Luxury villa? Colorful garden? Colorful butterfly? Bright sunshine? Bai Yu's head was suddenly filled with countless question marks. After rubbing her eyes several times, she finally dared to believe that everything she saw was real. "Am I in heaven?" she murmured to herself. After the 3 of them entered the villa, they went straight to the restaurant and just saw Mo Jia setting out the last dish. Domper pork, shisha tofu, chicken stewed with mushrooms, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, kung pao chicken. Gurgle. Bai Ian swallowed unconsciously. Although there were home-cooked dishes on the table, for Bai Ian, she had not eaten them for a long time. Seeing this, Fang Han smiled slightly. "Let's eat." After saying this, he moved his mind and took out several 5-star dishes from the space. Ajo giant lobster, huogua black truffle, marbled beef, longjing shrimp, crispy pigeon. After everyone sat down, Fang Han took out a bottle of Romanée Conti and poured a glass for each of them. "Welcome home, Evian." As he spoke, Fang Han raised his wine glass into the air. Several women also raised their glasses and clinked their glasses with his. A crisp jingle sound rang out in the restaurant with joy. As she ate, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly became moist and she shed tears of satisfaction and happiness. Ding! Bai Ian's faith in the host increases by 2, reaching 90 points. Now there are 290+. Fang Han, who was tasting wine, suddenly felt his appetite increase, so he started to eat with relish. He has a heavy teaching workload tonight, so he needs to eat more to recharge his batteries. Chapter 59, 2 Women Fighting. Competition leads to progress. At this time, at the Dragon and Tiger Gang headquarters, Zhang Fan was reporting the results of the battle to his superiors. "Brother, the underground storage of Kamikaze Group in Shishan district has indeed not been dug up yet." Hearing this, a man in black in front of Zhang Fan laughed and patted Zhang Fan on the shoulder. "Very good, you have performed a meritorious service today. After the gang digs out supplies in the next 2 days, I will definitely reward you according to your merits." "Thank you, brother." Zhang Fan nodded and bowed. He hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his doubts. "Brother, the Kamikaze Group hasn't been able to dig it out for so many days. Can we? I've observed that the layer of ice and snow on top of the warehouse is very hard. I'm afraid it would be difficult for the machines we have now to dig it out." The man in black waved his hand and pointed to the ceiling. "You don't have to worry about this. It's difficult for ordinary people, but there are naturally people in the gang who can easily solve it." Having said that, the man in black moved closer to Zhang Fan and lowered his voice to sound mysterious. "Have you heard of the Awakened?" "Awakened?" Zhang Fan was stunned and shook his head. "An Awakener is someone who has awakened extraordinary talents. I have seen an Awakener with my own eyes. They possess power that ordinary people can hardly imagine. They can simply destroy the world. It still seems unimaginable when I think about it now." the man in black said softly. The next second, his eyes suddenly became filled with longing, and he continued, not only has the weather in this world changed, but people have changed too. If only one day, I could become an awakened one. His voice became even quieter, as if he was talking to Zhang Fan, but also as if he was muttering to himself. Seeing his elder brother's eyes full of desire and listening to his voice becoming weaker and weaker, Zhang Fan, although he had never seen an awakened person, suddenly felt a desire in his heart: destroy the world. One day, I can become an awakened person. After a moment of silence in the air, the man in black came to his senses and waved his hand. You go out first, I will report this to the gang leader. On the other side, the temporary location of the kamikaze group was quite strange. Many rooms and corridors were filled with various metal products. From metal cutlery, kitchen knives, stainless steel pots, rice cookers, range hoods, to faucets, steel pipes and steel bars, anti-theft doors and windows, metal tables and chairs, metal clothes drying racks, and various alloy products. Especially in the innermost room, 70% of the space is filled with various messy metal products. In this room, Zhao Shenfeng, chairman of the Shenfeng group, was frowning and looking gloomy. What's going on? Zhu Shouqing has been out for so long, why hasn't he come back yet? There were a few other people in the room, all of them looked terrified, lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Looking at his silent subordinates, Zhao Shenfeng's face was full of displeasure. The underground warehouse in Shishan was the capital for his rise in the end times, and it must not be lost. Are you all mute? He shouted suddenly. After hearing the scolding, a middle-aged man finally raised his head and spoke with courage. There was nothing he could do, since Zhu Shouqing was his subordinate. Chairman, Zhu Shouqing might have encountered some problems. I have sent people out to look for him. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. A hint of impatience flashed across Zhao Shenfeng's face. Chairman, there is news. Another voice sounded outside the door, respectful but anxious. Hearing this, Zhao Shenfeng winked, and the middle-aged man who had just spoken immediately went to open the door. After the door opened, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. It turned out to be the younger brother he had sent out. He put his younger brother into the room, closed the door, and immediately said, quickly report the situation to the chairman. Yes. The younger brother looked at Zhao Shenfeng and quickly told him everything he had seen. After hearing this, Zhao Shenfeng's displeasure deepened. Are you saying that the people who killed Zhu Shouqing and the others were from the Dragon and Tiger gang? Yes, chairman. We found several bodies in front of Shishan apartments. One of them is someone I've met before. He's from the Dragon Tiger gang. After receiving the affirmative answer from his younger brother, Zhao Shenfeng slammed the table in anger. Damn it, it's the Dragon and Tiger gang again. How dare they steal my supplies? If I had known this would happen, I should have sent them all to jail before the end of the world. Several people in the room lowered their heads. What do you think we should do? Zhao Shenfeng looked at several people. Chairman, why don't we let Li Feiyang take action? The middle-aged man who spoke in front asked tentatively. Hearing this, Zhao Shenfeng fell into deep thought. Li Feiyang is one of the only two people in the Shenfeng group who has awakened his talent, the other being Zhao Shenfeng himself. Li Feiyang's talent is mind control, but it was only awakened yesterday morning. He has not yet developed an effective means of attack and can only create some illusions. What if the Dragon and Tiger gang also had awakened people, and Li Feiyang was killed instead? Zhao Shenfeng didn't want to lose the underground warehouse, nor did he want his subordinates who had just awakened their talents to put themselves in danger. Hearing this, everyone present understood the hidden meaning of Zhao Shenfeng's words and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, you want everything, but you don't want to lose anything. You are also an awakened person, so why don't you go by yourself? But even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare to say it out. Looking at his subordinates who had fallen silent again, Zhao Shenfeng waved his hand with impatience, saying, you guys go out. I'll think about it. Hearing this, several people left the room quickly as if they had been pardoned. Night, 11 o'clock. Super Doomsday RV, folding space, inside the villa. After dinner, Fang Han accompanied the girls to watch a movie. As they watched, Bai Yu and Mo Aobai started arguing. One wanted to watch Supreme Treasure and Zashir Fairy, and the other wanted to watch a romance anime. After a while, Fang Han yawned. Hearing the yawn, Mo Aobai immediately turned his head, raised his beautiful childlike face, and looked at Fang Han with a pure expression. Brother Fang Han, can Xiaobai teach you how to dance tonight? Ha! Fang Han paused. Little Loli actually wanted to intercept. But the next second, he felt happy. Sure enough, there is progress only when there is competition. I looked up at the clock on the wall. It's still early tonight. Chapter 60, Airplane, Take Off. Little Loli's bold idea. An hour and a half later. Outside the villa, on the lawn, under the moonlight, stood a stunningly beautiful woman. It was Baiyu. She was wearing a stewardess uniform, exactly the same as the one she wore on the flight before the apocalypse. Even her hairstyle and makeup were exactly the same as that time. She looked at the huge plane that suddenly fell from the sky in front of her and covered her mouth in surprise. Bai Yun was mentally prepared for Fang Han's magic, but the sudden appearance of the passenger plane still made her exclaim in surprise. But as she looked at it, she suddenly felt that it looked very familiar. Honey, is this plane the same model as the one we met on? That's right. Fang Han's lips curled up into a familiar smile. We can come here often to reminisce in the future. Parked on the lawn was one of the planes he had taken from Eagle Country before the end of the world. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Ruyi up and slowly walked onto the plane. Another hour passed. Ding! Bai Yun's faith in the host increases by 2, reaching 92 points. Teacher Fang Han was delighted when he heard the system prompt. I've surpassed Auntie and become the person with the highest faith value. At this time, Mo Aobai was standing by the window of the villa, staring blankly at the plane, his heart full of regret. Oh, why am I so bad at studying? No. I need to improve my learning ability. But it's so hard. The momentum that had just built up weakened in an instant. What should I do? Somehow, the scene she saw last night suddenly appeared in her mind. Then, a bold idea quietly arose in the little Loli's heart. The next second, she shook her head frantically again. No. Absolutely not. But at this moment, another voice suddenly sounded in her heart. My mother has given me all her youth. Shouldn't I also think about her? Her father died when she was 1 year old, and since then Mo Zhiyao has been raising her alone with great difficulty. As she thought about it, she found that this idea could not be shaken off her mind. The next day, morning. While Fang Han was still sleeping soundly, at the temporary location of the kamikaze group, Zhao Shenfeng looked at the confident young man in front of him and said solemnly, Fei Yan, be careful when you get out there. The dragon and tiger gang might have people with special abilities. Although you can create illusions, you've just awakened your talent and aren't very proficient yet. Your body can't stop bullets, so you might get attacked by surprise. Be sure to wear a bulletproof vest. Okay, Chairman. Li Feiyan responded confidently and cheerfully. It's no wonder that Zhao Shenfeng kept giving instructions. He really didn't want to see the only awakened person under his command get into an accident, but the underground warehouse in Shishan district was also very, very important to him. As a last resort, he had to let Li Feiyan take a risk. As for himself, Zhao Shenfeng had never thought of going there himself. His talents were not easily utilized in the snowy area of the underground storage, so he preferred the base camp to be safer. But just in case, he was also prepared to take out half of his remaining weapons, so he turned around, looked at the middle-aged man from last night, and ordered. Jianshu, you go too. Take 15 more guns and your brothers to help Fei Yan. Be careful of sneak attacks. After saying that, Zhao Shenfeng turned and walked towards the room. At this time, he felt quite uncomfortable. Before the end of the world, he inherited tens of billions of assets, was full of vigor and ambition, and was a big boss in Binhai. Unexpectedly, after the end of the world, he was betrayed by his subordinates, and an internal conflict broke out, with most of the staff killed or injured. Fortunately, he later awakened his talent and survived the disaster. As a result, his character became more cowardly. Outside the door, Wan Jianshu looked at Li Feiyan and said respectfully, Feiyan, let's go. Hearing this, Li Feiyan smiled and felt proud in his heart. He didn't even have the chance to talk to Wan Jianshu before, but now the other party respects him so much. As a result, he became more and more satisfied with his talent, and his confidence soared. If the Dragon Tiger gang really digs out the supplies, I'll create an illusion to kill them, and then it'll be easy to get the supplies back. It'll be so cool. On their way, other people also started to flatter him. After Li Feiyang awakened his talent, they all served as test subjects for Li Feiyang's training. At that time, they felt that they had completely lost all consciousness and were at his mercy. Brother Yang, with you here this time, we will definitely succeed. Yes, Brother Yang, you are so talented. No matter who comes from the Dragon Tiger gang, they will all be defeated by you. Listening to everyone's flattery, Li Feiyang became even more relaxed. At this time, in the snow below the Shishan apartment building, the members of the Dragon and Tiger gang had already arrived here. Brother, the brother I left behind to monitor yesterday was killed. Zhang Fan looked at the man in black in front of him with a serious expression. The man in black didn't think it was a big deal. Maybe they were attacked by the kamikaze group. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's expression became more serious. Brother, I just carefully examined the scene. They died quickly and decisively, and there were no signs of a fierce battle. This is obviously not something an ordinary person could do. Hearing this, the man in black also took it seriously. He walked to the scene and looked carefully for a while, and then he had a bad feeling in his heart. From the scene, it seems like a completely one-sided massacre. We can even see some vehicle tracks. Could it be from some other major force or an awakened being? At this time, a young man not far away walked towards this side and said nonchalantly, all right, no matter who did it, there's nothing to be afraid of as long as I'm here. Hearing this, the man in black, who had been frowning just now, suddenly relaxed. Yes, with Leng Mingzhi, an awakened person with extraordinary strength, there is nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 61, Awakened Ice and Snow Talent. Yongrui, let's go to the warehouse. Leng Mingzhi continued to say to the man in black. The man in black, Feng Yongrui, nodded and said, let's go. Brother, I've never seen this kid before. Who is he? How dare he call you by your name? After arriving at the snowy ground above the warehouse, Zhang Fan stood beside Feng Yongrui and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Feng Yongrui's face darkened, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes as he looked at Leng Mingzhi's back. Isn't he just an awakened one? How dare you call me by my name? When I was fighting for the Dragon Tiger gang, you didn't even know where you were playing in the mud. But he only cursed it in his heart and didn't dare show it on his face. His name is Leng Mingzhi, the awakener I told you about. Feng Yongrui said in an unhappy tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan suddenly felt an infinite desire to become an awakened person. He also wants to turn the tables and become the big brother. At this time, Leng Mingzhi, who was standing a few meters away, was scanning the layer of ice and snow under his feet. Soon, he found the weakest point in the ice and snow layer. However, this thinness only appears to be thin in his eyes. To others, it is still thick and hard, and no one else can notice it. Who made me awaken my talent for ice and snow? It's simply tailor-made for this extremely cold apocalypse. One day, I will be able to dominate the world. Leng Mingzhi's heart suddenly became excited. Then he shouted loudly and waved his hands upwards. The next second, he discovered that the weakest part of the ice and snow layer began to tremble slightly. Wow, what's going on? Look, the snow is starting to loosen up there. At once, everyone in the Dragon and Tiger gang spoke up, their faces filled with disbelief. Following their line of sight, the snow on the ground not only began to loosen, but also slowly floated up and flew more than 10 meters away. Is this the awakened one? Zhang Fan looked at Leng Mingzhi with longing. A quarter of an hour later, a hole with a diameter of about 2 meters and a depth of several meters had formed at the weakest point of the ice and snow layer. Leng Mingzhi looked towards the cave entrance and saw that the underground storage had not yet been exposed. He turned around and said to everyone, the ice and snow are too thick. It gets harder the deeper you go. I'll take a break first. After saying that, he walked over and sat on the snowmobile without caring about other people's reactions. Although he has a talent for ice and snow, he is only at the first level of strength and cannot sustain output for a long time. I need to improve my strength. If I become stronger, I can easily handle this situation now. Leng Mingzhi muttered to himself during the break. But the next second, his eyes suddenly dimmed a little. But how can I upgrade? Although he has awakened his talent, he has not yet found the answer to this question. After resting for a while, Leng Mingzhi returned to the entrance of the cave and continued to activate his ice and snow talent. While he was casting the spell, the other members of the Dragon Tiger gang looked at him with envy. There was also a row of armed men standing on guard outside. At the same time, in the folding space of the Super Doomsday RV, on the super large bed in the master bedroom, Fang Han opened his eyes with an unhappy look on his face. System, why did you wake me up so early? Don't you know how hard it was for me to stay up late as a teacher last night? Host, the underground storage near Shishan apartment is about to be dug up. They finished it in one night? Then why didn't they wake me up earlier? Fang Han said indifferently. Host, this system saw that you were sleeping soundly and was worried that you would be irritable when you woke up, so we waited until they were about to dig out the supplies before waking you up. Hearing this, Fang Han nodded slightly in his heart. The system is becoming more and more humane. You're quite sensible. Then it's my turn to pick peaches. Chapter 62 Fang Han's Humanoid Excavator. On the other side, in the snow above the underground warehouse, Lengmingjer finally dug out a hole that led directly to the underground warehouse. The people around immediately gathered around and looked into the cave entrance. Their faces were suddenly filled with ecstasy, followed by a burst of flattery. Brotherjer is awesome. We've done a great job. Brotherjer is awesome. The kamikaze group would never have thought that the warehouse they couldn't dig into for so many days would soon be ours. Hearing the flattery from the people around him, Lengmingjer couldn't help but smile proudly. Zhongfan, take your men back immediately and report to the gang leader. At this time, Feng Yongrui turned to look at Zhongfan and ordered. Yes, big brother. Upon hearing this, Zhongfan prepared to take his men away. But at this moment, the sound of a snowmobile suddenly came from the distance, and they looked in the direction of the sound. Brother, it's the kamikaze group. They are here too. Just in time. On the other side, the people from the kamikaze group also saw Lengmingjer and others, and they stopped their snowmobiles. The two sides were dozens of meters apart and confronted each other in the air. Fei Yang, are we going over there? Wan Jianshu looked at Li Fei Yang and asked. Hearing this, Li Fei Yang was stunned at first, then he said confidently, why not go over? Wan Jianshu suddenly felt that Li Fei Yang was too confident, but he didn't want to expose him directly, so he started to explain. Fei Yang, the dragon and tiger gang has more people and more power, and it seems their firepower is stronger than ours. It's risky to get too close. Of course, we all know you're very talented, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, if they have awakened ones, we'll be vulnerable. Li Fei Yang nodded slightly and said nothing more. Suddenly, someone next to him exclaimed. It was the person who was sent out to look for Zhu Shouqing last night. What's the big deal? Wan Jianshu frowned. He pointed to several piles of thick snow not far from the dragon and tiger gang. These were piled there when Lengmingjer dug the hole. They were very conspicuous on the open snow. Well, there's something strange over there. When we found this place last night, there weren't those piles of snow, and they didn't look like they were formed naturally. Wan Jianshu and Li Fei Yang both looked in the direction of the finger and found something wrong. Fei Yang, it's better to strike first. Use your talent and let's finish this quickly. Wan Jianshu said anxiously. Good. This time, Li Fei Yang did not hesitate. He immediately concentrated his mind, looked at the members of the dragon and tiger gang, and activated his talent to create an illusion. At this time, on the other side, Lengmingjer said without turning his head, Yongrui, the people of the kamikaze group are left to you. They are not worth my effort. Why aren't you talking? Seeing no one responding, Lengmingjer turned around and looked at Feng Yongrui with an impatient tone, and his eyes were suddenly shocked. He saw that everyone's eyes were dull and their bodies were stiff. The next second, he felt that his thinking was also noticeably slowing down. Something is wrong. Without time to think, Lengmingjer immediately activated his ice and snow talent, preparing to quickly gather a snow wall to protect himself. At the same time, Wan Jianshu also discovered that the dragon and tiger gang had been attacked. He immediately ordered, shoot, kill them. The gunmen of the kamikaze group raised their guns and shot. Bang bang bang. The moment the gunshots rang out, the piles of thick snow quickly gathered in front of Lengmingjer, forming a thick snow wall. At this time, bullets were also fired, but none of them could penetrate the snow wall. Zhongfan and Feng Yongrui, who were next to Lengmingjer, escaped the disaster because they were knocked to the ground by the snow wall. The members of the dragon and tiger gang who were a little further away were killed by bullets. Under the huge impact of the snow wall, Feng Yongrui and his companions woke up from the illusion and immediately opened fire to fight back. In the rush, no one from the kamikaze group was shot. What should we do? The dragon and tiger gang actually has an awakened one. Seeing that someone did not fall into the illusion, but instead instantly gathered snow into a wall, Li Feiyang's face lost all confidence, and he looked at Wan Jianshu anxiously. This was the first time that Li Feiyang used his talent in actual combat. He found that it was completely different from when he experimented with ordinary people in the group, and he immediately panicked. Seeing that his greatest support had also withered, Wan Jianshu's heart sank, and he made a quick decision: retreat immediately. You want to leave after the sneak attack? That's not going to happen. At this time, Leng Mingzhi also saw that the people of the kamikaze group were preparing to escape. He immediately waved his hands again, and the next second, the ice wall instantly dispersed and turned into dozens of ice arrows, shooting towards the kamikaze group. Run! After seeing the ice arrow, the people of the kamikaze group immediately opened fire, trying to defeat the ice arrow. But it only destroyed a dozen ice arrows, and the rest were still shooting towards him at a rapid speed. After everyone screamed in pain, they fell to the ground. Li Feiyang and Wan Jianshu were not shot to death directly because they were wearing bulletproof vests, but the huge force of the ice arrows still made them feel extremely uncomfortable and they were pushed back repeatedly. Li Feiyang cursed in his heart, then immediately used all his talent to try to bring Leng Mingzhi into the illusion. But the next second he saw an even thicker wall of snow rushing towards them. Bang! Li Feiyang and Wan Jianshu were immediately knocked to the ground. Now the bulletproof vest was useless. Wan Jianshu was crushed to death and Li Feiyang was half dead. Leng Mingzhi smiled after seeing that he had taken care of all the people in the kamikaze group. Go and take a look. After saying that, he walked towards Li Feiyang. He wanted to take a look at the awakened person who attacked him. Feng Yongrui and others immediately followed, and there was a hint of gratitude in their eyes as they looked at Leng Mingzhi's back. At this moment, Fang Han had already gotten up from bed and had breakfast. He walked out of the folding space and drove the Super Doomsday RV to the scene. He had just seen everything that happened at the scene through their micro camera, and he couldn't help but feel a little more happy. I just slept in, and the Dragon Tiger gang dug up my underground storage. They were so kind. Looking at Leng Mingzhi in the surveillance video, Fang Han smiled again. In this extremely cold apocalypse, Leng Mingzhi is simply a human excavator tailor-made for me. Although Leng Mingzhi's current strength is far inferior to his, with Leng Mingzhi's ice and snow talent, Fang Han will be able to easily get those good things buried by the blizzard in the future. The RV was driving at a very fast speed and soon arrived at Shishan apartment, but it did not stop and continued to drive to the scene a few hundred meters away. Chapter 63, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. At this time, on the snow, Leng Mingzhi came in front of Li Feiyang and said condescendingly, "Humph, were you the one who attacked me just now? It didn't seem that great, you fell down before I even used any strength." Hearing their voice, Li Feiyang raised his head with difficulty, looked at Leng Mingzhi with resentment, and a strong sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. It's been less than 2 days since I awakened my talent. Am I going to die here? Let me go, I will. Li Feiyang begged for mercy intermittently. Leng Mingzhi was about to speak, but the next second, Li Feiyang was dead, with an expression of unwillingness on his face. Brother Zhe is so awesome. He's like a god descending from heaven. He wiped out everyone in the kamikaze group in one move. Brother Leng, your talent is too great. You are simply the chosen one of the extreme cold apocalypse. Everywhere is your home turf. Yes, now we have hundreds of millions of supplies. Our Dragon Tiger gang will definitely become the largest force in Binhai. Then we can all enjoy the good life with Brother Zhe. For a moment, countless flatteries were heard on the field. In the end times, without the constraints of morality and law, if the Dragon and Tiger gang becomes the most powerful force, they feel that they will be able to live a life of luxury. Everyone had a smile on their face, as if they saw a bright future for themselves. Leng Mingzhi also enjoyed the flattery from the people around him with a happy expression. But the next second, he stopped suddenly. Just now, he suddenly felt that his ability to control ice and snow was instantly enhanced. What's going on? Has my talent improved? He touched his chin and fell into deep thought. As he was thinking, he caught a glimpse of the dead Li Feiyang and Wan Jinshu, and an idea suddenly arose in his mind. Could it be? The way to upgrade talents is to kill people? Or kill the awakened ones? Leng Mingzhi was not sure whether his speculation was correct. After all, it was his first time killing someone. Moreover, ordinary people and awakened people died at his hands at the same time, and he couldn't tell them apart for a moment. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the distance, and several people immediately turned around to look. I saw a large RV driving over from the apartment and then stopped next to their hole dug by Leng Mingzhi. Fuck, this RV is so exaggerated. Who's in the car? Are they planning to steal the supplies? I think they're looking for death. Brother Zhe is here, so anyone who comes here will be killed. Har har, that's right. With Brother Zhe here, what are you afraid of? Several people were discussing it. Everyone, be alert. Feng Yongrui was alert. After experiencing Li Feiyang's sneak attack, he became more cautious. Upon hearing this, several people immediately raised their guns and pointed them at the RV. A moment later, they saw a young man in his 20s getting out of the car. The person who came was Fang Han. Only one person came down. Ignorance or fearlessness? Several people were puzzled. Zhang Fan looked at Feng Yongrui and asked, "Brother, do you want to just shoot?" Feng Yongrui looked at Leng Mingzhi. Leng Mingzhi didn't say anything, his face still showing confidence. Ordinary people were not worth his attack. Seeing that Leng Mingzhi had no intention of taking action, Feng Yongrui turned to look at Fang Han and said loudly, "Brother, who are you? This is our dragon and tiger gang's territory. No matter what your intentions are, I advise you to leave immediately, otherwise don't blame the bullets for not having eyes." Hearing the sound coming from afar, Fang Han didn't even turn his head. He stood at the edge of the cave entrance, looking at the underground storage below the cave entrance with a sharp gaze. His eyebrows raised with a hint of joy, and he smiled slightly. "I saw it, and it's mine." At this time, on the other side, Feng Yongrui saw that Fang Han had no reaction, and he immediately became angry and embarrassed. This is their dragon and tiger gang's property. It has always been their dragon and tiger gang that gets to rob people, but now someone is trying to rob them. After the end of the world, all those who dared to go against the dragon and tiger gang died. Damn it, you dare to set your sights on our dragon and tiger gang? You must be tired of living, brothers. Feng Yongrui was about to give the order to shoot, but was suddenly interrupted by Zhang Fan. "Brother, could it be that the person who killed our brothers over at the apartment is this person? Could he also be an awakened one?" Feng Yongrui was stunned when he heard Zhang Fan's words, but he immediately gritted his teeth and said, "No matter who he is, if he dares to attack us, he will have to pay the price." After a pause, he looked at Leng Mingzhi again, feeling more confident, and said, "Besides, with Arjun here, what does it matter if he's an awakened one? Brothers, shoot!" Feng Yongrui ordered. Upon hearing this, several people immediately pulled the trigger at Fang Han. Bang, bang. Gunshots rang out immediately, and bullets flew through the air. The moment he heard the gunshot, Fang Han shook his head in disdain. The bullet flying through the air suddenly stopped and fell directly to the ground the moment it got infinitely close to Fang Han's body. It was like all the energy was sucked away in an instant. Suddenly, several people from the dragon and tiger gang were stunned and couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, "Wow, what's going on? Am I seeing this right? Could it be that he is also an awakener? Is this his talent? Is this the reason for his arrogance? No wonder those brothers who stayed in the apartment died so easily." Seeing this scene, Leng Mingzhi's expression finally lost its composure, and he quickly activated his ice and snow talent. With his hands waving, countless ice and snow gathered together frantically, condensing into a huge snowball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. After the snowball formed, it flew towards Fang Han at a high speed. Seeing this, smiles immediately appeared in the eyes of several people. After witnessing the terrifying talent of Leng Mingzhi, they were extremely confident in him. They believed that no one could escape from such a huge snowball. But the next second, their eyes were blinded again. Looking at the snowball rushing towards him, Fang Han remained calm and unhurried. A trifle. With a super bulletproof vest on his body, this small snowball will not cause any harm to him. But he decided to give them a little fang shock. So, he opened the system space, and the snowball with a diameter of several meters suddenly disappeared from the sky and earth, and was put into the drawer like a small toy. Seeing this strange scene, Lengmingjer took a breath. Oh shit! What the hell? Countless exclamations of fuck immediately rang out in the minds of the other people. Fang Han shocked them so much that Lengmingjer, the powerful and majestic man in their eyes, couldn't even cause any harm to Fang Han by tickling him. But Fang Han did not give them time to be shocked. With a thought, he increased the power of the system space when releasing items. The next second, the snowball that had just been sucked in was instantly released by the tremendous force, and then immediately shot towards Feng Yongrui and others at a high speed. Feng Yongrui and others were immediately frightened and panicked. Stop him! Brother Zhe, help! But at this time, Lengmingjer was also unable to take care of himself. He felt that the snowball rushing towards him, although its appearance had not changed at all, its speed was several times faster. He immediately understood that with his current talent and power, it would be difficult to control this snowball. Dividing line. P.S. My dear friends, Liu Bei has been caught by the river crab and put in the small black room. Tomato has stopped all traffic for this book. Now only those who have added it to the bookshelf can continue to read it. PS2, I was so exhausted from revising the story last night. I originally wanted to write 2 chapters, but in the end I only finished 1. I'm still working on the second chapter and will try to update it at noon tomorrow. PS3, I write online articles part-time and have to go to work during the day. Yesterday, while having dinner, I saw that a family member had donated inspiration capsules. I was thinking that inspiration would burst forth, but within 2 minutes, I received a notification that I was in the black room. That feeling, well, was very uncomfortable. PS4, the river crab chapter has been modified, but Tomato indicates that it will take 15 working days to pass the review. If it fails, forget it. Don't say anything unlucky. I hope it can pass. PS5, perhaps because there aren't too many reviews for this book yet, I read every single one. Some of them made me smile, and I even called them kindred spirits. PS6, for now, I will continue writing about Fang Han's journey to the end of the world, and I will strive to update 2 chapters per day. PS7, in any case, thank you to everyone who has read this far. Finally, I wish all the handsome guys good luck every day +++. Chapter 64, hundreds of millions of supplies in hand. Victoria's Secret style. In an instant, Snowball arrived in the blink of an eye. After Feng Yongrui and others screamed, they were knocked to the ground and died of vomiting blood. Lengmingjer survived. He had a talent for ice and snow. When the snowball hit him, he used his talent to the fullest, and most of the impact of the snowball on him was offset. A feeling of surviving a disaster suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. But the next second, he felt extremely desperate and powerless. His talent was completely defeated by Fang Han, and now he is almost like an ordinary person. But he didn't even know what Fang Han's talent was, so he could only be slaughtered by others. A few minutes ago, he was still dreaming of dominating the world, but now his life was hanging by a thread. Lengmingjer's eyes dimmed in an instant. At this time, Fang Han had just finished listening to the system prompt and he gained another 5,400 hatred points. After a moment, he turned and looked at Lengmingjer, who was dozens of meters away, and nodded secretly. I knew this guy couldn't die. Great, he can be my human excavator. Then he raised his right hand and waved gently to Lengmingjer. On the other side, Lengmingjer was stunned when he saw Fang Han's gesture. He didn't know what Fang Han wanted to do and was instinctively a little scared. He's not going to call me over and kill me, is he? But it seems I have no choice. I can't fight him, and I can't escape either. So he walked towards Fang Han, and as soon as he got in front of him, Lengmingjer fell to his knees with a thud. Brother, please forgive me. It's all a misunderstanding. The supplies below are all yours. I don't want them anymore. Please let me go. The property is mine, why do you say you don't want it? Fang Han said quietly. Hearing this, Lengmingjer immediately changed his words, yes, brother, everything is yours. We shouldn't be greedy. Fang Han looked at Lengmingjer, then looked at the number displayed by the system. Lengmingjer's hatred value towards him was 400 points. So he said to the system in his mind, System, he has developed hatred towards me, so he needs to express his willingness to surrender before he can be branded with the mark of faith, right? Yes, host. No matter what he thinks in his heart, as long as he expresses his submission, he will be branded with the mark of faith. After the system finished speaking, Fang Han looked at Ling Mingzhi again and was about to speak. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Mingzhi saw that Fang Han didn't say anything, and started to kowtow. "Brother, please spare my life. I am willing to be your vanguard. I have a talent for ice and snow and can do a lot in this weather. Believe me, I am really useful." Hearing this, Fang Han swallowed what he was about to say and instead asked the system, "Does this count as surrender?" "That's right, host." Hearing the confirmed answer, Fang Han smiled slightly and said to Ling Mingzhi, "I can spare you. From now on, you will be my human excavator." "A humanoid excavator?" Ling Mingzhi was stunned, but then he realized that he didn't have to die. He suddenly felt overjoyed and kowtowed a few more times. "Thank you, big brother, for not killing me." As soon as Fang Han thought about it, the system branded Ling Mingzhi with the mark of faith. Ding! Ling Mingzhi has been successfully branded with the mark of faith and will forever remain absolutely loyal to their host. When Fang Han heard the system prompt, he was delighted. Those huge amounts of supplies buried by the blizzard would all be his from now on. So he looked at Ling Mingzhi, with a hint of admiration for the tool man in his eyes, and said with a smile, "Get up." Hearing this, Ling Mingzhi stood up. Suddenly, he felt that the man in front of him was extremely tall. Not only was he very handsome, but he also had a belief in serving until death. No matter what this man said, he would execute it without hesitation. But I don't even know his name, and just a few seconds ago, I hated him. P.S. The plot of branding those who have generated hatred with a brand of faith will be used on a certain character later. Family members, handsome guys, you can guess. After a moment, Fang Han looked at Ling Mingzhi and asked, "How long has your ice and snow talent been awakened?" "I just woke up in the early hours of yesterday morning." Ling Mingzhi replied respectfully. "In other words, as soon as you awakened your talent, the dragon and tiger gang took a fancy to this underground warehouse." Fang Han smiled. The dragon and tiger gang was really efficient. "Yes, big brother. After the leader of the dragon tiger gang learned that I had awakened my ice talent, he quickly formulated a plan to seize it. In fact, the dragon tiger gang had long been eyeing this warehouse, but they had always been troubled by the lack of a way to break through the ice and snow layer." Ling Mingzhi responded, thought for a moment, and then continued to add, "The dragon and tiger gang sent someone here yesterday afternoon. After confirming that the supplies were still there, they sent me here today. Also, Zhongfan left a few people at the apartment yesterday, but we discovered they'd been killed." Hearing this, Fang Han smiled slightly and said, "I did it." Ling Mingzhi was not surprised. He had guessed it when Fang Han just showed his strange method. "Brother, what should we do with the supplies down there?" Ling Mingzhi looked at the underground storage deep in the cave. "You wait up there, I'll go down and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Han jumped and fell into the cave. After landing and standing still, Fang Han looked around and immediately saw an extremely huge storage space, filled with a large amount of supplies worth hundreds of millions. Looking around, he found that this was a large comprehensive warehouse divided into several secondary areas, storing various categories of supplies. Fang Han first came to the food area, which included storage areas for various foods. Staple food area, vegetable area, fruit area, meat area, seafood area, cooked food area. We have everything from Blue Star rice, beef, lamb, chicken, fish, seafood, roast duck, barbecue, etc. He took a casual look and found that the food had not spoiled after being stored. A smile appeared on his face, and then with a thought, all the supplies in the food area were immediately collected into the system space. Then he went to the beverage and snack areas. Various carbonated drinks, orange juice, apple juice, grape juice. Various teas, coffees, milk drinks. There are also various brands of liquor, red wine, beer, champagne. The snack area includes candy, chips, biscuits, nuts. Fang Han took everything into the space again. Next, he began to sweep the daily necessities area. Various household appliances, laundry supplies, hygiene products. As I was packing, I walked to the library area. Various educational books, social science books, novels. He didn't think much about it and prepared to put it into the space. But at a glance, he suddenly found something different inside. 18 unique Shaolin skills. The 10 major Wudang stick techniques. Discussing the 69 classic yoga poses. In the clothing area, Fang Han also found some interesting things. In addition to the regular variety of clothing, he also saw high-quality imitations of Victoria's Secret fantasy bras. Fang Han took a quick look and found that there were more than a dozen sets that he was quite satisfied with. These sets are suitable for loli, these sets are suitable for aunties, and these sets are suitable for stewardesses. After counting, he found that there were still a few sets whose owners had not been found. Suddenly, a beautiful face appeared in his mind. It seems to be very suitable for Shuku. Fang Han touched his chin and murmured. Chapter 65 Auntie Makes Lunch. After putting all the clothes into the space, he went to the medical area again. This area stores a large number of medicines, medical equipment, medical devices. Sports area, various indoor sports equipment, fitness equipment. These are all good things. Fang Han accepted it with a smile. Next, he walked through the entire underground warehouse. Whenever he encountered closed warehouse doors or places that he couldn't pass through, he would break them open with force. Soon, he cleared out several more storage areas. Finally, Fang Han collected all the supplies he saw into the system space. At this time, Leng Mingzhi was still guarding it meticulously. A moment later, he saw Fang Han coming out of the warehouse, and immediately stepped forward and asked, "Brother, how is it?" "It's a small gain. You can fill this hole again." Fang Han smiled slightly. "Fill it up?" Leng Mingzhi was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't ask any more questions. He immediately activated his talent and began to dig the hole. After everything was done, Leng Mingzhi returned to Fang Han and stood with his hands hanging down. "Brother, where are we going next?" Hearing this, Fang Han looked at Leng Mingzhi and said with a smile, "You should go back to the Dragon and Tiger Gang." Hearing this, Leng Mingzhi was stunned again, his lips trembled uncontrollably, and his face looked sad. "Brother, are you going to kick me out?" Fang Han shook his head slightly. "Go back and be an undercover agent for a few days." Leng Mingzhi immediately smiled and nodded heavily. At this time, Fang Han continued, "By the way, what is the name of the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang, and what talent has he awakened?" "I don't even know his name, I just know his called Timely Rain." Timely Rain. When Fang Han heard this name, his first reaction was Song Jiang. But he felt that he seemed to have encountered this name in his life, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. However, he was too lazy to think about it, so he motioned Leng Mingzhi to continue. Ji Shiyu's awakened talent is physical strengthening. After a pause, Leng Mingzhi asked again in confusion, "But big brother, how do you know he has awakened a talent?" Upon hearing this, Fang Han paused. "Isn't this obvious?" He sighed and said, "You've already awakened your talent, but you still listen to Ji Shiyu. Isn't that obvious?" "Har har, it really is big brother." Leng Mingzhi was also a little foolish by his own question, and he hurriedly continued to tell Ji Shiyu's information. "Timely Rain is a talent that awakened the day before me. On the afternoon of the day it awakened, he eliminated a powerful force that had been hostile to the Dragon and Tiger Gang for a long time. I didn't participate in the battle, but I heard from those who came back that even dozens of their opponents' guns couldn't do anything to Ji Shiyu. He easily killed them all in seconds. I also heard that one of their awakened ones died." Hearing this, Fang Han touched his chin and said, "From what you said, it seems that his record is not much better than yours." Leng Mingzhi immediately explained, "Brother, this is the case. I fought him once, but I couldn't break his defense. Not only was his body strengthened, but his speed was also very fast. I couldn't keep up at all." After Leng Mingzhi finished speaking, he seemed to be hesitant to continue. Seeing this, Fang Han guessed about 70% in his mind and asked, "So who do you think is stronger, me or him?" Hearing this question, Leng Mingzhi immediately said the words that were stuck in his throat. "Brother, you and Ji Shiyu don't seem to be afraid of bullets, but he still has great strength and speed." "But don't worry, brother, I will definitely stand in front of you and resist his attack with all my strength." After saying this, Leng Mingzhi patted his chest seriously a few times. "Power? Speed?" Fang Han was delighted, what a coincidence. But he looked calm and patted Leng Mingzhi on the shoulder. "Okay, I understand. You should go back to the Dragon and Tiger Gang first and be sure to protect your identity." "Okay, big brother." After saying that, Leng Mingzhi was about to leave, but he suddenly thought of a question, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked it. "Brother, do you know how the awakened ones upgrade?" Hearing this, Fang Han turned sideways to look at Ling Mingzhi and smiled lightly. Killing awakened ones will earn you talent points, which will allow you to level up. Ling Mingzhi's eyes suddenly lit up. Big brother knows so much. I see. No wonder I felt my ability to control ice and snow improved after I just killed the awakened one from the kamikaze group. Then, he confirmed with Fang Han, brother, shall I go first? At this time, Fang Han spent 2,000 hatred points to exchange a satellite communicator from the system mall and gave it to Ling Mingzhi. I'll contact you via satellite communicator later. Thank you, brother. Ling Mingzhi took it with both hands, then took 2 steps back before turning around and walking towards the snowmobile. After Ling Mingzhi left, Fang Han moved his mind and collected all the guns at the scene into the space, then slowly returned to the RV. Xie Shue's electronic voice immediately rang out. Master, welcome aboard. Fang Han looked around and did not see the 3 women, so he passed through the space door and entered the folded space. At this time, Mo Aobai was on the lawn, basking in the sun and playing with butterflies, and looking at the space gate from time to time. When she woke up this morning, she found that Fang Han was no longer around. When she came out to have breakfast, Mo Jia told her that Fang Han had gone out to do something. She saw Fang Han coming in the first place and ran over immediately. Brother Fang Han, you are finally back. The soft and cute Loli ran into Fang Han's arms and did a kangaroo hang. After rubbing against Fang Han for a while, he let go of Fang Han, picked up his arm, and walked towards the villa. Fang Han looked at the time and found that it was almost time for dinner, so he walked into the restaurant and saw Liang busy in the kitchen. With a sudden thought, he turned to look at Mo Aobai and asked, Xiaobai, where is Ian? Snort. Hearing this, Mo Aobai immediately pouted. Brother Fang Han, you asked her as soon as you came back. Xiaobai is unhappy. After saying that, she left the restaurant angrily. Looking at the Loli's back as she left, Fang Han felt like his evil plan had succeeded. Then he slipped into the kitchen and closed the door. What are you doing in here, husband? I'm cooking. Mo Jia lowered her voice and scolded. Auntie, let me see what delicious food you made. Fang Han looked at the stove. It was his first time entering the kitchen since moving into the villa, and he found that the space was very large. In addition to a few home-cooked dishes, Fang Han saw abalone, oysters, and kidneys. Fang Han paused slightly and pointed. Auntie, what is this for? Mo Jiao immediately gave him a coquettish roll of the eyes. What do you think? When she said this, the beautiful woman couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She knew that she couldn't have Fang Han all to herself, so she had to give him more nourishment. But then she thought, she couldn't keep up with the intensity of study by herself anyway, and was always overdrawn academically. It doesn't seem unacceptable to have more classmates study together. As long as I can be with him, it doesn't matter what happens. Auntie, thank you for your hard work. A rare hint of tenderness appeared in Fang Han's eyes. Suddenly, the beautiful woman felt that his words were enough, and her heart warmed. Auntie, please work harder. Hearing Fang Han's words, the beautiful chef's heart couldn't help but tremble. The next second, she cried out again. Honey, stop making trouble. I'm making lunch. Fang Han's mouth curled up slightly. Yeah, Auntie is making lunch. Dividing line. Family members, this book is still in the dark room. Double 11 has begun. I am an operations officer and my work will be very busy in the future. With my current time and energy, I cannot guarantee that I can finish writing 2 chapters every day. If there is enough time, I will still update 2 chapters. If there is not enough time, I can only update 1 chapter. Please forgive me. Chapter 66 Fang Han learns cooking. The beautiful woman also understood the meaning of Fang Han's words, and she couldn't help but recall the scene of her first time cooking dinner. Auntie, you are my teacher today and teach me how to cook. Tilda the beautiful chef's ears turned red and she nodded shyly. Soon, the sound of cooking could be heard in the kitchen. Fang Han showed off his cooking skills using the ingredients he was most satisfied with. At the same time, Mo Aobai, who had returned to the room, suddenly understood Fang Han's intention. He just wanted to piss him off. Brother Fang Han is so mean. But the whimsical idea I had before going to bed last night came to my mind again involuntarily. Half an hour later, the 2 people cooking in the kitchen finished today's lunch. Time was urgent and the place was special, so Fang Han had no time to study. Although the beautiful chef showed off her unique skills, Fang Han could only achieve a little success in half an hour. Mo Jiao's heart was slightly moved. Okay, husband, you go out first, we'll have dinner soon. Fang Han sat in the restaurant for a while, and Mo Aobai and Bai Yu arrived one after another. But this time, Mo Aobai did not rush towards Fang Han like before, and she was still a little angry. Bai Yu was delighted. She had just started school last night and was most dependent on Fang Han. Honey, I found this morning that I seem to be a little more beautiful Tilda. She held Fang Han's arm, leaned over and whispered sweet words into his ear, and her nickname changed from dear to husband. Hearing this, Fang Han put his left hand around her soft waist, gently pinched her little face with his right hand, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Of course, she will be even more beautiful in the future. After a while, the dining table was gradually filled with the delicious food made by Mo Jiao. Bai Yu looked at Mo Jiao curiously for a few times, and soon found something wrong. Although Mo Jiao had already tidied up the place, the two women in the restaurant still noticed something was wrong. HMPH. It's just as I expected. Mo Aobai looked at Fang Han angrily. Bai Yu couldn't help but be surprised. In broad daylight, my husband is really. But the next moment, Mo Jiao and Mo Aobai appeared in Bai Yu's sight at the same time, and she felt her sense of crisis instantly increased. My husband is so strong. Last night, and again today. No, even though I'm alone, I can't lose. After a while, the four of them began to enjoy lunch, and the restaurant was filled with a happy and joyful atmosphere. At this moment, in one of the rooms of the Dragon and Tiger Gang headquarters, there was a dark cloud. There were 6 people in the room, one of them was Ling Mingzhi. He looked towards the main seat, where sat a middle-aged man wearing a thick hat. Mingzhi has failed to perform his duties properly, please punish him, boss. As soon as he came up, Ling Mingzhi pretended to admit his mistake. The middle-aged man was none other than Ji Shiyu, the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. What's going on? Ji Shiyu said in an unhappy tone. He was quite unhappy. Ling Mingzhi took his gang out, but not only did they fail to dig up the warehouse, they also didn't bring anyone back. Hearing this, Ling Mingzhi began to speak the words he had prepared long ago. Boss, we were ambushed. After arriving at the underground storage facility in West Mountain, I activated my talent and started digging the snow. Halfway through, dozens of people suddenly rushed out from all directions, each of them armed with a gun. Having guns would be fine, but there's also an awakened among them, and is also gifted in ice and snow. His strength is even higher than mine, and I can't defeat him. Some of my brothers were shot to death by his ice arrows, and some were killed by random gunfire. I relied on the same ice and snow talent to neutralize most of his attacks and barely escaped. Ling Mingzhi's words were a mixture of true and false, but the key information was true. Even if Ji Shiyu went to the scene to investigate, he would not be able to find any falsehood in his words. When Ji Shiyu heard this, he believed it after a little thought and was suddenly filled with anger. Anyone who dares to snatch his timely gift must be extremely bold. Moreover, the other party also has a talent for ice and snow. Doesn't that mean he can quickly dig out the supplies from the underground storage? The other 4 people present were shocked. They had all seen Ling Mingzhi's strength. Although he was not as terrifying as Ji Shiyu, they thought he was still a powerful person who could kill everyone. They didn't expect that he would be defeated. An indescribable feeling of insignificance rose from the bottom of their hearts. But they were not afraid, because they had seen with their own eyes the heroic feat of Ji Shiyu braving dense bullets and killing his way through an entire force. They also witnessed the scene where Ji Shiyu completely defeated Ling Mingzhi. With such an awesome gang leader, they were full of confidence, and even a little excited that they could swallow up another force. At this time, Ji Shiyu spoke again. He looked at Ling Mingzhi and said with a hint of comfort, fortunately, you two just have the same talent. If you were incompatible, you might not be able to come back. Compared with before, Ji Shiyu's tone this time was obviously softer. After all, Ling Mingzhi was the second strongest force in the Dragon and Tiger Gang, and he would have to continue to use him in the future. So he used both kindness and force. This time I'll record it as a sin. If you do something good next time, the sin and the good will be offset. If you do it again next time, the sin will be even more severe. Yes, thank you, boss. Ling Mingzhi pretended to be grateful, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his acting skills. Which force do you think they belong to? Ji Shiyu asked again. Leng Mingzhi paused. Boss, I didn't realize that. I've never seen their people or their clothes before, but they shouldn't be from the kamikaze group. Shit. Not even knowing who the enemy was, Jishiyu's anger grew even stronger. That awakened one also has a talent for ice and snow. How long do you think it will take him to dig out the supplies stored underground at his speed? Do they have the ability to transport all the supplies away? Hearing this, Leng Mingzhi pretended to hesitate before giving his prepared answer. Boss, his talent surpasses mine. It will probably only take a few minutes to dig it out, but they definitely don't have the ability to transport the supplies. The temperature is so low in this extreme cold apocalypse that transport vehicles can't even move. He really thought that Fang Han was incapable of transporting the supplies. After all, Fang Han had only been in the cave for a while, and when he came out, he asked him to fill up the entrance. He didn't ask why, nor did he look inside the cave. Jishiyu didn't say anything else, and the room fell into silence. In his heart, he also agreed with what Leng Mingzhi said. After all, his original plan was to send half of his men to garrison Shishan apartment after digging out the supplies. After pondering for a while, he made a decision. Send a few smart brothers to quietly go to the West Mountain to find out the situation. Jishiyu was extremely confident in his talent and strength, but he also knew that it is better to be safe than sorry. Since the supplies could not be transported, he would send someone to find out the specific situation first. Yes, boss. A middle-aged man in the room responded. He was the intelligence chief of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. At the same time, in the Super Doomsday RV, inside the folding space villa. Chapter 67 Beautiful Teacher and Student, Despair. Fang Han, who had just finished lunch, wanted to do some serious work. But Bai Yu insisted on him watching the comedy, so Mo Abai and Mo Zhiyao also started watching it. For a moment, there were sweet smiles and sweet voices. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Hatred value plus 500. Ding! Hatred value plus 200. Ding! Hatred value plus 101. Looking at the increasing hatred value, Fang Han smiled slightly in his heart. Dragon and Tiger Gang, huh? I want to see whether you are a dragon, a tiger, or a bug. On the other side, the temporary location of the kamikaze group is still the innermost room full of metal. Zhao Shenfeng looked annoyed. He looked at his subordinates in the room and said unhappily, Fei Yang and the others have been gone for so long, why is there still no news? Several people looked at each other, not knowing how to answer, so they had to lower their heads again. A bunch of gluttons. Zhao Shenfeng cursed, then said to one of them, Old Yang, tell me what you think. The middle-aged man called Lao Yang raised his head and spoke tentatively. Chairman, how about we forget it? Forget it? Lao Yang, are you sure? Zhao Shenfeng suspected that he had heard it wrong. The group suffered such a huge loss, how could they just let it go? Old Yang made up his mind and said with a stiff upper lip. Chairman, we've lost most of our men and women trying to get the supplies in the underground warehouse. Now we've even lost contact with Li Feiyang, the Awakener. So I think we should cut our losses in time. We can't afford to offend the Dragon and Tiger Gang right now. If we continue fighting, I'm afraid. Fuck, what are you afraid of? Zhao Shenfeng was immediately furious. Why didn't he use his connections to take down the Dragon and Tiger Gang before the end of the world? Now he was suppressed to the point that he dared not fight back. He looked around at them and said in a deep voice, Do you all think so? No one answered, but Zhao Shenfeng got the answer from their silence, and his eyes suddenly burst into flames. Hundreds of millions of supplies in the warehouse were just handed over to the Dragon Tiger Gang like that. Chairman, our people have been dying one after another these past few days. We're really at our wits' end. Old Yang paused for a moment before speaking again. Chairman, you're an awakened one with extraordinary powers. Why don't you go there yourself? I'm sure you'll return with a bountiful harvest. Hearing this, Zhao Shenfeng's face froze, and then he said impatiently, all right, you guys go out first, I'll think about it. Several people left the room as if fleeing. At the same time, in the Super Doomsday RV, Fang Han summoned the RV butler. Xiexue, go to the Changju Villa area. Yes, master. The next moment, the RV left Shishan apartment at a high speed and headed straight for Changju Villa district. Fang Han sat on the sofa and began to think. He went there to let Ji Yuying meet Yushin in the underground. As for Ji Yu Yang's residence in Binhai, Fang Han only knew that it was in the Changju Villa district, but he was not sure whether Ji Yu Yang would be there now. After all, a playboy like Ji Yu Yang might spend the night somewhere on the night of the end of the world. It doesn't matter if he's not here. He's going to die by my hands eventually. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Fang Han's eyes. The Doomsday RV was moving at an extremely fast speed and soon arrived at the Changju Villa area. The villa area is very large, but Fang Han only knows that Ji Yu Yang's villa is inside, but he doesn't know the exact location. So he slowed down the RV and drove it on the snow in the villa area. Then they called out 10 microcameras and asked them to monitor the surrounding areas from different directions and check them one by one. Fang Han also stood up from the sofa in the RV and looked at the villa complex outside the car. Changju Villa District is one of the most luxurious villa complexes in Binhai City, and it ranks among the best even in the entire Dragon Country. This place is close to the suburbs. Before the end of the world, he passed by here once and found the scenery extremely beautiful. But now, the beauty is gone, the prosperity has ended. Looking around, there is only a vast expanse of white. Before the end of the world, the people living here were all famous wealthy people and dignitaries in Binhai. I wonder how long these people can maintain their usual sanctimonious appearance after the apocalypse arrives. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Fang Han's lips. Soon, the camera also sent back the real-time monitoring image. Fang Han took a closer look and the sarcasm on the corner of his mouth became even stronger. The villas in the picture are all empty, but there are traces of solidified blood everywhere on the ground. It seems that after the end of the world, no one can escape the fate of killing each other. The RV drove for a distance, but the camera still did not find any trace of Ji Yu Yang. At this moment, Fang Han's gaze suddenly focused on a certain point in the surveillance video. There's something strange. It is not surprising that all the doors and windows of a villa in the surveillance video were destroyed. But strangely, the signs of destruction did not seem to be caused by humans. The camera continued to go deeper into the villa, and Fang Han discovered several unusual places. There were 2 bodies of middle-aged men in the villa. They died in a miserable way and their faces were horrible, as if they had been clawed by sharp claws. Could it be that mutant creatures are beginning to appear? A thought flashed through Fang Han's mind. But no mutant creatures were found in this villa. So Fang Han let the RV continue to drive into the villa area. At the same time, in a villa in the deepest part of Changju Villa District, 2 beautiful women were looking worried. One of them was about 20 years old and looked like a college student. She wore a pair of glasses on her beautiful pink face, and her eyes were shining. Her fair skin is as smooth as mutton fat, and her thin pink lips are slightly upturned. Xiao Miazhu, the AI didn't draw a good-looking girl with glasses, so I put a picture of Miazhu without glasses, but she looks great. Handsome guys, please share your beautiful pictures of girls with glasses. She looked to her side, opened her cherry lips slightly, and her jade-like voice was filled with frustration. Teacher Lishi, will there be any rescue? The villa has been without power for so many days, and I can't contact my father. I don't know how he is doing in Longcheng. Teacher Lishi was also full of worries at this time, but she remained calm when facing her students. Don't be afraid, Miazhu. We will definitely get through this. Maybe in a few days, everything will get better. In fact, Lishi herself no longer believed this, but she didn't want to see her students fall into despair. After saying that, she stood up again and prepared to hug her student. Although she was wearing a thick cotton coat, her proud figure was still revealed the moment she stood up. Lishi looks to be around 27 or 28 years old, with a stunning face that is cool and clear. Every gesture and movement exudes the aura of a queen. Xiao Miazhu actually didn't believe the teacher's comfort, but after lying in the teacher's arms, she felt a little more at ease. Patting the students back gently, teacher Lishi couldn't help but fall into memories. Dividing line. Family members, the results came out this afternoon. The review did not pass and the content still needs to be revised. I waited for 3 or 4 days for this notice and I felt very sad. Moreover, there are more problematic chapters in this notification than the first time. For example, the section about Ji Yu Li, where she doesn't even drive, was still considered problematic by the reviewers. After another 2 or 3 hours of revisions, Liu Bei's scenes were basically deleted. I have submitted it for review again, and I hope there will be a good result this time. Thanks again for following here. Finally, I wish you all to shine brightly in your own field. Chapter 68 Kill the Beast and get 220 talent points. On the afternoon before the end of the world, teacher Lishi came to the villa at the agreed time to tutor her student Xiao Miezhu in English. Since they had an appointment to go shopping together the next day, she stayed in the villa that night. But unexpectedly, a heavy snowstorm hit that night, trapping them in the villa, where they have been trapped until now. Thinking of this, Lishi suddenly felt very fortunate. When the end of the world came, she was lucky that she was in this villa instead of her own home, otherwise she would have starved to death, frozen to death, or become food. As Xiao Miezhu was studying alone in Binhai, her father bought her this villa. And because he was worried about his daughter's safety, her father specially asked a security company to strengthen the villa's defense. It was this action that allowed the two women to avoid repeated robberies after the apocalypse. However, they have witnessed several tragic doomsday scenes in the villa area with their own eyes, and they are often frightened these days. However, Xiao Miezhu's father strengthened the security measures in the villa only to ensure his daughter's personal safety, but he did not think that the end of the world would happen, so he did not stockpile any supplies in the villa. Fortunately, Xiao Miezhu likes to cook and eat snacks, and she is very rich. She buys whatever she sees delicious, so she has a certain amount of food. They had to eat one meal and skip 3 meals, and they were able to barely hold on until now. But the food reserves were limited after all, and they were all eaten up yesterday. If they are not rescued, they will soon starve to death. Teacher, people who die of starvation look very ugly when they die. Xiao Miezhu raised her head with a depressed look in her eyes. After seeing the helplessness in the students' eyes, Lishi couldn't help but feel a little sad, but she still encouraged the students and herself. It seems we can't rely on the authorities at the moment, but we can't just sit there and wait for death. Let's work together to find other solutions. In fact, they have thought of several plans in the past few days, but in the end they found that none of them worked. For a moment, the feeling of frustration and helplessness in the room spread even more. At this time, Fang Han had already reached 3/4 of the villa area, but still had not found Ji Yu Yang's villa. Not only did Fang Han fail to find Ji Yu Yang, but most of the villas he passed by were empty, without a single person in sight. The few villas that had people in them were also filled with corpses. Moreover, many villas showed signs of non-human intrusion. Fang Han felt more and more that it was mutant creatures that broke in. So, Fang Han opened the system and checked Ji Yu Yang's hatred value towards him. It's still 1000 points, not a single drop. Moreover, the two words, Ji Yu Yang, in front of the hatred value are still colorful as before and have not turned gray. If a person who has generated hatred or faith value with the other party is alive, the name displayed by the system will be in color. If he is dead, the system will display a gray name. It seems that Ji Yu Yang is still alive. I wonder if he has left or has not been seen by the mutant creatures. Then Fang Han looked at Ji Yu Li's name again, which was also in color. So, he said to Xiaoxue, the RV manager, Xiaoxue, speed up. If Ji Yu Yang's villa is deeper in the villa area, he must find Ji Yu Yang before the mutant creatures do. Ji Yu Yang must die, but he has to do it himself. The RV immediately sped up, and the 10 cameras also accelerated to check whether Ji Yu Yang was in the surrounding villas. After a while, Fang Han frowned and murmured. According to the map, if we go a few kilometers further in, we will find the last 2 villas. The possibility that Ji Yu Yang is inside is very small. But since he was already there, he decided to go and take a look, just in case Ji Yu Yang was really in there. The RV continued to drive inside at high speed. After a while, a wolf howl suddenly came into the car. Oops. Hearing the sound, Fang Han immediately called up the camera surveillance footage, but did not find any mutant creatures. So he immediately ordered all the cameras to fly towards the source of the wolf howling. Soon, he saw a violent snow wolf on the surveillance screen, rushing towards one of the 2 villas in the deepest part of the villa area. At this time, the stunning teacher and student pair also came to their window after hearing the sound and saw the snow wolf rushing towards them from a distance. Miezhu, can the villa's security stop this wolf? Hearing the teacher's question, Xiao Miezhu paused for a moment, then said affirmatively, yes, it's just a wolf. But within a few seconds, the snow wolf rushed to the window of the villa and slammed the window glass. With a loud bang, the bulletproof glass began to tremble. Teacher, this wolf is so big, much bigger than the ones on TV. At this time, the 2 women also discovered something was wrong. Seeing that the glass was not broken, the snow wolf suddenly became furious. Bang, 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 after a few more loud noises, cracks began to appear on the bulletproof glass. Xiao Miazhu and the other girl were so frightened that they turned pale and stepped back. I'm not going to starve to death, but to be eaten by wild beasts. Wouldn't that mean nothing would be left? That would be even uglier than starving to death. The sound of smashing glass continued, and the cracks in the bulletproof glass grew larger and larger. The two women were becoming more and more desperate. They retreated to the inner room, locked the door, and then hurriedly pushed over the cabinets inside and blocked the door. At this time, Fang Han also rushed to the scene on the snow outside the villa. He got out of the RV, accelerated instantly, and in a few breaths he was several meters behind the snow wolf. However, Fang Han did not launch an attack immediately. He planned to first confirm whether the person in the villa was Ji Yuyang. If it were Ji Yuyang, he would stop the snow wolf and then kill him when Ji Yuyang thought he was saved. If it weren't for Ji Yuyang, Fang Han was not going to rescue anyone, but through their window, he didn't see anyone inside. Crash. At this time, the bulletproof glass was finally shattered by the snow wolf. But the snow wolf did not rush into the villa. Instead, it suddenly turned around and stared at Fang Han. Oops. After a howl, the snow wolf rushed straight towards Fang Han. Court death. Looking at the rushing snow wolf and its sharp claws, Fang Han had a calm expression. The next moment, he clenched his right fist and swung it out violently. The fist, with a force of nearly 20,000 pounds, hit the snow wolf's torso. Oops. Bang. After a painful howl, the snow wolf flew directly to the outer wall of the villa, hit it hard, and then fell to the ground. Fang Han walked over and looked at the snow wolf as if he were a dead dog. Ding! Their host successfully killed a strange beast and gained 220 talent points. Fang Han was slightly delighted when he heard the system prompt. Not bad this time. I only gained 50 points when I killed Yushin. Is Yushin's talent too weak? Or was it because I killed her right after she awakened? He was about to open the attribute panel to see how much each attribute had improved after obtaining the talent points. But on second thought, he decided to finish today's business first, so he jumped lightly and jumped into the villa. Dividing line. Finally. After 3 revisions and reviews, it finally came out of the little black room. Thanks to the Dashuebi family for their constant encouragement and following. Chapter 69, Sister Teacher Kai Lishi with pictures. After entering the villa, I saw that the room was indeed empty, but there was a door next to it, which was closed tightly. So he walked slowly towards that direction. At this moment, behind the door, the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes of the stunning teacher and student were filled with despair. Just now they heard the sound of bulletproof glass shattering, followed by a wolf howl and a loud bang. They couldn't see the scene outside and thought it was the sound of a snow wolf jumping into the villa. Miazhu, thank you. If I hadn't come to your house, I would have died a long time ago. The teacher, who thought there was no hope of survival, looked at his students and said his final farewell. Hearing this, Xiao Miazhu finally smiled. Teacher, thank you for accompanying me for so many days. If I were alone, I would have gone crazy a long time ago. After saying that, the 2 women stretched out their hands and held each other tightly. Next second. Bang! After a loud bang, the door was suddenly smashed through. When they heard the sound of the door breaking open, the teachers and students did not turn around, but closed their eyes. They did not want to see the ferocious appearance of the snow wolf again. But the expected wolf howls and claws did not come. Instead, a magnetic male voice sounded in the room. Mr. Lychee. Seeing Kai Lishi in the room, Fang Han, who had just broken into the room, paused slightly. How come my queen teacher from college appears here? Late Lychee. The above picture comes from a reader, thank you. Eat lychees. The lychees on the tree are in pairs, come and have one, handsome guys. 2 lychee pictures, which one do you like? SS tip, only children make choices. At this moment, Fang Han glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Kai Lishi and the girl with glasses opposite her holding hands tightly. He couldn't help but think secretly. Could it be that Teacher Lishi and this girl with glasses are together? It's really exciting to think about 2 beautiful women with scores above 90 points together. Hearing the call of Teacher Lishi, Kai Lishi and Xiao Miazhu instantly realized that the person coming in was not a snow wolf, but a human. Saved? The 2 women were filled with joy, and immediately opened their eyes and looked towards the door. The moment she opened her eyes, Kai Lishi's mind raced. She felt that the voice just now was a little familiar, and the other party called her teacher. Could it be her student? The next second, an incomparably handsome face immediately appeared in the beautiful eyes of the teachers and students. Fang Han. Kai Lishi recognized Fang Han at the door at a glance. Although she had only taught him for one semester, it was hard for her to forget this handsome and gentle boy. Mr. Lishi, am I disturbing you? How about I go out first? Fang Han smiled slightly, turned around and walked out of the house. Student Fang Han, wait a minute. Kai Lishi also understood, and immediately called out to Fang Han, then got up and followed him out. Although no one knew why Fang Han appeared here, nor did they know where the extremely ferocious snow wolf had gone. But a woman's sixth sense told her that Fang Han was her life-saving straw. If she fails to seize this opportunity, she and Xiao Miaozhu will really have no choice but to wait for death. Xiao Miaozhu, who was standing by, also followed out immediately. Ding! Kai Lishi's faith in the host increases by 26, reaching 26 points. Ding! Xiao Miaozhu's faith in the host increases by 20, reaching 20 points. After taking just 2 steps, Fang Han heard the system prompt sound. The girl with glasses is called Xiao Miaozhu. Xiao? Bamboo? Wonderful. Hearing the name, a familiar smile appeared on his face. The teacher added 26 points, so it seems he must be an acquaintance. He thought to himself, then walked to the window, jumped lightly, and came out of the villa. At this time, Kai Lishi and Xiao Miaozhu also came out. Seeing Fang Han jump over the window easily, they couldn't help but be slightly surprised. They didn't have the ability to do so, so they just opened the door from the inside and walked out. The next second after they walked out of the room, their beautiful eyes instantly widened and their gazes were fixed on the snow wolf's corpse on the ground. Is this big, brutal wolf dead? How did he die? Was he killed by Fang Han? Suddenly, countless questions arose in the minds of the two women. Kai Lishi looked at Fang Han outside the window and said in disbelief, "Classmate Fang Han, did you kill it?" Fang Han's face was calm as he looked around. It seems like there are only 3 of us here. If it's not you two, it seems like I'm the only one here. After receiving a positive answer, Kai Lishi was even more surprised. 2 minutes ago, this wolf was still full of energy and was able to smash the bulletproof glass, but now it was killed by Fang Han. But she didn't hear the gunshot just now. How was he killed? Hearing this, Fang Han smiled slightly, then raised his right hand slightly and flipped it gently. What? Bare hands? If the snow wolf's body wasn't right in front of him and Fang Han didn't have a gun on him, Kai Lishi wouldn't believe anything he said. But someone once said that after eliminating all the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how incredible, is the fact. Xiao Miaozhu, who was standing aside, was also shocked. She looked at Fang Han in disbelief, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. He's so handsome and good at fighting. He even saved me when I was in the most danger. He's just like the hero and heroine in a novel. For a moment, she felt her heart tremble. Ding! Kai Lishi's faith in the host increases by 6 points, reaching 32 points. Ding! Xiao Miaozhu's faith in the host increases by 9 points, reaching 29 points. Overtaking so quickly. Fang Han felt a little happy when he heard the prompt sound. Student Fang Han, I have a favor to ask of you. After a pause, Kai Lishi said embarrassedly, can you take us away from here? Hearing this, Fang Han did not say anything, but first looked at Kai Lishi, then at Xiao Miaozhu, with pure eyes. Feeling Fang Han's pure gaze, the two women showed pleading expressions on their faces. To accept or not to accept? Well, should I save him or not? After thinking for a moment, Fang Han felt that he could take them in the car. A pair of teacher and student with a face value of 90 plus, they look good no matter how you look at them. When I was in college, I sat alone in the classroom and looked at the domineering teacher on the podium. Maybe in the future we can switch roles, I will be the teacher and Lishi will be the student. In the end times, you should do whatever you want. Eat lychees. But Xiao Miaozhu, apart from being beautiful and having a good figure, doesn't seem to have anything special about her. Student Fang Han, we won't be a burden to you. I'm a medical student and I can definitely help you in this extremely cold weather. At this time, Xiao Miaozhu's jade-like voice rang out. She knew that Fang Han had never met her before and had no obligation to save her, so she hurriedly stated her value, hoping to impress Fang Han. But she didn't say anything like her father was so awesome and that he would get a huge reward for saving her. At this point, who would still believe those empty promises, let alone someone like Fang Han who could kill a giant wolf with his bare hands? Medical student. It seemed useful. But Fang Han didn't take it too seriously. He had a system with super evolution function, and he could exchange faith points for medical proficiency skills at any time. However, it would be nice if there was a female doctor on the bus. Moreover, if this stunning teacher and student pair really likes to slack off, then I can still. It doesn't matter if you don't like it, interests and hobbies are cultivated. Suddenly, my heart felt warm. Chapter 70 Teachers and Students Are Saved, the Blessing of the Richest Man Marlinen. But Fang Han did not nod in agreement immediately. The more one cannot get something, the more he will cherish it. After pretending to weigh the pros and cons for a while, he spoke with an embarrassed look on his face. Teacher Lishi, we are master and apprentice after all. I can promise to take you away from here, but you also have to promise me that you won't cause me any trouble after you get out, and you will obey my orders in everything. Fang Han took this opportunity to take precautions in advance. When they heard Fang Han finally give in, endless joy immediately appeared in the two girls' beautiful eyes. Thank you, Fang Han. Please rest assured that we will follow your instructions in all our actions. Kai Lishi nodded repeatedly in assurance. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. I will do my best to use my professional knowledge to help Fang Han. After speaking sincerely and earnestly, Xiao Miazhu let out a long sigh. She thought Fang Han was interested in her identity as a medical student. Ding! Kai Lishi's faith in the host increases by 28, reaching 60 points. Ding! Xiao Miazhu's faith in the host increases by 21, reaching 50 points. Very good, let's go. Fang Han smiled when he heard the system prompt. Then he looked at another villa in the distance. In the entire Changju villa area, that was the only villa he hadn't seen. If it wasn't Jiyu Yang's, then he would have to think of a new way. So he prepared to ask Xiao Miazhu if she knew who the owner of the villa was. But before he could finish his words, a short figure suddenly appeared from the direction of the villa and rushed towards Fang Han. After seeing the appearance of the person, Fang Han felt a little uncomfortable. Isn't he this Marlinen, the man who often said before the end of the world that he regretted being the richest man and loved blessings? He shook his head and prepared to go back to the RV. After confirming that it was not Ji Yu Yang, he lost interest in the villa. At this moment, Marlinen suddenly shouted. It was a bit far away, so Kai Lishi and Xiao Miazhu didn't hear clearly. But Fang Han had amazing hearing and he heard the sound clearly in an instant. Young man, please stay. Young man? I'm fucking here. Is this a martial arts novel? Fang Han suddenly found it funny. After a while, Kai Lishi and Xiao Miazhu also heard the content of the conversation and were speechless. This richest man really loves martial arts. Fang Han ignored Marlinen's shouting and walked slowly towards the RV. Seeing that Fang Han had no intention of stopping, Marlinen, who was far away, immediately used all his strength to speed up his sprint. When Fang Han was less than 2 meters away from the RV, Marlinen finally arrived. Young man, please stay. Marlinen revealed his identity as soon as he came up. I am Marlinen. I believe you have heard of my name. I am in trouble today and I beg you to rescue me. After the extreme cold passes, I will give you a blessing. Hearing this, Fang Han frowned. A good dog stays out of the way. Hearing Fang Han's words, Marlinen was immediately furious. He couldn't remember how many years had passed since someone last spoke to him like that. You have to know that before the end of the world, his name was a golden signboard. Countless people would secretly call him Dad when they heard his name. Marlinen subconsciously wanted to explode, but suddenly thinking of his current situation and the scene where Han killed the giant wolf with one punch a few minutes ago, he forced himself to hold back. Young man. Marlinen was about to speak again, but was interrupted impatiently by Fang Han. Speak human language. Seeing that Fang Han didn't fall for his tricks, Marlinen had no choice but to change his attitude. Brother, no, big brother, please save me. As long as you save me, I can give you wealth that you can't spend in your lifetime. You should know that I have a lot of money. Har har. Fang Han laughed, said nothing more, and walked away. Please, if you are willing to save me, I can give you half of my property. Marlinen was really anxious. He had been out of food for several days and could not hold on any longer. He observes the community through a telescope every day, but today he unexpectedly saw a mutant snow wolf eating people in the villa area. If Fang Han had not killed the snow wolf, the Changju villa area would have become a cemetery for eternal sleep. After seeing Fang Han's skills, Ma Linen wanted to seize this last chance. Fang Han smiled. It's the end of the world now. Let alone half of his property, even if it was all of Ma Linen's property, could it be exchanged for a pack of instant noodles? Seeing that Fang Han had no reaction, Ma Linen's face froze, and he immediately reached out to grab Fang Han. Brother, please save me. I'll give you 80% of my wealth. Fang Han caught a glimpse of Ma Linen's outstretched hand, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face, and he raised his hand to block it. With just a little effort, Ma Linen flew backwards. Ignoring the pain in his body, Ma Linen immediately climbed up from the snow and rushed towards Fang Han. Brother, don't leave. All my property is yours. Save me. Unexpectedly, his foot slipped and Ma Linen fell flat on his face. But he didn't have time to get up from the snow, so he rushed forward with his hands and feet and immediately hugged Fang Han's thighs. Brother, please save me. I don't want to die. Please give me a chance. I am willing to use all my wealth in exchange for a chance to be your dog. In order to survive, Ma Linen gave up all his dignity. At this time, Fang Han finally stopped, then looked down at Ma Linen and sneered. Mr. Ma, don't you like blessings? Maybe this is your blessing, you must cherish it. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Han started to prepare to take Xiao Miazhu and Kai Lishi into the car. Fang Han had no intention of killing Ma Linen and was ready to let him fend for himself. Although the other party was very noisy just now, he did not do anything excessive after all, so Fang Han would not kill people casually. But at this moment, looking at the hard-hearted Fang Han, Ma Linen was furious. He used up his last bit of strength and suddenly jumped up, ready to control Kai Lishi and threaten Fang Han. As soon as Ma Linen took action, Fang Han noticed it immediately and frowned. Since you're seeking death yourself, you can't blame me. The next moment, Fang Han arrived first and hit Ma Linen with a punch. Although Fang Han didn't use much force, Ma Linen fell to the ground instantly, spitting out blood. Looking back, Fang Han knew that he would not live long, so he stepped directly into the RV. Ma Linen's blessing may be to die painfully in the snow and ice. At this time, Xiao Miazhu and Kai Lishi, who witnessed the whole process, felt that their cognition was greatly refreshed. Is this the same Ma Linen, the self-proclaimed life mentor and the ever-eloquent Binhai richest man? I never thought I wouldn't even have the chance to be a dog now. When people are in desperate situations, they can be as humble as they can be. Thinking of this, the two girls looked at Fang Han's back and suddenly felt that he looked taller. Fang Han doesn't even look down on the richest man, but he is willing to save the two of them. I wonder how I can repay this kindness. Fang Han, who was standing in front, didn't he know what the two girls were thinking, otherwise he would have definitely complained. What the hell is this richest man? He's just an ugly, short old man. Do I want him to not take a bath in the end times, or do I want him to look old? The moment I stepped into the RV, the electronic voice of Xiexue, the RV manager, arrived as expected. Master, welcome aboard.